been real estate 20 years and you're not making the income that you would dream of, you've got to start doing things differently.
There are lots of ways to make lots of money in real estate, and specifically real estate investing.
I'm willing to suffer through short-term things to have a long-term gain.
Focus on the relationships, focus on positively influencing people's lives, and then I know the transactions are going to come in the back.
To build impactful relationships, it's critical to your success in real estate and really in life.
One of my mentors used to say that time is more valuable than money, and you can always get more money, but you can never get more time.
When you get educated on taxes, you're going to make way more money and pay way less tax.
Pretty exciting ways to make more money.
One of the cool things about events like this is we get a chance to really absorb information from a lot of different angles.
We're going to go very deep on, I believe, the most lucrative business vehicle and model in the world.
What it means to become a multifamily entrepreneur.
We're going to really unfold the whole story of the note industry today.
The truth about depreciation and cost segregation.
I want you to start thinking about how to do reactive, passive marketing, how to put things out there once that work for you forever.
What is stopping you from getting in the game and being accelerated into the life of your dreams?
I really appreciate your story began with us.
Welcome to Real Estate WealthCon. Woo! Who's excited? Drop some fire in the chat. Let me know. Are you pumped? Are you pumped? I mean, we have an amazing lineup of speakers. Like over 50 speakers are here. They're going to be giving you overwhelming, like you're going to be absolutely overwhelmed with value. I guarantee it. Over these next few days, you're going to be overwhelmed with value. So I love the feedback. This is we're live streamed. Share share the emojis. Share where you're from. What are you most looking forward to? I want to hear it. And keep that energy going for these next few days. I promise you, it's going to be great. It's going to help you engage and network with other people. And it helps us kind of gauge the reaction on what people like. And that way we can better help you. So I've got a few notes. So I'm going to look off screen. I don't want to miss anything as I kind of prepare you for what's to come. So for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Chris Bounds. I'm a real estate investor, fund manager, top growth leader at eXp Realty, two-time Icon agent with over 88 million in transactions, founder of InvestedX, a holding company for brands like Invested Agents and Invested Equity. My wife and I, we've used more than $19 million from private lenders and equity partners to flip around 200 properties and close on 400 single family and multifamily units. So a lot of the stuff that you're going to be learning and hearing from various speakers today and over these next couple of days, like we've done that. We've got that experience, and folks on our team had that experience. And that's why I invited these people. These are experts in the industry. I invited them to speak to give you that value. These are folks that we've learned from over the years. So I'm also an Ironman, a private pilot. I am an endurance race enthusiast. I just like doing crazy events, which is actually kind of how this event started. So some of you may remember that in January of 2021, my wife and I, we decided to do something crazy. With large events having been shut down because of the pandemic, we decided to go out to our network and schedule over a dozen real estate entrepreneurs or experts to do a live stream for a full day of hyper-focused content, and absolutely free. Like, don't charge for it. That's what we wanted to do. And so we went out. It was this crazy idea. We made it happen. And as you can expect, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. So we did it again in 2022. This time we had more speakers. We had 14 speakers covering a variety of real estate topics for 8 hours straight. And it was a live stream, multiple platforms. It was just great. Again, tremendously positive feedback. So we didn't do it this year. And there's a couple reasons why, but the short answer is, if I was going to do it again, I wanted it to be a little bit different and a lot better. I thought the first two went great, but if I was going to do it again, like, it just had to be even better. So more speakers, more vendors, more content, and ultimately a lot more value. So after a lot of thought, and especially on my long endurance Saturday morning runs, and then even a lot more planning and coordination and prep work, Real Estate WealthCon is here. So I'm excited that you're here, and I'm definitely excited that over the next 3 days, more than 50 speakers are going to be delivering massive value across a whole wide range of topics, including investment strategies, sales and marketing, planning and protection, technology and AI, business operations, and market outlook. These speakers, they're pros and industry leaders. They're doing what they're talking about. Like, they know this game. Several of them actually have bought and sold over $1 billion in sales. And you don't just do that overnight by accident. They all have expert knowledge on their topic, and you're going to absolutely enjoy it, I promise. And while they're on top of their game now, they all started out, like many of you, with their first investment property. So whether you're looking to invest in your first property this year, or you just want to take your business to the next level because you've already got some momentum, you just want to take it to the next level, then this event's for you. You're going to get value out of it. I absolutely promise. So be sure to take notes, engage with the speakers, ask questions, leave comments, leave feedback, and of course, network with the other attendees. Because a lot of these folks, they're like you. They may be in a similar path as you, similar position, or you could complement each other where maybe someone else has a different skill set than you, and you can end up partnering together on deals. You see that happening at events like this all the time. So to gather these high quality speakers for a virtual conference without risking like major technology issues, whether it was on our side or their side, it was going to be challenging. So the best way to do that was to pre-record in advance and live stream it to you over the next few days. So that's what we've done for most of the speakers. Not everyone, but most of them. Many of the speakers will be available to network during their time slot, and some throughout the event. So watch out for them in the platform. You may see them hop on, or during their presentation, they may be able to come in and hang out for a little bit after their speech. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And you're not going to you're going to miss that if you're not actively engaged and logged on and networking. So, and also you earn points for engagement. So who knows? You might just win a bonus prize. So are you ready? Are you ready for me to bring out the first speakers? Let's go. I told you I like emojis. Drop fire in the chat. Let's go. Who's ready? Who's ready? All right, let's do this. Kicking off the day today on stage one is none other than my friend Don Costa. Don is a real estate investor, coach, and host of Flip Talk podcast. He went from counting pennies in order to buy groceries to flipping hundreds of properties a year in some of the most highly competitive markets. So get in the chat, share some love, let them know you're excited. Let's welcome to the stage, Don Costa.
All right, everybody, I just want to take a moment to introduce what I'm going to be talking about today, which is building a house flipping business. I'm going to talk about the things that I have learned through the years when it comes to building a house flipping business, but doing one that doesn't cause a lot of brain damage and doing one that doesn't create a prison. So I'm going to share some steps in this talk today that will hopefully make your building a house flipping business, or if you're already an active house flipper, it'll make your life a little easier to bear when it comes to turning properties and making a profit. So first and foremost, I use this picture as an opener just to kind of give you an idea of who I am and what my priorities are. And family is my priority. This happens to be a picture of me and my daughter taken a couple of years back. And it just kind of highlights where I'm at in my life and the fact that when I look at the things that I do, I'm looking at how can I do them in the way that is the easiest, the path of least resistance, and how can I do it in a way that I have a better quality of life and I'm able to spend the time with the people that I care about. So everything I'm going to share with you today comes from years of banging my head against a brick wall and trying to find ways to not do that. So let's jump in and get started. So a little bit more about who I am. I have hosted a podcast called Flip Talk and a second podcast called Flip Talk with the Playbook for about, it's been 7 years now. I launched it in 2016. And I have gotten to talk with some incredible people from around the country over the last 7 years about flipping houses, wholesaling houses, buy and hold, and all kinds of incredible business strategies. If you are not a listener to Flip Talk, please go and listen. You can find it anywhere you listen to podcasts. I'm also an active house flipper. I've been an active house flipper for 20 years, and I have done upwards of 130 rehabs in a 1-year period. So I know house flipping at a high volume. I know house flipping at a low volume. And of course, I have wholesale. This is kind of a snapshot. I have done over $1 million in assignment fees in a 1-year period while doing 130 houses in that same year. So I understand this business at a high level, and I've been doing it for a while. I have all the scars to prove that I've been doing it for a while. So kind of jump in here. What is rehabbing, right? Why are we here? So for some of you watching this, you're already active rehabbers, probably trying to get a few tips and tricks on making your business better. But some of you are on here probably haven't rehabbed a house. So what is rehabbing? Rehabbing is simply the act of taking something like this, something that has been neglected and in disrepair and not loved, and turn it into something like this. We're just taking the ugly house in the block and we're making it beautiful. And by doing that, we're adding value not only to the property, but value to the neighborhood. And we're able to make a profit while doing that. And so rehabbing is a great way to build wealth. It's a great way to make a living. It's a great way to just do some amazing things for your community as a whole, and have a lot of fun doing it. Why rehab a property? So as I mentioned before, you know, one of the reasons to rehab a property is that you just want to add value to the community. You want to take something that's been neglected and you want to make it beautiful. We can change neighborhoods, we can change cities, we can change lives by rehabbing, and we can definitely change our own lives. So taking something that's been neglected and adding value and then reselling it for a profit is one of the main reasons why I rehab. And me being an entrepreneur like some of you watching this and having an ADD brain, it allows me to always have a new project on the horizon. So I'm not doing the exact same thing over and over, day in, day out, like you would in a cubicle, where you just want to kind of pull your hair out and go crazy. So it gives you an opportunity to always be experiencing new challenges and new opportunities. And of course, again, beautifying neighborhoods and giving a family something to be able to love and cherish. So what I want to do is make rehabbing feel less like this, which I think a lot of us feel like along the way. And, you know, where you don't have these, I call stuck moments, where you look like this, right? And you're stressed out. And I've actually had a few of these along the way. And so where I've just literally been miserable and wondering why I'm even doing it. And so I want to make it easy for you. So I have 5 rules of rehabbing houses the right way that I think will change your business and help you be a lot less stressed than what you're doing. So let me jump into those and share those with you. So rule number 1 is know your numbers. It's very important to know your numbers and to live and die by the numbers. So what do I mean by that? You don't want to give away the house. The house always wins. You don't want to gamble on your numbers. You don't want to go and put it all on black when you're doing a property. Okay, so essentially the idea behind it is the numbers are the numbers, and that's it. What it's going to take you to rehab the property to be like comparable properties in the neighborhood, that's what it's going to take. You can't cut corners on that. What the ARV is, the after repair value on the property, you can't cut corners on that. It just is what it is. You can't inflate it. So you want to live by the numbers. You want to know the numbers. You want to understand the numbers in your market. Now, what's important about that? You know, I like to say you don't want a square peg round hole or deal. Okay, is essentially the point I'm trying to make here. So if the ARV, the after repair value of property, what the property is going to be worth when you rehab it and you're done with it and you're able to sell it, what that property is going to be able to sell for is $200,000. If that's the number, you can't say, oh, if I do extra this and extra that, it's going to be worth 220. In most markets, that's not going to work. And so what's going to happen is you're going to bet you're going to be able to sell it more. You're going to hope that you're going to be able to sell it more. You're going to square peg round hole that project. And at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to sell it for more, because the reality is it is worth what it's worth. And the buyer's going to pay what it's worth. The appraiser's going to appraise it for what it's worth. And you're not going to make the money you want to make. If you need to replace countertops and, you know, paint the inside of the house or replace windows or flooring on the house, in order to get the value, the after repair that you're shooting for, and you decide during the rehabs you're going to cut corners on some of those repairs and not do that rehab, not do those things, not do the countertops and not do the windows, you're going to end up getting less for that property because you didn't create the value in that property, if that makes sense. So, or if it takes $5,000, let's just say, and that is a reasonable market price to paint that house, and you're only budgeting $2, you're going to get either a very, 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 very bad job on that paint job, or you're going to go over budget. And it's either way, you're going to end up losing on that when it comes to profitability. So it's very important to live and die by the numbers. And when I say live and die by the numbers, I mean really understand them and abide by them, okay? And that's one of the key components, the first key components to doing a successful rehab. Okay, always verify. And we talked about the numbers just now. You want to live and die by the numbers. And one of the things I always say is to always verify your numbers, right? So in other words, let's just say I am new in the business and I don't have the ability to really dig in and know what the after repair value of a property is. I'm going to go to an agent or somebody in the market experience to help me evaluate those numbers. Now, if the person that I'm going to makes a profit, makes a commission, gets paid off of me saying yes to buying that property, then I'm going to want to check their numbers against somebody who is not profiting off of me saying yes. That's what I mean by always verify. When we're new in this business, or even when we're advanced, we like to rely on other people to give us information because we either don't know how to obtain that information, or we are busy and we need somebody to give us feedback. In my organization, I actually have somebody on my team that runs all of our numbers for us when it comes to the value of a property. That individual gets paid exactly the same whether I buy a property or not. They do not get incentivized for me to say yes, and so I can trust their information. If you are working with somebody, like I said before, that gets incentivized, say it's a wholesaler and they say the property is worth $200,000, or it's an agent and they say the property is worth $200,000, and they get paid if you buy that property, it's very important to verify their information through either your own homework or by getting with somebody that you feel you can really trust to verify those numbers. What happens if you buy properties and you count on the information from somebody that gets paid and you say yes? Almost every time, you're going to end up in a situation where you're losing money, or at least not coming out ahead the way you had planned out on coming out ahead. So always verify those numbers. When you're new or newer and you're working with a new contractor, somebody that you have not worked with and you do not understand the numbers for the rehab, again, either stand in Home Depot and do your homework, or get with somebody in your market who understands construction, who understands rehabbing, and verify those numbers. Very, very important part of success when it comes to making sure that your numbers are on point. Number 2, find your buy box. This one is extremely crucial when it comes to being successful in rehabbing. What I have found is that somebody will come into a market and they'll start rehabbing. They're either new or newer, and they'll just try to pick up everything that is available, whether it's a really, really old home built in the 1900s or something that needs an extensive amount of rehab, like moving walls. And so it's very important to determine your buy box. What do I mean by that? So essentially, what market do you want to renovate in? Is there a specific city or a specific area? Is there specific neighborhoods you want to renovate in, or specific neighborhoods that you want to stay away from? Determining those things really helps you start to identify everything from what the costs are going to be to rehab your properties, because you'll be doing like type properties over and over again. It'll help you make quick decisions when it comes to the after repair value on properties. It'll even help you really pinpoint your marketing in your business to help you start to identify and acquire properties. So understanding in the areas that you want to be in and work in, and areas you want to stay away from, is very important. Determining what type of house that you want to renovate. Do I want to renovate something that is like a ranch style type house, or do I want to stay away from condos, for instance? We stay away from condos a lot of times in the markets that we're in because the association fees, especially in the Central Valley we're at, is cost prohibitive to the success of that project. So determining what type of house that you want to renovate. Do you want to renovate high-end homes? Do you want to renovate homes that are in war zones? Do you want to renovate homes that are first-time buyer, second-time buyer price points. What is it you want to specialize in? Determining that buy box, again, helps you really start to focus in and understand the numbers on the projects you're working in. It will help you create systems and processes because you're renovating the same type of houses over and over again. So you're able to really systematize, like we do first-time buyer, second-time buyer price points. And so we are able to give our contractors a list of finishes that are good and customary to the properties that we are renovating. And it really allows them to be able to get in and knock those properties out fairly quickly because we're doing that type of price point over and over and over again, if that makes sense. So understanding the type of property you want to renovate and writing that down and being disciplined to it is a huge component to being able to build a successful rehab business. Understanding what year range you want to be in. People don't think about this, but a home that's built in the 1900s is going to have different issues than a home that's built in 1970. The older homes have non-attuned wiring. They may have structural issues like foundation issues. They run into things in certain parts of the country and certain cities where they are historical in some nature, and you have limitations on what you can and can't do to those properties when you're renovating them. So determining what you're willing to go up against with the age of the home. For instance, we don't like to buy homes that are older than 1950 in the markets that we're in, particularly the Central Valley, California, again, where we do most of our rehabbing. We try to stay away from homes that are older than 1950. Why? Because we run into foundation issues, we run into structural issues, we run into, having to rewire the entire home. And so we have found that the neighborhoods, the 1950 neighborhoods and older, they keep the scope of work that we like to be in, if that makes sense, the level of rehab that we like to be in. And it becomes very predictable for us when we're doing property. So determining the age of the home that you want to do, as the oldest to the newest, and then what age of the home that you don't want to do goes a long way to, again, all these things help you start to systematize your business in a way that allows you to start to build predictability. And predictability is what really prevents brain damage and a prison in your business. Like I mentioned before, we prefer first-time buyer and second-time buyer price points when we're doing projects. The reason why is because I have found personally that high-end homes for me take longer to rehab and have a specific type of buyer, so it limits our buyer pool. And so we're usually in those projects longer than we would like to be. In a first-time buyer, second-time buyer price point in any market, you can usually get away with fairly consistent finishes, Home Depot, Lowe's grade materials. You can knock them out fairly quickly. Your buyers aren't as particular, and they tend to have a larger buyer pool when you go to sell them, which means you tend to get closer to the timeline and the numbers that you want when it comes to those properties comparatively to higher end homes. So for me, when it comes to time and efficiency, I actually make more money doing more first-time buyer, second-time buyer projects than I do doing one big, large project. So that's where we prefer those type of projects. The two-strike rule. This is something that's very important when it comes to determining buy boxes, and it's something that we've implemented in our business very successfully. So, and what do I mean by this two-strike rule? So when a property has something against it, right? Something that limits the buyer pool. A busy street, for instance, is a strike. Something that is structurally weird about the property that you cannot correct during rehab. Like maybe it's a flat roof property with a weird layout on the front. That's a strike. If it has no garage, that would be a strike. A funky layout internally that you can't correct would be a strike. So things that really limit buyer pool. And if you notice, there starts to be a theme here when we talk about we want to be in price points. We want to do properties that have the larger buyer pool associated with them, so we get more eyeballs on the property when we go to sell it. Okay, so what would turn a buyer off? That is a strike. If the property has more than two of those, we will either pass on the property, or the only way we'll do the property is if we get a price point that really, really motivates us to do that property, if that makes sense. So we're getting a big enough discount that we can discount on the buy side to make up for those strikes. So if a property, just for an example, is on a busy street with no garage, we will either say no to that property, or we will negotiate a price that we can resell it and have the end buyer overlooked a no garage. And how did we come up with that? And I use that example because that's exactly how we came up with the 2-strike rule. We were doing a property, we were rehabbing a property. Literally, they were 4 houses down from each other. One was inside a neighborhood and one was on a busy street. The identical size house, identical rehab type. The one on the busy street had no garage. And we were able to sell the house that was inside the neighborhood and get exactly what we wanted for it. And the one that comped exactly the same, okay, but was on the busy street with no garage, we had a really hard time selling. And so we found that we had to discount that property almost $15,000 in order to get a buyer for that property. So we ended up selling it for about $15,000 less than the house we had, house A, on the inside of the neighborhood. And so we started to look at, okay, is this something we can systematize, right? Is this something that we can, really start to build a process around? And so we determined, like, if it's a high-end home on a busy street, who wants to pay for a high-end home on a busy street? It limits your buyer pool, the high-end home and the busy street. If it's got something that's uncorrectable, that's a strike that's going to limit your buyer pool. So what do we got to do to compensate for those? And what kind of discount do we need to buy at to get those properties to be able to resell them and make it make sense? And so we determined that in most cases, we won't even touch those properties because we're not going to get the discount we need. So start to develop your own 2-strike rule when you're buying and you're creating your buy box, as something that just keeps you from making silly mistakes, right? It was a silly mistake to buy a house with no garage on a busy street, because if you're on a busy street, you're going to want a garage. So something to take into consideration and build into your rehab plan. All right, number 3. You want to start implementing systems right away in your operation. Implementing systems creates power in your decision making. If you noticed, I've already started talking about some of these things. Creating a buy box for your properties helps you start to systematize your business. What are systems? A lot of people overcomplicate them. And a system is simply a process or standard designed to set the expectation and boundaries for which your team will perform within. So people overcomplicate systems. They feel like they're scary, and really they're as simple as our 2-strike rule, right? Or our buy box. Our buy box is we don't buy houses older than X. We don't buy properties that are higher value properties. We buy first-time buyer, second-time buyer properties. Those are actually systems. We built out a sheet that says all the products associated with what we're willing to utilize in a property, from light fixtures to paint colors to you name it when it comes to rehabbing a property, and hand that to our contractors. That's a system we use in our operation. A system can be something as simple as utilizing Slack in your operation for communication, and so on and so forth. So I like to boil down systems to 3 things: a person, somebody you hire to sit in a seat to do the job. That could be a transaction coordinator or a project manager in your operation, somebody that just fills that seat and does that job. It can be a process. For instance, if you get a contract, what happens in our organization, our transaction coordinator opens escrow on the property and then opens a Slack channel and puts all the information associated with that property in the Slack channel where we communicate about that property. It could be a CRM. Forefront CRM is a great CRM out there. It could be a number of things. The process could be a number of things. So, and then of course, an example here for us, another system is a project manager must confirm our rehab budget before we close. That is something that we learned the hard way when we were rehabbing a property, and somebody who got paid for making a decision gave me the rehab number. One of our acquisitions person on the property told me that it would only be $30,000 to rehab a particular property. And so I went ahead and closed on the property when my project manager walked the property. It ended up being about $65,000 to rehab the property. The property ultimately, at the end of the day, had plexiglass windows, an AC unit that was about 20 years old, and a number of other things wrong with it that the acquisitions guy did not either notice or take into account in his rehab budget. And so he got, he got paid for me saying yes. So now one of our systems is a project manager must confirm our rehab budget and that makes sure that we're protected. That's a system. So a program is a system. We have Forefront CRM as part of our system in our operation that allows us to be able to manage our lead flow. Number 4, okay, have a plan. You have to have a plan. Let's see. The plan is to have a plan before you need a plan. So always have a plan in your operation before you start when it comes to rehabbing. So what does that mean, right? Determine the level of rehab that you're going to do to that property before you even start, right? Are you going to do basic carpet and paint? Are you going to do full gut? Are you going to move walls? All those things needs to happen before you start. How do you determine the level of rehab? You review the comps and you look at what the competition is doing in a particular area. So you look at, when we say review comps, we're looking for blueprint properties, like properties that have sold. Either they have been lived in but kept really nice or renovated by the homeowner, or renovated by competition in the market. And you only want to rehab to that level of what your competition is in that market. If they're moving walls, you move walls. If they don't move walls, you don't move walls. Now, why is that important? One is because over rehabbing is not going to get you more money. It's going to lose you money, number one. Number two, it's because if you don't have a plan before you start the rehab, you're going to be pulled in 50 different directions. I guarantee you, even with a plan, you get pulled in different directions. You walk in and they open up a wall and there's been termite infestation in the wall that you didn't expect. That's going to be an overage in your budget, right? There are overages that are going to happen that you didn't plan for. But then what about the ones that happen because somebody makes a comment about, well, you should do granite in this property and you weren't planning on doing granite, or you should do new cabinets, you weren't planning on doing new cabinets. And pretty soon you're saying yes to everything, and you end up being $10, $20, $30, $40,000 over budget. That really cuts into profitability. So to know the plan before you start, the level of rehab you're going to do, and be disciplined throughout the rehab process, goes a long way to maintaining profitability and really cutting back on overages. Every project, no matter how good you are, is going to have some sort of overages on the project. It's just a natural course of construction. But for you to be able to mitigate those by being disciplined with a plan goes a long way to your success. Okay. So what is important in rehabbing? When you're talking about, let's make a plan, like what are some of the things that are important you need to consider? You know, plumbing. Is the plumbing in good condition, operational? Does it need any kind of repairs? Is the foundation stable, sturdy? Does it need any kind of repairs? I know in Texas, there are a lot of foundation issues with the playground. HVAC and heating, the heating and cooling units, are they functional? Are they old and on their last leg? Or are they fairly new? Those are things to take into consideration when determining what's going to be rehabbed and what your budget is. Structural, anything structural at the property needs to be addressed. And of course, windows, are the windows old? Do they need to be replaced? How do they conform to the other rehabs in the market? If everybody else who's rehabbed has put in new windows, you probably want to put in new windows in the property. These are the things that pretty much have to be done on a project, right? These are the things you need to do to make sure that you're not running into any issues when you're selling the property. What's optional? Okay. So anything that's HGTV is optional. Everything after what's important is optional. Whether or not you're doing granite or you're leaving tile, whether or not you are doing a specific type of flooring, like you're doing hardwood or laminate or carpet. Are you scraping the popcorn ceiling off the ceiling and then floating the ceiling, or are you leaving the popcorn ceiling? The level of light fixtures, and finishes you're putting in the property, all of that is optional. And so the reason why I have this big X here on this really pretty rehab picture is because a lot of people think rehabbing is what you see on HGTV. They think that if you go over the top and you get crazy, that you're going to be able to make more money on that property. And that's not always the case. So it's very important, again, to look at the blueprint properties and look at what other people have done or are doing in the neighborhoods you're in, and really just try to finish to that level. Maybe make yours pop a little better or something, but that does not mean spend extra money. So in other words, in some neighborhoods, leaving the tile countertops and spraying them with refinishing them basically is appropriate for that rehab. We have bought properties that have the green or pink tub enclosures, tile tub enclosures, and we have this special spray we spray on them, and turn them white or turn them whatever color we want to turn them, and they make them look brand new. And that's appropriate for that rehab level. Anything under a $200,000 rehab, we typically just do carpet in. Why? Because at that price point, it doesn't make sense to spend the extra money on laminate or some of the other flooring. So to be able to look at that and make that determination and really rehab to the level that's necessary and not your ego goes a long way to profitability. I like to share a story about a property we did. I bought a property right next to a property that was listed for sale that was a rehab. We renovated our property, put our property on the market, and sold our property, and the property next door to us that was a rehab still had not sold. Now, what was the difference between our rehab and their rehab? One is we rehab to the market. We rehab to what the market demand was, not above it, not below it. We were neutral in our rehab. In other words, we use neutral colors that would appeal to the most possible buyers out there. We use neutral finishes like door handles and light fixtures and water fixtures. And again, appealing to the most possible buyers. The house next door to us was actually a phenomenal rehab. It was over rehabbed for all intents and purposes. But what they didn't do was stay neutral, right? They went a little HGTV. They had an orange bathroom with a black toilet. They had really flashy kind of sizzle features around the property. And the reality is what that did is it limited the buyer pool on the property. So because the property only appealed to a certain type of buyer, and that seller had a really, really hard time selling that property. I use that example a lot because we tend to try to get very specific to what we want on the rehab, or we try to go overboard out of ego, and a lot of times that ends up cutting into profitability, either by the property not selling when we want it to sell, or us spending more on the rehab than we should have. All right, number 5, understanding the money. This is important. So I always say that rehabbers are the brokest rich people you ever meet. And I love these two little sayings here. Hella broke, balling on a budget, and then balling because I'm not balling, right? Yeah, that's how we feel as rehabbers a lot. Let me break down why. So a lot of rehabbers, we do not have control of the money. You either control the money or the money controls you. And I don't think a lot of people really grasp that until it's almost too late. So let's break down a rehab here. So if you buy 2 properties at $100K a month and you put $20,000 down on each property and your monthly payment is $1,000 per property and your average turn time is 120 days. Now let's just break that down one more time. 2 properties at $100K a month, you're buying 2 $100,000 properties. Your down payment is 20%, so you're putting $20,000 down on each property, and your monthly payment is $1,000 per property. That'd be $2,000 a month after acquiring those 2 properties. And it took you 120 days to turn those properties. Okay, in this particular scenario, in month 1, you would be basically paying out $42,000. In month 2, you would have basically paid out $86,000 total to date, right? In month 3, your total payout would be somewhere around $132,000. And then in month 4, your total payout before you turn properties 1 and 2 from month 1, your total out of pocket would be $180,000. Okay. It's almost impossible to scale a rehab business when you have to have the capital outlays like this, right? When you're putting your own money into the business. And so I always tell people to treat your money, your own money tonight. You want to keep as little money in, or put as little money into projects as possible. You want to think in terms of how do I get 100% financing every one of these deals? Now I know that is a challenge when you're new or newer and not established. But your goal from day one should always be having conversations with private money lenders. I prefer private money lenders over hard money lenders because hard money lenders always want you to have skin in the game. You should always be having conversations with private money lenders about how they can lend to you at 100% of the project. That's purchase price, holding cost, and rehab. Why is that important? If I'm trying to scale a rehab business and I have $180,000 of my capital outlaid in projects, and that's all the money I have, and something goes wrong, like a project goes over budget or takes longer than I expect, it puts me in a position of weakness. It puts me in a position of fear, and I start making decisions out of fear. I need to sell this property. I'll sell it at a discount. I need to get rid of it. I need to get my money back, right? Because you got to pay your bills. So what I don't do is I don't ever use any of my own money, okay? Never in a project. I don't borrow hard money, and I don't ever work with anybody who doesn't give me 100%. Okay, and the reason why is because if I have that same $180,000 in the bank and I run into issues on a project, then now I have the ability to act with power. I can, if I'm going over, well, I have the money to cover that overage if I have to. If the project takes longer than expected, I can say, you know what, I can afford to wait to sell it for what I want to sell it for instead of dumping it out of desperation. I hope this makes sense. So ultimately, the point is you want to be able to grow a healthy company. Now, what does that conversation look like? Let me break down kind of my experience. I was actually in a situation where I was working with lenders that wanted skin in the game. I had to put money down to get into the project, and then I had to front the rehab money, and then I had to wait till everything was done and I would get reimbursed. And I was growing, and I was stacking properties, and I was buying properties really, really quickly. And I was always out of money. I was like basically one screw away from basically the whole thing falling apart. And I was stressed, and I was losing sleep, and it sucked. It sucked a lot. I didn't want to do it anymore. And that's the prison I'm talking about. I created a prison. And so I went back to my private money lenders, and I sat down with them, and I just simply did the math. They said, look, you want me to have skin in the game here because you feel like that keeps me committed to the project, right? They said, yeah, it keeps you committed to the project. And I said, but what it does is it makes me a bad borrower. And they basically were like, what do you mean? I said, okay, if I have all my money in projects and one thing goes wrong, I'm like a house of cards that can come tumbling down. How does that make me a good bet? But if I have all that money in reserves in my operation and one thing goes wrong, am I not in position to be able to handle that one thing? And so I said, what makes me a better bet as a borrower? At the end of the day, what makes me better to bet on, me having skin in the game or me running a healthy business? And they all agreed me running a healthy business made me a better bet. And so I just systematically had those conversations with lenders. And as I bring lenders on board, the way I qualify lenders is a whole different conversation. I qualify lenders ahead of time to see if there's somebody that I can even have that conversation with before I even waste my time, having a conversation with them, becoming a lender for what we do. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the point is you want to establish a good, healthy business. In order to do that, you need to work with people who understand what you're doing. So I implore you to start having those conversations early on in your business career about not having any of your money in projects. The more that you have your money in your own bank account, the better off you're going to be. So a couple of tricks that we did here. I have quite a few tricks when it comes to cash flow and rehab business. I'm probably one of the only people out there that's ever cash flowed a rehab business. But invoicing, autonomy of an invoice here. A lot of people don't know what net 30 is. There are a lot of your vendors that will actually give you net 30 terms. So once you go back to your lenders and say, give me 100% financing, you can actually go to your vendors, your window vendor, your cabinet vendor, your flooring vendor. They'll give you 100 and they'll give you 30-day terms. Sometimes they'll give you 60 or 90-day terms. What does that mean? It's like a credit card, an interest-free credit card. They come out, they install the windows today, they hand you the invoice, and you have 30 days to pay them. In some cases, you'll have sold that property before you have to pay that bill. And so that, again, allows you to start to really have the money flow, the cash flow to business. You'll be in a situation where you have money come in, you have work done, you don't have to pay out that work that's done until 30 days later. It changes the dynamic of how you cash flow your business. When you start to look at your business in ways of, how do I do this rehab thing and not have my money in projects and cash flow my business and have systems and processes in place and identify the types of projects I'm willing to do very clearly, you start to run a business that's very, very profitable and very, very fun to do. So I like to say that essentially we want to run our businesses from strength and not weakness. And so All of these things I've shared with you today come from the lessons I learned about operating a business from weakness. And I looked for ways to find strength in what I was doing. So that's about all I have here. I have a few more things to share just to kind of wrap up here. This is a list of 100 things that a friend of mine actually shared that he learned in doing his business. I'm not going to read through them all. I will have them here. I'm sure there's a way that you'll be able to pause the video and watch at some point on a replay. And I'm just going to kind of scroll through these. These are very important lessons when it comes to making sure that you are doing some things like changing out lock boxes, excuse me, when acquiring a property, or changing the locks when you fire a contractor. There are actually a number of really cool things here. Let me see if I can identify it to you. I need to make the screen bigger for me. So adding egress windows when possible and adding a bedroom, changing out furnace filters when doing construction will save your HVAC. There's a lot of really cool tips and tricks here. Don't confuse activity with progress. Just because people look busy on your job site does not mean that things are actually getting done. Paint your front door a fun color. That is a great takeaway here. Watch over new contractors like a hawk. Make sure nobody's taking advantage of you. Don't micromanage your contractors that have proven themselves trustworthy. Don't micromanage anybody in your business that's proven themselves trustworthy. List for 5% below ARV. In most markets, listing below actually will get you multiple offers. Light staging helps sell properties. That means you don't always have to do full staging depending on the market you're in. You can do, some cool things like decorating countertops and bathrooms and stuff like that. So, the clear, consistent, and concise communication with everybody involved is a huge one. Take care of your contractors, get them lunch or water. Just a few tricks here. I'm going to back up to number one. Secure your site, locks, lights, alarms. Alarm Simply Safe is a great alarm system to install into a property, and it is something you can take from property to property. Don't have valuable materials left on a job site, especially when you're in a war zone. Don't allow a contractor to leave their tools on the job site. You see them stolen a lot. Again, a lot of great ones here. Let's see. Don't remove walls just for the fun of it. Always rehab to the area and to what the other properties are being done at. If they're removing walls, remove walls. If they're not, don't. So again, a lot of really, really cool things here. In fact, if you want this list along with a few other things, you can always send me an email at Don, D-O-N, at FlipTalk, FLIPTALK.com, and I will send this list out to you. So with that said, that's what I got for you today. Make sure you listen to the Flip Talk podcast, subscribe. You can email me at don@fliptalk.com, and you can always find me on Instagram, TikTok, just about anywhere else on social media. I'm always working hard to add value, and I want to add as much value as I can. So thank you for listening to my conversation today, and hopefully you took something away, and I look forward to seeing you do big things.
Thank you, Don. So what'd y'all think? Be sure to drop your questions, comments, feedback in the chat. Meanwhile, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Chris Logan. Chris is a powerhouse wholesaler and educator based out of Tampa, Florida. He operates a 7-figure virtual wholesaling business right out of his house. Chris also coaches people on how to wholesale their first house within 30 days. Please welcome to the stage, Chris Logan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm super excited to be here today and be speaking with you at Real Estate WealthCon. We're going to go over a bunch of really exciting information today on how you can make massive profits wholesaling anywhere in the country. One of the big keys to success in wholesaling houses is knowing exactly where to start, right? I know that was one of my questions when I first got started. And that question was, great, wholesaling is a phenomenal way to get started and make money in real estate with no money out of my own pocket. And I can flip properties for, tens of thousands of dollars, but where do I begin? Okay. So what I'm going to do is, if you are struggling with that question right now, considering wholesale is a money-making opportunity for you in real estate, then buckle in, get out a pen and piece of paper, and I'm going to go ahead and clear all that up for you so you'll know exactly where you should start, okay? So today, in today's presentation, we are going to cover the 5 things that you can do to pick the hottest territories to wholesale houses and make money anywhere in the country. Guys, not every territory is created equal, and the difference between people who pick the right territory and the wrong territory, the difference between the people who make money and those wholesalers that lose money. Now, before I get too deep here into the presentation, I want to go ahead and do a quick pulse check on you guys to see if you know what wholesaling is. So if you know what wholesaling is or you're not sure what wholesaling is, go ahead and comment in the chat. We'd love to just see where you all are at as far as experience goes. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and break down for you really quick what wholesaling is. So one of the best reasons why that wholesaling is a phenomenal opportunity and the best way, in my opinion, to get started in real estate is because there's little to no risk whatsoever. So in wholesaling, what you're doing is you're finding a distressed piece of property, a house that has deferred maintenance. It's run down looking. It needs a lot of work and repairs. A lot of these you can find just by walking up and down different streets in your area. And you're going to negotiate a purchase price with that seller, okay, and at a certain price. So let's say, for instance, the seller says, yes, I'm open to selling you this property for $60,000. Fantastic. Then what you do is you go and find a cash buyer who's buying investment properties in that area. Okay. And let's say this cash buyer is willing to buy properties in that area for $70,000. So at that point, what you do is you have a piece of paper that you sell to that buyer for that $10,000 in between. And that's when you cash a check when you close the deal, okay? So it's a very, very easy way. Essentially, what you're doing is you're the middleman, okay? You have a price from the seller, a price from the buyer, and you're collecting the fee in between. The great thing about this is you don't need any bank financing. You can get started with little to no cash at all. You can, lock these properties up for as little as $100, and it's just an amazing way to get started. And the best part is if the deal doesn't work for you and it's not something that you're able to move forward with for whatever reason, maybe you contracted with a seller a little too high, too low, whatever the case is, you can always back out during your inspection period, and it's not a big deal, right? So, but let's go ahead and talk about how to pick the right market or the right territory, because that is key to making sure that you are set up for success, okay? There's a lot of people who get started in the wrong area, and their home territory, right, could be secretly sabotaging their success, and they may not even know it. So you could be in an area that has many things that are working against you, making it harder for you to get your first deal. Whereas if you would just pick up and go to another area, and I'll show you how to do that here in a minute, you could have success much faster. So let's go ahead and dive in to how you can go ahead and do that. Before we do that, I want to go ahead and give you a little bit of background and why I'm here speaking. So my name is Chris Logan. I wholesale virtually in Florida and North Carolina. I've completed over 600 deals since 2014. Our company does 7 figures annually. In my spare time, I enjoy traveling with my wife, Heather, and raising our new baby boy. So super excited about that. And that's pretty much how we spend our time outside of real estate when we are doing that. So step 1, let's go ahead and go into step 1. Okay. So the first step to identifying the hottest territories to wholesale houses in your area, okay, or outside of your area, is understanding and identifying what the median house price is. What is the median house price? Some of you guys are just getting started in real estate. You're like, I have no idea what that is. So in an area, you have the lower end of houses, so the cheaper houses, and then you have the higher end of houses, the most expensive houses in that area, okay? Now, the median is also known as the middle. So that's the middle price. So the most common type of house that's sold in your area or in the area that you're looking at, right? So the first step is identifying the median house price in your area to see if it could be an area that you want to begin with. Now, if it passes this test, this first check mark, you can then move on to the next step in identifying if this market is a good area for you to start. So let's go ahead and dive in. So the median or the middle home price, okay? So the way that you find this is you literally go on to Google, okay? And in Google, you're gonna go ahead and type in median home price, Tampa, Florida, right? Or median home price, Cleveland, Ohio, whatever you wanna do there. So you type that in and you're gonna see a link to view the median home price on Zillow. Okay, Zillow is an amazing site. It's a wealth of free information, and you can learn a lot from it. So you're going to go ahead and click that Zillow link, okay? And what's going to pop up is something like this, what you see on the screen right now. Now, the median home price for Tampa, this is our home market, this is where we're based out of, is $392,669. Okay. Now, what you want to look for from a median house price is you want to look for a median house price of a minimum of $200,000 or more. The reason you want to do that is because if it's $200,000 or more, it's in a poppin' area. It's in an area where everybody likes to be. There's a lot of demand, which is driving up price, probably not a rural area, and mainly a city or metro. And the great thing about areas like this is you're going to be able to make massive assignment fees. And I'll get into why that here is in just a second. And the assignment fee, to be clear, is the money that you make when you sell one of your wholesale deals. Okay. So we gave that example before. You have a seller that wants to sell for 60. You have a buyer that wants to buy for 70. That $10,000 in the middle, that is your assignment fee. Okay. So the first step, like I said, is picking the median house price or identifying that. We've identified here in Tampa as an example that $392,000 is what that is. Does that pass the first test? Yes, it does. It's above $200,000. So now we can go ahead and move on to the next step. Before I share with you, if you have an area that you punch in, like let's just say, for instance, you in Cleveland, Ohio is just an example, okay? I believe the median house price in Cleveland, Ohio is somewhere around 150,000. So Cleveland, Ohio, not over 200,000. I'm not saying it's a bad area. I'm just saying it's not an area that can provide you as much opportunity as an area, let's just say Tampa. And the reason for that is the median home price is under 200,000. Okay. So here it is again, Cleveland, Ohio, 103,000. I wasn't too far off. So I would not recommend going into just because the median home price is low. Now, what you got to keep in mind is when you have a lower median home price, that means your assignment fees are going to be smaller. So you're going to have to do a lot of houses to make the same money as you could in one or two houses in Tampa, as an example, right? So when I go into areas, I want to make sure that the territory, not only can I make great money, what is great money? I mean, when you're first getting started in wholesaling, if you can complete your first deal and make a couple grand, you probably consider that to be great money. But once you get settled in, you start to understand if I can do, the same amount of work in one area as I can in another, and I can make 3 to 4 times as much for the same amount of effort, doesn't it make sense to go to an area that's ripe for opportunity? So areas that are ripe for opportunity, again, $200,000 or more. I want you to remember that. So let's go ahead and talk about why you might be fighting an uphill battle in your own area or the area that you're picking, okay, if it's a territory less than 200,000. So areas that have less than $200,000 of a median house price, those are rural areas. They have a small population typically. There's not usually a huge net of buyers there. They're mainly rental areas. Cleveland, Ohio, great rental area. If you're looking to buy there and build a portfolio, great area to do that in. Rents are strong. But as far as wholesaling and having something that you can grow and make great money and maximize profits on every property, not my first choice to go there, okay? Because areas with less than $200,000 median house price result in small paydays, all right? Let's talk about areas greater than 200,000. Again, like I mentioned before, these are usually major cities. It's a bigger population. Bigger population means more houses, more opportunity. There's a lot of buyers here, okay? So we're in Cleveland, you may be restricted to people who are only buying rentals, okay? And maybe they don't want to do a lot of renovations there, okay? I'm not saying that there isn't anybody doing deals there. I'm saying that based on our formula here, we've identified the ways where you can make the most money per property, and this areas of $200,000 or more does that for you. So in areas greater than 200,000, you also have a lot of different type of buyers. You don't just have landlord buyers, people wanting to buy rental properties from you, but you also have people that want to do fix and flips. Fix and flips are great. Fix and flip buyers are great buyers because you can make a lot of profit per deal, right? You can make big fees, big paydays, all right? So areas greater than 200,000, because there's a lot of demand there, you can make $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 for each house that you do, okay? So, and again, this is without really investing any of your own money into the property at all. You're literally finding opportunity. As a wholesaler, you are an opportunity provider. That's exactly what you are. Wholesaling is not a real estate business. It's a sales and marketing business. You're out there finding sellers that are distressed, that need to sell quickly, that are willing to sell at a lower amount due to the condition of the property, and you're finding a buyer willing to buy that property from you for a price higher than you got it from with the seller, okay? So again, if you want to go into areas with large paydays, stay in areas where the $200,000 median house price is that or higher. So the key takeaway from this, guys, is the bigger the price, the bigger the prize. And that's why in certain parts of, say, for instance, California, we have a median house price of like $800,000 or $900,000 in certain areas. It's not uncommon for wholesalers to make six-figure assignment fees. Now, again, I bring it back to the same point where if you're going to put the same amount of effort in one place or another, wouldn't it make sense to put the effort in the place you're going to make the most money, right? And have the biggest paydays? Absolutely. So if you guys are all on track with this and you're vibing with this, go ahead and drop in the comments saying that, and let me know what you think so far. So again, this is a big takeaway. The bigger the price, the bigger the prize, okay? And by the way, I love to see where people are watching from. So go ahead and drop in the chats where you're watching from. So what state? Love to see where people are watching from different parts of the country. I know we have a lot of people here. So, all right, step 2. So let's talk about step 2 of the 5-step process for identifying the hottest territories where you can make the biggest paydays, okay? The step 2 is identifying the population size. So population, okay, why does population matter? Population matters is because the population, the fewer the houses you have to work, the fewer the motivated sellers, and the smaller the opportunity. The larger the population, the greater the opportunity there. Okay? So in population here, what you want to do to figure out what the population is in the area you're going into, you want to, right, free resource, and you want to go ahead and type in the county that the city you're looking at starting to wholesale is located in, okay? So for instance, here in this Google search, I did Hillsborough County population. What it popped up as is it said the population in Hillsborough County is almost 1.5 million people. That is a fantastic runway to be able to wholesale a lot of deals. And the reason I say that is because, again, the smaller the population, the harder it is to do multiple wholesale deals a month. But if you have a larger population, it gives you room not only to get to your first deal, but to do many more deals after that. Okay, lots of buyers, everything, you'll sell deals faster, everything else like that, right? So what's the minimum population? So you're saying, okay, well, Chris, I get it. What is the minimum population? We have one for the median house price, which is 200,000. What's the minimum population I should be looking for the hottest markets or the hottest territories when it comes to population? So the minimum you should be looking for is 500,000 people, okay? If you have a territory where there's 500,000 people and the median house price is $200,000 or more, that is a fantastic area to start, okay? Because you not only have demand because it's pushing prices up, and because of the house price, you can make larger paydays. But on top of that, you have a runway here with a larger population of 500,000 or more where you can do multiple deals a month eventually, right? So you're going to be ramping up to that, but this just gives you a large runway. So a small population gives you a large population gives you a large runway. Hope that all makes sense. So what's the key takeaway here? So the key takeaway is population equals potential, right? So if you want to think the amount of the population of the people equals the potential number to do, you can also think about it like that. So population equals potential. All right, so step 3, okay? So what is the third step in identifying the identifying the hottest territories, right? So the third step is identifying the cash buyer volume, okay? So this is a really, really important part, and I'm gonna recommend you a free tool that you can use to figure out how many buyers are buying in a certain area and what the demand is like. So we're gonna get into that. So I don't know if any of you have heard of this site, listsource.com. Okay, if you haven't heard of this site, it's a great site. The way we're going to use it here is completely free. You're not going to have to buy anything, right? And it's going to help you identify what the hottest territories are, the hottest zip codes are in your area that you want to go into, okay? So our step 3, so our third step is identifying the cash buyer volume. We're going to do that by going to listsource.com and opening an account, okay? So that's one of your first quick wins from this presentation today is opening your list source account. So you want to go ahead and do that. All right. So the first thing you want to do to identify where the hottest areas are in a certain state or a certain county, certain zip code that you want to go into is you want to identify the best zip codes. And the way that you're going to do that is you're going to create your free list source account. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to, once you're inside, you're going to select create your own list. You're going to select the geography and you're going to enter your county. Right? So it's going to say, what state and county do you want to look at to see if it's a good territory, right? And so, for instance, I did Florida for the state and county Hillsborough. Under property tab, there's a property tab where you can select the type of properties that you want to target. We're going to select single family because single family is the most popular type of house that everybody wants to buy, right? So that's what we care about most. I want to see how many cash buyers or how many single family transactions are taking place within a given time period. Okay. The next tab we want to select is property. Under equity, you want to select 100 to 100, meaning we want to select properties that have 100% equity. Why do we select properties that have 100% equity? Okay. 100% equity means that person paid cash and there's no loan against the property. So the full value of the property, okay, there's no loans against it or anything like that. That's what the seller could get if he sold that property. All right. So we're going to select the equity 100 to 100. The next thing we want to do under the property tab is select market sales date in the last 12 months. So it's a tab, you click last market sale date, and you're going to select the last 12 months for the time period. You're going to add that to your menu or selections that you have in here. Then lastly, you're going to see this menu here to the right. This picture I have to the right here, it's an options tab. So you're going to go there and you're going to select absentee owned. And the reason you're going to select absentee owned is because absentee owned has a very high likelihood of being a cash buyer. An absentee owned property is someone who owns a house but does not live there. They more than likely rent that property out for income. Okay. A homeowner becomes an absentee owner by accident. Maybe they get relocated out of state and then they just have a house that's sitting there empty. They're not living there, but they own the house. They're an absentee owner. Other times people buy property specifically for the purpose of creating income. And those are going to be our buyers, okay? Because chances are if they have one property, they have multiple properties, right? So under options, we're going to select absentee owned. And then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we exclude trusts and we're going to only select corporate owned. Again, we want to make sure that the purchase volume we're about to pull up here is going to be purchases from investors. So if you have a property that's an absentee owned property, okay, and the person that purchased that property purchased it in an entity like an LLC, corporation, there's a very, very high likelihood that is a cash buyer because, or a cash investor, because traditional homeowners don't buy properties that way. They usually put them in their own name, they get loans against the property and so on. So this is what we're doing to see the cash buyer purchase volume in a certain area. Okay. All right. So next, what I recommend, if you're going to go into a new territory, what you want to do is you're going to start with 4 to 6 zip codes and test. Okay. So we're going to get to that here in just a second. But the next step is you want to select purchase list. There's going to be a little button at the bottom of list source. After you click create a list, you entered all this criteria. There's going to be a little blue button that selects purchase list. You want to click that, and then it's going to bring you to this menu here on the right-hand side that you see where it says append output fields. So don't worry though, we're not purchasing anything. This is just a way to identify the hottest zip codes, okay? And the next thing you want to do is you want to select purchase partial list where you see the red arrow is pointing to right there, okay? Now, what happens there is when you click partial list, it's going to give you some other options that we're going to use to be able to get the hottest zip codes. And again, we're not buying anything. You're not pulling out a credit card. Don't worry. You're going to be able to use this as a free tool to figure out the hottest territories in your area. Okay, so now what you want to do is you want to select the custom selection radio button. You can see it there right above my red arrow. And you want to copy and paste that list of zip codes into a blank Excel or Google Sheet. So you're literally going to take your mouse, you're going to highlight the beginning of that blue box right there that has state, group, and then Florida. You're going to highlight all of that with your mouse, okay? And then you're going to do Control-C or Command-C, depending on if you have a Mac or a PC. And you're going to Control-V or Command-V into a spreadsheet, whether that's Excel or Google Sheets, it does not matter. So you're going to do that. And then that will bring you to this. Okay. So as you can see on the right-hand side, I chose to use Excel and I copied and pasted that info into there. And the second column, so column B, what you want to do is you want to sort those records from largest to smallest. Okay. There's a little funnel that you can click on after you click this column. And to the right, I cut it off here, but there's a little funnel you can click there and it'll say order from sort from smallest, from largest to smallest. So you're going to do, and then once you select that, what'll happen is it'll say, do you want to expand the selection? You're going to say yes. And so what's going to happen is pretty amazing after that. It's going to go ahead and then sort those zip codes in that county that you selected from the zip code with the highest amount of cash purchases all the way to the least. All right. So now what you have is you have a tremendous asset here. You have the hottest cash buyer zip codes ordered from largest to smallest. So in this case here, if you can see the squint print on the slide here, 34668 in the last 12 months had 514 cash sales. That is a smoking cash buyer zip code. So it's definitely a zip code that you want to start with. Now, if you are feeling confident and you want to go ahead and copy all these zip codes and you want to go ahead and just start your marketing to there, you can. But what I recommend is starting with 4 to 6 zip codes and then test. So what does that mean? All right. So you want to grab the top 4 to 6 zip codes off this list, right? And then what you want to do is you want to do some type of marketing to that zip code. So if you're going to purchase a list and cold call sellers in that area, if you are going to text the sellers in that area, if you're going to send direct mail to sellers in those areas, whatever you're going to do, the bottom line is you're going to start with 4 to 6 zip codes. Don't start with any more. And then what you're going to do is once you have those 4 to 6 zip codes selected, okay, and you start your marketing, and you notice that you start to get some good quality leads coming in, you're going to do one of two things. You're going to wait till you have some good quality leads. So you have sellers that are ripe for opportunity, great properties that you'd like to get under contract. You're having very positive feedback from sellers, a lot of people who are motivated and want to sell, just great opportunity. At that point, you can say, okay, I'm convinced this is a great territory. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and buy all the other zip codes, right? And then on the flip side, if you want to be a little bit more cautious, what you could do is you could say, okay, I'm going to wait until I get a contract. I'm going to wait till I put my first deal under contract from these first 4 to 6 zip codes. And then once I get my first deal under contract or do my first deal, then I'm going to go ahead and reinvest that money, buy the records and other zip codes. And from there, I'm going to expand into that area. Okay. So, but very, very important. You only want to start with 4 to 6 zip codes. If you're wondering, shoot, where do I buy lists to market to these sellers? A great resource is PropStream. If you go to getpropstreamnow.com, you can get a 7-day free trial. And when you get that, there's a lot of different buckets of sellers that you can call on or that you can market to. Sellers in bankruptcy, sellers facing foreclosure, also known as pre-foreclosure, vacant properties, tax delinquent properties. There's a lot of options that you can select in there. And that's where I get all of my lists. So again, it's getpropstreamnow.com, get a 7-day free trial. Highly recommend using that. And then again, you just test. And if you get a positive result, great. If it's going a little bit slow and you're not getting enough leads coming in, or if you're not convinced yet, stay with those 4 to 6 zip codes. Okay. And then evaluate from there. All right. So, but the big thing, just like with all marketing, you want to test. All right. So don't just go into an area, purchase all of them and just start in a brand new territory. You know nothing about the area. You want to go ahead and 4 to 6 zip codes. Now, if you have the median home price, right, at the minimum of 200,000, like we talked about, you have a population of a minimum of 500,000, like we talked about, right? And then you have, and you do this to dive deeper into the zip codes. That's going to be a phenomenal area for you to go into. And I can almost guarantee you'll have success there. So this is the way that we do it, how we go into a new area conservatively, and the way I recommend for you to do it too. So if you're loving this, go ahead and drop like a fire emoji in the comments. Or if this is totally blowing your mind, let me know in the comments. Love to hear that. I thrive off of you guys. So second part of step 5 is you want to remove the zip codes that are 20 in volume. So what I do, okay, is I go in, and if there's an area or a zip code that has less than 20 sales in the last 12 months, what that says to me is it's not a hot enough area for me to go into, and there's not going to be a lot of opportunity there. So if only 20 houses sold in the last 12, there's companies who are marketing to these zip codes and everything like that, just not enough opportunity for me. So I like to have a minimum of 20. Okay, so where I drew the red arrow right here, notice that I cut it off at cell number 21, where there's cash sales in the last 12 months. So I would cut off 33609 and 02 that has 12 and 7, just because there's not enough opportunity there for me. So that right there is the 5 steps to picking the hottest territories in an area so you can wholesale your first house and make massive profits. I hope you guys have enjoyed this presentation so far. So let's go ahead and talk about next steps. If you've gotten a lot of value from the presentation today and you'd like to dive deeper and get the results that I'm getting and my clients are getting, you can apply to work with me personally one-on-one and get started wholesaling houses and make massive profits anywhere in the country. My company is Virtual Wholesaling Made Simple. That's the program where I show people exactly how to do what we do, what our clients do, and expand to anywhere in the country and do deals. Thing is, I only have 5 slots available, and when they're gone, they're gone. So I highly suggest reaching out as soon as possible if you like to work together. So how do you do that? How do you reach out, right? So a couple of different ways. Number one, you can apply now by going to www.virtualwholesalingmadesimple.com/coaching. Make sure you put the www, otherwise it won't work. And again, that's www.virtualwholesalingmadesimple.com/coaching. Go there and apply. And there's a few questions you'll need to answer. And if I like what you have to say, then I'll consider bringing you on as a client. You can also go ahead and friend request me or follow me on Facebook. My username there is facebook.com/clogan777. And you can also follow me on TikTok, tiktok.com/@ChrisLoganREI. Guys, it's been phenomenal. I've had such a great time with you here today. If you have any questions, go ahead and post those in the comments. I'd love to answer them and make sure that we get your questions answered. I know that's super important, so you can feel confident and comfortable moving forward. I hope you enjoyed the presentation today, and I will see y'all soon.
Thank you, Chris. Who's excited to go wholesale now? Be sure to drop your comments in the chat. Next up is my friend George Salas. George is a short-term rental strategist who employs a hybrid investment approach to acquire, design, and launch short-term rentals. He currently has a short-term rental portfolio that generates over $80,000 in gross revenue per month. Please welcome to the stage, George Salas.
All right. Thank you for the introduction, Chris. And then my true honors and appreciation to the entire Real Estate WealthCon team for putting this amazing event together. I'm just excited to be here, guys. So thanks so much. Now, you are about to discover, ladies and gentlemen, how to start, launch, and scale a high-margin short-term rental business using creative finance. Okay? Now, quick disclaimer. It's not legal or financial advice. We're not attorneys or a law firm and offer no warranties. This is to be considered a lay opinion of the author. Do not take any information as legal or financial advice. However, we're happy to show you exactly what's working for us and our clients and investors for free. This is only for people who can read and follow directions. Now, in today's agenda, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, in our small amount of time together today, my goal is to make a big impact to you in the following ways. Learn the niche strategy to launch a high margin, high cash flow STR business using creative finance in 2023. Maximize real estate and short-term rental investments for optimal profit margins in your market. And a walkthrough through my 5-step system to create 6-figure per year properties. Okay. Yet, if nothing else, I'm here to double your cash flow and make you money. Lots of it. So drop me a ready in the comments if you're ready to 10x your real estate investing and short-term rentals with creative finance. Okay. So the biggest problem right now in this industry, it's that SDR supply, short-term rental supply, and interest rates are killing than mediocre investors. Okay. So if you guys check out the first slide here with the mortgage rates, they're nearing 23-year heights. Matthew Graham from Mortgage News Daily says, is there any hope? Incredible. Interest rates are 8% and up, and it's still rising as of August. Okay. Now let's go over to the other side. Okay. So what are the metrics for June 2023 and the national STR performance for the entire market? So revenue per available room has increased to $214. Available listings reached an all-time high of 1.53 million. That's 15% year over year higher. Okay. Now total demand, right, rose 14%, which is a good thing, right? Occupancy was actually a little bit lower, but it's increased about 7% over 2019 levels. Okay. Now also average daily rates, which we call ADRs, have risen 1.5% year over year to $333. Okay. And nights booked increased 25% year over year. Okay. So now let's take a quick look at this chart, and you guys are more than welcome to give it a stop. This is the current historical performance data for the last 5 years, with 2 years, 23 and 24, on the forecast of where these listings are going to end. Okay. So again, available listings have increased from 1.14 million to a forecast of 1.597 million, right? Nights listed, big change as well, but now that's decreased a little bit, right? Check out the demand. Demand has also risen, but now, you know, the guys from AirDNA are speculating that the demand is going to decrease, right? So, and that's because of the economic conditions that are supposed to, and then we could talk about a recession all day, guys. But again, we've been hearing around that there's going to be a recession for over a year already. Okay, so now check out the occupancy. Occupancy has stayed steady. Average daily rates, though, have increased, right? As real estate investors, we need to ensure that we make sure that we are in a market where our rents are going up, right? So this is a good sign nationally. This industry is growing big time, right? As you guys see, average daily rates have increased pretty much by $80 in the last 5 years, and with the projections of $326 here in the next year in 2024. ADR, which is average daily rates, there's been a decent change here. As you guys see, that column in 2021, we had a very big surge of ADRs in 21, and then it's been decreasing since then as the economy turns a little bit here. Now, if you guys check out the RevPAR and RevPAR change lines as well, check it out. Give it a stop here. This is true data from the first half of 2023. That's why the second half, or the column with 2023, says forecast. Okay. So meanwhile, we are creating top of market performance. Okay. We're acquiring properties with 10 to 20% built-in equity from the get-go, with down payments of 5 to 10%, interest rates of 3 to 5%, and without using our credit nor credentials, in a world where interest rates are 9 and 10%. Okay. While investing in data-driven, downturn-resistant markets and bringing insane revenues and insane returns for ourselves, our partners, and investors, and averaging between $75K to $175K in yearly gross rents, and cash flowing between $2,000 to $8,000 per property per month, ladies and gents. Now I'm going to show you a little bit. I know you're like, hey, George, I mean, you're saying all this stuff, but show me the money. Well, I'm going to show you guys the money. Okay. So, but again, to try to make money in real estate without adding creative finance to your acquisition strategy, without having a system to create six-figure properties, without using data to drive your investment decisions, and without creating at least $30,000 in net cash flow per property per year, is insanely much harder. But for us, just keeps getting better and bigger every single year. Okay. And I'm here to help you cash on it. But before we get started, I just want you to know that the process is simpler than you think. Okay. First of all, finding the right market. acquiring the perfect property, sourcing the perfect staging and design, launching the perfect marketing strategy, and delivering a 5-star guest experience. Okay, that is the what. Who is the who? My name is George Salas, and I've been a lot of things. My journey started when I was this little. Okay, this is me in Lima, Peru. I was born there, and at 6 years old, I was playing Superman, and I always wanted to be Superman, and that was really cool. But guess what? My parents ended up getting a divorce. Okay, so things changed, and I found myself, my brother, my mother, living next to the chickens in my adobe house. Okay, and this is a quick story. I'm gonna share a little bit about my background here, guys. So I moved from Peru, and at 6 years old, and we moved into this house where I had to live in a adobe room in this house where there was only 2 rooms, and half of the house had melted. Okay, if you guys know what adobe is, it's some type of clay. So there was a hole in the roof. Okay, and one of the tiles had moved, and we were so poor that we didn't have money to actually fix that hole. So rain started coming down, and over a period of weeks or months, the entire roof collapsed, and the big living area had just come down and collapsed into the house. And we ended up having to move to 2 different areas in this house that made out of adobe. You guys are checking it out or seeing it right now. This is right outside our bedroom where the chickens really were running around all day, right? So, and now that's me 9 years later, fresh off the plane in Houston, Texas. I thought I was a cool kid. I always used to wear sandals and socks at the same time. I know. So fast forward to about 12 to 13 years later, and I'm opening my first nightclub. Okay, I had been in the industry of service and hospitality for about 9 years at the time, right? And so this is me at 32 years old. Actually, I started this journey at 25. So 7 years after that, right, I ended up opening a nightclub. Right, had invested quite a bit of money, 400,000 plus, right? And then as I always thought, I wanted to be a business owner. I wanted to create something where I would be the guy running it and having my own business, and really just I had that dream, right? So I went at it and invested into a partnership, right, as a limited partner. And at the time, I had no idea what being a limited partner was. And essentially what that is not having the general ability to make decisions. I was a limited partner. I was not a general partner. So I couldn't make any decisions. So I jumped in. I thought I was a partner, and I made several mistakes, guys. I didn't actually prepare myself good enough. I didn't create the right paperwork. I didn't hire the right people, right? And the biggest lesson here was never invest and put all your eggs in one basket. Okay, always make sure that you have the right people in your team, and then you do your due diligence, right? And then you hire the right outside team. You build the right inside team. Okay, so I ended up partnering with somebody, and I didn't do proper due diligence. He wasn't the right person, and he lost it all, and I lost it all. Okay, so here's a couple pictures of this is around 2015 or 16, where we were building out the nightclub. We built this from the ground up. Okay, and when we opened with over $1.3 million in debt, and essentially a year and a half later, it was shut down. Okay, so fast forward to 2018, I said, I'm not going to stay where I'm at. Right? I'm not going to do this. Isn't going to be my last step into building out my success, right? I'm not staying there. So I had 2 breakthroughs. My first breakthrough was me realizing that I couldn't stay where I'm at, and I'm going to push harder. I'm not going to give up, right? After losing everything, I had to go back to working in the clubs like I really did for another year until I really built out my real estate business. So between 2017 and 2018, which is the picture that you guys see now, I was struggling. Okay. I was living on less than $20,000 a year, which was a lot more than it is now in 2018, but it was pretty insane, guys. So I said, I'm going to do this. I went and I followed all the books I read. I went to networking events. I attended courses. I attended conferences. I reached out and networked with people, and I started building my team. I started building relationships with people that were more successful than me so that I could learn from them. Okay. I pushed myself, right? And guess what? When you work hard and when you push yourself, it pays off, right? Sometimes it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 years, but it truly pays off. So on my first flip, $0 out of pocket, $0 out of pocket, right? I was flipping at the time. I essentially made a $46,000 profit. Okay. So that's our HUD, 0 out of pocket. We bought it right, right? You know what they say, right? You buy right, you make the money when you buy. That's true to a certain point. In this particular case, I bought it right. So I made a $46,000 profit. Then I realized that I was doing too much work to split the profits, right? I split the flip profits with the partner. So that 46 wasn't all mine. But then I realized, oh my goodness, like wholesaling is the way to go. I don't have to buy the property. I don't have to try to go get a bunch of loans. I could just assign the contract and make a bunch of money. So my first wholesale deal, I made $37,516. Okay, $37,516. And that's the house. And I'll never forget that, right? So that was it, right? So that was the beginning of a big leap and a big change. So 25 wholesale deals later, 17 rehabs later, 12 plus creative finance deals. And one day in April of 2018, at that time, that was a deal. I've done over 100 deals now, but wow. I was busting my butt in through one entire year. I did that many deals, right? And my first year, I brought in almost $500,000 in revenue from real estate, and I was hustling, right? Then I found out about short-term rentals, and I found out about Airbnb, right? 10,000 hours later, we're on track to hit $10 million in assets under management by December 31st of 2023. Yes, I am declaring it. We're not there yet, but we are on track. Okay, our portfolio brings about $80,000 to $100,000 a month with 35 to 40% profit margins. That's cash flow out of that 80 to 100, right? We've built a 7-figure business in less than 4 years, and we've launched our very own real estate private equity fund, right, which has gone live in the summer of 23. And in addition to that, I have helped over 500 real estate investors start, launch, and scale their businesses with my short-term rental model. And I'm an entrepreneur athlete. I love to travel. I'm a dog lover now, and I have a beautiful, beautiful family, which I'm going to show you guys. These are our businesses, right? Empress Capital, Empress Vacation Rentals, and Creative STR Fund 1, which just has gone live just a couple weeks ago. Here's my family, right? My sister, my mother, my stepdad, and my brother, okay? Here's my better half. We love to travel, so we travel all the time. I just spent the whole month in Peru, and we're going to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, in the end of 23 in November, right? And guess what? This past summer, I actually went back to my Adobe house with my son. And this is it right here. And I look back sometimes and I'm like, wow, like things change if you put in the work, ladies and gentlemen. But you've got to put in the work. You've got to have the discipline. You've got to pursue. You've got to hustle, right? So my network is my net worth, right? Here's Mike Tyson at the Power Room Mastermind. Here's one of my idols, right, who I learned from, okay, another real estate mastermind, okay, Robert Allen. I'm sure you guys know who Robert Allen is. If you love real estate, I have learned so much from Robert, and now I get to hang out with him, right? I get to hang out with these types of people because I have done the work, okay? Here's Vanilla Ice. I mean, this guy has millions and millions and millions of dollars of real estate. He puts together some massive deals, right? And my impact. Right? Here's me speaking on stage at the Real Estate Entrepreneurs Mastermind in 2021. Here's other events I've put together, right? And a little bit of my lifestyle, guys. Here's me flying private to a conference with a group of real estate investors, right? Here's my growth, right? I like hanging out with people that have done bigger things than myself, right? So, in all that, right, started with one Airbnb, one short-term rental. There's a little apartment that cost me $3,000 plus $800 times 2 of the rent and deposit, right? I did a strategy called rental arbitrage where I rented this one room in this complex of 20 doors, and I was making $2,000 for, I believe, 3 years straight until I decided to give up that lease. I actually gave this to one of my clients, and I was terrified, okay? The place was kind of sketchy anyway, right? But I was terrified when I started. So if you're terrified right now, or if you don't know what to do, don't worry, you're not the only one. It's going to get better. You just need some experience. You need to hustle, right? And you can get there, right? So my current Airbnb stories are properties like this one, right? Or this one, right? Or this one, okay? This is some of our portfolio my wife and I own, right? So again, a couple of slides here with some of our payouts, how much money we're bringing in, our direct booking site. You guys should check it out, Emperor's Vacation Rentals, right? So we built a 7-figure business, and this is what it looks like, but it doesn't come overnight. It takes time, effort, perseverance. It takes hustle, and it takes a lot of growth. I still spend an average 1 to 2 hours a day learning from a book, from a course, from a mentor, right? Every single day, no matter what, my average is 1 hour, right? I track my hours through my Audible app. I watch courses. I have block times for everything I do, okay? I've tried it all, but nothing beats short-term rentals with creative finance, with the find, acquire, source, launch, and deliver process, okay? This figure process, why does it work so well, George? Okay, because it's the #1 most powerful real estate strategy for high yielding cash flow. Okay, it's a risk mitigated and data driven median priced property approach. Okay, and it brings up to 10 times the annual cash flow for us, right? And it could for you too. And it caters to the 80-20 of your market's property. That means we're really focused on 20% of the properties, maybe even less than that, 20% of that 20% of the properties. We do not go after every property. We used to actually wanted to build a portfolio with any kind of property. And in 2021, I had 55 doors, but I was running around with my head cut off like a chicken, right? Like chicken with no head. Imagine that, right? So also, it's the most predictable STR business model than any other, okay? The process begins with finding a sub-2 property in the right market. Okay, so let's talk about acquiring properties subject to their existing financing first. George, why sub-2? Okay, well, I love sub-2, first of all. By now, I've done over 20 sub-2 deals, right? I have wholesaled some at the beginning, right? Because I needed the cash. I have rehabbed and then sold some. I've rehabbed and kept some. And now we keep everything. We're buying 1 to 2 properties per month, right? Big goal for us. So this year, we're going to get to $10 million. I'm declaring it to you guys in public right here in 2023. Okay. Subject to creative financing is a real estate strategy where a buyer acquires a property while taking over the existing mortgage payments. Okay. Instead of obtaining a new loan, the buyer assumes the responsibility for making the mortgage payments while the original mortgage remains in the seller's name. This method allows us to acquire properties without needing to secure new financing, reducing upfront costs, and offering way more flexible terms. Okay, some of the benefits include lower upfront costs, lower interests, lower debt payments, lower risk as a result. And also, it allows you to really buy more properties, right? It creates higher cash flow, higher upside, and more returns. So when it comes to acquiring, that's our acquisition strategy. Now, I have done 20 deals, but I know someone that is going to be in this event or is in this event, and my man pays more, right? Big shout out to you, my brother, okay? You are the man when it comes to creative finance, and I have learned so much from you. So thank you for putting so much value to the community, okay? So let's go over how a sub-2 property works, right? Real simple. There's a seller that can't pay the mortgage, and there's the property. The buyer brings the mortgage current and continues to pay the mortgage. The loan is not even involved, right? You're taking over someone else's loan, and the lender is not involved, okay? With sub 2, the cost to take over payments is negotiated outside of traditional financing. Okay, it's the same house, same mortgage, just new owners, right? So imagine the example that Pays gives in some of his videos is taking over a credit card. Whenever you buy something with a credit card, is that stuff you bought? Is that the credit card company stuff or yours? Simply the same thing, right? So for example, the interest rate on this original loan is 3%. We go in and negotiate a $10,000 to $20,000 entry fee, which is usually low, right? And $10,000 to $20,000 is just an average, right? Sometimes we get it for no money down. Sometimes we get it for $5,000, $10,000. Sometimes we pay $20,000, $25,000 because there's more parties involved. And I'll go over them in just a second. The buyer legally owns the property as long as the buyer continues to make the payment, i.e. sub 2 to the mortgage payments, right? And for example, this property's mortgage balance is $215,000 and the after repair value is $375,000. I'm giving you an example of a property we recently purchased, and essentially we appraised it at $375,000. Okay. Now the top 3 methods we use to acquire sub 2 properties are wholesalers, real estate agents, and referrals, aka direct to seller. Somebody refers us, whether it's a wholesaler or even an agent will refer us, and we'll just give a referral fee and we deal directly with the seller, right? So it's our top 3 methods. So when they go, I mean, when there's a wholesaler involved, they'll want their money. Sometimes there's a wholesaler and a real estate agent involved, so we take care of both, right? And then if it's a referral and it comes in through a personal referral, then we give a referral fee to the actual individual who's not a wholesaler or real estate agent, and we go direct to seller. Okay, so then next, after we have really mastered this strategy of acquiring properties via subject 2, we go to the market, right? We figure out if this particular property would create a great short-term rental. So we find the perfect market in the short-term rental industry. Would you like to know what you need to do to find STR markets with properties that practically rent themselves? Okay. The more demand or nights booked, the better your market. And the less supply, aka available listings, the easier it is to get triple-digit revenues, 6 figures a year. Okay. The less competition, the quicker you can make a profit. Beyond that, it's just math, ladies and gents. The best markets can be easily recognized. How, George? Well, by looking at the data through 3 different lenses. Okay. Number 1, by revenue. Number 2, but by market grade, right? And there are tools that I'm going to show you how that do this for me. I don't have to go in there and dig up a bunch of spreadsheets. These tools put the data in a way that you can understand it easily, right? And then number 3, by property grade. Okay. And it's, again, that is how much rent in STR rent can I potentially make, right? How solid is the data telling me that this area is, right? And then number 3 is what's the type of property to invest in this area, right? So I'm going back to the parameters by revenue, by market grade, and by property grade. Okay, these are the questions you've got to ask yourself when you're looking at the data. Okay, that this is the end result that the data is going to give you, right? What you're trying to achieve. Picture this. Anytime you wish to know if a property will make a great short-term rental, you fire up your internet browser. In less than 30 minutes, you're off to the races. You know exactly how much money you're going to make per year. Okay. Now let's break it down. I'm going to go a little granular with you guys. So let me know if you are liking this. Okay. So parameter number 1, by revenue. Okay. That is annual gross revenue target. So we try to find out how much money we can make, right, by using the data. And again, this data tells me which property is going to make the most money from highest to lowest. Okay. We find top percent market revenue. So property types in a market that are in the top percent that are making the most revenue in that market. Okay. And we do it by looking at different metrics. It's just one of them. Okay. Number 3, revenue growth. How much money is the property bringing in? How much is it growing year over year? And then you can look at it quarter over quarter. Okay. Then when we try to look at the market grade, we look at rental demand, which is nights booked. Is the demand higher than the supply, or is the supply higher than the demand? Okay, we're trying to find markets where there is equilibrium, right? Where there is a balance of growing supply and demand. So nationally, it's pretty caught up. There's so many listings, the demand is growing, but the one thing is that we don't invest in these national average markets. We find the niche, the best markets, because we look at the data. Okay, and we also look at seasonality. Okay, seasonality is essentially how much money is this property bringing per month, breaking it down when the slow, mid, and high season are going to be. And you need to understand that so you are prepared to run and operate your cash flowing property and save money when you need to, and really step up your game and then raise your prices when the high season comes around. Okay, then we look at this parameter called pacing. Okay, pacing is the process of monitoring and predicting booking patterns and occupancy rates to make informed decisions on pricing, marketing strategies, and property availability, with the aim of maximizing revenue and occupancy. Okay, and by market grade, we also look at investability, which is the ability to invest. And I have two metrics for that, which I'm going to break down for you guys. Okay, we have the gross rent multiplier and the sweet spot. Okay, and we always look for 3 to 5x sweet spots of the PITI, which is 3 to 5x my PITI. Okay, now by property grade, okay, we'll look at the average daily rate of this property. Okay, so for example, we're not finding properties that their average daily rates are 100, 150 bucks, 200. Now you're seeing here 800, but this property actually averages around 600 to 700. It's one of our highest performing properties we've had for several years. Okay, so there's 577 for this particular market, right? This is not the data from a property. I'm just giving you guys an example of how you need to look at the data. You want to find niche properties in niche markets that are high, that have high average daily rates. Okay, we're also looking at the percentage occupancy, right? So for example, this table, and then you're welcome to stop the video here, if you can, right? If you get in the recording, right? So you're welcome to stop the video and check out, for example, this property's average daily rate, it's 742, but that's not everything, right? Their occupancy rate is only 21% in February of 2022. Now the supply, there's 34 listings in this market, there's not a lot, right? And the revenues for February, which is, as you guys see, is probably a very slow season, or 43.73, just to give you guys an example. Now the next parameter we look at is the booking lead time window, which is how many days in advance are people booking. So if they book today and the booking, and then they're going to come in and stay 30 days from now, the booking lead time is 30 days, right? So if they book 2 months, you want it to be longer, FYI. All right. Are you getting value? And if so, comment value. Please show me some love. All right. Step number 2, acquire the perfect property. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty. Okay. This is our proprietary perfect property process, which identifies top performing property types with the highest revenue. Total revenue is total rents, and gross ROI, the gross returns, right, within your chosen market. Okay. Ensuring you invest in the top 10% properties of that market. Okay. Now, the importance of it, the closer your property resembles a top-notch property in that location, the more travelers will pay for each booking in spite of yourself as a host. So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you create a $100 million offer, aka badass property, which is your foundation, the stronger that is, aka your foundation, your property, and the stronger it resembles a high producing property in that market, the higher your nightly rate, because all you're doing is you are seeing that that market is bringing in very high end. It's bringing in a lot of money, it's bringing in, but you've got to match what that operator is doing, the type of property he's put together, right? We're going to go over exactly what else you need to do, but it's not just that, right? There's a lot more work after that, right? So the more opportunities to maximize your cash flow and profits is what that creates. So if you know how to look at this data, ladies and gentlemen, and you know how to read it, then that is the number one skill that you need in order to really figure out if you're going to crush it or you're going to fail. Okay. Now, things to consider. You want to create a winning short-term rental from the get-go. You don't want to create something mediocre and then improve it. You want to create something awesome from the get-go because it'll win, right? And it takes work, right? It's not just your typical, it doesn't work anymore just listing a property on Airbnb and seeing if it's gonna make money and then going to improve it. It'll never work. So if it doesn't work at the beginning for you, then you'll never believe it's going to work. Okay, so you've got to go at it all in from the get-go. Okay, so this is your foundation for long-term success. A lot of us, if we fail on try 1, 2, or 3, we quit. That's just the middle-class mentality, right? So remove that middle-class mentality, go in it to win it, okay? Also, the numbers will either work or they don't, right? Never get emotionally attached to any property. Just follow the numbers, okay? So here are the key secrets. So here are the 3 secrets of executing a successful STR property acquisition, right? Now, this is on the short-term rental side, okay? This is not the actual real estate acquisition. Now you're looking at short-term rentals, okay? Secret number 1, create your perfect property avatar or model property, right? What is my property going to look like? Now you've looked at the data, you looked at the types of properties, you know what you need to do. So you put it down on paper. You calculate the ROI, aka you run the numbers. That's secret number 2. And secret number 3, your plan, your execution plan, and your strategic partners. Okay. So secret number 1, how do you create your perfect property avatar? Well, it's fairly simple. I know avatar might sound like a complex word, but who is your guest? Who is your guest, right? Who is going to go in there? So if you know who your guest is, if you're catering to, let me just give you an example, to families, then you've got to create a USP or unique selling proposition that will attract those guests, right? What is unique about your STR? Then you got to fill it up with property features and amenities, and then make sure it's in the right location. You've already done the work, and price it right? And create a pricing target, right? This is your pricing targets. You're creating a design and model property with the right amenities, right? The right features in the right location, right? What's going to be unique about it? Who is the guest you're attracting and how much you're going to charge per night? And you're going to match it to the data that you've just found and the type of property you just found, right? So then now you can reverse engineer how to acquire these sub-2s using this model, okay? Secret number 2, calculate ROI. You're going to the numbers. So, but I have a 2-step actual process on here. First, you screen, then you analyze, okay? And you use a very simple formula to screen each property. When you're looking at the numbers, you use the gross rent multiplier, okay? And how do you calculate that, George? Well, the gross rent multiplier, you take the property price and then you divide it by the gross rental income. Right? So the purchase price of a sub-2 plus your closing costs plus whatever repairs you're going to have, you divide it by your gross rental income. It does not include any additional, well, you could, but we usually do it off the purchase price and the closing costs. It doesn't include any furnishings, right? It doesn't include any furnishings. And if we have to fix it, then we build it all into one price, right? So let's just say you have a $500,000 property, right? That's the purchase price. And then your numbers tell you that it's going to make $75K from the research I just showed you. Your GRM is 15%. Our formula is 20%, okay? We want to be at 20% GRM. That's our minimum. And our target in our fund is 20%. Actually, our disclosed target is 20%. Our inside target is 25% of the purchase price for sub-2s and rent-ready properties. When we do rehabs, we have 35%, okay, of the purchase price plus closing costs, okay? Now, the second metric is my sweet spot formula, okay? This is a proprietary formula that I created, and essentially, I've asked myself, like, how do I calculate? How do I make it so simple, right? And you calculate the sweet spot in 2 parts, okay? You take the STR, estimated revenue. It's just a different way to do it. You could do this in, for example, if you do a rent-to-rent model, which is called rental arbitrage, when you're renting a property to rent it, right? This, you could use this formula, okay, because you don't have a purchase price. You take the revenue, divide it by 12. That's your gross monthly revenue, okay? Then you take your gross monthly revenue, right? That's your average, right, per month. And then you divide it by your mortgage, aka PITI, or rent. And that's a sweet spot. You want to be at a 3 to 5x sweet spot. All of our properties meet this criteria, okay, every single time. And we underwrite for it, okay? Now, let's talk about the property analysis steps, guys. So first of all, what we do is we look at the revenue, then we take off the expenses, projected expenses, right? And then we take off the costs of acquisition, and then we take the mortgage or rent. This is a breakdown of what I just went through, okay? And then you go into your investment metrics, and then that's where you build out the worksheet. This is an example of one of our worksheets that we use to take the revenue, and I've got my investment metrics on the right side, right? So my purchase price of this was $450,000. I'm buying an 80%, interest rate 4.5, right? That's an example. If I'm picking up a sub 2, maybe, right? So the furnishing costs $30,000, property acquisition $10K, okay? But you got to build it out. I'm not going to go into breaking it down for you right here because it'll take too long. I think I've got like maybe 15 or 20 more minutes to finish this up for you guys, okay? Now, another creative finance strategy that I use is called rental arbitrage. This is my rent-to-rent model. Now, we only have 2 properties with this model. Now, I used to have 40 plus. We've transitioned into keeping and buying and keeping everything. So buying and holding and exiting as short-term rentals. For example, this property costed us $33,500 to launch. That's it. All the cash out of pocket. Okay, that included every dollar, including the deposit and first rent. We bought it. We rented it and started on April 8th. Okay. And it averages $140,000 to $165,000 a year. Okay. We did a 3-year lease at $3,500 per month. And then the issues with the property, okay, there was some deferred maintenance and we went and took care of it. It was only 4 bedrooms. Okay. And then what we did is we had the landlord convert it into a 5th bedroom, right? We built out 2 cabanas that you're seeing in the pictures. Those were not there. That was $7,000 or $8,000. And it's increased the total revenue every single month. We designed it and staged it as an STR, and then we launched it in April 21. Okay, currently in our portfolio, every single year, making $140,000 plus. Don't believe me? I'm going to show you. Okay, $81,000 profit in 2022. One property, right? One property. Okay, and this is actually July 2023 calendar. Just to give you a July, obviously the best month. This is averaging $15K, this property. Now in June and July, it always does over $20K. Take a quick look, $3,500. Then there's $1,028, $2,700, $1,100. Then there's $2,539, $1,074, $2,900. Stop the video and do the math. And on top of that, what you see blocked here from the 1st through the 6th, it's this reservation. Look at the dates. I am not lying to you. I am straight up showing you exactly what you could do. Okay. So, and that is August of 23. We're already at $8,800 without even doing anything. We're already almost 10K. One month. Okay. Here's some additional, right? Some little screenshots of some of the revenue we brought in. 3,900, 83, 74 for 7 nights, 2237 for 3 nights. These are very common with these types of properties. All day, every day. You just got to build it. Okay. Here's some more. 1,800, 1978, et cetera, et cetera. Number 3, execution plan and strategic partners. Now, this is where the harder work comes in. You've got to build these relationships, guys. Okay. When you want to execute at a high level, your team is everything. Okay. The reason why we are where we are is because I've cultivated the relationships. Okay. I've got property acquisition relationships. I got real estate relationships, right? I've got investment metrics relationships, people that do stuff for me, private money and short-term financing relationships, long-term financing relationships, tax and asset protection relationships and plans, right? And this wasn't from the beginning, but start thinking about it, right? Start figuring out how you are going to create your plan if you want to do it. Even regulation, teams, attorneys, relationships. If I ever want to find out, if I want to buy a property in an HOA zone, which we don't do often, right? Essentially, I just fire an email to our HOA attorney who we have on retainer. Simple, right? You've got to have that external team and that internal team. Okay. The next step is sourcing the perfect staging and design. Okay. This is the framework we use to double our nightly rate with functional interior and exterior design and amenities, and to maximize the short-term occupancy and long-term revenue and profit. Okay. Now it's important because a top-notch design makes your listing stand out from the crowd. It boosts perceived value and increases nightly rate. You get more views, you get more clicks, you get more booking, you get more occupancy, which results in way more money. Okay. And essentially, if you do a great design, right, and it's thoughtful, it differentiates you from the competition, which is this is how you get to that top 10%. Okay. There's so many mediocre listings today. I would say 90% of the listings out there are, 60% are mediocre, 30% are model homes, aka they're just nice, but only 10% are unique. Okay. Be those top 10%. Be that 10%. Okay. This is exactly what I'm teaching you, how to be the 10% that makes all the money in this business. Okay. Now the 6 secrets that we have, right? 6 steps are envisioning your listing. Now we start with that in mind. My wife is phenomenal at design. So I built my team, and that's not why I married her, by the way. I promise. She's an amazing woman. Okay. So having a solid budget and timeline, hiring an A team, amenitizing and theming your property, your interior and exterior design. And then the trick, guys, it's a flamboyant photography, right? When you envision your property, you've got to create it in your mind, right? First, you've got to create it in your mind. Then you have to have a solid budget, right? Now, this is not a game where you start and you just put a whatever property out there, a mediocre, it won't work. It will not break. It will not even break even, right? So you have to have a solid budget and a good timeline, and you have to hire a team and give them that timeline and budget. Okay. An average cost for outfitting our properties is $3,000 per bedroom. Okay. Now our living rooms are about 4 to 5. Our patios are about $7,000, as you saw. And then we always have a budget between $25,000 to $30,000 for the type of properties I'm showing you, right? Even the smaller ones. Okay. Creating your budget, just make sure you know that it's going to take 3-4 weeks, right? Don't rush it, right? There's walkthroughs, there's repairs, right? You got to place orders, you have to stage, right? There's furnishings, there's a photo shoot, and you have to list the property. Okay. Then you've got to monetize it, okay, and theme it. What's your house appeal? Okay. Are you buying quality furnishings, fixtures, and appliances, or are you going cheapo, Walmart? I used to do that. Do not go to Walmart and do not buy anything at Walmart. Okay. Maybe for supplies, right? Your cleaning and all that stuff. Yes, but I'm talking about the aesthetics, your house appeal, your design, your right. Do it right from the get-go, right? Quality outdoor amenities, et cetera, et cetera. And then the last few steps is, what is that end goal? Okay. What is your exterior and interior design? And what does that flamboyant photography looks like? Okay. Let's walk through an example. Okay. This is a farmhouse theme property that makes us between 65 to about 75 is one of the lowest we have, 65 to 75,000 a year, right? It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, bought it sub 2, 1,600 square feet. But look what we've done with it. Okay. Look, we've enhanced the entire patio, right? We've built out a little pergola, right? This is a $35,000 all in, about 37 all in with acquisition costs and everything. Okay. So check out our inside, right? Very well, great finishes, right? So you can go, this is the approach to make money. Okay. Our mortgage on this property is about $1,500. It actually went up recently, but it's about $1,500. And if you're making $5,000 to $6,000, which is our average, $5,000 to $6,000. Last month, this is $5,500, Okay, you do the math. That is about 3 to 4 times our PITI. Okay, so check it out. We went well higher end than anything that you could imagine, right? Very, very detail oriented in every way, right? So everyone loves this property and everyone loves every product that we create nowadays. Okay, so check it out. Even the bathrooms, right? Nice, and this in person looks just as good as you're seeing it here. But the pictures, right? This is called flamboyant photography, ladies and gentlemen. Every room has a theme, right? Here's 2 of the rooms. Every room has a theme, and this is what it looks like. We do work, right? So we go, and we're on the details too. Bottom left, wine, a little area for people to read while they're in the bath, right? Great finishes. Right here, look at the mirror. There's little details on the walls of the bathroom, right? The fixtures are all our ideas, all of our creation. Okay, now question. Has this been valuable so far? Okay, would you like my full training on how to create 6-figure short-term rentals? Okay, how many of you would like that training? Please let us know. All you need to do is click the presentation once you scan this and download the presentation for free. It's on me. It's the value. You get a very good, well put together presentation I did in front of about 30 plus business owners, real estate entrepreneurs last year. Okay. Now the last few steps is launching the perfect marketing strategy. Okay. And the perfect marketing strategy contains 4 to 5 essential elements. Okay, top-notch listing strategy, a strong booking strategy, a dynamic pricing strategy, and an optimization and automation. Okay, now this is important because great marketing keeps the engine of any business running. Okay, aka the bookings coming. Okay, if you create a machine, you also have to make sure it has gas. Right, and then you wash the car, right? You got to wash this machine, aka your car, and it's got to look good. People are going to be like, "Man, that looks good," and they're going to be like, "Hey, what's up?" Right? Let's do some business. Right? Same thing when it comes to marketing. Okay. It will also help you get on the top of the search results. Right? You'll be on the top of the algorithm. It's your outlet for traffic and bookings. It creates massive perceived value. Okay, and what that means is when you put a great listing on top, it's going to create more value and people are going to pay you higher. It's going back, it's $100 million offer, right? Love the book. You guys should check it out and read it. It's called $100 million offer by Alex Mosey, and it creates a unique selling proposition, okay, by itself, okay? So listing strategies, you're listing on the platforms you use to market, okay? So we use Airbnb, VRBO, we have a direct booking. Here's our example, and here's a comparison. This is one of our listings, and this is someone else's listing, okay? So number 2, booking strategy. That is the length of stay and lead time, how many days in advance people are coming. You got to understand that, okay? And then the pricing strategy is how you price your property, right? Based on that length of stay, how many nights people are staying, and how many days in advance are they booking. You customize that with promotions, discounts, you configure it, and that's what we do on our back end, okay? And then you have optimization and automation, okay? Optimization is what do you do to tweak your listing after launch in order to rank higher in the Airbnb algorithm, okay? Which there's many factors, right? So check out some of the factors. We have a great listing strategy, a great booking pricing strategy, and then we also focus on SEO and optimization. And automation is simply the tools you use to create passivity in your business, okay? Now, the next step and the last step, now after you've done it all, right? If you did it right, this one is the easiest, okay? If you've done everything else the right way, it's a walk in the park. When you wow your guests with a beautiful, gorgeous property, thoughtful design, right? Functional, the amenities they need, they're happy, and you are successful. A perfect 5-star guest experience is a result of proactive, anticipation-based guest experience. And it can be outsourced. This is where you hire someone to do it for you, right? You can hire 3 types of people. You can hire a property management company, pay 20, 25% of your revenue. You can hire a host, pay 10 to 15%, or you could do it yourself, okay, and pay 0, okay? Now, the importance of this is 5-star guest experiences simply create 5-star reviews, and that is key to long-term success. Now, it puts more money in your pocket over time. It builds massive credibility, and the end result is you become a super host and you can charge more, okay? Now, the 4 steps to creating a 5-star guest experience are pre-framing, building a relationship, pre-booking, communication, anticipating, putting guests first, anticipating or fulfilling guest experience, requests, and expectations beforehand, acting, creating an experience, adding value, or over-delivering, and measure, tweaking according to reviews and feedback. If you do these 4, or you have your host doing for you, you are going to win. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found value in today's presentation. It's been a pleasure. I love to connect with you. And if you are in the real estate game, or if you're in the capital raising game, if you're in the fund syndication game, let me know. We'll sit down, chat, have a conversation. Thank you so much. You guys have a great, fantastic day.
Thank you so much, George. Okay, we're going to take a brief break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more to come. Meanwhile, share in the comments your feedback, maybe some of the takeaways that you had from these first few speakers and what you're looking forward to later on. This is also a good time to network with other folks in the chat and on the platform that are attending the event. We're going to hear from some of our sponsors during this break, but we will be back very shortly. It's not gonna last long at all. I'll see you here in a few minutes.
Why do people use Jet Lending to fund their real estate investments? Is it just for the speed? Is it the 100% financing options? Is it the asset-based long-term programs, the commercial programs, the anything to do with investment real estate programs? Is it our free real estate analysis, our free education videos, the way we can do everything online? At Jet Lending, you will have a dedicated team to help educate, comp, evaluate, and estimate your deal within 24 hours to give you the support, dedication, and expertise you need to get your next investments done with confidence. Do you still wonder why people use Jet Lending? Come aboard and find out. Jet Lending, your fast and friendly asset-based lender since 2004.
Welcome back. I'm going to keep this thing moving along by introducing Bob Vieira. Bob is a real estate investor and founder of Universal Short Sales. He partners with investors and wholesalers across the country to convert short sale leads into closed deals. Please welcome to the stage, Bob Vieira.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's amazing to be here. Thank you for the WealthCon team for putting all this on. My name's Bob Vieira. I'm the founder and the owner of a company called Universal Short Sales. We are the fastest growing short sale processing company in the country. Today, I'm here to talk to you guys about pre-foreclosures and short sales and really the opportunity that is presented in the market right now. I'm of the firm belief that going forward from now into the very near future, you must have pre-foreclosure and short sale knowledge in order to not only thrive in the marketplace, but to survive. So as I'm going through this, guys, feel free to jump in. I want this to be very, very interactive. Jump in the chat. Let me know what questions, comments, anything at all you guys have. And I look forward to getting started here. Real quick background on myself. Born and raised in small town, Pennsylvania, little town right outside of Scranton called Old Forge. Went to college in Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvania guy originally through and through. I actually started my real estate career there as an agent, not even on the investing end, strictly as a real estate agent full time. Just like any new agent, running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to get any type of listings, business, etc., just to put food on the table. Before you knew it, I was getting tons and tons of short sale listings. At the time, I thought it was because I was good at getting listings. Looking back at it now, I realize it's because, nobody wanted the damn things. Everybody hates and avoids short sales. So long story short, I'm hustling, I'm grinding, and I'm getting short sale after short sale. In the very beginning, I literally had no clue what a short sale was, let alone even how to complete one. Fast forward, I got really good at them just through trial and error, making tons of mistakes. Next thing you know, I'm the local short sale expert in the Pennsylvania market. People are literally sending me their short sale deals to do. So that was around the year 2015, I started doing that. Fast forward to 2019, I realized that, hey, there's a real need for someone who's excellent in this niche on a national scale. That's when I founded my company now, Universal Short Sales, and we literally buy and process short sales across the entire country. A little bit of information on Universal Short Sales. As I just mentioned, we're a full service short sale processing company. So what that means is we process short sales for ourselves to buy in-house. We buy them ourselves, and we have a fee-based model where we process them for other investors who want to actually do the short sale and take title to the property. We team up with realtors. If you're a real estate agent and you have a short sale listing, we do all the back end work A to Z. So we deal directly with the lender. We speak on behalf of the homeowner. We actually have it broken down to a science. We have it broken down into a 12-step system from start to finish to get the short sale done. And we have our famous wholesaler referral program, AKA our JV system. So if you're a real estate investor and your primary business model is to wholesale real estate, well, we will partner with you on the deal, because really a short sale is a dead lead. So we'll partner up with you and we'll do all the work A to Z, keep you updated the entire time, and then we cut you a check. It's as easy as that. All right. So let's move on to a little bit of the current conditions. I want to talk to you guys about what's happening right now in the market, okay, and why there's such an amazing opportunity when it comes to pre-foreclosure deals and leads. Right now, guys, year over year, active foreclosure starts are up 22% nationally. That's a crazy high jump, and in my opinion, it's only going to get worse, okay? The last couple of years, because of the pandemic, the federal government stepped in and they enacted what's called mortgage moratoriums. The moratoriums did not allow lenders to foreclose on anyone despite how far behind they were on their mortgage. All right, so you could be deep into pre-foreclosure. Doesn't matter, the bank was not allowed to foreclose on you. So right now they're in a huge rush to foreclose, and foreclosure starts, in my opinion, are going to continue to rise month over month and year over year. Okay, mortgage delinquencies, they're up 13% month over month. Now, I'm a huge fan of following mortgage delinquencies personally, because a mortgage delinquency is different from a pre-foreclosure. We're going to get into pre-foreclosures in a little bit, but generally speaking, a pre-foreclosure doesn't start until someone is around 90 days delinquent. So when you're looking at these mortgage delinquency stats, they're actually more accurate because they count people who aren't even in pre-foreclosure yet. You could be 30 days behind and you could be considered delinquent on your mortgage. So those are very important stats to follow. All right. Now let's move to active pre-foreclosures. Guys, active pre-foreclosures are literally up in all 50 states. That's wild. Let me repeat. They're up in all 50 states, active pre-foreclosures. As I mentioned a little earlier, because of those mortgage moratoriums that were enacted, banks were not able to foreclose. They are in a literal dead sprint to foreclose on people. All right. So active pre-foreclosures are up in all 50 states. It's something we need to pay attention to very, very close. So I just wanted to paint a picture there for you guys. So let's talk about pre-foreclosures. So what is a pre-foreclosure in real estate? In its simplest form, somebody is in pre-foreclosure when they fail to pay their bank every month up around that 90-day mark in a row. So someone's not paying their mortgage, they hit the 90-day mark roughly, give or take, and their lender begins to file a foreclosure. Okay? They start the process of actually foreclosing on the property and taking it back. So what's an example of a pre-foreclosure? What does it look like? A pre-foreclosure is, again, I own the property, I fall around 90 days behind, and the bank files a motion to foreclose. They start that process to actually foreclose and take the property back, and they place what's called a lis pendens judgment against the title of my property. That just puts everybody else on notice, anybody who pulls title, that, hey, we have the rights to this property, and we are slapping a judgment on it, and we're starting the foreclosure process. Now that we have an idea, and again, guys, put your questions in the chats if you have any questions on what a pre-foreclosure is, what it means in real estate. Put the questions in the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer for you. So now listen, I'm not one of these sales gurus. I don't have sales courses, any of that stuff. But I'm going to share with you guys 3 proven ways that I use in my business every day to get pre-foreclosure deals. A consistent flow of people that are motivated sellers that are behind on their mortgage payments. All right. These are 3 proven ways that we do every day. Number 1, and I had to start with this, guys, because I am in love with this lead generation source. It's amazing. Mortgage modification leads. Now, as you guys are hitting your pre-foreclosure list or your team is cold calling, whatever method you're going to use to reach out to pre-foreclosure sellers, a very large percentage of these homeowners you speak with are going to want to keep their properties. All right. They're going to want to stay in their homes. They're not going to want to sell. So they're going to want to do what's called a mortgage modification. Now, what a mortgage modification is, it's an application that a homeowner is allowed to submit to their lender when they fall behind on their mortgage payments. Along with this application, they're going to have to submit bank statements, pay stubs, tax returns, all of their supporting financial information. Their bank is then going to look this application over, And if they grant them a mortgage modification, they're simply going to give them a second chance to pay their mortgage. All right. So if I fall behind on my mortgage and then I submit a mortgage assistance application, a mortgage modification, and the bank approves it, they're simply going to let me keep the property and they're going to give me brand new mortgage terms. That's what a mortgage modification is. It's a second chance. It's a lifeline for the homeowner. Now, the sad reality, I'm going to tell you this. Here's where the opportunity is. The sad reality about these mortgage modification applications is a very high percentage of them, they get declined. So the homeowner submits it to the bank. They want to reinstate their mortgage. Their mortgage servicer looks it over and they decline it. The only way a homeowner can get a mortgage modification approved is if the bank sees without a doubt that either A, their income has increased, or B, their household expenses have decreased drastically. Guys, if one of these two things do not happen, the chances are the mortgage modification is going to get declined and they're going to have to sell the property. So what most of your competition does is they get on the phone with the homeowner. When the homeowner says, thanks, but no thanks, Mr. Investor, Mrs. Investor, I'm going to hang on to my property. I'm going to stay in that house. I'm applying for a mortgage mod. Your competition hangs up the phone. They write it off as a dead lead and they hang up the phone. I am here today to tell you, do not hang up the phone. Stay on. This is absolutely a tremendous lead source. What you're going to do, okay, when the homeowner tells you that they applied for their mortgage modification, you're going to do two things. You're going to stay on the phone. Number one, you're going to continue to build rapport, okay? You're going to build rapport with the homeowner. Do not hang up the phone. The second thing you're going to do is be supportive. Guys, this is absolutely key. I cannot stress how important the second thing is that you're going to do. Number one, build rapport, stay on the phone. Number two, be supportive of the fact that they want to keep their property. What a lot of investors will do, they'll make the drastic mistake of trying to force the homeowner to sell. Don't do the mortgage modification, sell the property to me because of A, B, and C. It's the wrong thing to do. You're going to come off as salesy and they're going to think you're trying to force their hand into the sale and you're not going to get the deal. You're going to separate yourself emotionally from the homeowner. When you're being supportive of them, it's going to build rapport and they're going to trust you. It's going to build trust. Okay? As you're building rapport, this is how the conversation should flow. As you're building rapport, as you're being supportive, you're literally going to wish them luck in their mortgage modification. And you're going to say, listen, Mr. and Mrs. Homeowner, mortgage modifications take forever. It could take several months. If you don't mind, during the process, I'd like to follow up with you, keep in touch just to make sure you don't need anything on my end. That's very, very powerful. I'm going to repeat it. As you're building rapport, as you're being supportive in their choice to apply for a mortgage modification, you're going to end the call with permission. You're going to get their permission to follow up with them throughout their mortgage modification process. Guys, I'll tell you right now, people laugh about how long the short sale process takes. Mortgage modifications are just as long. It's a long, gruesome process. It takes forever, okay? It takes months and months and months. You're going to ask the homeowner to follow up throughout that mortgage modification process most of the time because, again, you're building rapport, you're being conversational, you're supporting their decision to do the modification. They're going to be totally accepting of you following up with them during their application process. Okay? So you end the call on a good note. The very next step, you want to set your follow-up system. We have this down, my team and I have this down to a science. As soon as the call's over, go into your CRM. You're going to set a follow-up. This is very specific, so I want you to write this down. You're going to set a follow-up to touch base with the homeowner once every 3 weeks. Okay? That's very, very specific. Once every 3 weeks, you're going to follow up. Now, when you follow up, this is very specific too. You're going to call and text, and most of the time, guys, they're not going to answer the phone. They're very, very busy. It's a stressful situation. You know, the bank is hounding them back and forth for documents. Most of the time, you're not going to get them on the phone, but that's okay. You're going to leave a voicemail with your first and last name, and you're going to immediately send a text message with your first and last name. This is extremely crucial because you're building a brand and you're building familiarity with you, and you're doing what you said you were going to do. So when they listen to the voicemail and they look down at their phone and they see that text message and they see your first and last name following up, again, it does two things. It builds your brand in their head, so your first and last name is always in front of them as the go-to investor or real estate agent. And number two, it's building trust because you're doing exactly what you said you were going to do. You told them you were going to keep in touch and be supportive throughout their whole process. And sure as have it, once every 3 weeks on the dot, you are doing exactly that. So that's very, very important. Never just call them and then just move on. Call them, leave a voicemail, leave a text message. And your messaging should be very, very casual. Remember, we're not convincing anyone to sell their property. You're just simply checking in. Hey, Mr. Seller, Bob Vieira here. I know we spoke a couple weeks ago about your mortgage modification. I said I'd check in with you. You know, I'm just checking in, seeing how everything's coming along. That's it. Super casual, super conversational. Now, as time goes on, as the weeks go on and the months go on, and their decision about the mortgage modification comes, and if and when that mortgage modification gets declined, you are positioning yourself. You will, I almost guarantee you will get the deal. You are going to get the deal because, again, you built rapport, you built trust, and you did exactly what you said you were going to do. They are going to sell their property to you. Questions, guys? Any questions at all on this mortgage modification? I know it's a very unique lead generation system. So put your questions in the chat. I want to answer anything you guys have. All right. So let's talk really quick about my mortgage modification pipeline. I just wanted to throw this here just to paint a picture for you guys. So this is my active mortgage modification pipeline as we speak. I have about 130 active mortgage mods that my team and I are following up with. Guys, and like, I don't have any actual statistics on this. Let's say 50% get declined, which is completely possible. That's 65 red hot leads I have in my pipeline because half of them got declined. The picture I want to paint for you guys here is your goal with these mortgage modification leads is to build a pipeline of them. That's the key. You're not going to this isn't a get rich quick scheme. You're going to build a pipeline of these mortgage modification leads as you talk to so many mortgage delinquent sellers. Over time, that pipeline is going to grow, and then you're going to start to get deals one by one from the pipeline. That's the whole gist of it. Now, if you can't already tell, I'm obsessed with mortgage modification leads as a lead generation source. So, all right, here's a bonus tip. All right, this is a little second level, but this is another amazing way to get deals when you're dealing with these modifications. Now, you're not going to do this on every modification you talk to, okay? When you're talking to a mortgage modification lead, a seller, and you're following up for months and months and months, once every 3 weeks, like I taught you to do. And the seller gets back with you and they say, hey, Bob, listen, I really appreciate you following up with me, but great news. The bank granted my mortgage modification. Now, again, you're not going to want to do this with everybody. If that modification gets approved and you know in your heart of hearts, you have a gut feeling that there's no way in hell this seller has the financial means to continue to pay their mortgage. You just know their situation. You just know the seller in your heart of hearts, they can't pay. You're going to set another follow-up. You're not going to give up on the deal. You're going to set another follow-up for 30 days later. This is why. Whenever a lender grants a mortgage modification, it's not over yet. They put the homeowner on what's called a trial modification period. This trial period lasts for 90 days. If the homeowner does not pay their mortgage, if they slip up one time throughout that 90-day trial period, that's it. The bank cuts them off. They rescind their offer for the mortgage modification, and they decline it completely. And the seller is not even able to reapply for a mortgage modification. So by you following up once every 30 days, that is going to give you the data you need to see if they're actually able to make their payments. And then if they're not, boom, again, you're positioned to get the deal. Any questions at all against this about this modification, put it in the chats. I love to answer for you guys. All right, moving on. Source number 2, we're going to talk about systemizing pre-foreclosure prospecting through phone prospecting, SMS, and email all at the same time. Now, keep in mind, I say all at the same time, guys, because what a lot of people like to do is they'll make, 3 or 4 separate lists, and they'll call one, they'll do an SMS blast to one, and then they'll do, let's say, a mailing campaign or an email to another. When you're dealing with pre-foreclosure leads, you do not want to do this. People who are behind on their mortgage payments, especially deep into pre-foreclosure, you could say in a sense that they go into hiding almost. Very stressful situation. A lot of them, it's a scary situation for a lot of them. So they're very difficult to get in touch with. That's why you want to generate one list of your pre-foreclosures, okay? You want to have one list, and you want to hit that list with as many channels as possible. So let's say you have a pre-foreclosure list of 3,000 people. You want to phone prospect, SMS blast, and email the same exact list, because this is going to increase your chances of reaching the prospect. There's a lot of people, maybe they won't answer their phone, but they'll answer a text message. Or some people are weird about answering their emails, but they're easier to get over the phone. You want to increase your chances of getting somebody on the phone by bombarding the same list with multiple lead gen channels, okay? And another tidbit here, it's a little bonus I want to give you guys too. When people are pre-foreclosure prospecting, what a lot of people will do is they'll pull one pre-foreclosure list that includes NODs, notice of defaults, and people that are headed to the auction block. All right. So really what you want to do here is you don't want to do that. You want to pull 2 separate lists. You want to pull one list of just NODs. You want to pull a second list of people who are headed to the auction block. The reason you want to do this is because your messaging to both people is very different. For example, when you're sending your letters or your calls or whatever you're doing to people who are on the auction block, there's a much higher sense of urgency compared to people who are in, the beginning stages of pre-foreclosure. So again, you want to break your list up. You want to generate one list of pre-foreclosures, but then you want to separate it into NODs and auction lists because you're marketing to them with a completely different message. Okay. Questions on that, put them in the chat. Love to answer them for you guys. All right, let's move on to lead gen source number 3. This is another awesome one. I love this one almost as much as I love as the mortgage modifications. So these are the pre-pandemic failed short sale / pre-foreclosure listings. It's a mouthful. It sounds crazy. You're probably thinking, Bob, why on earth am I going to reach all the way back to like 2019 to people who had their property listed? But I'm telling you, this absolutely works. I started doing this, guys, I want to say midway through 2021, and I got unbelievable deals from it. I got awesome deals. Now, the thing you're going to want to remember with this, you're not going to pull gigantic lists. The lists you're going to pull from doing this are going to be very small niche lists, but they're extremely effective. They're going to have a very high conversion rate because they're people you know for a fact that were either in pre-foreclosure and or short sale situation, and B, you know for a fact that they were listed on the market with their realtor. So what happened, guys, is leading up to 2020, you had millions of Americans that were behind on their mortgage, okay? It was a pretty hot market. I know it was a hot market in most areas of the country, but still, there's always going to be distressed situations. A lot of people were in pre-foreclosure and or short sale situations leading up to 2020. What they did was they put their properties on the market with their realtor, and they listed it as either a pre-foreclosure or a short sale listing. The pandemic hit in March 2020. And what happened was it was almost saving grace for a lot of these people. As weird as that sounds, the pandemic was a saving grace for a lot of these people because the federal government stepped in, enacted mortgage moratoriums for banks, and now the banks weren't able to foreclose on the people who were either in a short sale and or pre-foreclosure situation. Okay, so it was their saving grace. What a lot of these people did was they said, okay, screw it. They can't foreclose on me. I'm going to buy more time. They pulled their properties off the MLS and they just chilled. They did nothing. In fact, what a lot of these people did, they didn't just pull their properties off the market, but they entered the forbearances that the federal government and the banks lent them. So now, guys, the powerful thing here, many of these people are in much worse situations than they were when they actually listed their property. Number one, their financial situation is not better. In fact, it's worse in a lot of cases. And number two, because they entered into these COVID forbearances, guess what? All those back payments that they owe, they get tacked on to the principal balance of the loan. And now, if they did have any equity at all, now they're underwater on their mortgage. Many, many people are underwater who entered those forbearances. What you guys want to do is you want to go back in time, okay? If you have access to the MLS, you could do it through the MLS or whatever list source you use, you'll be able to do this. Personally, I use PropStream and I could do it through PropStream very easily. But again, whatever you guys use, you'll be able to do this. Go back in time. My personal sweet spot, I like to go back to around the end of 2019. Okay, so you want to go back, pull the failed short sale or pre-foreclosure listings, the end of 2019. I know it sounds crazy to go back that far. I'm telling you, this works. So I like to land around November-ish, November, December 2019. Okay, that's how far you want to go back. Now, you want to type in the keyword. I know it works like this on PropStream. I'm not sure how it works on your particular system, but you'll be able to do it. You want to search specifically for what you're looking for. If you're looking for short sales, you want to search specifically for short sales in the keywords. If you're looking for pre-foreclosures that were listed, same thing. Type in pre-foreclosure in the keyword. And what's going to happen, you're going to be able to pull that list. Again, the list is going to be very small, but it's going to be niche and it's going to be highly effective. Okay, so let me just recap here because it's a bit unorthodox. This is expired listings. That's all it is. It's failed and or expired listings all the way back pre-pandemic. Okay, so you're going after the people who were in financial trouble right before the pandemic hit and it acted as their saving grace. Okay, that's who you're targeting. I like to go November 2019 and forward. You're going to look for failed short sale and or pre-foreclosure listings. That's how you're going to filter it. And then you want to reach out to them and listen. When you're reaching out to them, your messaging needs to be very simple and to the point. Tell them exactly why you're calling. Hey, Mr. Seller, Bob Vieira here. I saw you had your property at 123 Main Street listed as a short sale a while back. Figured I'd give you a shout, see if you're still interested in selling through a short sale. Boom, that's it. Short, sweet, to the point. And guys, I could almost guarantee you're going to get deals here. There are so many hidden gems in these lists. It's an awesome, awesome lead gen source. Questions on that, guys, please put them in the chat. I'd love to answer them. Exactly how I do it. Love to answer them. All right, so we just went over 3 ways that my team and I in my business every day get mortgage delinquent seller leads. Let's talk a little bit about the messaging and how you actually want to handle those phone calls when you get these hot leads on the phone. All right, so this is what I'll tell you. I don't have a personal issue with sales scripts. You know, if you're out there and you're in the crowd and you're watching this and you like to use sales scripts, by all means, continue to do it. I know it works for a lot of people. However, when you're dealing specifically with mortgage delinquent sellers, I would highly suggest ditching your sales scripts for this specific lead. All right. The last thing on earth you want to come off as when you're talking to a mortgage delinquent seller is a greedy, robotic investor that's just trying to take advantage of their distressed situation. All right. Put yourself in the seller's shoes for a second. Think about the high level of stress that they're going through. They have their mortgage servicer calling, sending them threatening emails and letters constantly. You know, they're getting messages and letters posted to their door. This is an extremely highly stressful situation. Again, the last thing they want to hear is someone on the other end of the phone that literally sounds like a robot that's clearly just trying to profit from their situation. Okay? Avoid the robotic sales scripts. The key when you're talking to pre-foreclosure sellers, you want to be a human being on the other end of the phone. You want to let the conversation flow. Guys, I can't stress how important that is. Let the conversation flow. You need to watch your tone in the sense of, you know, if you're one of these people and you're very, very high strung and that's your energy and that's your attitude, that's awesome. But when you're talking to these sellers, tone it down. Take a step back, tone it down. Again, you don't want to shove your sales script down their throat, okay? Have a relaxed approach and shut up and listen. Do not talk too much. Guys, when you're talking to a mortgage delinquent seller, you should literally be letting them doing the talking 80 to 90% of the conversation. They should be talking the vast majority. You should be listening, asking the right questions, which I'm going to get into a little bit here, but they should be doing the talking. And listen, they're going to want to vent to you. There's going to be a lot of venting, talking about how their mortgage servicer is screwing them over, this, that, and the other thing. Be that shoulder to lean on, okay? Be that ear that they need to talk to, and that's going to help you build rapport build trust, and ultimately get the contract and help them. Okay? Be helpful. Now, as the conversation's flowing and you're listening, there's 4 specific questions you need to ask. Now, as I go through these questions, take a picture, screenshot, write this down. What I like to do is I like to make a little checklist of sorts for myself. I highly suggest doing that because these questions are going to determine how much time you have to actually help this homeowner. And then it's going to help you determine your exit strategy of how you're going to monetize the lead. Okay, so let's get into these questions. Question number 1, you need to find out how many months is the homeowner behind on the mortgage. This is very important to know because it's going to give you a bit of a timeline. It's going to give you a better grasp of, hey, are they in pre-foreclosure yet? You know, are they even delinquent at all? That's the question you need to start off with. How many months behind are you on the mortgage? Okay. Once they answer that, you want to transition and ask, has the lender started the foreclosure process? With this question, you're essentially asking the seller, hey, are you in pre-foreclosure yet? All right. The follow-up question to that, if the answer is yes, okay, if the answer is yes, has the lender given you a foreclosure sale date? Don't forget to ask this. And guys, I am guilty of this all the time. I'll ask the question if they're in the pre-foreclosure. And then if I'm being lazy and I'm not using my checklist, I'll forget to ask if they have a sale date. Don't forget to ask this because this is going to let you know how much time you have to help them solve their problem. If they tell you the sales date is a week from now, you know, you better move your ass because you have virtually no time to help them. So again, you need to know if you need to get involved and help them to stop a foreclosure sale date. You know, maybe you have a couple months. You have to ask this question. Obviously, if the answer is no, skip to question number 4, which is, what is your estimated mortgage balance? What do you owe the bank? Now, this question is very, very important too, because this is going to allow you to transition into your exit strategy. This question, whatever answer they give you, you're going to have an idea of how much equity they have in the property. Okay. And that equity is going to lead you to determine, okay, could I take this over sub 2? Is this a really good wholesale deal, a high equity wholesale deal? Is it a short sale, which we're going to get into in a little bit? Ask this question, and that's going to allow you to determine how you can help them and monetize the deal. Now, when you ask them that, don't be surprised if they have negative equity in the property. A lot of people, guys, who are deep into the pre-foreclosure process, for one reason or another, they lose equity at a rapid rate and their mortgage balance exceeds what they owe the bank, and they dip into what's called a short sale situation. Now, what is a short sale in real estate? A short sale in real estate, in its simplest form, is when the homeowner falls behind on their mortgage payments with the bank at least 30 days minimum, or maybe they're about to be behind. Okay, they have some type of mortgage delinquency. And at the same time, their mortgage balance, what they owe the bank, exceeds the as-is value of the property. Okay, so again, homeowner falls behind on their mortgage, and at the same time, their mortgage balance is more than what their property is worth in its as-is condition. So a quick example, what does this look like? Let's say I own a property, I fall behind to the bank, I can't pay them their mortgage, and I owe the bank 300 grand, but my home on the market is only worth 250. I owe 300, my house is worth 250. I am underwater on the mortgage. This is a short sale situation. Okay. Now, you have to be alert for this. I hear people tell me all the time, Bob, listen, short sales sound great, but I'm not going to see any of those because the market's so red hot right now. Inventory's tight. There's bidding wars so far and so far and so forth. Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. Despite where the market is, I guarantee this. If you're watching out for short sales, you will absolutely come across short sale situations. People in this country will find ways to lose equity in their homes. Okay, there's so many reasons for this. Some people let their properties get dilapidated, which decreases value. Think about this: how many people right now? People right now are, they have record equity in their property, but they go, they take that equity out and they go and buy that boat that they've always wanted their whole life, or they want to, renovate their kitchen like they always wanted to do, and they tap into that equity. And all of a sudden, fast forward a couple months later, they lose their job, they experience a financial hardship, they fall behind on the mortgage, and now because they tapped into that equity, they are underwater. This stuff happens all the time, and it's happening in front of our eyes. Okay, so be on the lookout for short sales. Guys, any short sale questions at all, put the questions in the chat. Love to answer them for you. So what are the benefits of a short sale to a seller? Now, you're going to want to know this. A, it's just good to know, but B, when you're talking to a when you're talking to a seller about a short sale, it's very important to know the benefits because they're going to ask you right on the spot. Benefit number one, guy, and there's tons of benefits. These are the top three. Benefit number one, the deficiency gets waived as long as the short sale is done correctly. So what's the deficiency? Well, let's go back to that example I gave you guys. Mortgage balance is 300 grand. I owe 300. The as-is value of the house is 2. I owe 3. Property's worth 2. That $50,000 deficiency, okay, that difference owed is the deficiency. All right. In a short sale, as long as it's done correctly, the bank is going to forgive that $50,000. So the seller is able to get out from under the mortgage, okay, and they're able to not show up to closing with that 50 grand. I don't know about you guys. Most of the homeowners I deal with that are in distress, they don't have an extra 50, 100, 150K, etc. laying around in their bank accounts to show up to closing and pay. Okay. Number two, they get out from under the mortgage. They're able to just walk away. And then number three, they avoid foreclosure. This is so powerful. So once a short sale is completed, it gets recorded as debt settled for less than amount owed on their credit report. Guys, this is so powerful for a homeowner because guess what? They could do a short sale and then let's say a year or two later, they could potentially go buy another house right after doing the short sale. Because on the credit, because it's showing up as debt settled, their future creditors are looking at that and saying, hey, they came up with a short-term hardship. The seller fell on some short-term financial burdens, but they made it right with their lender. Instead of letting the property foreclose, they settled the debt. So they look way more favorable in the eyes of a future creditor. All right, so you're prospecting to pre-foreclosures or your team is prospecting. You're getting all these leads flowing in. It's going great. And you want to make sure you're on the lookout for short sales. So what are the 3 factors that actually make up a qualified short sale? How do you know you have a qualified short sale? Factor number 1, negative equity. Okay, so let's go back to that example. Let's paint the picture. The homeowner owes $300K to their bank to pay off their loan. Property's worth $250K as is. They are underwater. They have 50 grand of negative equity. All right. Factor number 2 is mortgage delinquency. They need to be behind on their mortgage payments or soon to be behind on their mortgage payments. Okay. Now, factor number 3, I want you to pay very close attention to factor number 3. They cannot be motivated by money. In a short sale situation, the bank is going to approve the short sale, but there is no profit for the seller because remember, in a short sale, the bank is agreeing to take a loss on their loan. They are taking a loss on their investment. Therefore, there's no profit left over for the seller. The homeowner's only motivation needs to be to avoid foreclosure and just get out from under the mortgage. Take it from me, learn from my mistakes. When I first started out in the business, I took on so many short sales where I got super excited because they had negative equity. They were behind on their mortgage. I said, yes, qualified short sale. And I did a dead sprint to get the short sale done, only to have the sellers back out of the deal after months and months of gruesomely doing the short sale. They backed out of the deal because I did not qualify the lead properly. I qualified negative equity. I qualified mortgage delinquency, but I did a bad job of making sure that they're not motivated by money. So when you're having that initial call with the short sale seller, make sure you have that conversation right up front, guys. Make sure that they're not motivated by money and they fully understand they're not profiting. Okay. You're going to save yourself so much headache, time, and money by doing this. All right. Guys, have any questions about qualifying a short sale at all? Put them in the chat. All right. So quick snapshot here. Main difference. I really want to paint this picture for you. This is the main difference between a traditional motivated seller that you're used to versus a qualified short sale seller. All right. So a traditional motivated seller, which we're all used to, is the person that has equity. You know, they have a pain point. You're able to solve their pain point with, typically it's with speed, closing fast, and money, giving them cash. Okay. So a traditional motivated seller fits that bill. Give me cash, close fast, and let me get the hell out of here and be on my way. Okay. A short sale seller is different. A short sale seller cannot be motivated by money. They don't care about making money. You know how you know if you have an awesome short sale deal? When you talk to the seller and they literally convey to you, word for word, listen, Bob, I don't care about making any money on this. I just want to be done. I just want to be out from under the mortgage. Homeowners who say that to you, which they absolutely will, that's how you know you have a good deal, a qualified short sale deal. Okay. That's the main difference. All right, moving on to our wholesaler referral system. Guys, when it comes to short sales, if your main objective is to wholesale the property, you cannot assign a qualified short sale deal. The bank simply won't allow it. So a lot of these leads are dead leads. If you have a lead, you were going to sign it, and then you find out they're way underwater, it could be a dead lead. Bring those deals to us. We could be another tool in your tool belt. We work with literally thousands at this point, thousands of wholesalers across the country refer us deals. They partner up with us. We do the entire short sale from start to finish. There's 12 steps. It takes months and months and months to complete. We do everything. You don't do a thing. We keep you updated throughout the entire process so you always know where your lead is. And then we cut you a check or send you a wire, whatever you prefer, for 20% of the net profit, whatever we make. And those are dead leads. We're simply just another tool in your tool belt. 3 steps. If you have any short sale leads that you ever want to submit us, you simply go to our website, universalshortsales.com, hover over the Contact Us tab, and shoot the form over to us. It's literally that simple. We have a signed agreement, guarantees your referral payment. And one thing that we pride ourselves on, and we are the absolute best when it comes to communication and updating. Short sales take forever. And the main breakdown throughout the short sale process is communication, because they take so long, everybody just falls off a cliff, right? We systematically update you so you will never send us a short sale deal and then, it'll fall into a black hole. You'll always know where your deal is. Like I said, we're the best when it comes to communicating. And I put together something really, really special for you guys. So I just created a free course, absolutely free, doesn't cost a dime. It's called the Pre-Foreclosure Fast Lane, unlocking big opportunity in short sales and pre-foreclosures. I go over pre-foreclosure fundamentals. Okay, I go deep into pre-foreclosure fundamentals, lead generation. Okay, so we talk about some of the strategies I just went over with you guys, except again, I go deeper on them. All right, I talk about lead gen, short sale fundamentals, and then people think I'm crazy for this, but I did it anyway. I give you guys the step-by-step process that my team and I created, the 12-step system we use to actually complete short sale deals from start to finish. All that's in the course, completely free. It's my gift to you. If you want to access it, I may be able to put it in the chat here. I could put the link in. If I'm not able to, which I may be able to, if not, shoot me an email right at the email that's on the screen, Vieira Companies, okay? And just put in the subject line, Real Estate WealthCon-course. Just copy and paste that, put it in the subject line, and then I'll know where you guys saw me at, and then that you want the course. And then I'll send you the link to sign up. But guys, sign up to that course ASAP. I don't know how much longer it's going to be free, to be quite honest with you. It's a ton of information. And like I said, it's my gift to you. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you find amazing value in it. Here's some ways you guys can keep in touch. universalshortsales.com. Again, you can check us out there, submit leads there. There's my direct cell phone. Call me, text me anytime. There's my personal email. And then if you're watching this and you're not in my Facebook group, you have to get in that group. Apply to be in the Facebook group. We have, so the Facebook group is dedicated for short sale and pre-foreclosure information. We talk about lead generation, talking with sellers, the amazing opportunity that's coming. I have guests come on. I do webinars myself, deep dives into pre-foreclosures, but I have guests come on that talk about REOs, REO investing, mobile homes. You could think of the topic, any real estate investing topic. I have experts in the field come on and give you guys amazing value for free. You have to get in that group if you're not already. Guys, I had an absolute blast. Thank you so much for having me. Again, thanks for being here. I hope we're able to network, connect when this is all said and done. And thank you to Real Estate WealthCon for having me. Have a great day, everybody. Take care.
Thank you, Bob. That was great, especially regarding pre-foreclosures. There's just so many homeowners out there with interest rates locked in at ridiculously low rates, like 3 and 4%, which is much lower than what they are today. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Matt Rohr Gardner. Rohr is a veteran Air Force pilot, cancer survivor, and founder of Team Rohr, an international team of 145 real estate agents. Over the last 4 years, his team has sold more than $430 million in real estate, including $125 million in personal sales. Additionally, Rohr holds a diverse real estate portfolio consisting of multifamily properties, RV and mobile home parks, and short-term rentals. Let's give it up for Rohr.
What's going on, guys? So happy to be here. My name is Matt Gardner. Today we're going to talk about supersonic real estate. And what does that mean? Who does this apply to? My primary focus is really to talk to real estate agents today, but the topic really does apply to real estate investors as well. And so we'll kind of get into that framework. First of all, though, who am I? Most of you probably don't know who I am. So my name is Matt Roar Gardner. And what is that whole concept of Roar? It's my call sign. So I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force for 11 years, had the opportunity to fly F-15s and F-35s, which is kind of the newest stealth fighter jet in America. And it was awesome. There's a little picture of me over here on the bottom left with my F-35 that I was about to jump in and fly for that day. I have a wife, 4 beautiful kids, and really, I was on top of the world. I was kind of living every boy's dream, every little boy's dream of flying fighter pilot with a beautiful wife, awesome kids, and just like really had this awesome life. But as life does sometimes, it throws you curveballs and it'll humble you. So that's what it did to me, where one day I wake up and all of a sudden I realize I have 9 tumors in my chest, 9 large tumors in my chest, and a handful of other ones as well. You can kind of see in the top right there, all the things in red in those pictures are tumors that I woke up to one day. One of them was actually the size of a softball between my heart and my spine. So I go from like that bottom left picture of me flying fighter jets to literally a couple weeks later, there I am in the bottom right. Had to go through some heart surgery and chemotherapy and the whole 9 yards there. And it was a big pivot moment for my life, right? At that point, I was in the Air Force. After chemotherapy was done, the heart surgery was finished, I thought I was going to get to a point where I could fly fighter jets again, until one day I get an email from the Air Force and all of a sudden they're like, you have 10 days and you are no longer in the military. I was in this, what I thought a secure job in, the military, which I thought was the most secure job possible, to all of a sudden in 10 days, I'm getting the boot. Luckily, while I was doing chemotherapy, one of my good friends had introduced me to real estate. So I kind of had already been bitten by the real estate bug while I was doing chemo. But this was my chance to really pivot. And so from there, that's where we jumped into. I jumped into investing in sales basically right away. I had a whole discussion with my family we'll get into here in a little bit. But as far as the investing space, what I jumped into, where I pivoted, I jumped into flips. You see a little picture of, there's one of the houses that we flipped with the gray house and the white house. It was nice. Jumped into some long-term rentals, medium-term rentals, short-term rentals. In the top right picture, you can see there one of my short-term rentals over in Destin, Florida. Then we jump into the mobile home and RV park space. In the bottom right, you can see the picture of that red caboose, which is a train caboose, which is what we use as an office for one of my mobile home parks that we're actively converting to be an RV park right now. Then we jumped into small and large, medium family investing in syndication. So as a sponsor, as a general partner, those bottom 2 pictures are a couple of our apartment complexes that we own as investors through syndications. And so all in all, as an investor now, I've grown this portfolio of a little over 750 units over the past 3 or 4 years now. And it's been pretty cool to kind of just see where I was, not knowing anything in real estate, to where I am now. Not saying I've made it by any stretch of the imagination, but it's been really cool to kind of see that growth and how it's gone. And so from there, I also did sales. As I got out of the military, I needed something for that immediate reaction, immediate cash need, if you will. And as a pilot, I was making decent money in the military, about $100,000 a year or so. And I just wanted to maintain that kind of going forward. Ideally, exceed that would be great. And it was crazy to see in my very first full year as a full-time agent, I was able to sell $50 million in real estate. And then again, the next year I did it again. And all of a sudden I realized that, that year I 10x'd my income. I went from $100,000 a year to over 7 figures a year in just the sales alone, not including the investing. And it was just crazy to see like the potential of what's out there, the ability to create wealth as an investor agent. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today, is this whole concept of the flow of how to become an investor agent, and really the flow to investor agent success. And so if you're an investor, I think this will still resonate with you. If you're an agent who's newer in the industry and just looking for a way to jump in, I think this is going to be a great roadmap for you. If you're an experienced agent who's maybe not sure how to really leverage the investor space, I think this will apply to you as well. And so where do you start in this kind of whole flow or this concept of becoming an investor agent and really making that your identity? And the really first part to start out with is mindset. I know it seems kind of frou-frou, but really, if you're going to build an empire, you need to build an empire in a solid foundation. That foundation really is going to be the mindset. And I call it mindset 2.0, like kind of upgrading your mindset, if you will. And when it comes to thinking about mindset development, the first thing you need to realize is exposure. You need to expose yourself to as many positive mindset influencers as possible. And there's a ton out there. I'm not going to try to direct you in one way or another, because it's going to be your own individual journey. But exposure is going to be key, both on the positive side as well as the negative side. Realize, what are you exposing yourself to that's maybe a negative mindset thing that you need to remove from your life? You can't just You can't offset a bunch of spoonfuls of sugar with vegetables. Like you have to have more healthy than unhealthy in your life. And so this is your chance to kind of think, all right, what am I exposing myself to on a daily basis that is positive or negative for my mindset? The next concept I really like is taken from Gary John Bishop. If you've not read any of his work, he has some good stuff. Is the whole concept of you need to expect nothing and accept everything. And so this whole concept of accepting everything has been a key concept for me in my success as far as setting myself up in a positive mentality where, let's throw an example out there. So if I expect my title officer to do their job on time, then I'm setting myself up for failure if I'm not really backing them up, right? If I'm not accepting the fact that I need to back them up and be part of the team, then I'm really just setting myself up for negative emotions down the road. Because if they are not doing their title work because they think they have more time than they actually do, because I maybe didn't communicate well, all of a sudden when the title work pops up with an issue right prior to closing, negative tempers will flare. That could have been mitigated by me accepting the fact that I need to be a better team player there. And that really kind of goes into the next step, which is ownership. Jocko Willink kind of definitely made this one super popular in his concept of extreme ownership, which is another kind of military mentality. But it is really true. The whole concept that you need to take ownership, even when it's a problem arises that you seemingly didn't have anything to do with, figure out at which way could you have made it better? Could you have prepared better? Could you have done something differently? And in the real estate investor space and the real estate investor agent space, taking ownership is key because so many people in this industry just kind of like sit back and don't really have a sense of urgency. And that sense of urgency can be changed by you taking ownership of the situations. And all of this is cool concepts, but a lot of like exposure and acceptance and ownership, all of them seem really kind of more cerebral until you understand the more physical thing you can do, which is called neuroplasticity. This is the concept that you can actually physically rewire your brain. You can literally upgrade your hardware from a mindset 1.0 to a mindset 2.0. Neuroplasticity is where you are learning a subject to the point where you are physically changing the synapses and the neurons inside of your brain to understand and to rewire your brain. And the way I'll throw out an example. If I were to say everyone here, what is 7 times 8? Instantly, people are going to be like 56, right? 7 times 8 is 56. Well, I'll say 80% of you, the people that actually memorize their multiplication tables growing up. And why do we know that? We know that because we have literally wired our brain to understand that 7 times 8 is equal to 56. We've leveraged neuroplasticity in order to learn something for the long term. And so that is a concept that you can do here. And so it's really, really awesome that you can understand, man, like even as an adult, you have the ability to rewire your brain for the better going forward. So that's the mindset there, guys. So that's your foundation. From there, now that we have this foundation set, we're going to build this framework of this successful career. And that's really, this framework is built through education. Now, education, we like to say, is learning the lingo. It comes in through different kind of aspects. And I'll use the example. When I joined the military has an entire set of lingo. Like they have their own acronyms and kind of phraseology that they like to use. And that's the military language, right? And I thought that was cool and I was part of the club. Then you jump into military aviation and being a pilot in the military. There's even more, say specific or enhanced lingo and acronyms that we use that the normal military population doesn't understand. And then we jump one level further of being a fighter pilot. And the fighter pilots have an even different language they speak, more acronyms, more nuances, more symbolism, more kind of even just things you need to say or do that make a big difference in the day-to-day life of being a fighter pilot. And it's very obvious if someone were to come into a fighter pilot bar, they might look like a fighter pilot, but if they don't talk like one, it's very obvious you can pick them out right away, right? And so the whole concept here is if you want to get into an investor space, if you want to be a short-term rental investor, if you want to be a multifamily syndicator, if you want to be a wholesaler, a flipper, what happens to be, you need to learn to speak the language to be part of that group. That's like step number one minus your mindset, which is truly step number one. So how do you do that? First thing is going to be education. So the baseline education has to be there. You need to hit the books. You need to understand where to learn things. And there's a ton of outlets out there to learn. So I'm not going to hit that too heavily. The next thing is going to be, as you're learning the framework, we'll say, of a language, like an actual foreign language, we'll say, if you're trying to learn German as a language, you're going to hit the books to learn the vocabulary and the syntax and the phraseology. But then from there, you really need to just start to explore. As you have these silos of a language, these different aspects of a language or of a niche of an investing that you're trying to get into, you need to have this kind of intrinsic motivation to explore that language. Otherwise, you're not going to you're not going to really dive deep into any topic if you don't have the internal motivation to want to do anything. And so that exploration is really where a lot of the fun education is going to be had. But all that to say, if you truly want to learn a language, if you truly want to learn German, you're going to go to Germany and try to immerse yourself in the language as much as you can. If you can go to Germany and live there for a year or two, you better believe you're going to speak some great German. You're going to start dreaming in the other language, right? The same thing is true if you're trying to learn in investing. If you want to learn investing, you need to immerse yourself as much as you can. Like when I drive, if there's a topic I'm immersing myself in, if I'm driving, if I'm walking, if I'm doing anything, I'm not listening to music, right? I'm listening to a podcast. I'm listening to an audiobook. I'm looking at videos. I'm looking at articles. I'm doing whatever I can. I'm talking to people. I'm networking people. I'm on the phone with people about the topic. I'm doing that because I'm immersing myself fully in that topic. And so that's how you truly learn the language of whatever investment niche that you're trying to get into. All right, so now we have this foundation set. We have this framework of education, but what do we do now? Like now we need to start using it. We need to start networking. So going out there and understanding, how do we engage with people? Especially the networking magic we'll teach you here is in the investing space, in the real estate space. And networking is I don't want to say the lifeblood, but networking is a massive variable when it comes to success inside real estate. So there are a ton of outlets when it comes to networking. You have your classic meetups, you have various forums online, you got things like Bigger Pockets, you have masterminds you can join, you have RIAs you can join, you have other conferences you can go to. There's really an endless supplies of opportunities that go and network. And so it's really just being intentional with how you're going to spend your time with these networking opportunities, and then following up from there and making it a consistent kind of trend. From there, as you're doing this with the various networking, you need to start to brand yourself as that person. Like if I'm a vanilla real estate agent, like, hey, I sell houses, versus if I brand myself as I sell short-term rental properties to investors in Destin, Florida, those are very different niches, right? Like very different, we'll say, branding out there. So when people introduce me, like they'll say, hey, this is Matt Gardner. He's an investor. He's an agent. He sells houses in Tampa and Destin, Florida. You're like, okay, cool. Like I've branded myself in a certain regard. And that's going to help you as you go to network, kind of building that intentional brand. And then the last aspect we'll talk here is networking is really social media. If you're not leveraging social media at this point in 2023 within real estate, you're wrong. I'm not saying you need to be a social media influencer. I'm not saying that at all, but you do need to have a social media presence and be intentional with that social media. Otherwise, it's the first thing that people go to try to vet you in today's world. So just realize social media is a requirement. I don't want to hear any other excuses. I'm not a social media star by any means. However, it is a baseline requirement in today's networking opportunities. All right, so now we're kind of getting ourselves out there. You have that mindset built. You have that framework of education. You're starting to talk to people, but like, what do you say? Like, how do you add value to people? That's really the next step is understanding how to add value, which I call cranking up the speed. So if you want to crank up the speed of like, all right, now we're meeting people and I want to grow relationships, like to get to relationships, that bridge is adding value. The first thing as an investor agent is understanding deal analysis. I think this is a critical tool that you as an investor agent or as an investor, you need to understand how to analyze deals. And the cool thing about deal analysis, you can do this for free. Just spend time early on and getting the reps in, again, kind of neuroplasticity, if you will, is understanding deal analysis. So you just got to do it. I recommend doing it if you're a new investor, doing it on a daily basis, analyzing multiple deals. Spend the time now, even on any deals. Go to LoopNet, go to the MLS, just go to any sort of forum and just find deals and analyze them. And then after the fact, I like to follow up to see after they close, look at the cash flow, if it's a flip, see after it's flipped, it is sold, was my ARV correct? And just doing the fun things to learn the deal analysis and seeing if you're correct back there. All right, so that's deal analysis, which is a huge thing that you need to do that you can add value to your clients out there, to other investors out there, to other agents out there. The next thing you're going to do is you want to teach as you learn. A lot of people, they intentionally handicap themselves. They say, oh, I don't want to like talk about this topic because I don't feel like I'm the expert. You're like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, you're not the expert. No, like nobody's the expert in real estate because there's always another aspect to learn. Nobody knows all aspects of real estate because again, it's an ever evolving form of business. And so your ability to teach as you learn is going to be crucial. And I'll use the example. If you haven't seen the movie Catch Me If You Can, where Frank Abagnale, he's this con artist, right? And he part of the book and part of the movie and part of what happened in real life, he went to Brigham Young University. He taught a course, I believe, on psychology at college. he pretended he conned the students to be a professor for a semester or a year or however long it was. And when they went and debriefed him after he'd finally gotten caught at the end, he's like, man, how did you do that? How did you teach a college level course on a topic you've never learned before? And his response was awesome. He said, I just read one chapter ahead. And so that's all you need to do, guys. You need to realize that when you're working with your clients, when you're working with investors or agents, whoever else is out there, and you're feeling like you're holding back, you're typically one chapter ahead already. And if not, just teach as you learn, guys. And that's how you're gonna learn even more. All right. That's the next step. So from there, another way to add value is deal flow. Deal flow is truly, I will say, the lifeblood of an investor. If you don't have the deal flow coming in, then you're not going to be able to grow your business. So deal flow is everything. And one of the concepts of deal flow, which is as you're learning these things, it's called the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, I believe it's called, to where if you learn something, all of a sudden that thing now seems to be present everywhere. Or if you're just aware of something, all of a sudden you're now hyper aware of it. So let's say you buy a brand new red Corvette, and all of a sudden you're driving your red Corvette, and now you just see red Corvettes everywhere. You're like, man, I didn't realize so many people had red Corvettes. It's not the fact that all of a sudden everyone bought a red Corvette when you did. It's the fact that now you're hyper aware of a red Corvette on the streets, and now you're pointing them out even more. And you can use that concept when it comes to deal flow, right? Yeah, sure. You want to network with wholesalers. You want to understand off-market deals. You want to create deals wherever you can. But one of the ways creating deals is by learning about these deal opportunities. So when they do arise, you're like, oh crap, like I see deals everywhere now. Like the more creative people get, the more experienced people get. It's not necessarily that more deals are coming to them. It's that they start to see more opportunities that other people don't. And that's what you can do to increase your deal flow. All right, next thing's gonna be creativity. Creativity is like everything in when it comes to real estate investing. I will say, we'll talk here in a little bit about creative agenting, but learning creative deal structures, creative financing is gonna be a huge aspect to your ability to add value as an investor agent. All right, so now we've had this mindset, this foundational mindset. We built this framework of education. Now we're starting to go out and meet people, right? You're networking and you're adding value to people. But now we're gonna focus on, all right, let's actually build relationships now. Let's not just get our name out there, but let's start intentionally build relationships. And so I talk about that through what we call people over profits. And so within people over profits, what I mean here, well, we'll talk about relationships first. Specifically, when you're building relationships, you need to understand that your personal energy that you're emitting, your frequencies, you're literally emitting frequencies based on your moods and based on your personality and what you're doing. And so that frequency that you're emitting, you want to do everything you can to emit a positive personal energy, and that'll be received on the other end of people around you. People can see when you're not authentic and when your mindset's not in the right space. And so just understand that that frequency that you emit is a big thing, and it makes a big deal with people around you, and it'll make a big impact on your ability to grow relationships. All right, from there, as you start to grow these relationships, your reputation is going to grow. And your reputation is going to be not something you can really affect in the near term. This is a long-term growth based on your consistent daily actions. And so one of my really good friends who passed away, he always said, man, I'm just trying to be a good dude. And that's what I think of when I think of reputation. I want to try to be a good dude. I want to be the person who's out there just making the good decisions to impact people in a positive way on a daily basis. And then I know all of that will culminate into me having a good reputation. If you're truly authentically trying to help people, your reputation will grow in a positive way. And just realize this is a long play when it comes to reputation. And so one mistake could really ruin a reputation. So just be consistently being that good dude is really what it's going to come down to. Now, one small aspect when it comes to reputation and kind of building relationships is understanding communication. In today's world, it's pretty interesting because we have so many different generations that talk so differently and communicate so differently. Are we talking to a Gen Z person? Are we talking to a baby boomer, a millennial? Like, who are we talking to? And those generational differences make a difference when it comes to communication. If I were to text somebody, can I send them? Do I abbreviate my text? Do I send a meme? Do I send a GIF? Can I send a YouTube short? Like, how do I communicate with people? And a lot of that is just understanding your audience and realizing that there's words mean things, and words mean things differently to different audiences. Even the use of emojis when you're talking to a millennial versus a baby boomer versus a Gen Z, these emojis are going to make a big difference when it comes to communication. So it's just understanding that communication matters, and not all audiences are going to take communication the same way. And what this all comes down to, personal energy, reputation, communication. It really all boils down to your what is motivating you to grow the relationship that we're talking about. And this is really how you grow authentic relationships, is you focus on building a relationship where the end product, the end goal is having a good relationship, not the end goal of being you making money. Too many people, it's very obvious when you're working with an investor or working. So let's say I'm doing a deal where I'm representing the buyer and the listing agent's representing the seller, and I'm engaging with the listing agent. It's very obvious when the listing agent only cares about commission and making money to get the deal done, and they don't really care about people's keeping lasting relationships throughout the deal. And it just comes across as so obviously in today's market. Sure, you might have some near-term wins if you're like, all right, I'm making money. And that's great. You might have some near-term wins, but your long-term game will be so off, and it's going to catch up to you eventually. So truly your motivation should be the reward of growing these relationships is the relationships themselves. So just focus on that. All right, cool. So now we've had this framework of mindset, right? We've built this, the foundation of the mindset. We have the framework of education. We're adding, networking to start to grow our empire, if you will. We're adding value to really grow these relationships. But now you want to be specific, and you want to start to grow what I call your inner circle. You want to pick some people specifically around you that can help you really grow this empire intentionally. And so within this, what I call your inner circle, we have first is your core four. So as an investor agent, you have 4 people around you that should be core to your industry. You should have very tight-knit relationships with these people. First one's going to be a lender. Next one's going to be an insurance rep. Next one's going to be your title rep. And the next one's going to be an inspector. So as an agent, those are my core 4. Lender, insurance, title, and inspector. Now, when I have deals where my core 4 are being utilized within a deal, it is the best transaction ever. And it happens often because I love these people and I try to push as much business as I can to them. I financially don't benefit by them, by me using them. All the money that they earn goes to them. There's no illegal kickbacks or anything. The reward is the fact that we have successful, smooth transactions. And so when you're trying to go out there and you're networking and you're trying to build relationships, and you realize, hey, my core business, as an example, might be, I want to be a short-term rental investor agent. Great, that's what you want to be. So now you want to find a core 4 that supports that. You want to find a lender who understands, financing short-term rentals. You want to find an insurance rep who understands the nuances of insuring short-term rentals. You want to find a title rep who understands creative deals and understands investing space and how they can do, different creative opportunities to close deals. You want to find an inspector that understands the nuances of how short-term rentals might affect a property. And so that's how you develop and build your core 4. So that's like your initial circle here is your core 4. Now, one layer outside of the circle is going to be what we call the supply chain. And your supply chain is your other vendors in the industry that make a difference, but you're not going to have as close of a relationship with them necessarily. Let's say like your survey companies, your pest control people, your landscapers, your painters, your plumbers, your other contractors that are out there. Now, one example, like the survey company, like I have a survey company we send a lot of business to. And so whenever I need something done, their normal turnaround time right now might be 2 weeks, but they've done it in 24 hours for me because they're part of my supply chain, because I send them so much business. I might not be on like a super first name basis with the owner, but they do know us as a crew. So that's the supply chain. So we have our core 4 in the middle, your 4 people. Then from there, you got your supply chain you're building in this circle. And then outside your circle, you have what you call your agent allies. Your agent allies is understanding that as an agent, as an investor agent, it is so important to like befriend the agents around you in your area that you're serving. I can't tell you how many deals I've gotten because agents call me because either they think I'm personally going to buy their deal they're about to list, or they think I have a buyer for their deal before they list it. And it's great because I want to be that guy because I'm growing relationships around. Or if I'm representing a buyer and I'm submitting offers in a multiple offer scenario, if I have a good relationship with a listing agent, you better believe they're going to try to throw a bone to the seller to try to work with us versus some no-name agent or some agent who has a bad reputation. So focusing on agent allies as being part of your inner circle is going to be a big aspect to your success. All right, here we go, guys. So now you get your mindset. We've talked about the education piece. You're networking, you're adding value, you're growing these relationships. You've got this inner circle built. And now it's like, all right, what do I do now? How do I start investing? What do I focus on? Now this is what I like to call the investing triad. The investing triad is the concept that there are 3 levers. Think of a triangle. And in every corner of this triangle, there's either money, knowledge, or time. And you, as an investor or as an investor agent, you need to realize that you only need 2 out of those 3 levers to really make a deal happen. So let's say you don't have any money, right? My very first flip I did, I only used $250 of my own money. because I leveraged other people's money, but I used my knowledge and I used my time to flip the property, but I used other people's money. If you don't have knowledge, you can also, you can learn with money and time, right? If you don't have time, you can leverage other people's time. You can leverage other people's money and knowledge to offset the time. So just realize it's a really important concept to understand. If you're an investor agent and you're working with a client who says, "Oh man, I would love to buy this $1 million property because the numbers look great, but I just don't have the money." You're like, dude, could you partner with somebody? Do you have someone in your family or within your sphere that could bring you the money and you give them some good returns while you spend your knowledge and your time to run the deal? So don't let the lack of money be an excuse. Don't let the lack of knowledge be an excuse. There's always somebody out there who you can partner with who knows how to run the deal. If you have the money and you have the time and somebody else can walk you through it, you better believe they're going to love to join you in that opportunity if it's truly a good opportunity. And the same thing with time. Some people are like, man, I'm a full-time doctor. I work 80-hour weeks. I don't have time to buy an apartment complex. I can't do that. They're great, man. Then leverage somebody else's money and time and jump into a syndication or jump into a partnership where all you're using is your money and your knowledge, but your time is not being spent on a consistent basis. So this is just my way to object to any excuses that people pass my way, because money, time, and knowledge individually are not good excuses to pass up. Or let's say you don't have money and you don't have knowledge, but all you do have time, or vice versa. You can then say, you can seek for the opportunities where people are looking for that as a missing link, right? When my first assistant, when I hired her, I had the money to pay for her and I had the knowledge for to what to do, but I was starting to run out of time because I was too busy with what I had going on. And so she came in filling the gap for the time for me, and then she gained money and she gained knowledge by working with me. So anyways, understanding the investing triad, it's a really cool concept to really kind of simplify the requirements of any sort of investment opportunity. All right, cool. So now we have this mindset, right? The foundation is set. You have the educational framework. You started networking with people and adding value and growing relationships, which is great. You've grew your core inner circle, which is awesome. You understand the investing triad, but now it's really time to let's take action. As an investor agent, you have to start to strut your stuff. You have to start to take action. So in the industry of investing, understand that investor momentum is a really it's a thing, right? So the more investments I do, and I have this kind of momentum, I did this deal, I did this deal, I did this deal. People see you doing deals. All of a sudden, it's like gravity, right? More deals start to come to you. This is momentum concept of investment. And the moment you stop investing. Hey, I'm gonna take a year break. I'm gonna kind of hold off. All of a sudden, everything gets quiet, right? Things get quiet because there's a momentum game, and it's tough to kind of get things going again. And so I say strike while you can, and engage intentionally to really take advantage of this concept of momentum in the investment space. And as you start to engage as an investor agent personally in growing your personal portfolio, realize your other skills are going to be increased, right? You're going to have these negotiation skills that you have. You think you're good as a classic agent right now. When you jump in and you start negotiating for yourself, for your own personal deals, man, your negotiation skills get way better because you're like, oh, this is my money I'm negotiating for. I need to be on the spot here. And so you will become a better agent because you're investing personally as well. So it's just a byproduct to understand. And this is where, creative agenting comes into play, right? Creative agenting being like the verb. I'll just give you one small example. So as I'm doing deals, I'm learning about other various aspects. And I know Pace Morby's as part of this WealthCon, which is awesome because he's the one who brought up the concept of sub 2 to me, selling a property sub to the mortgage, subject to the mortgage. And so I learned about this while I'm taking action personally on my investments. And then on the agent side, I have a listing, and this listing is a $1 million short-term rental. It's great. Everything's great. I get a buyer lined up. We have a buyer who has a separate buyer's agent. So we're under contract. And this buyer's agent tells me, all right, man, they're underwriting this deal. The lender says they can get it at 7% interest, and we're good to go. And so, all right, sweet. The lender, though, they can't lock in the interest rate until after the appraisal comes back. I say, okay, that sucks, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is. And so we go through the inspections. About a week prior to closing, finally, the appraisal comes in fine, and the lender goes to lock in the interest rate. The interest rate gets locked in at 10%. You're like, 10%. They underwrote the deal at 7%. 10% crushed the deal. No more cash flow, negative cash flow. And then the buyer's like, hey, man, let the seller know we're backing out. So he calls me. He says, hey, man, we're backing out. We're showing 10% interest. I say, dude, let's not kill a deal yet. Let's do some creative agenting here. Let's be creative. I talk to my sellers and I say, hey man, your current loan on the property is 5.5% interest with interest only payments for the next 5 years. Fantastic loan they have on the property. I was like, would you be willing to sell subject to your mortgage? And then I walked them through their concerns of, the due on sale clause, the insurance, and title and all that fun stuff. And they're on board. We tell the buyers have the same thing. And we're able to close this deal because we were able to be creative. Had any other agent been on one side or the other, this deal probably would not have happened. But because we had agents in the mix who were willing to be creative and to educate their clients in the creative process, we were able to close a deal, which in the end benefited the buyer even more. My seller still walked away with $300,000, which was going to be the down payment that the buyers were planning anyways. And everyone walked away happy. And so just realize this concept of strutting your stuff and engaging personally in investments will benefit you as an agent, because then you can take those lessons learned and help your clients. All right, so that's creative agenting, understanding that whole concept. The next piece is showcasing your credibility. And this kind of builds on the first bullet point of investor momentum. As you engage in personal investments, let people know you're doing it. If I want to go buy a mobile home park in Nashville, Tennessee, you better believe I would be much more comfortable buying a mobile home park from an investor from an agent who owns multiple mobile home parks, right? Like, he's the guy who clearly knows how to do it, versus an agent who only sells traditional retail houses. Like, you understand the concept here. So the more you showcase your exposure and your involvement in investing, it's just going to bolster your credibility and bolster your momentum as an agent and as an investor. So it just works. It's really a beautiful cycle. When you're an active investor agent working both sides, your clients become investors with you, your clients bring you deals, and you're able to really, it's a beautiful kind of symbiotic relationship. Cool. All right. So from there, you've built these relationships based on your mentality. We're growing up. You're finally taking action. But as you take action, what you're going to realize is problems happen. And they happen often in real estate. So you need to learn this concept of what we call pathways thinking. Pathways thinking is the concept of, if you're going from A to B, a smart person plans multiple pathways to get to the same end goal. And you're constantly thinking of different ways to still get the job done effectively. And so that's the whole concept of pathways thinking, is creating multiple pathways to achieving an objective. So one of the ways we do that is through what we call contingency planning. In the military, this is a big aspect of planning a mission. Before I launched a mission, be like, okay, what happens if this aircraft runs out of missiles? What happens if our bombs are duds? What happens if the enemy pops up here? And so we would have contingencies on how these missions were played. And the same thing happens within real estate. You say, okay, well, what happens if we have a foundation issue on the inspection? What happens if we come up with where the title's not clear, if we have a cloud on title? What happens if the seller decides that they don't want to negotiate when we have to try to retrade or whatever? And so you have these different contingency plans you can kind of talk through and help you out. And one of the ways to really help you plan these contingencies is by having situational awareness. And what do I mean by that? So I'll illustrate with a point when I was flying. So in a fighter jet, we needed to have awareness of what's going on in front of us. Are we going to hit a mountain in front of us? What's going on behind us? Is there any enemies behind me that's trying to shoot me? Where are my friendlies? Where's my flight mates on my left and right? What's going on above me? Is there any issues above me? Are there anything below me? Are there any surface to air missiles on the ground? What's going on? Where's my target? So you had to have awareness of the battle space of what's going on. The same thing holds true in real estate as an investor and as an agent. You need to understand, where are we in a transaction, right? Like, what is the lender doing right now? What's going on with the appraisal? Where's the survey right now? What's the listing agent doing? Did they follow up with those repairs that they said they were going to do? You have all these different aspects that you need to maintain this situational awareness. And so it's incumbent upon you to kind of build these systems out to understand where you stand in a specific deal. And that's how you can help build these contingency plans and help react when they do arise. One of the things you need to realize is, when you're dealing with investors, when you're dealing with agents, most of the time people get upset when their expectations aren't met. That's just general human nature. So if you don't tell your client that the appraisal is going to take 3 weeks to get back, and internally that client says, they're thinking, all right, it's going to be about 1 week before this appraisal comes back. After a week, they're going to be like, Matt, Roar, dude, what happened? Where's the appraisal? Like, I need that appraisal. And you're like, man, it's going to take 3 weeks. But they unnecessarily got upset because that appraisal was delayed in their mind, but ultimately they weren't informed, right? They weren't expecting the right thing. So you need to set your clients up as much as you can with the proper expectation management to prevent the negative feelings and prevent the issues that occur down the road because they weren't expecting what could have been expected. The other part of that is showing them, like when I have a client, I like to walk them through what I call the normal course of action of a deal. So here's how a normal transaction flows. But here's also the other courses of action that often kind of derail us. Here's, if we find things with an inspection, this is how we react. If we find things, if the appraisal is low, this is how we react. If this happens, this is how we react. So I kind of talk them through the normal kind of dangerous courses of action, how we react from there. And so we just set them up for success up from the beginning. The last concept we'll speak to here is what we call the OODA loop. So this is a concept I pulled from the fighter pilot community. It's created by a guy named John Boyd. And what the OODA loop is, it's a concept of constantly observing and reacting to make yourself better. So I'll illustrate. I fly with my hands like the classic fighter pilot. So if I'm fighting someone, if I'm trying to dogfight another plane, and I observe the first step of OODA loop, I observe that this plane turns. I say, okay, I want to maintain the objective. So I orient myself, like where's my energy? How fast am I going? Where am I with relation to this other plane? I decide, okay, I want to turn up and I want to get above them and I get high. So I turn my jet, I decide, and then I act. I turn my jet and I pull up. And then from there, this other plane might turn. I say, okay, now I'm observing again. It's this constant loop of observe, orient, decide, and act. Observe, orient, decide, and act. And it's pretty obvious when you're flying. You're like, yeah, dude, you're going to look at them and you're going to fly based on what they're doing. But if you pull that concept and bring it down to real estate investing or real estate sales, you can do the same thing, like constantly improving within a transaction of what's going on here? Okay, well, crap. Like we need to reorient, we need to decide, and we need to act quickly now to mitigate whatever's happening. So pulling this concept of what we call the OODA loop into your business could be a pretty beneficial thing for you. All right, so we've come to the final step, right? We've built this foundation of a mindset. We have this framework of education. You started going out there and networking with people and adding value and growing relationships. From there, you built this core, this inner circle of people. You learned about the investing triad and how you can leverage money and how you can leverage time and how you can leverage knowledge of people around you. And then from there, you start to take action. You're strutting your stuff. It's great. And then you run into problems. But then now you know how to react to problems, understand that. But what is the last key to truly succeeding in this kind of investor agent success flow? It's intentionally unbalancing your life temporarily. And so what I mean by this is you need to realize that you need to commit fully if this is something you want to do. There's this whole concept of the law of diminishing intent, if you've not heard of it before, where if you were to say, I want to work out, and then half an hour goes by or an hour goes by, the likelihood of you working out based on that original intention is getting lower and lower and lower, but as the further away you get from you having that initial desire to work out. The same thing holds true when you're working with agents or working with investors. If that's the case, if an investor calls you and says, hey, Roar, dude, I'm thinking I want to make an offer on this property. Can you just get me some data quickly about X, Y, and Z, and then we'll make a decision from there. If I'm like, yeah, dude, sounds great. I'll get it to you this evening. And it's like at the morning time, that's not going to be the best for me to take advantage of that whole concept of law of diminishing intent. And so my goal is to get them as quickly as possible to take advantage of that law of diminishing intent, because I know as investors, they're give them enough time, they're going to find another squirrel, another shiny object they're going to chase as investors. So I want to kind of jump in there as quickly as I can to take advantage of that concept. Realize as you unbalance your life and you fully commit to this concept, you fully immerse yourself into the education, the exposure, you're getting rid of the negative things in your life, you're making positive impacts in your life, it's going to have a broader impact to those around you. So your family, your friends, they're going to notice it. And so what I did whenever I jumped out, when I left the military, jumping into real estate, we had to sit down with my family. I told my wife and my kids, I'm like, hey guys, I know in the military, I'd work 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days sometimes as a military pilot, but you guys, I'm going to be working just as hard, if not harder, right now. For the next 1 to 2 years, I am intentionally working much more on my business than I am in my family. And that was a sacrifice that I had to make in order to really accelerate where I'm going. And so we had that discussion. They understood where we're going. And it was not ever intended to be a long-term plan, but it was an intentional imbalancing temporarily of my life. And I recommend that you kind of have those discussions with those people close to you if you're seriously considering committing to this whole concept. The last thing we'll bring up is the whole concept of the afterburner, right? I like to equate this to where if you were about to take off in an airplane, There's two popular ways to take off. Well, there's two ways we'll say you can try to take off. The first way is you take off and the pilot just goes to mid power. So mid-range power, the pilot tries to take off, and at the end of the runway, the pilot crashes because they don't achieve enough speed to take off. So nobody wants to do that, right? The other way you can take off, you can go full power, take off. By the end of the runway, you have enough speed, you slowly take off, and you slowly climb up to where you're trying to go. But my whole concept, I don't want to do that. I want to be the fighter pilot. I want to go beyond full power. I want to light the afterburner. In the afterburner, what happens, they just flood the back of the engine with gasoline, basically, and you get extra power out of it. And so rather than taking off slowly and a slowly climb, I'm going to commit to this crazy momentum of power, and I'm going to go climb vertical up until the point of altitude I want to get up to. And then from there, I'll level off and I'll pull back the afterburner. Even in a jet, you can't maintain full afterburner for more than a couple minutes because you'll overheat the engine. You'll cause problems. You'll damage the engine. Just like in your life, you can't do this for long term. So commit fully to get to that altitude, that whatever level you're trying to get to in your life, financial level or whatever it happens to be, commit to it now. Use that afterburner to get there, and then pull back and enjoy the ride, guys. All right. So from there, just want to let you know, we weren't able to jump into a lot of these concepts deeply at all, but I did, we touched on all the topics. I do have a book coming out. It's coming out soon, TBD. I'm waiting for the publisher to give me some dates, but we dive deeply into all of these topics. So if you guys, this is something you look forward to, you can go to roargardner.com. You can sign up there, sign up for the newsletter, and you can get words on when the book's going to be coming out. I'm hoping in the next 2 to 3 months, we'll have it fully released with the audiobook and everything. So looking forward for that, guys. Beyond that, that's it, guys. So this is your flow to investor agent success from, one more recap. The foundation is the mindset. Then from there, you build the framework of education. Then from there, you go start building the empire. You start networking. And as you're networking, you need to add value. And as you add value, you're going to grow these relationships. And then you need to start to choose, who are my intentional people I'm going to grow this inner circle with? And after that, it's going to be okay, understanding the investing triad, how to leverage money, how to leverage time, how to leverage knowledge, and then taking action. And from there, as you take action, you're going to run into issues, but you know how to, if you react appropriately with it, kind of the concepts we'll teach you with pathways thinking, you can achieve and overcome any sort of obstacles coming your way. And from there, this really is all meaningless unless you're willing to commit to it. This is all great, all well and good, but if you're willing to commit, you can see some differences. Otherwise, you find another hobby, I guess, to explore. That's all, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll talk to you guys soon. See ya.
All right. Thank you, Roar. What'd y'all think of that? Drop your questions, comments, feedback in the chat. Let us know what you think. Next up, I'm going to introduce Michael Zuber. Michael is a real estate investor, best-selling author, and coach. After spending a decade building a stock portfolio, only to watch it quickly evaporate, Michael turned to real estate. Like most other investors, he started building a rental portfolio, one rental at a time, which became the title of his best-selling book that now has over 1,000 five-star reviews. Let's give it up for Michael Zuber.
Hey there, folks. Michael Zuber from One Rental at a Time, and I'm so excited to be speaking with you today along with all the other amazing presenters. I have been asked to talk about single-family homes. There's, as you will see undoubtedly over this 3-day event, there are lots of ways to make lots of money in real estate, and specifically real estate investing. But we're going to talk about single family homes and why I think they are the best way to start, and frankly, the best way for many of us to build wealth over the next decade or so. So again, Michael Zuber, One Rental at a Time. Let's get into the slides. So again, if you've heard about One Rental at a Time, you've probably seen my book, One Rental at a Time, on Amazon. It is really not a book about how to. It is simply a review of a 15-year history. Let me bring you up to date. I had just lost about $160,000 in the stock market. I was defeated. I was depressed. I was walking around a Borders bookstore when they were actually physical locations. And that's when I stumbled across that purple book that we all know well called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Have any of you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad and realized that, yes, it changes your mindset, but it doesn't tell you what happens next? Well, that was me 23 years ago. From that moment of reading that book, I went ahead and consumed dozens and dozens of other books. As you will see in a minute, I wasted a year looking in the Silicon Valley because all the books said invest in your backyard. For a lot of us watching this, it doesn't make financial sense. There is no cash flow. I live in the Silicon Valley, and there probably hasn't been cash flow since the 1970s. So what did I do? Well, as you will see in the book and during the story, I found a relatively local market called Fresno, California. It is 2.5 hours away, and there was cash flow. We will talk about out of state, out of area. We will do all of these things. But again, this is all about single family homes and why they are the easiest place to get started. They offer you the ability to get to the magic number of 4. Something that I am known for and hope you take from this is all you need is 4 rental properties to change your financial future. You don't need 100. You don't need 1,000. Shoot, you don't even need 20. 4 single family homes will change your financial future for the better. So what are we going to talk about today? Here's the goal of the event from my perspective. I believe one rental at a time, specifically for single family homes, is the best path for wealth for most Americans. We will talk about other paths, but again, when I was doing this, I had a full-time job. I was spending 60 hours a week before travel. We were raising a family. I can tell you to add complexities to that life would have been impossible. That's why I think one of the reasons you will see why single family homes are the best investments. We're going to discuss the simple 10-year process to getting wealthy, right? This is Real Estate WealthCon 23. We should talk about building wealth. I think it's 3 steps, and we will go through that today. We will also highlight what is stopping most people from getting wealthy. And I will, of course, give you some action items to do tomorrow. So why is buy and hold the best path? Well, undoubtedly over this event and because of HGTV, you will likely hear something about flipping and wholesaling properties. I've been doing this for 23 years, and I will admit to flipping almost 60 properties. I flipped 60 properties from 2018 to almost the beginning of 2022. We stopped in about October of 21. There are times where flipping properties is relatively easy and riskless if you know the market and you can buy right. There are times where it is very risky, and I believe we are in one of those environments. How about wholesaling? Have you ever seen Driving for Dollars? Have you ever seen postcards? Maybe you have a virtual assistant. You have all these folks talking about wholesaling. Let me just tell you this. Flipping and wholesaling can absolutely produce chunks of money. However, again, remember, I think single family homes are the best investment for most people. Most of us, like myself and Olivia, we were working 60 hours. We were traveling for work. We could not do this. Also, if you happen to be in a situation where you can, let me remind you, the IRS loves you. You will be taxed. It's active income. It is a job. And as many wholesalers and flippers will undoubtedly tell you, it might be fun in the beginning, but the job wears on you because you are on a hamster wheel that never stops. If you don't hold assets, you don't get wealthy. That is just how it works. I am sorry. Well, how about creative financing in sub 2? It is super cool, super powerful, exciting, and I will admit, for the next 2 or 3 years, it will shine. Real estate investing is an amazing avenue because there are seasons. There are seasons where experience and skill sets matter. I believe sub 2 or other forms of creative financing will be amazing for the next 2 or 3 years. As we find owners who need to get out for whatever reason, you can assume have sub 2 deals for their 2, 3, and 4% mortgages. Let's not confuse ourselves. You have to do these right. There are risks involved. And again, as a family man who was working full time, I do not or did not have the ability to learn this in depth to feel confident about it. One of the great speakers at this event is Pace Morby. He is someone who does this all the time. If that excites you, I would definitely check out his presentation. He is the master. I am not. But again, there are seasons. One of the reasons that we had the Great Recession in 06, 07 was because subject to would not work. Why is that? Because the asset or the mortgage was toxic. So again, some people think real estate collapse and think sub 2 and creative financing would work. It will absolutely work the next couple of years. I plan to learn that skill or experience, but let's be clear, it doesn't always work. when the mortgage is toxic? Why would you assume that, for example? How about large multifamily investing? It's fun. Bigger is better. How many times have we heard Grant Cardone or someone like him say bigger is better? How about how many times you've heard a large multifamily investor say, have multiple units, under one roof, scale, scale, scale? I have been doing this a long time. I actually own bigger units. And let me just tell you, it's not all what it's cracked up to be, especially what is going on right now. I just talked about creative financing. I believe the season for creative financing is here. Now let's talk about large multifamily investment. That season is in for pain. If you got into a large multifamily deal in the last 2 years and you had bridge debt or some kind of variable debt, you are in pain. There are billionaires that will lose properties because the debt structure. We have heard recently about a 3,200 unit properties. There were 4 of them in Houston, Texas. This operator bought them and burned $100 million in equity. It's called limited partners. Bigger is not always better. And unfortunately, there are lots of investors who are going to learn that bigger is not better by losing lots and lots of money. I know that buy and hold is not sexy, but it does work. A 30-year fixed rate debt that cash flows day one is the secret to wealth building, especially if you have a full-time job. You don't have a lot of time like we have. So again, you can do it. We'll get into this more. But again, I believe setting a target of 4 single-family homes over the next 4, 8, 10 years will change your life. You don't need another job like flipping and wholesaling. Creative financing is amazing, but adds risks and complexities that I will admit to not fully understand. And of course, bigger is better is a mindset for the big folks to take your money. It's not always true. So again, I believe single family homes are the best way, the least headaches, the easiest to understand for building wealth. So I've gone ahead and grabbed a chart just to kind of articulate this. The key to this chart is owning assets. If you want to build wealth, you can't really focus on income alone. You can't focus on expenses alone. You have to own assets. What I have done over the last 23 years is we have focused on creating what's called disposable income. Disposable income is the kindling, the fire starter for buying assets. You can do that by increasing your income. You can do that by lowering your expenses, or both. Once you start to own assets, you get to use inflation. I actually have a shirt that I'm looking at right now. It's right over there that says, I use inflation to get rich. Ask me how. Folks, inflation hurts everyone, but it also helps a few. It helps people that own assets. Let me remind you, if you bought a house in 2020, what has happened since 2020? We have had record inflation. We had 9.1% CPI headline about a year ago. What happened to the asset owners? Our balance sheets have increased because the asset went up with inflation. Our cash flow on the income statement went up because rents did. And most importantly, our mortgage didn't change because with residential financing, you have 30-year fixed rate debt. Why is the UK? Why is Canada? Why is Australia? Why is New Zealand struggling in real estate? It's because their debt is not fixed. The 30-year fixed rate mortgage is magic, and it is something that most US investors do not appreciate. So again, if you want to get wealthy, the magic is owning assets. And let's be clear, these are assets you must be able to hold. Again, I will go back to the billionaires. There will be billionaires who lose assets because the debt eats them alive. Single family homes, 30-year fixed rate debt, cash flow day one. There is no better way. There is no lower risk way to get wealthy. Here's the 3 steps. And again, I share these with you because I want you to understand how simple they are. Step 1 to getting wealthy. You need to create capital to invest. I call that disposable income. What is disposable income simply said? Take your income, which of course is net, right? You have your gross income, you have taxes, your 401k, all of that. And then you have your net. What's your take home pay? Well, your take home pay, you got to pay the mortgage, you got to buy food, you got to pay for the car, blah, 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 blah. At some number, it's money that you could technically light on fire and your life doesn't change. That is disposable income. Your job, or step one to getting wealthy, is to increase that. You can increase your income, get a raise, change jobs, create a side hustle. You can decrease your expenses. This is a big focus of the FIRE movement, financial independence, retire early. Again, I would argue that doing both is the best way. So after you've raised your dry powder or disposable income, you must become elite. If you're at this real estate event, I suggest the easiest thing for you to do is become elite at buying single family homes. I believe you can get elite at anything. Is it stocks? Is it crypto? Is it cars? I don't care. But if you are going to choose an investing avenue, I believe the easiest and most rewarding is single family homes. I believe it takes 20 minutes a day, every day. That is the key to getting wealthy and becoming elite. The following quote or the following line is what I became elite at. For 3.5 years in Fresno, California, this is all I looked at. Fresno, California is about 1 million people. But remember, to become elite, I had to be focused. My buy box is what I call this, was 93703. It's a zip code. I was looking at only 3 or 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage, between 1,200 and 1,800 square feet. If my search did not find it, I did not look at it. I didn't look at condos. I didn't look at fourplexes. I didn't look at trailer parks. I didn't look at whatever. I looked at that one search for 3.5 years. In about 90 days of constant daily discipline, I was elite. In a 6-month window, I knew that buy box better than any other human being alive. That is where you can find value. By doing this, I understood that the average yield or cash on cash return was 7%. By learning the average yield, I could do good or great deals. That is the power of focus and daily discipline. This is why single family homes are the best way to get started, because they're the most of them. If you are going to start with duplexes or quads, in a lot of markets, there's not very many. You can't learn it by looking at 2 or 4 or 6 listings. But single family homes, there's a lot of them, and it's always changing. Plus, single family homes have investors and owner occupants, so you can see the market change rather quickly. Again, becoming elite is step 2. And then finally, step 3 is you have to do it for 10 years. I believe getting wealthy by executing step 1 and step 2 is the key. We will talk in a minute here about things that stop people from getting wealthy, and I'll just leave you with one of them here. If you get into this and you're 3, 4, 5 years deep and you are having success, and you make the mistake of saying something like, I deserve a new car, I deserve this or that, you are going to slow your momentum. This getting wealthy journey with single family homes is a 10-year journey. Can you get there in 8? Sure. Might it take 12? Maybe. But I want you to know going in, you are committed to 10 years. So why single family homes? Let's just go through a list. 1, they are the easiest to understand. Most of us have lived in single family homes at some part of our life. There are the most of them out there, like we just talked about. Single family homes are actually the most liquid. Even duplexes through quads are not as liquid. There are not as many buyers. Single family homes are powerful because you can sell them to first-time homeowners, you can sell them to investors, you can sell them to move-up buyers, Airbnb, short-term rentals, whatever it is. Single family homes have the most buyers and they're the most liquid. Single family homes are the easiest to learn. Again, learning this is important. 90 days, 6 months, repetitive, focus, buy box. Single family homes as a landlord, right? If you were going to go on this journey to get 4 single family homes and you have a full-time job and you're raising a family, what do you want? You want low turnover. I have had people stay in single family homes for 10 plus years with maybe 4 service calls in a decade. Let me just tell you, as somebody who owns apartments and units, we often have 4 or 5 a year, and the turnover is much, much higher. Single family homes require the least amount of work. If you are a lazy landlord, let me just tell you, single family homes are the way to go. And again, I stressed this earlier and I may stress it again later. The magic of single family homes is the debt structure. 30-year fixed rate debt. You know what your payment's going to be. Inflation raises the asset. Inflation raises the rent. Sure, expenses go up a little bit with taxes, insurance. But as somebody who has debt, you get 100% of the appreciation, even though you have 75 or 80% debt. It is truly magical. Something that you may or may not know if you're not a landlord is most renters want to get to a single family home. Most people don't like renting apartments. They are renting apartments because they can't afford a single family home. So as they move on in life, as they couple up, they will likely get a single family home, have a backyard, have a garage. This is the goal. This is why single family rentals have the lowest turnover. And then finally, I believe getting 4 rentals is the path to changing your financial future. You can get more, but let's have the first goal be 4. 4 single family homes acquired over a decade or 6 years or 4 years, right? 1 a year will change your future. Just do the math. 30-year fixed rate debt, got 4 assets. As you pay them off, no, as your tenants pay them off, your equity will explode and give you options at retirements. Single family homes are just the easiest to understand, the easiest to manage. And if you have a full-time job and family responsibilities, I do not know why you would try to start anywhere else. Shoot, even the great Grant Cardone started with a single family home. So again, what I've just talked about, this is a quote from Jim Rome: discipline works miracles. One of the biggest mistakes I see investors do at such great events like this is you hear from all these amazing speakers and you're not focused. You're like, hey, I want to do a little of that and a little of that and a little of this and a little of that. Let me just tell you right now, having done this for 23 years, you are not going anywhere. You're going to feel busy. You are going to feel good, but you are going to get nothing done. If you want to move forward, it must be focus. Buy box, 20 minutes a day, go learn your market. The whole goal of focus and daily discipline is to learn average. Once you know average, you can do good or great deals. And that's where the magic comes to be. So what is stopping most people from getting wealthy? The left-hand side is a list of them we will go through first, and then the right-hand side are what I recommend doing about it. Number 1, unfortunately, is friends and family. Your friends and family may have history. Maybe they were hurt by the Great Recession. Maybe they've heard some stories, tenants, termites, and toilets. They may not mean it, but they are concerned, and they don't like that you are quote unquote changing. Number 2, the lack of focus. And again, this hurts so many. How many of you have been interested in real estate investing for multiple years? You know what? Leave comments. If you're watching this right now and you've been interested in real estate investing for multiple years and you don't own a rental, raise your hand. Say that's me. I have talked to, coached, worked with people over the last decade that was them. And again, real estate investing is magical because it offers so many ways for people to get wealthy. Unfortunately, a lot of us don't have focus. You get excited. You have the butterfly effect, or you have the shiny penny, or whatever you want to call it. You're just all over the board. When I ran sales team, I called it the squirrel effect. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. Sorry, folks. I'm going to be a taskmaster. If you want to learn real estate investing, you got to get focused. And focused is not only looking at a buy box like I talked about earlier. Remember 93703, 3 or 4 bedrooms, 2 bath, 2 car garage, 1,200 to 1,700 square feet. Remember that? What is that really? What went unsaid in my talk? Yes, I looked at that for 3.5 years. You know what the opposite of that is? I looked at nothing else for 3.5 years. If it wasn't in that buy box, I didn't look. And that is what is stopping most of you. Yeah, I have a buy box, Michael, but that only takes 5 minutes and then I look at other stuff. No. If you have a buy box, that is all you look at. And if nothing changed day to day, move on, do something else. Next, I deserve. I can't tell you how many people have gone down the one rental at a time path, had reasonable success for 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then they said, I deserve X. I deserve a new car. I deserve a new home. I deserve a lifetime vacation. Folks, this is a 10-year journey. It's not a 5-year journey. If you go and sign up for a bigger mortgage payment, you go sign up for an extra car payment, you're going backwards. That is not the time. Wait 10 years and then the opportunities go forward. How about mindset? Man, if you are on YouTube like I am with the channel One Rental at a Time, you get a lot of hate from doomers. What do I call a doomer? A doomer is someone that believes it's not possible. There's always a crash coming. There have been doomers calling a real estate crash since 2012. They have been wrong for 11 years. They don't know what they're talking about. The other sad fact about doomers is they're renters. They are not asset owners. If you are listening to a doomer who is a renter, what are you doing? If you want to understand what's going on, you can read my story, One Rental at a Time. I have sold. I sold all my houses in 2006. I knew there was a bubble coming, and I 1031'd into apartments. I have sold. There's not a crash coming today. The debt structure is different, 30-year fixed, 98% of loans, all of that. There will be some markets that feel pain, no question, but no national housing crash. If you watch one doomer, it's like poisoning the well. One of the things that I have seen in real estate investing is you have to stay positive. Real estate investing is hard. It is hard. If you let fear, uncertainty, and doubt into your mind because you're watching a doomer, you're not going to go anywhere. How many of you watched a doomer in 2020? There are massive channels that all they do is preach doom day after day after day. Those doomers have hurt people. How many people did not get lifetime low interest rates at 2 or 3%? How many people lost out on 20, 30, 40% appreciation because of doomers? This is not good. Please block doomers. One doomer video can hurt you. Lifestyle creep. This is the standard. This is what got me for a decade. For my entire 20s, I made more money. I spent more money. If you are going to get wealthy, remember, you've got to increase your disposable income, dry powder. That is step one. The best way to do that is fix your expenses for a decade. Don't allow lifestyle creep. And there are undoubtedly others. Do me a favor, folks. Let's get the chat function going here. Let's leave some other ways. What other ways are stopping people from getting wealthy? Go ahead and leave it in the chat. We'll see what people have to say. So let's talk about how to fix this. You have to audit your network. You just do. Some people got to go. Some of you have friends that aren't really friends. They say the right things, but they stab you in the back. You have to make it a habit. There is work that says after 21 days, something becomes a habit. Focus in daily discipline. Don't focus on get rich quick. Focus on get rich for sure. You have to delay gratification. There's that great study about marshmallows that I'm sure you've seen, where if you tell a kid not to eat it, they get another one. That is the secret of life right there. A little bit of doom porn, and let's be very clear, it is doom porn, it is crash, it is fear, it is all these things, can destroy you, can prevent you from moving forward, can plant seeds or questions in your mind. You've got to fix your expenses until you are done. Don't increase your lifestyle after 5 years. And of course, there are a lot more. So what is stopping you? Folks, I've taken a picture of 4 mirrors. Most of what is stopping you is unfortunately you. You understand what to do. You understand single family homes. You understand what I'm talking about with focus and daily discipline, but yet you let squirrels distract you. You let doomers prevent you from doing the work. That's you. I'm sorry to say, but what is stopping most of you from doing a deal is you. And that hurts. I understand. But the first step to moving forward is acknowledging and then moving forward. So what to do tomorrow, right? If you believe that single family homes are the way to go, I am going to give you some action items to change your financial future and set you on the path to getting wealthy. One, you have to set a buy box. I believe an effective buy box produces 20 to 40 active listings. That's it. I gave you my buy box earlier in this presentation. It was 93703, 3 or 4 bedroom homes, 2 baths, 2-car garage between 1200 and 1700 square feet. That is all I looked at. I put that in realtor.com or Zillow or Redfin, and that was my saved search. Then you start tracking. You're going to build an Excel spreadsheet. What do you find? What changes? You're going to tell everybody your buy box. Everybody should know. It should be the signature on your email. Everybody should know what you want to buy. You need more deal flow. It's going to take you 90 days of consistent repetition of tracking. It is going to feel boring. Learning is boring. I want you to add 1.5% for a good deal and 3% for a great deal. What does that mean? Let's say after 90 days, you can tell me the cash on cash or yield of my buy box is 5%. Great. Congratulations. You're almost there. What I want you to do is say, great. If average is 5, a good deal is 6.5. A great deal is 8. That's simple. Then all we do is we write great offers and we negotiate to a good yield if we have to. You only write great offers and then you negotiate to good because this is a hot market. Also, I want you to meet 2 new people a week. I don't care if they're real estate agents, brokers, painters, other investors. You have to increase your network. This was a huge mistake on my part. I thought the answer lived in Excel. I spent the first 3 or 4 years in Excel. I should have been networking. I didn't do it. You can follow me on YouTube. It's just simply one rental at a time. I do 5 or 6 videos a day trying to help people move forward. You can, of course, buy my 2 books, One Rental at a Time or 15 Conversations with Real Estate Millionaires on Amazon if you would like. Here's my story in a nutshell, just in case you don't want to see it. Again, my story with buy and hold real estate, single family homes starts after losing $160,000 or 80% of my wealth in the dot-com crash. I found that purple book. I thought I should invest in my backyard of the Silicon Valley. That was a wasted year. I found a market 2.5 hours away. I bought Norris Drive. If you want to look up Norris Drive, here's the address. 1818 East Norris Drive 93703. And if you look at Zillow and look at the history, I bought it for 107 and I sold it, aka 1031, I think for 269. So you can look that up. And I did Norris Drive via an exchange. I went out of the house into multi-units. I wrote on Bigger Pockets. I don't know if you know this, but I was a featured blog writer for years on Bigger Pockets. I was writing about basically what became the Burr method and raising private money. I retired at 45, and that's when I started One Rental at a Time, the story, the book, the YouTube channel. Since retirement, we've flipped 50 homes because once you know the market and you have the opportunity to do that, we did. I did get my real estate license, and then I didn't let it renew. I got my real estate license because I thought there was some secret data in the MLS, and I found there wasn't, so I didn't renew. I've raised millions of dollars in private money. I've wrote 2 Amazon bestsellers. We launched a YouTube channel. 10 plus millionaires interviewed each week. One thing that's different about One Rental at a Time is I interview millionaires every week for you. We talk to syndicators, multifamily, house hacking, real estate, Fortune magazine editors. I did hold an event in Fresno, California to give back. And we just launched a brand new website, again, onerentalatatime.com, highlighting the millionaires that help you each and every week. At the end of the day, folks, this is One Rental at a Time. I think single family homes are the easiest, most profitable way for most of us to get going, especially with full-time jobs and families. Again, Focus is your buy box, and daily discipline is the tracking. Folks, have an amazing day. I hope you enjoy the event. Remember, go find the way to get rich or wealthy with real estate and get focused. Thank you very much for your time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was amazing. We're going to take another break, and I know we've had a lot of value already, but we have even more coming. So don't go anywhere. Share in the comments what you've some of the nuggets that you've had from Michael's presentation and some of the other speakers before him, and then network with other folks that are here. This is a good time to do that. So short break. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you here in a few minutes.
So we are here because we want to meet as many investors as we possibly can. Quest does a great job of putting people here at the event.
The energy is beautiful. We're just around so many incredible, serious players in the real estate industry. It just feels good to hear what they have to say, share that tribal knowledge so that we can all grow together.
Anybody that even has the thought of investing, anybody that is in real estate, I would say it's great for anyone wanting to learn, or even if you're in the industry, I mean, there's always something to learn.
As an attendee, as a vendor, just as a participant in this event, it is literally everything that I would have wanted to get from this event.
If you have any experience in real estate or any desire to get into it, you're going to learn it here, and you're going to meet the people that are doing that. So you can partner with them, take money from them, make money for them, make money for yourself. It's all here.
So this is actually my third year attending the Quest Expo. I am so excited that it's finally back this year, and it's really back in full scale.
With the Quest Expo, you have everything here in one place. We are covering every single spectrum when it comes to private investing.
I've learned so much. I've already found several investments for myself. I can't be more impressed. Each time it gets better.
Welcome back. We're going to switch gears here a little bit from single family to multifamily. Who's interested in investing in multifamily or having a portfolio of multifamily properties? Let me know in the chat while I introduce our next speaker, Joseph James. Joseph is a commercial real estate agent, investor, and deal sponsor. He's also the founder of ROI Muse, a company that provides digital analytics, marketing, and education for real estate agents and investors. Please welcome to the stage, Joseph James.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joseph James. So today we have a special presentation for Real Estate WealthCon 2023. And the topic that we are going to focus on is small multifamily and how you get into small multifamily. I'm going to take you step by step on how to build your entire multifamily business. Again, welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. So let's start with, is there big money to be made in multifamily? I should rather say, is there big money to be made in small multifamily? And the answer is obviously yes, right? And a lot of you guys are here to learn more about how to build your multifamily business, which is very lucrative for a lot of agents and investors. And I'll walk you through the process. So my hope is that I'm going to give you enough today to get your business started. So everything that you need to know to start and grow your multifamily business. So that's what we're going to cover in the next 30-40 minutes. All right, a little bit about myself. My name is Joseph James. I am a CCIM. I'm a commercial real estate agent, a multifamily investor, and a deal sponsor. I do most of my investments in Texas, particularly in the Dallas market. I help real estate agents get into commercial and multifamily real estate business. So that is one of my specialty, is coaching real estate agents on commercial and multifamily. And I'm the founder of a company called ROI Muse. ROI Muse is a software training and coaching company. And our mission is to help people get into and do well in commercial and multifamily real estate. I enjoy other people to realize their potential. And that's basically all about me. So let's get into the class. So what we're going to cover today is the roadmap for multifamily success, right? So everybody wants to get into multifamily. Every investor wants to buy multifamily properties, but you have to get the fundamentals correct, right? You need to know what it takes for you to be successful in the multifamily business. So that's what we call the blueprint for success. So I'm going to take you through that today. So our goal with ROI Muse is to make commercial estate easy, right? So we want to simplify things. We want the concepts to be understandable. And the way we do that is by providing you with the tools and the training and the coaching if you need to get into multifamily and do well. So let's go. Let's get excited, because you're going to learn a lot of things today. And if you have any questions, obviously I'll be here to answer your questions as well. So what is the secret to building a 7-figure business? It all starts with your mindset, right? So you have to have a strong desire. So if you have a strong desire, that is going to fuel, your success, right? Because at the end of the day, there'll be lots of ups and downs. There's a lot of learning. There's a lot of challenges that's going to come your way. We need to know how to overcome all of that. Then we need to focus on this, right? If you want to build anything, that you need to focus on that, right? So don't be chasing everything out there. Focus on, if multifamily is what you want to get into, let's just focus on that, and let's figure out how to be the best at multifamily. And then at the end of the day, just like any other business owner out there, if you're an entrepreneur, you have to have the commitment to make sure that your business is successful, right? Nobody else cares about your business like you do. Once we have the desire, focus, and commitment, we can go build anything that we want. So 80% of your success is your mindset. 20% is your actions, right? So as long as you know how that, you understand that, and you know that it's very critical to have a very positive mindset and know that there are people here who've done this before you, who can help you get to where you want to get, right? So there's a lot of learning to do, and let's get right into it. So overcome all your limiting beliefs. This is doable. A lot of people are doing it, and once you believe that you can do it, you can achieve anything you want. And the way you can overcome your limiting beliefs, the simplest way, and this is coming from my years of experience in coaching, is to break things down into smaller chunks, right? So if you learn something new every single day, right? If you learn how to implement something new every single day, or even test something every single day, And that is what it takes to build a strong business. Is we are always testing something to see if it's going to work. The way you prospect and the way you find deals, right? There is no one way to do it. Everybody does it differently. So what's important is that you know what some of the strategies out there, and you try it out, and then you decide if it's going to work for you. If it doesn't work for you, move on to the next one. But if it works for you, let's try to optimize it and let's try to maximize it. That's how we build businesses, right? And as you learn and grow, your wealth will grow. So don't worry too much about how much money you want to make tomorrow or how much wealth you want. That is going to happen as a byproduct of you learning and growing in your business. So let me talk about a couple of key principles, because these are very important. So when we're talking about building wealth, number one thing is that we look at other people who are wealthy and see what they are doing, right? So there are two key things that I want to bring, and I want to bring it to your attention. One is, wealth is created by maximizing your return on net worth. So there are two words here, right? Maximizing and net worth. So we need to understand what this means. Maximizing means understanding how compound interest works, right? Because the more money that is working for you and earning interest, that faster the money is going to grow, right? And same thing is once you make some money. So the first thing, so one of the things that we do a lot in our company is we help people to make a higher income in commercial real estate agency, for example, if you're a real estate agent or if you're an investor, right? And then how to take that money and then invest that to buy properties and acquire properties, and then how to scale that with the use of other people's money, right? When you have investors in your deal, when you start doing joint ventures, and when you start doing syndications and everything, your wealth will grow much faster, right? So, but main thing is to understand the principles behind all of this, right? This is the same reason why your clients who are investors are investing, right? And this is the same thing that we have to do in our business to be successful as well. So the number one thing is understand how compound interest works and know that the higher interest or higher return you can get on your investments, your money will grow that much faster. And the second thing is understanding the concept of return on net worth, right? This is a very powerful concept. So some of us are starting with, our net worth is almost nothing, right? That's okay, right? We have to build our net worth. The key to growing wealth is building our net worth. And once we can figure out how to build our net worth, the more money, the higher percentage of our net worth is invested and creating more cash flow for you or more wealth for you, the faster your wealth will grow. Again, that's all I'm going to talk about that for right now, but just understand that, wealth is built or created by maximizing your return on your net worth. So the three things you need to know is grow your net worth. That's number one thing. So if you're starting with zero, set a goal to say, I want to grow my net worth to $1 million. Right? If you're starting somewhere at $10 million, set your goal to say, I want to grow my net worth to $3 million. I know of a lot of people who have grown their net worth from $0 to $5 million in like 3 to 5 years, right? It takes a little bit of time, but it's doable, right? Then part of having that net worth is investing that to create the cash flow, right? Now we have, financial freedom, right? When we have cash flow coming from our investments, we have financial freedom to do whatever we want, travel the world, contribute to charity or other things that you care about, right? And then at the same time, we're also setting up our retirement, right? Because we have acquired enough assets that is creating the free cash flow for us to provide the income that we need to retire comfortably. So that is the goal. That is the path you should take. So this is an example of if you had $100,000 to start with, and if you invested $100,000 today, in 20 years, this is an example of how compounding works, right? So if you had 20 years and if you're able to get a 10% return, you will have $672,000 in 20 years. But if you're able to get a 15% return, you can grow your wealth, that same $100,000 to $1.6 million. So this is why people get excited about real estate investing, because most real estate investors are looking for around 15% plus or minus interest for the most part. You can get a much higher interest based on the strategies or much higher return based on the different strategies that you're going to be using in your business. But let's say, for all practical purpose, we are targeting a 15%, consistent return in your investments and in your business. Then, you can literally grow $100,000 to $1.6 million. But $100,000 is not all we have, right? That is our initial investment, right? So the question is, how do I make my first $100,000? There are so many different ways you can do that. A commercial estate agency or being an agent, commercial estate agent can literally help you, make $100,000 or $200,000 very quickly, right? Because it's one small deal, you can get that much, or a couple of deals. Now you take that money and invest it, and every year, if you're investing 100,000, or every couple of years if you're investing 100,000, then you can imagine, 10, 20 years down the road, you're going to have multi-million dollars, right? And that money is going to create more wealth for you, and that money is going to give you the cash flow and the financial freedom that, that's the ultimate goal for all of us. All right, so what is stopping you, right? So we all have our limiting beliefs. That's one thing. So we need to have a very strong mindset, but there are also some technical things that we need to solve, right? So I don't know how to run the numbers, so I'm going to take you through the process today, right? I don't have a coach or mentor, right? There are a lot of good coaches, good trainers, good mentors out there that you can seek help from, or partner with somebody who's already doing it so they can bring you along, right? So find somebody who can mentor you, right? I don't know how to get started, right? So that's why a lot of people get stuck, right? But a lot of these are just excuses. We just need to figure out, right? The very definition of an entrepreneur is a problem solver. So anything that comes in your way, you need to learn how to solve that. And I don't know how to raise money for your deal, right? That is secondary, right? Once we learn the fundamentals of the business, we also, part of our business is also we learn how to raise capital for our deals. I've done several deals in multifamily where we have, started with a small 12-unit property where I had 2 partners in the deal, right? The last deal we did, I think we had 100 partners or 100 investors in the deal. So it's like learning something and making it better, and then figuring out how to scale your business. All right. So the obstacle is the way, right? Whatever is standing in your way, you need to make sure that you know how to overcome it. A lot of the time, we rely on other people's help to overcome our obstacles as well. So now let's talk about why multifamily, right? Why did I choose multifamily as my preferred investment choice, right? Why do a lot of people out there choose multifamily? Let's look at the entire commercial estate market. The commercial estate market is about 3.8 trillion with a T, right? That's how big this is. This is numbers from 2021, right? And when you look at the different asset classes, you can see multifamily is the biggest asset class, right? About $3.8 trillion of inventory, right? In the U.S. market. So that is a big number of multifamily properties out there for all of us. That's 3.8 trillion with a T, right? So there's a lot of properties out there that we can get our share of the market, right? And then we all know real estate builds wealth more consistently than any other asset class, right? Not only real estate builds wealth, real estate also helps you to preserve wealth, right? Because a lot of people let me take that back. So a lot of people make a lot of money in businesses they build. So if you do a multifamily syndication business, or if you do a real estate agent, you're a real estate agent or whatever, that is your business, right? You can make a lot of money in your business, and then by investing in multifamily or other commercial assets, you can now preserve that wealth, preserve and grow, right? That's the key, is to preserve wealth and then grow wealth, right? And then let's go through why is real estate an ideal investment. So I'm sure most of us have seen this before, because real estate gives us the income, that is the cash flow from owning income producing properties. It gives us the depreciation, which lowers our tax burden by taking advantage of depreciation, bonus depreciation, accelerated depreciation, and so forth. We are building equity, right? As we hold properties, as you pay down the mortgage, for example, you're building equity in the deal, right? And then we get the appreciation, right? Appreciation, typically there are 2 kinds of appreciation. There's a market appreciation that is automatically happening based on supply and demand, right? So sometimes market's going up, sometimes market's going down, but over a period of time, market will appreciate, right? If you look at the graphs and look at historical data, over a period of time, market always appreciates, right? It may have temporary setbacks, but it will always come back, right? So market appreciation is something that's going to automatically happen. And then you have something called a forced appreciation. A forced appreciation is where you're doing something to the property to increase the value. So that is where the beauty of multifamily is, because multifamily gives you a lot more opportunities to increase the value, right? Because there are a lot more levers to press to increase the value of a multifamily property. And comparing that to something like a single family property, single family property, you can literally go and rehab the house. Like you can rehab the house, but the value that you can create is going to be capped by how much other homes are selling for, right? Because you're always going to be looking at the comps in the neighborhood to see how much the property value is going to be. In multifamily, because we value the property based on the income, now you can literally increase the value of a property, much higher than what you can traditionally do just by looking at, comparing to other properties in your neighborhood. And obviously leverage is the last one. Basically, there are multiple ways to leverage in the multifamily business. So when people talk about, hey, I can show you how to buy properties without any money down, that's what they're talking about, right? Because you can go to a bank and get a loan to buy a property, and then but I don't have any money to even put down payment. Well, that down payment is called equity. That can also come from another source. You don't have to have any money to buy properties if you know how to find deals, if you know how to structure deals, if you know how to increase the value of properties, and if you bring that expertise, and then you can find partners who can bring equity, and then with that you can go and go get a loan for the property and acquire a property. That is the beauty of what this is. Once you become an expert in real estate, and especially multifamily, deals can be done, right? And there are different ways you can structure deals as well. Well, so why invest in real estate, period, right? So most people invest in real estate to diversify their portfolio, right? If you're investing in stocks, bonds, cryptocurrency, commodities, whatever else, your oil and gas. Now, having real estate holdings will stabilize your investment portfolio, right? Because real estate is a real asset. It's not a paper asset, right? So it's literally used as if you want to look at, an investment like a house, then real estate is your foundation, right? Because that is what's going to be holding everything steady, right? Because and then it helps you to preserve capital. It's a real asset, so it's a great hedge against inflation, especially these days when the inflation is high. A lot of people looking at investing in real estate because that's a real good hedge against inflation. Now, why people use multifamily is because multifamily is, usually when you look at market cycles, because every investment will have up cycles and down cycles, right? And when you look at commercial real estate, for example, when we look at the market cycles, typically the market will appreciate for several years, and when there's a downturn, it only lasts for short term, like typically about maybe year 1 year or 2 years, right? Is what the down cycle lasts, right? But if you can figure out how to ride it out for that down cycles, most of the time the market is appreciating, right? So it's a great hedge against inflation because a lot of your big expenses in the property operations are going to be fixed costs, like for example, your taxes and your insurance and your mortgage, things like that are mostly fixed. And when the inflation is high, the rents are going to go up so much, right? Because that creates that hedge against inflation and the value as well. So much tax benefits. We talked about depreciation earlier. There's something called CEP. There you can get you can refinance a property and the refinance proceeds are not taxable, right? I mean, again, I'm not a CPA. I don't want to give you any tax advice, but talk to your CPA, talk to your financial advisors about your tax advice, about your tax benefits. But you can do 1031 exchange, you can do DSTs, you can do partial sales. There are so many different ways that you can do that. And one of the most important thing for most of us who are real estate professionals, you get special tax treatment for REPS. REPS stands for Real Estate Professional Status. That is something that you should discuss with your CPA on to see how you can benefit from that, right? Because in some cases, you may be even able to offset some of your active income through passive losses. So again, talk to your financial advisor, talk to your CPA about how to leverage or take advantage of some of the tax benefits. That is unique to real estate. But at the end of the day, it's all about long-term wealth accumulation, right? This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's about building knowledge, acquiring the specialized knowledge, acquiring one asset at a time, and then building the long-term wealth. That's the goal for most of us. Continuing on why multifamily, if you're a real estate agent, you can earn a higher fee, right? Because you're dealing with some substantially bigger properties, like a couple $1 million or $10 million or whatever it is. So you can earn a higher fee by brokering deals. But if you are an investor, if you're a syndicator, you can get something called an acquisition fee, right? That also can be pretty high income for your business, right? And then you're creating cash flow, right? That's the ultimate goal, is to create cash flow, and then you grow your wealth, right? Each asset you buy, your wealth is going to grow. That is more money out there working for you, the more wealth you're going to create and more passive income you're going to create. Now, I'm going to show you some examples for illustration purpose only. Anytime we talk about commissions, we have to have a disclaimer that commissions are always negotiable, right? There is no fixed commission. Every market is going to be different. Every property owner is going to offer a different commission. And sometimes we are not offered any commissions at all, right? Because some sellers don't want to pay a commission. So all of that's negotiable, right? But I'm giving you some examples. So let's say this is a small multifamily deal. So, and let's say the sales price is $3 million. And if you got 3%, if you were able to negotiate 3%, then you could have potentially made about $90,000 in the deal, right? And this is a little bit bigger property, 100-unit property, and let's say the sales price is $10 million. And if you were getting 1.5% on this deal, you would have made about $150,000. So when you're looking at, how do I create that first $100,000 that I can invest to grow my wealth? This is how you do it, right? You go learn how to, transact deals and become expert in how to go find deals, how to analyze the deals, how to price it properly, and how to market it, and then you can earn some some income, and that income now becomes the seed for your investments, right? And that is how the cycle starts, right? That is one of the beauty about commercial real estate, is because it allows us to literally make a higher income and then invest that in commercial real estate, and we can invest that with some of our money, but for the most part we are using other people's money to invest in commercial real estate, and especially multifamily properties. That will help us grow our wealth much faster. All right, so again, all fees and commissions are negotiable, and this is just for illustration purpose only. All right, so now let's go into building mode, right? So we're going into the growth mode, right? How do we build our multifamily business? Where do we get started, right? So number one is, as we all know, this is a source from MREA that, we are looking at leads, listings, and leverage. And that, again, I'm talking about if you're a real estate agent, we start with leads because leads are the lifeblood of our business. Then we focus on listings, right? And then we focus on leverage. Those are the three pillars that we're going to build our business on. All real estate businesses are built on these three pillars, by the way, right? So let's talk about leads. Let's start with leads. So the way we coach is, first you have to know who you're going to serve, right? We can't serve everybody in the world. We need to know who we're going to serve, why we want to serve them, and how we're going to serve them, right? So that's one of the things, right? So basically, in other ways, look at this is who is your ideal customer, right? Every business has an avatar, but what's called an ideal customer, right? So in our case, I'm going to use an example to say, who's my ideal customer? I'm going to say my ideal customer is a multifamily owner in the Dallas-Fort Worth market or Dallas County, for example, and has 10 to 30 units, right? Because I want to kind of focus my marketing and my lead generation and my prospecting to these people, right? Because, for whatever reason, right? And then you ask why you want to pick a multifamily owner 10 to 30, right? And how are you going to serve them, right? What's the best things you can do to help them? What are the things that you can do to build rapport with them, right? So that's kind of, okay, now let's just say this is just an example. You can change it up any way you want it. So let's say my ideal customer is a 10 to 30 unit multifamily owner in Dallas, Texas, right? And then now the next question is, okay, where do I find them, right? So we have to start with a source of data. I mean, we can network and all of that stuff, but you're not going to build your business fast enough. So the way we build our business is we go straight to the source where the data is, right? So a couple of the sources is, CoStar, Prospect Now, Reonomy, MLS, especially for smaller properties. Realist Tax has some data, RPR has some data. I mean, you can do networking, you can attend all the webinars and seminars and all that stuff to do that. So that's all stuff you can do in your business to find your ideal customers. Again, our ideal customer is a multifamily owner, right? We are focusing on listings to build our business, right? So we want listings or we want off-market deals. We need to focus on our multifamily owners. And then you decide what is your goal for next 12 months. How much money do I want to make for the next 12 months? Don't worry about 5-year goals, 10-year goals. That's all great, but just focus on what we can do today and what's our goal for the next 12 months, right? So let's say I want to list and sell 10 properties with an average commission of about $90,000. That's going to get you closer to $1 million revenue, right? It's about $900,000, right? That's your goal, right? So we are very clear on what we want to accomplish for the next 12 months, right? So then what you do is, how am I going to get in touch with them, right? Now that we've established, who's our ideal client, and we established where we're going to find them, where we're going to get the data from. Now let's talk about how we're going to get in touch with them, right? It's very simple in real estate. People overcomplicate real estate business for no reason, right? So number one is I'm going to build my database, and I'm going to show you how to do that, right? I'm going to build my database, and then I'm going to pick up the phone and call 30 people. Well, if I don't like calling people, don't worry about it, right? Find somebody who will do it for you. Find a inside sales agent, or find even a virtual assistant who can do that for you, right? So if you can do it, great, right? If you're not going to do it, find somebody else to do it, right? And let's say we're also going to, we have the email addresses. We're going to also send them 100 emails per day, right? 100 emails per day. I mean, when we send emails, we're not selling emails to say, hey, do you want to list your property, right? That's not the way to do it. That you basically have to send them something of value, right? And then hopefully they will download it or they will click on it, and then you kind of build that relationship, talk to them. The ultimate goal is to get appointments with people and then build rapport, right? People are going to do business with people they like to do business with. So in order for them to like you, you need to, have a meeting with them, right? That's very plain and simple. But all of this stuff we are doing is, the idea is to get the first meeting, right? And then you keep nurturing them and keep following up until they are ready to buy or sell. And then if you have the budget, you can also send direct mail, right? Send letters to 200 people, right? I'm just giving you a business plan that we have used in our business and that we give to our students. Is literally, here's your business plan, right? It's a one-page business plan. Who's your ideal client? What are you going to do, right? I'm going to call 30 people. After I build my database, I'm going to call 30 people. I'm going to email 100 people, and I'm going to send direct mail 200 letters every week, right? So that is about 800 to 1,000 letters a month, right? That we're going to send out, and we're going to keep sending it every month, like month after month after month. We're going to send it to the same people, right? One of the mistakes that people do is they say, "Oh, I sent it to this group, but I didn't get any response, so I'm going to stop, or I'm going to go try another list." Right? People have to see you multiple times, and you have to also get a little bit of luck that hey, they're thinking about selling, and then your postcard shows up or your letter shows up, right? So you have to keep doing it consistently, right? And you have a budget for it. So if you are going to send 800 letters a month, that's going to be about $800 approximately, postage and all the other stuff, right? $800 a month, right? So that's your marketing budget, right, for that. Then in addition to that, I'm going to also attend at least one networking event per month, where not any networking event, I have to be very strategic about it, and I have to be very intentional about it. So I had to go to where multifamily owners are hanging out, right? Maybe there's a training coming to town, or maybe there's an investment club, or somewhere where I can go hang out and meet people, right? So that has to be intentional. And then I'm also going to network with at least 2 people every week, right? Attorneys, brokers, lenders, property managers, etc., contractors, etc., appraisers. There's a whole list of commercial estate and multifamily vendors. And the reason for that is because when you actually talk to somebody, you're going to ask them, hey, how can I help you today? Is there anything, can I connect you with somebody? You want to be resourceful. You want to be very resourceful, to your clients. So when you call somebody and say, hey, can I send you a market report? How's your property doing? They're like, hey, I'm thinking about changing my manager. My manager is doing a terrible job. All right, let me connect you with a couple of property managers I know, right? That's being resourceful. Now you are immediately adding value to them. You're also creating something called a reciprocity, right? You gave them something of value. Now they feel obligated. They have to return the favor to you, right? So when they have to list that property, or when they want to buy another property, who are they going to call? You, right? Only if you follow up with them. Only if you keep in touch with them, right? So this is the system that we're building. This is the process that we build in our business. All right. So now let's go and build your database first, right? So let's look at some of the sources where you can get the data from, right? So leads is the lifeblood of your business, and without leads, there's no business, right? That everybody knows that, right? So let's build your database, and we talk about start with 500 properties if you can, right? But start with 100 properties if you can, right? And then we can build that as we go, and then ultimately you want at least 200 properties in your database, but that can take a year for you to build out your complete database, right? And the size and the quality of your database will determine the size of your bank account, right? Because the more people you are, and it's not just about building database, it's about keeping in touch with people, right? And building rapport with them. prospect, 30 calls, 100 emails. We talked about that, 200 direct mail. This is your business plan. And then people that you connect with, now they go from a lead to a contact, right? Basically a prospect, right? So everybody starts as a lead. Then once they go through your journey that you designed for them, they go from being a lead to a prospect, right? Now, once they become a prospect, you have to follow up with them, right? So every day you're going to follow up with at least 10 people in your database, because these are likely to do business with you, right? And there are so many different ways you can, follow up, right? These days, it's so easy, right? You can just literally go to their Facebook profile and like one of their posts, right? Or send them a handwritten letter, or send them a video message, or send them an SMS, or call them, email them, whatever, right? There are so many different ways we can keep engaging with them, because the ultimate goal is to stay on top of mind. We should be top of mind. Whenever they think about selling, your name should come up. When they hear about their friend wants to sell, your name should come up. When they hear about, I want to buy another property, your name should come up, right? That's what top of mind. The only way we can be top of mind with somebody is if we are following up. And, so that is basic principle of how you build a business, right? Because if you want to build that relationship with people, you have to get into the habit of at least following with 10 people every single day. Again, these are following with prospects in your database or customers. All right, so where do we get the leads from, right? So we mentioned earlier, CoStar, Reonomy, Prospect Now, RPR, MLS, county data. There are lists you can buy, foreclosure lists, tax delinquencies, and so forth. So let's take a look at a couple of examples here. So the first thing I'm going to do is we'll go into MLS, right? So everybody, if you're a real estate agent, you have access to MLS. If you're not a real estate agent, you have real estate agents as friends who have access to MLS, right? So you can go here. The first thing you need to go is go into search, and you're looking for residential income. So residential income would be, if you do a quick search, you can then see, okay, these are all the multifamily properties available. And I can look for what is closed in the last, let's say, 3 years, right? So we'll just use a round number to say 1,000 days. So there are 2,900 properties that are closed. These are income properties. So some of these include multifamily, some of them include single family investment properties. So let's look at, we'll select apartment, duplex, triplex, quadplex, and multifamily. So you can see there are 2,900 properties that kind of fit our multifamily criteria. Now, if I want to filter it down by the number of units, I can do like a 5-unit plus. So I can enter like 5 plus, so now you have 371 properties that has been sold in the last 1,000 days, right? But if I want to change this to last 9, really go really back, so there's almost 1,500 properties that are 5-unit plus that is sold in MLS, right? So now I can download that list of those addresses and find the property owners and then figure out how to get in touch with them. That's one of the sources. Now you can also go into the real estate tax, and then with the real estate tax, it also gives you the mailing address for each of these properties, right? So you can go there, do a search, find all the multifamily properties, get the property address and the mailing address. So that gives you enough information to actually start sending letters. Now, another source that every agent has access to is RPR, right? When you go into RPR, click on the commercial here. So, and then once you're on the commercial, what I'm doing right now is I am doing a search in the Dallas-Fort Worth market or in the Dallas city and see, these are multifamily properties. Let me look at my filters again. So these are properties that are 10 to 50 units, right? So that's what I set the filter for. And then I have 783 properties that I can download, and then I can do all the research about the properties and also start contacting them, right? So this gives you free data. If you have access to MLS and if you have access to RPR, you have access to free data that you can start building a business with, right? If you want to make the phone calls, then either you have to subscribe to another tool that has the phone numbers and emails, because those are going to be paid tools, right? You have to pay for that data. Or you can hire a skip tracer to come and give them the list of properties, the property address, and the owner's address, and they can do their best job to try to find you some phone numbers to call as well, right? So that's how we build our database. Now, once we download the data, what we're going to do next is we are going to go into any database of your choice. So ROI Muse also provides a database. So roimuse.com. Once you log in here, so click on login, it's going to bring you to our apps page, which is, these are all the different apps that we have. Commercial data analysis, commercial lease analysis, the residential analysis tools, the Bruce strategy, the fix and flips, rehab estimator, multifamily pro forma builder, and our CRM. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the CRM first, right? So once I go into the CRM, so let's say, actually, let me just click on the CRM here. All right, so now I'm just going to my properties, and you can see these are all my database. So I have all the properties here. So I have 928 properties that are, you can see most of these are smaller properties that I've loaded my database with, right? That is the data that I have. Then I have my contacts here. I have my activities here. I can do my email broadcasts from here. So all those things that you need to run your business is provided to you in one single tool, right? So that is how we build our database. But more important, it doesn't matter which tool you use. What's more important is you need to learn how to systematically prospect with your clients, right? So that is one of the ways we do that, right? So that is the different sources that we have. And let me also show you CoStar. So if you have access to CoStar, for example, you can go and say, I want to look at property research, and then I can go into multifamily. And let's say we want to look at the Dallas-Fort Worth market. Again, that's the market I'm in, so I'll just select that. And you can see there are 7,000 properties that are multifamily in the CoStar database, right? Okay, let's just filter it down to say I want to go from 10 units to 50 units. And from 10 units to 50 units, we have 1,600 properties, right? So that is kind of what the data is already there, right? So I can randomly, I can download this data, load it into my database, and start the prospecting work, right? So some of these might have property owner information as well. So let's just randomly click one and see, there's 24 units in Waxahachie. And if I can go to the contact tab, I can see there's an owner information in here, right? Yeah, there is owner information in here, right? His phone number and email is here, right? So these are paid tools. So you, like I said, CoStar, Reonomy, Craigslist, and there are other other sources where you can get owner information from as well, right? So that's how we build our. See, first thing is to build your database with your properties that you want to target. Second step is to enhance that database with the contact information that you can prospect. The third thing is getting into the rhythm of prospecting every single time. All right, so that is how we do that. So now let's move on to what you do is, now that you have established a business, a system and process, and your best practice, like what we call standard operating procedure, then you have to learn how to optimize it, right? Every day you're working with somebody to optimize it, right? How can I get better at sending better letters? How can I get better at calling people? How can I get better at networking, right? How can I get better at building rapport with people? How can I get better at listing and marketing? How can I get better at financial analysis of the property, right? A lot of those things that you're going to learn as you go along, as long as you have the intention that that's what you want to do, right? That I'm going to figure this out and I'm going to get better at it. I'm going to be the best at it, right? I don't want to settle for anything less than being the best at something I do, right? So that is the way you do it, right? And now let's talk about listings, right? And listings stuff is, we all know, if you want to build a true real estate business, you have to learn how to get listings, right? List to last, right? And we always say buyers are liars, right? Because how much time are we wasted with some buyers, right? And if you want to build a sustainable business, focus on listings, right? And so basically what I teach is we have to gather enough information, due diligence materials and stuff like that, right? We have to prepare for the successful outcome. It's not about listing a property, it's about making sure that we can actually sell it, right? And close it, right? So we have to learn how to create a pro forma, put our financials together, look at the financials, and then also do some analysis to come up with a price, right? And then we need to know how to create the marketing plan, how to create the marketing collaterals, and all of that stuff. Then we have to learn how to execute it and revise it and optimize it. Right? That's literally the basic high level what we need to do, right? And then what do you need? Starting out, we need the P&L for the last 12 months, and we need the current rent roll. Those are the two things that we need from the property owner, right, to get started, right? So if they can get at least that much, great. If they can't, then we'll have to figure out we have a little bit more work to do, right? And then all this other information, copies of leases and market analysis, all that survey and all of that stuff is great, but you don't really need all of that upfront. What you need really is the current rent roll And if you can get the last 12-month financials, great, right? That's enough for us to get started with our putting the listing together. All right, so how do we price a property? This is where most people get stuck, whether you're an investor or whether you're an agent, right? Because pricing multifamily properties is totally different from pricing anything else, right? So that is where we have to learn how to do the financial analysis, how to do the financial due diligence, how to do all of that to come up with the value based on the income at the property, right? So when you're looking at from an appraiser's perspective, we're going to be looking at a multifamily property from a market analysis or market approach, which is looking at the sales comps and price per door and price per unit and things like that. We're going to be looking at cost approach, which is how much will it cost to rebuild something like this, and then we're going to look at the income approach. That income approach is the one that we're going to be focusing on here, because that's the one that is what's going to help you determine the price of the property for the most part. Right. So the way we do that is we look at, what happens when you buy the property, right? There's a purchase price. Basically what we want to do is calculate what is your initial investment when you buy the property, right? How much money do I need to bring to closing, right? That also determines how you're going to structure the deal. And then while you're holding the property, while we're operating, let's say after we buy the property, now we have to operate, after we buy the property, we have to operate the property, right? We are going to be, managing the property. So we have to look at, in this framework here is the game changer, right? Because we need to know how to analyze a property with looking at the potential rental income. What is potential? Keyword is potential, right? Not the actual. What is the potential for this property? And then looking at what are the losses. The big losses are going to be loss to lease, which is you're leasing below market. And that is the biggest loss in most properties. If you're able to identify that one thing, you can make a lot of money, right? So remember that, right? Figure out how to analyze properties to figure out if there's loss to lease, right? And then loss to vacancy, and then loss to collections and other things as well. Then other income is where multifamily has a lot of opportunity to add other income, like car parking and laundry and internet and cable and vending machines. And there's a lot of different opportunities, even pet rents, right? Those will all fall into other income category. Expense recovery is where we can bill back some of the expenses to the tenant, right? Like utilities and stuff like that. So that's another income source for us. And then the operating expenses are going to be your typical operating expenses, taxes, insurance, repairs and maintenance, and management and leasing and all of that stuff. So that is how we get to NOI, right? Net operating income. So potential rental income minus losses plus other income plus expense recovery minus operating expenses gives you the NOI, or net operating income, because the value of the property is calculated based on NOI, right? So if you can do this much to figure out what the NOI of the property or what is the potential NOI of the property, then that helps us a lot way to go about doing our business, right? And there are a couple of items that are below NOI, typically capital expenses and also mortgage payments, right? So mortgage payments does not affect the value of the property, as we know, right? We can buy with cash or buy with mortgage, right? So that's why it's below the line. So, and that gives you the net cash flow. So NOI minus any capital expenses minus mortgage payments, gives you the net cash flow at the property, right? So this is something that we should be good at doing, as part of our analysis for or even analysis for listing or analysis for acquisition of a property. And then at the end of the day, we're going to sell the property, right? At some point, every investor is going to sell the property so they can move on to bigger deals or take that money and reinvest, right? So when we sell the property, we are going to have to calculate what is the sales proceeds going to be, because that's also very important. Because when you're structuring the deal, we're going to say that, hey, you're going to bring in this much money, I'm going to bring the deal and this much money or whatever. And then when we sell the property, we're going to split the profits based on this, right? So when you sell the property and you're splitting the profits, we're talking about the sales proceeds. And how much is the sales proceeds that we can split and how we're going to split it, right? And then, then we have to look at, what are the metrics that we are going to use to track, right? So we already talked about these three frameworks, like initial investment, NOI and cash flow, and also sales proceeds. So we can see these are the things that we need to pull out of this so we can calculate our returns, right? And that's basically the value is NOI divided by cap rate, right? And then that is, if you can figure out how to calculate the NOI, then divide that by the market cap rate to get the value, right? And then if cash on cash return is looking at, what is the net cash flow here, divide that by the initial investment, right? Gives you the cash on cash return. And don't worry about the formulas, because there are a lot of software out there, including ours, that can calculate all this for you, right? But I want you to understand the concepts. And then IRR, or yield, is internal rate of return. Basically, IRR looks at initial investment, cash flow, and also sales proceeds. So all these things like initial investment, the cash flow, and also sales proceed, all of this is taken into account when you calculate a IRR, or a return on the property, right? So that is why a lot of investors use IRR as the deciding factor to see if they're going to buy a property or not, right? Because it takes into all of that account. But for you to calculate a yield or IRR, you need to know how to underwrite a deal, right? Meaning that we have to kind of look at how long are we going to hold it and what we plan to do to the property. So a little bit about cap rate. Cap rate is basically the return of a property, just in case, if you bought it with all cash. Right? That's what cap rate is. Cap rate mainly used to calculate the value of the property. But in order to calculate the value of the property, you need two things. You need to project the NOI, and you also need to find out what is the market cap rate. And cap rate and price have an inverse relationship. So lower the cap rate, higher the price, right? So when we say cap rate is compressing, meaning the value is going up for the properties, right? Or price is going up. And then where do you get cap rate data from, right? There are a lot of sources for cap rate data, but the most important one is understanding the market. Because if you specialize in, for example, I'm specializing in the 30-unit properties, multifamily properties in the Dallas market, I should know what the cap rates are, right? Because I'm looking at properties every day. I'm talking to brokers every day. I'm talking to different people in that segment every day, right? So I should know. So that is the best way to learn market, is by focusing on one asset class in one market. Is everything about that market and how much the properties are trading for and how much cap rate properties are selling for or being listed, right? And there are other sources like CoStar, market reports, appraisers are a great source. Other commercial brokers are a great source for cap rate data as well. Now, we're going to switch gears and talk about magic of multifamily. What do people mean by magic of multifamily, right? Because we all know multifamily can create wealth for you, and multifamily can create wealth for you very fast, right? But that's what we call magic of multifamily. So, for example, we look at the same framework that we looked at before: potential rental income, losses, other income, expense recovery, and operating expenses. So, potential rental income is the maximum a property can get, right? And the ideal condition, right? It's 100% occupied and so forth. If you can reduce the losses, what happens if you reduce the losses? You increase NOI. If you increase NOI, the value of the property goes up. What if you can increase the other income or add other income opportunities? NOI goes up, value goes up. What if you can increase expense recovery at a property? NOI goes up, value goes up. What if you can decrease the operating expenses or stabilize that, right? You can increase the value of the property, right? So all of these, it's very simple. You just need to look at each one and see what is going to give you the biggest bang for your buck. What strategies are you going to do to increase the value of the property, right? And then here's an example. It's a very simple example to illustrate how this works. So let's say you have a 20-unit property, and your goal is in the next 2 years, not tomorrow, increase the rent by $250 more, right, per month, per unit. So here's how the math works, right? So if you're able to increase 20 units by 250 for 12 months, your income at the property increased by 60,000, right? And now, if the cap rate is 5%, that means you created a value of $1.2 million. That's 60,000. That additional income that you generated divided by 5% cap rate is $1.2 million if extra value that you created at the property. So, for example, let's say you bought a property for $3 million, and 2 years later you can sell it for $4.2 million. Right, so you'll walk away with the 1.2. I mean, I'm simplifying it, but that is the opportunity. What if the cap rate is 6%? You can still make a $1 million, in increase in valuation here. What if it's 7%? You can still do almost 750,000, right? So you can see why people are chasing multifamily properties, especially value-add multifamily properties, where you can go in there and increase the value of properties. Right, and then make a cool $1 million. And the bigger the property, the much higher you're going to make as well, right? Now let's do a quick case study to kind of demonstrate how this is all done, right? So one thing is to understand the theory. Second thing is to actually do it, right? You learn by doing it. That's how you become an expert, by doing. So let's take a look at the process again. So first is we look at the rent roll, then we compare that to the market rents, right? So we have sources to go find market rents. And then we look at the P&L or the T12. T12 is trailing 12 months of financial data, and we kind of analyze that to see what's happening. Then we kind of build a business plan. Hey, after I buy the property, what am I going to do with it? How am I going to buy the property to begin with? Where is the equity going to come from? Where is the debt going to come from? And then what am I going to do from an operation standpoint? What am I going to do from a capital improvement standpoint? Right? That is literally a business plan. And that can be a one-pager, right, for a multifamily property. And then, you kind of put it all together. Underwriting the deal is actually putting it all together, right? And then putting all your assumptions on paper, right? And then you kind of make sure that, you did everything correctly, do some stress testing to make sure the deal is still going to work if something does not, go the way you think it's going to go. And then you create some best case and worst case scenarios. And then, then you make a decision, right, based on your best analysis. So that is how multifamily investors invest. That's how multifamily agents help their clients determine what the price to sell and so forth. All right, so let's look at an example here. This is a small apartment complex. Let's say this is 16 units. So we have 16 units, 5 of them are vacant. We can see there are 6 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and 4 three-bedroom units here, right? And there is no price here. Let's say we went to the seller and the seller says, no, make an offer. I don't want to give you any price. Right? That happens a lot in multifamily, right? A lot of multifamily listings don't have price either. So now we need to know, but let's say we have an investor who will buy a property as long as he can get a 15% IRR or yield, right? That's his investment criteria. So we know that much at least for now. So first thing we do is we summarize the data. We look at, hey, what does this look like if I summarize it by unit type? Then we go to the market and we get the market rent comps. And there are different sources, like you can use CoStar, for example, because CoStar also owns apartment.com. So there are a lot of good, apartment rent comps. Right? Other sources we use, there's Yardi and there's, there are a lot of different sources. Another one source we use is also Rentometer. So it doesn't matter where you get the rent comps from, and also picking up the phone and calling is another way to find rent comps, right? So, and then we summarize that data and then we put it side by side. So here we are looking at the current rent at the property, and here we are looking at the market rents on the property, right? And when we look at the one bedroom, currently we are getting $730 per unit, and we think that we can get $770. That's $40 more is something that we feel like we can easily get, right? And then we look at the rent per square footage. The entire property is getting $1.06 right now. And we think we can get that up to $1.16, right? So that's a 10-cent difference per square footage in the potential, right? So how does that translate into actual value, right? That is where, this whole thing is, you have to really put these numbers together to see how this works, right? And then we had to get other information, like how are we going to buy the property, right? How much loan can we get? So that is something that you're going to get from the lender. Then we're going to figure out, hey, how long are we going to hold it? And, things like that, how much is going to cost us to sell it? Then we had to look at, hey, what is our operating expenses? Usually we're looking at the current operating expenses and then creating our pro forma expenses. And a lot of the time we'll seek help from our property manager to do that. And then we look at the capital expenses. What renovations are we going to do with the property, right? And then we kind of put it all together. And then we also use our other assumptions, like what is our business plan? What is the rent growth in the market? And there are a few other things that we need to be aware of, right? And then what we do is then we take all that stuff and we go and analyze the deal. So for that, I'm going to go back into ROI Muse. And once I log in, we're going to be going into our apps. And for that, we'll go here and then go into I think I already have it open here. So there you go. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of different things, right? So let me go back to apps. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do an example of a BRRO analysis. So most of you have heard about the BRRRR strategy, right? So let's say I go in here. I want to, we look at this deal here, and then we say, okay, now I think we have, let's say this is a quadplex, 4-unit property, right? So the after repair value, which is after I'm done all the rehab and lease up, is worth about $1 million. I can buy this property for $700,000. I need about $100,000 for rehab, right? And then I'm getting about $10,000 in rent, so $2,500 per unit in rent, right? So then let's say that is what you need. That's all you need, and the system will calculate everything for you, right? It tells you how much return you're getting, right? $134,000 profit on day one, 81% return on your money, right? And then your total investment you need is $165,000. So where is that 165,000 going to come from, right? You need to go find an investor who can give you the cash or use your own money, right? And this is using hard money. What if I change this to saying, hey, I want to, buy this with cash, right? It tells you how much money you need if you want to buy it with cash. And again, there's a refinance involved here, right? Because you only need that money for 6 months, right? And so there is so many tools built in here. And you can also do this same tool for, single family analysis, multifamily, duplex analysis, and so forth. But what we want to do is we want to go into our commercial deal analysis app. So I want to walk you through the process of analyzing and fully underwriting a commercial property, right, or multifamily property. For that, we are going to go into here, and we can walk you through it. So basically, the first thing is the acquisition, right? We talked about what is going to happen when we buy the property. How much are we going to pay for it? And what is our loan and everything? And then it tells you how much money you need. The system calculates that for you. Then we underwrite the deal. And when we underwrite the deal, basically we are looking at, here's my rental income. So this is my current rent and market rents at the property. And then here's my other income opportunities. And then, we are looking at what is my expenses at the property. You put all that together, you enter all that data, and the system does all the magic for you, right? It tells you exactly what does that look like. So right now we are getting a 32% return, but we don't know the price yet. But we know that we want to get at least 15% return, right? So I can click on the recalculate button here. It tells me I can pay up to $1.49 million, or close to $1.5 million for this property, right? Because we didn't know, the seller did not tell us the price. The listing wasn't without no price, but we calculated based on our investment need. What if I want 20%? I can change this to 20% and then calculate a price and say, okay, 1.3. Maybe maybe that's my first offer, $1.3 million, right? I know, but I can give them a little bit more, right? Because I can easily underwrite the deal and calculate it. But let's say you don't want to go through all the 5-year analysis. You can just look at year one, right? Year one, let's say we can bring this loss down to 25%, right? Based on what we do, right? And then expenses are the same and all of that, everything else is the same. And then let's say we want to buy this on a, 6% or let's say 6.5% cap rate. I can click here. It'll tell you, okay, if you want to buy it at 6.5% cap rate, then the value is 1.2 million, like 1.196. So 1.2 million is what you want to offer in that scenario. But you may not win the deal because other people are going to offer more because they know there's more potential in this deal, right? So you have to learn how to look at the value and offering a property. This is how we calculate the maximum offer. Again, this is not enough time for me to train you in depth of how to do this, but there is a systematic way of calculating maximum offer for a property. Now, once you're done with that, then you can create as many scenarios as you want. So I have multiple scenarios here. So let me click on, leave without saving. So you can kind of see, hey, these are the different scenarios, my best case scenario, my worst case scenario. This is what we use to present the deal to our investors and our lenders to say, okay, this is my analysis of the deal. Now invest with me, right? If you believe, in this, my analysis, right? But you should be able to talk about your assumptions and so forth as well. So that is just a little bit about how you do that. Now, we have lots of investors and a lot of brokers who use this very successfully, right? Into do their business, both commercial listings, commercial investment, acquisitions, and so forth, right? So one of the special offers that we have for Real Estate WealthCon 2023. So this is something that the organizers, Chris, asked us to provide something that is of much higher value for you guys. So basically, we want to give you access to the software and all the training and everything that comes with it, and all the other resources that come with it, for only $18 a month. So that is based on an annual plan. So the link, you will have the link to subscribe, take advantage of that offer. Basically, you're getting access to our CRM, you're getting access to the deal analysis, both residential and commercial. And if you are a commercial leasing agent, you have access to our commercial leasing tools. And then if you're a multifamily, we have access to a multifamily pro forma builder, which is more like a business plan builder. So all of that is included just for $18 a month, right? So you can do the math. I think it comes to about $200 something, 200 plus for the entire year. Right, so that is everything, and that is $40 40% off of our regular price. And then, so this is sort of what's included in that. Just to go over, quickly recap, the commercial lead analysis tool, which is kind of I showed you briefly, and commercial lease analysis, the BRR analysis, which I showed you briefly. This is a great tool, especially for smaller multifamily and also for single family, if you are an investor or if you are working with investors as an agent. And then we have rental analysis, we have fix and flip analysis, rehab estimator, multifamily performance builder, and the CRM. That the CRM has multiple modules, right? Contacts, properties, activities, broadcast, which is your email campaigns and so forth. And you get free financial calculators, you get phone and email support as well, and you also get a marketing page, a free marketing page from our thing. And we do weekly free training as well. And one more thing special is we want to also give you a 4-hour price guarantee. A 4-hour price guarantee means that your price will never increase, right? So $18 a month you pay for the annual plan is going to stay the same every year, right? As long as you maintain your subscription. So we'll never increase your price. So we're also giving that 4-hour price guarantee as a special offer for the Real Estate WealthCon 2023. And if you have any questions, you know where to find me. Just go to roinews.com. You can register for free training, and then we will contact you, and then you can get in touch with us. Again, thanks for listening. It was great having you guys here for the event, and enjoy, and let's go do it. All right, take care. Bye now.
Thank you so much, James. If you got any value out of it at all, drop some fire in the chat, ask questions, share your feedback. Love to hear it. And you're really going to love this next speaker. Introducing Arian Lemire. Arian is an immigrant who went from $50,000 in debt to become a millionaire real estate investor in just a few short years. She has successfully flipped over 500 houses, personally owns more than 50 rental properties, and has syndicated almost 2,000 multifamily units. Arian founded Wealth Gym to assist hardworking professionals and entrepreneurs in expediting their journey to attain true financial freedom. Please give it up for Arian Lemire.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here at Real Estate WealthCon. Thank you so much, Chris and Jamie, for inviting me again. Always love being able to connect with other like-minded investors. So today, my topic is going to be how to achieve financial freedom in 1 to 7 years with large multifamily investing. So a little bit about me. My name is Arian Lemire. This is my husband, Chris Lemire. And in the last 10 years, we've started actually rehabbing and wholesaling houses. So in the first several years of the last decade, we've rehabbed and wholesaled over 500 single-family homes here in the Destin, Florida market. And then we transitioned into multifamily investing. We now co-own over 2,000 multifamily rental units with partner investors. And we also now own a multifamily property management company. And we have 450 of those 2,000 units that we manage in our vertically integrated property management company. We travel 3 to 4 months a year, and our passion is helping others become financially free as well. So, again, another quick background. Several years ago, this says 6 years ago, but it was actually more like 8 now. We were trapped, right? So I was a speech language pathologist in the medical professional, and Chris was a software developer. And my family actually happens to live overseas. So my family lives in New Zealand. Chris's family lives here in Florida. And, we spent all this money getting student loans and getting the best jobs in our fields. And when we actually got there, we realized that we were trapped. All we really did after all those years of schooling is put us in a position where we had to clock in all the time in a position that didn't give us the freedom to actually do what we wanted to do. And part of that was be able to see both sides of our family. My job didn't have time off in the medical field. Well, there was time off, but you couldn't really take it, right? Because I was the only speech pathologist in the building. So anyway, it was just, we realized that things had to change. And so we became obsessed in answering this question. How can we actually do what we want to do without having to worry about money, right? Because we had to go back to those jobs, so we had the money to fund the life we wanted. And so as we researched more and more, we found passive income. And our biggest focus was to get financial freedom. And our definition of financial freedom, I know a lot of people have a lot of different definitions, is that passive income pays for our needs, wants, and more without having to trade our time for money, right? Like a lot of people make a lot of money, but they actually don't have the time to spend their money and time with their loved ones. And that's where we were about 8 years ago. Fast forward to today, thankfully, we did get into real estate investing, and it wasn't overnight. It took several years, but now we're able to spend our time with family. We're able to donate to a lot of different causes that we feel strongly about and support them. And now we're able to spend the time, which is really in my opinion, one of our most valuable assets, in the way that we want. And if there's anything I want you to remember from this talk, is if we can do it, you can too. Like, we're not like super smart, definitely weren't born into a rich family. But if we were able to slowly but surely get to financial freedom, and a decade really isn't that slow. If we can do it, you can too. So if you're starting from scratch right now, I strongly believe that you can get here, the same place we're at, in 10 years or maybe even less. So again, I just wanted to recap. Financial freedom for us means that passive income pays for our needs, wants, and more without having to trade our time for money. And that's the focus of today. So one of the things I want to talk about before we get into kind of the nitty-gritty of multifamily specifically is the old way of getting financial freedom versus the new way to financial freedom. Because a lot of people, I think, get kind of hung up on this thing because they were taught, like myself, right? Like me and my parents and usually everybody else around us were taught one way to get to financial freedom or so-and-so retirement. And you actually have to change your thinking so that you're actually able to achieve it in a faster way. Because like you'll see, the old way is this, right? Like on the left side, we have this graph where you accumulate money and then you spend all that money and hope that your last check doesn't bounce, right? With the new way, it's actually supposed to just be going up. So you're not having to worry about like, oh, what if I don't have enough money? So you never actually still live live your life like you're free. So in the left side, you can see that this is the old way, right? So the financial advisors will tell you to work and work and work and then spend all that money and then hope that your last check doesn't bounce. With the new way of financial freedom, you work for a certain period of time, right? And then you invest in assets that keep paying you year after year, even after you stop working, so that you don't actually have to worry about your last check bouncing. If you do it the right way, it should keep going up and up and up. So that's what we're working towards here. In the old way is the Trinity study, right? Like they tell you to save money, you invest in typically non-cash flow assets. Like typically they tell you to invest in like gold or bonds, stock market, whatever. And then in that way, in the old way, they tell you to draw 4% of those funds and then hope that your last check doesn't bounce, right? I am only in my early 30s right now. I'm 32. And if I had used that old way, I would never be able to be financially free or retire. I'd have to go back to work at the age of 50 or 60. But with the new way, we use a financial freedom calculator, and we'll talk more about this freedom funding that I keep putting up here. We still do the same thing. We accumulate money and save money, but then we invest those in cash flowing assets, which real estate is, and then you never have to work ever again because those cash flowing assets keep paying you over and over. And this is how I reached financial freedom at 27. And so here's kind of an illustration to help drive that point. So most people are like Joe. So this is Joe's story, right? The old Joe, before he learned about the new way to financial freedom, is he would say that I can't retire. And the thing is, we know Joe, right? Like Joe is actually a close family member of ours, and he has like almost a couple $1 million in net worth. But he was so anxious about retiring because, again, look at that graph. They tell you to accumulate and then you have to like you just kind of spend it. So what if inflation goes up? What if the stock market doesn't do well? Which it's not right now. The market in general is not doing well. Like, what happens then? Joe was saying that he didn't want to be a burden to his kids. What if his money runs out? So he would just say that, you know what, like, even though I have a couple $1 million in my nest egg, I'm just going to scrimp and save and not live the lifestyle I want. Which, it was so disheartening because this guy like worked so hard his entire life, right? He's now in his 55 plus years, and this is supposed to be the time where he should be enjoying the fruits of his labor, but he couldn't because he was just stuck in this old way that people kept teaching him about how to get financial freedom or retire. And then once he learned about this new way of retiring, a new way to get to financial freedom, now he's able to say that now he can retire and live the lifestyle he wants. He knows he won't be a burden because he doesn't have to run out of money with the new way. And he could even leave his kids some money if he wanted to, or he could just use it all up. It doesn't really matter because now he has the freedom to choose what he does with his money instead of being so scared and anxious because he just doesn't know if he's going to have enough. So do you want to be like old Joe or new Joe, right? Obviously, all of us want to be like new Joe. So here's some of the basics of this new way of retiring. We have something called a financial freedom number. So this financial freedom number is your target passive income, right? So let's say to live a life where you don't have to scrimp and save and you feel like you can pay for all your bills, you can pay for the nice to haves and things like that, then you set that number, right, for a year. So let's say that's $60,000 a year. That would be $5,000 a month, right? So that's just an example. Obviously, yours could be higher or lower, and it doesn't have to stop there. One of the things I think that holds most of us back is we just don't start, right? And I was like that before too. I remember taking 2 years before actually taking action to get into real estate investing because I was just in over my head, and I would try to set goals, but I'm like, well, I don't want to just say $60,000 a year. I'm going to say $100,000 a year. And even just that confusion in my mind made me not do stuff. So I implore you, just if 100,000 feels too scary and you'll never hit it, drop it down to 50,000. If you just want to start first at 10,000 because you just feel like 50,000 is too daunting of a number that you'll never reach it, then drop it down to 10,000. I think the point is just set some first number so that you can actually start moving forward. And we all have different personalities. Some of us want to shoot for the moon. I'm not even going to try. Some people are I'm not even going to try if my number isn't 200 grand, right? Or some people are oh, 200 grand is too scary. I want to make it more reasonable at 20 grand. We're just different people. I don't know how you are, but what I'm saying is, you know yourself, right? If you're one of the shoot for the moon type people, fine, make it super high. If you're one of the people who are I want to keep it safe so I can reach it and then I can increase it later, that's fine. You can change the number. No big deal. Just pick a number, okay? And then the financial freedom fund is how much money you need to accumulate over time so that you can get that passive income number coming in each and every month or each and every year. So let's do this exercise. Pick a number, pick how much annual cash flow do I need so I can feel like I'm financially secure, I have financial freedom, I can retire, do whatever I want with my time, with whom I want. Write it down. Hopefully you have a phone or a pen and paper in front of you. Write that number down. That is your financial freedom number. I recommend starting at a number you're comfortable retiring at, and then you can always increase it from there. So here's an example. Let's just say it's $5,000 a month. Maybe right now that pays for your living expenses, all the things you need, insurance, food, all that stuff. Maybe it doesn't pay for the super luxury stuff you want, but it would be a comfortable living if you had that and you wouldn't feel like you had to work, right? And again, pick whatever number it is for you, but we're just going to use this for math illustration purposes. So that is now your financial freedom number. Now your financial freedom fund is how much you need to accumulate over time so that you can invest it, so that every year you get that $60,000 a year coming in, or $5,000 a month. So first we have to figure out what's our target annual return, which is how much can you safely get as annual cash flow from investments. 7 to 8% target annual returns is very conservative. Some of you have access to 10% or more returns, and we'll talk more about what kind of returns you can expect in large multifamily and things like that in later slides. But first, this is the point, right? The whole point is financial freedom. So we're going to start here. So earlier we said that we needed $60,000 a year. So if we need $60,000 a year, we divide that by how much we expect our investments to earn per year, 10. And that equals $600,000. So that is our freedom fund. That's how much we need to accumulate over time and invest at our target return, which is 10%, so that we can get that $60,000 a year cash flow. So there we go. This is what we need to invest. And this is the formula we just used. Target passive income divided by target annual return equals the freedom fund needed. So whatever number it is for you, you can do that calculation and you will get to your goal, right? Like your goal, if you're planning on retiring in 7 years, then that is what you're shooting to get to. And then obviously you don't have to stop there. So if you followed kind of what we said, where you set your goal to, hey, the 60K is going to be comfortable, but we're all human, right? We obviously want to grow and continue to improve. So if you want to start at 60K, once you hit 60K, make it 120K and then 200K and then 500K, right? The sky's the limit. But you just want to be able to start somewhere. You can start at that 60K per year goal and then keep going. All right, now we talked about the math. We talked about the goal, right? Like I think most of us are here because of some goal, not just because I really want to, read textbooks and learn nitty-gritties about stuff. Usually there's a point to all of this. And the point typically, most people I talk to, is because they want the freedom. So now we're going to link that into multifamily investing, right? So in multifamily investing, there's two typical options if you're working to be a passive investor, right? So for us, we are both passive and active investors in our deals, meaning for the passive investors, typically they just put money in and they expect a return. They do nothing else. The most they do is they assess the deal and assess the person they're investing with to make sure that this is a deal they want to be in and this is a person they want to be partners with. After they invest, that's really it. They review monthly or quarterly reports. They review their yearly tax returns, send that to the CPA, and that's pretty much it. They collect their cash flow and returns. For the active investors, which are people like me, we do all the work, right? We find the deals. We also own the property management company typically for the deals that we source. So we manage the deals ourselves. So that is pretty active. That's pretty much a business, right? And that's something I think I told you guys that I retired when I was 27. I'm 32 now. So that was 5 years ago. And so I realized 5 years ago that I didn't really want to be like completely retired, right? I wanted to still provide value to the world. And so we started businesses. One of that is a property management company to control the assets in the multifamily space, because we've seen that no one's really going to take care of something you own as much as the owners. And so if we own the property management company and we own the assets that we manage, we don't manage for other people, just our internal deals that we own and we own with other investors. So that is the case for us. Anyway, I digress. So there's two typical options in the multifamily space. A lot of people call these different types of things, but I like to use words that I would kind of identify with. You'll probably hear different types of words in the different other people's presentations, but there's typically cash flow type investments and growth type multifamily investments. So cash flow type multifamily investments, these are either shares in a deal, or like maybe a deal is just this, where it gives you a flat 7 to 10% return per year. And you typically get returns starting the first year. So if you invest $100,000 and it was a 10% return, you start getting $10,000 year one. Now, there's usually a limited upside. Usually it's capped to the returns that is presented as the cash flow. But the pro of that is that there is a lower downside. So typically in these cash flow type investments, the investors get paid first before the other growth type investors, right? So if you're looking for a lower risk, the upside isn't as high, but it is lower risk. So a lot of people like that. And me specifically, since I'm in this point in my investing career where we have accumulated enough money that I feel like I don't need to take that much risk, right? I don't need to try to get super high returns because we already have enough. I'd rather just make sure that we don't lose money. So these are typically at this point in my investing career, the type of investments we lean towards. Now, the number 2 type of option in multifamily investing is typically growth type investments. So these are have a higher potential return, 8 to 15% per year, up to 20% or more. You get the most returns at the sale though. So the cash flow type deals, if you put $100,000 this year, within the next 12 months, if the return was 10%, you would usually collect actually $10,000. In number 2, you would not be collecting, even though the returns is 8 to 15% per year, it's not like you're getting $15,000 this year. Usually you have to wait till the sale or a refinance, some sort of capital event to actually get that money. So if you invest $100,000 in a cash flow type deal, you might already collect $10,000 this year. If you invest $100,000 in a growth type deal, you might collect none, 0 this year. But later in year 7, when it finally sells, then you get like that big chunk of return. For the growth type investments, there's typically a higher upside, right? And a bigger downside. So usually the cash flow type investments get paid first, and then the growth type investment. So if for some reason the deal doesn't do as well as it projected, or the market isn't doing as well like it is right now, then there's usually the cash flow people get paid, and then the growth people might not, they might not get the returns that they were expecting. There's just more risk on that number 2 type. Not to say that either of them is right or wrong. There's just typically, when you look at your portfolio, you decide how much to allocate into each part. So we do have investments in cash flow type investments and growth type investments ourselves. And it has evolved over time. So in the beginning, when we were still in the accumulation phase, we still invested in cash flow type deals, but we also leaned a little bit heavier on the growth type investments. Now that we've accumulated enough, we lean towards more the cash flow type investments to reduce our risk than the growth type investments. So here are the 2 typical options. So I kind of said this earlier already, where if you invest $100,000 in the cash flow investment sample, you get $10,000 return in year 1. In the growth example, you typically get 0. And here are 2 kind of illustrations of what could happen in 7 years, right? So if you invest $100,000 in the cash flow type investment, each year you get about 10%, and then you can reinvest that if you'd like. So that's why the cash flow is growing, because this is assuming that you're reinvesting that. So by year 7, that total capital would have grown to $200,000. Your $100,000 would have turned into about $200,000. In the growth investment example, your $100,000, and let's say you're projecting an annual return of 15%. Usually you don't actually collect for the first several years, some investments will return some. Like maybe it's not actually zero by year 4. Maybe you're actually collecting $5,000 by year 4. But this is just the general trajectory. And then by year 7, usually at the sale, you get one big spike, right? And so with the growth example, by the year 7, your 100 grand would turn into 205 grand. So the growth investment does give you a little bit more than the cash flow investment. So it really just depends on your particular goals, maybe what other things you're invested in. Would you rather prefer lower risk and steady reward, or would you prefer higher risk and higher reward? Really depends on your portfolio and what you're invested in. And then here's an example of what it would look like if for every year you put in 100 grand each year, right? So that's a big thing we did when we were starting out. We were shoving in, like Chris and I were making reasonable money, right? Like I was a speech language pathologist, he was a software developer. So we were both high income, in high income careers, and we spent almost nothing, right? Our goal was to get our freedom back. We didn't really want to buy big boats or big houses or big cars back then. We wanted to get to a point where we had our time back. So most of the money we earned, we actually reinvested back. And even after we started businesses, starting that flipping business and wholesaling business, we kept our lifestyle fairly the same, and we kept reinvesting back so that we could have that time freedom. So back to the graph, right? Like this is someone putting 100 grand a year in one of each, right? Either the cash flow sample or the growth sample in multifamily investing. So in the cash flows example, after 7 years, they would have invested $700K total over the years, and that would, by the end of year 7, they would have $1,043,588. And in the growth investment example, there's 2 rows here, returns received, right? Because typically the growth investments, you don't receive it till the end of the business plan, which can be 7 years. So they actually received 105, and then we added potential returns for each 100K that they invested, and we put like that 15% annual return there. So they haven't actually received this return. These are just theoretically what they would receive once those things sell, because obviously we didn't want to like put 50 years on this graph. And so with that growth investment sample, then their 700 grand return into 900 grand at the end of 7 years. So there we have it. Those are some sample projections for the different type of multifamily deals. Obviously, this is a generalization, right? Like each deal will have a specific projection and specific returns and specific mixes. Like most of the multifamily deals you see will have both types. Like you'll see that they'll offer a cash flow type opportunity and a growth type opportunity. Some will just mix them. Some will do one or the other. But this is a good thing to kind of think of as you're looking at those multifamily investment opportunities. Like what type are they? Are they more cash flow based or are they more growth based? Usually cash flow ones have more of the recurring cash flow, limited upside, limited downside. With the growth investment, usually there's not a lot of cash flow, but more big spike at the end, higher potential reward, but potential more downside than the cash flow type investments. And here's a sample multifamily case study. So Riverside Apartments is one of our recent deals that we've closed on. We've actually owned this for almost a year now. We closed in November of last year. And we also manage this. So we own the property management company and we manage this property with that property management company. So we control all of the aspects of this deal. 2013 built Class A property, 118 units. So we actually did have the 2 different types of multifamily investments in the one deal. So people could choose if they preferred cash flow or they could choose if they preferred growth. So the for year one, the cash flow investors have been receiving their 10% returns per quarter. So they've already received about 10K per 100K invested in year one. And then for the growth investors, their projected return of 15% plus. But because they chose growth, they haven't received anything in year one, because most of the returns that they'll get will happen at the refinance or the sale. So just wanted to give you like a real life example of that happening. These are pictures of the actual property. And here's some extra useful things I think to talk about specifically in this market, right? Like the market right now is not like it was in 2021, right? Like it's definitely a tougher market. There's more financial headwinds, the market in general, inflation, things like that. So one of the reasons we have a property management company is because we saw that as we went into 2020 and 2021, we saw that inflation was just increasing a lot of expenses. And we also saw that the third property management companies were doing worse and worse and worse, to be honest, because we're pretty hands-on owners, and we typically communicate with our property management companies weekly, if not daily. And so we saw that they were having a lot of trouble just as a business, and we took on property management so that we could have control over that. So I think one of the main strategies right now to win in this market is really to optimize your property management if you're in any of the long-term rental or even short-term rental space. If you don't have the ability to start your own property management company, make sure you are managing the property manager, because you don't want to get to a point where you thought some things were happening, but they weren't. I speak from experience, right? We've had those situations, and that's exactly why we've chosen to take control, so that nobody else was making excuses. Like, we could fix the problems that we could fix. And then also track and optimize each area of operation. So in management of apartment complexes, there's typically marketing and leasing, collections, maintenance, and unit turns and renovations. And each of those 4 things add to your income or decrease or increase your expenses. And like we know, the name of the game is increase operating income, which increases our cash flow, which increases the value of our properties. So if we can hone in on each of those items and make sure that no one's dropping the ball, or at least, if someone's dropping the ball, we can fix the problem and just improve the next day, then you're going to be in a pretty good situation. And we do all this to maximize income and control expenses. So there we have it. Hopefully you guys got value out of this. If you want to get in touch with me or Chris, or learn more about what we have going on, email Ari, A-R-I, @wealthgym.com. That is my direct email. You could also go to wealthgym.com/invest to learn more about us and our companies and our investment opportunities over there. So, all right. Well, thank you so much, Real Estate WealthCon. I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for having me, Chris and Jamie. Appreciate the invite as always. And for everyone watching, like I said earlier, if like Chris and I started just about 10 years ago and we knew nothing about real estate, didn't know that financial freedom would be possible for us, definitely knew nothing about large multifamily. That's for sure. But if you're watching this, you're in the right place. You are investing your time and your energy, and typically your money, so that you can improve and learn more. And I know you'll be in a lot better place in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. And if we can do it, you can too. So really appreciate your time. Hope you have a good rest of the day.
That was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Arian. What did y'all think? Did y'all like that? Be sure to let her know in the comments. Next up, I'm going to introduce Randy Langendorfer. Randy is a former chief compliance and audit officer and now full-time real estate investor. With an MBA in finance, he has a keen understanding on how to analyze and review real estate investments. This expertise has enabled him to grow his portfolio from a single duplex to investing in more than 4,000 units. Please welcome to the stage, Randy Langendorfer.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to Building Wealth Passively via Multifamily. Thanks for attending today. I had the opportunity to look over the agenda, and you've just got a who's who of real estate knowledge before you this afternoon and today and the next couple of days, and just hope that you're getting a lot out of it. And if you're new to multifamily or new to real estate more generally, you're probably going to be drinking from a fire hose today, because we're going to give you a ton of information. But even if you're a seasoned veteran, I hope that there's still something that some kernels of wisdom that you take out of it that can apply to yourself. But thanks for being here. And obviously this is kind of an overview, a flyby that we're going to do in 30, 40 minutes here. So hopefully you'll be able to follow up with me or other people if you got questions afterwards. But the agenda here is set before you. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to read it all to you, but we're going to give you kind of a real quick intro to multifamily and passive investing more specifically, and how you might begin to build wealth. And remembering that wealth is not built in a single transaction. It's built over a series of transactions and over a period of time. So I want to also begin to level set expectations here, but we've got a full agenda for you. So just as a way of introduction, who's speaking to you, Randy Langendorfer. I'm based in Houston, Texas today. And I have, my journey started, I guess, back in 2014-ish, when I really started looking at other passive income. I'm sorry, 2010, 2011, actually, when I really started focusing on developing an alternative income stream at that season of my life. And I'll talk more about that in a second. But I really began on focusing on educating myself and trying to understand where money would be made. And so I looked at a lot of different opportunities out there, from owning a franchise to buying a small business to multifamily. And there are a lot of opportunities out there to you, but I hope to convince you on multifamily today. Hard assets is the key there. I've been in several different large educational groups, Lifestyles, the Sumrock group there that you can see before you. I've currently landed in Rod Khleif's organization. I'm part of his mastermind, the boardroom, and also a coach for him. And I'm also a personal coach on my own for multifamily, helping. One of my reasons for why is helping others in their journey to come alongside of them and for them to grow, both professionally and personally. Until April of this year, I was employed in a W-2 job, and I recently just stepped away to do multifamily full time. So I'd love to talk to anybody about that. I spent the last many years in a long and successful corporate journey, and I didn't want to walk away for a long time. But when this grew to a point where I was able to sustain it, it was time for me to just step away and do that. So here I show you, I got a couple degrees, advanced degrees. Quite honestly, that means absolutely nothing. And in the multifamily world, there's a whole bunch of people that have been much more successful than I, with a lot fewer degrees or advanced degrees. And so that's not a requirement at all. Don't let that turn you off. But my wife always tells me that I need to talk about my family as well on these, more than just the business side. So I am married, been married for a long time. I have 4 children, 3 adult daughters, one that lives in Seattle, Washington, another lives in Asheville, North Carolina, and another daughter that lives in Cleveland, Ohio. And I have a 21-year-old son at home with us right here, and lots of fun with them. And that's kind of part of my why. A little bit more about myself. So I mentioned I started in 2010, 11. Basically, I was in the corporate world. I was working for a large private equity company called Carlyle that you may or may not have heard of at the time. And I was at a fairly senior position. I had a good income and a good education, as I said, and I just realized my vulnerabilities. And I realized that I was dependent upon that W-2 income to sustain my lifestyle. And it was really at that time that I started to look elsewhere and how I might fill that gap and or rely upon it 100%. And so I mentioned I looked at a lot of different ones, but I really focused on multifamily after attending some seminars and hearing all the different advantages to it. I attended lifestyles here in Houston, which first got me into it. And I just learned the many, many advantages that we'll talk about those today. And as I mentioned, I try to bring that corporate experience with me. I was involved in kind of the corporate governance areas, corporate risk areas. And I oversaw those functions. And so I bring that mentality to investing, of not only measuring the upside, of which we all do, but measuring the downside. How do we ensure or mitigate the downside risk? Because it is a business at the end of the day for all of these things. And that's what I'm trying to do since 2014. I've become a general partner, as I said, here in about 1,100 doors. I continue to invest passively in other people's deals. I just really like that space. And so I speak to you both from a general partner and a limited partner perspective. And I'm going to continue to be a limited partner as long as funds remain for me to be able to do that. I'm trying to create a business that really looks at how creating synergies of acquired assets, community that are profitable, because if people enjoy living there, they're going to stay there and they're going to tell their friends and family about it. And it's just going to be a whole lot easier transaction than one that's not. And hopefully you've got some big goals for calendar 23, the remainder of 23. We're halfway through. I put this down on paper at the beginning of the 23, having no idea where that would come from, how I would acquire 500 units. And we're actively working towards that. But that's what I'd call a big, hairy, audacious goal for me that I'm trying to live up to, and hope that you're setting similar ones for yourself and your investment experience. So the title of the session is, building wealth through passively investing in multifamily. But I really want to pause and say, and ask everybody, what's your why? Why are you here today? Why are you joining this session? Was it because of the title of wealth and you want wealth? Did you lose a job and you need to create another income stream like I was threatened with? Maybe you just want to get out of the corporate world and be an entrepreneur on your own. Maybe your spouse is encouraging you to find something else. There's all kinds of ones besides just building wealth. But that why is really important. That why is going to drive your action. That why is going to drive the speed of which you act. And so obviously this is different for everybody, but I'm going to encourage you to really think about what's your why. None of those are bad. If it's just pure money, that's okay too. But know that that comes with a cost. And the second aspect, before we really drill into some of the details, is really how is success defined? And success is different for everybody, no matter where they're at. But this triangle here is not new with me. I can't take credit for it. So I'm giving credit to, I think I first saw it at the Sumrock organization, and I think he may have got it from Tony Robbins. I honestly don't know, but I think it accurately depicts what's required for success, not only in real estate, but in really all aspects of your life. I think this really applies to real estate though, because in my own journey, I always used to look at mindset. And when people talked about mindset, it always reminds me of rah-rah, fire them up and go out and conquer the world. And I was an athlete as a young guy, and I always remember that mindset and that rah-rah, and I just really wasn't into that. But in recent years, I've really bought into that mindset, because like you probably, I had a lot of limiting beliefs for a lot of years. I didn't have cash. I didn't have knowledge. I didn't have networks. I didn't have friends, family, and relatives that could help finance these things. So we all fight our limiting beliefs with mindset. And as I said, this is at the top of the pyramid, because I really think it's the most important. You need to surround yourself with people that are going to support your dreams and aspirations versus, I think friends and family sometimes can be the worst, those the closest to you that remind you of all those limiting beliefs. So mindset is key to how you're going to move along this journey, whether you're advanced or whether and you're going to go further, or whether you're at the beginning of the mountain and just starting up the journey. I have to constantly, I've been doing this for almost 10 years, remind myself of my why and improve my mindset by listening to audio tapes, podcasts, reading books from those that have gone before me. We're in a difficult market situation right now with interest rates, and many people are pencils down, not doing any transactions. That doesn't mean there's not transactions out there to be had. It just requires a different mindset and a different philosophy. So mindset, on the bottom left-hand corner, mentor or coaching, either one of those words, those are really important, because a coach or a mentor is going to help guide you. They're going to hold you accountable, which if you're like me, you desperately need it. Back in college, I was always the one that procrastinated until the exam and crammed the night before. So it is, you really can't do that in real estate. You can't cram the night before. You have to really be at it and make it a passion of yours. So a mentor can help you, hold you accountable, but most importantly, he or she can also guide you, give you directions. They can help increase the speed of your journey, and they can help you prevent mistakes that have been made or they're well aware of that you may have blinders on, or you may not know just coming into this space. So mindset, mentor, and then mechanics. So how do you find these properties? How do you acquire these properties? What should I be looking for? That's where we're really going to spend the majority of our time today, is on this mechanics. But I want you to think about your why and your mindset, and also consider getting a coach mentor. So we first talk about passive income, and I looked around for, well, what's passive income? Well, I think it's easier to describe against passive income is not active income. And so when I think of active income, here we get the IRS regulations, the rule. But when I think of active income, I think of my W-2 job, where I'm actively engaged for 40 hours a week or more. Not to be confused with capital gains or capital income, but passive income is really where you're not materially participating. You don't have the decision-making powers or the capabilities. And so I come from a finance mindset, so you have to forgive me, but there's really three buckets of income from a tax perspective. There's active, or your W-2, there's capital gains, and there's passive gains or losses. And so we'll talk more about that here, but what we're talking about is really set it and forget it from a passive perspective, and a little bit about active. So I want to branch into an overview of the multifamily. What is it? Since we got people here of all kinds of backgrounds and different perspectives. First, what's the definition of multifamily? Generally, we break it down into size and class. So by the size, I mean the number of units. Generally speaking, a commercial multifamily property is 5 doors or more. So that could be 5 doors, or it could be 10,000 doors. But it's only when you hit that size do the lenders, the banks, who are the majority of our debt in a property, consider it to be multifamily. So it's size, it's 5 doors or more. If you're just getting started, maybe you want to do a 5-plex or a 20-plex. I'm going to argue that it takes as much work to do that as it does a 100-unit, but that's up to you. And then there's the class of asset. There's the class of the neighborhood. So when we say the class, we generally say that commercial real estate is broken into A, B, and C classes. They won't advertise a D as in dog class, but there are assets out there that meet that criteria in my mind. But they're always come out from the brokers in terms of an A, B, or C. And an A class is just simply a brand new asset, for instance, that's built, I'm in Houston, Texas, as I said, that's built in a very prestigious neighborhood like the Heights or something in Houston, where it's upper class. So the Class A, Class C in the other spectrum is probably a 1985 garden style property in one of the suburbs that attracts really workforce housing, blue collar workers. Nothing wrong with that either, but I'm just trying to distinguish between the class of asset. And then you talk about the class of the neighborhood. So you can have an A class property in a C class neighborhood or vice versa. Doesn't really go along like that one-to-one correlation, but you have seen it and you just need to be aware of it for the terminology. So what are the advantages of investing in multifamily real estate? Well, there are many, and we're gonna talk about those here. There are several before you that we can discuss. The advantages are pretty straight simple. First and foremost, you look at commercial real estate for cash flow purposes, to create a positive cash flow. So you're getting a check, be it monthly or quarterly, however it comes about. You're getting cash flow. You're getting positive cash flow on top of the other things. Favorable tax treatment. Well, we mentioned that a little bit, but unlike a capital event or a stock or bond, favorable tax treatment means that as a passive investor, you're going to get a K1, a partnership return every year. And generally speaking, because of the concept of depreciation, you're going to have a positive cash flow on the top line, but you're going to have a paper loss on the bottom line on your tax return that you can put in your passive income bucket to offset future passive gains, if that makes sense. Talk about the word forced appreciation. So this is really the contrasting view with single families or my primary residence. In my primary residence, the value is determined based upon the comps in the neighborhood. I could have a beautiful asset, beautiful home in a lousy neighborhood, and the price is reflective. I think most people get that, and conversely, I can have a lousy asset in a beautiful neighborhood and get the benefits of that as well. That doesn't work for commercial real estate. The forced appreciation comes about. The property is evaluated because it's a business. It's evaluated based upon the cash it's generating. And so that what we refer to as net operating income minus expenses over the cap rate so it's a mathematical equation is how so in that, if I can increase the numerator, the net operating income, by either increasing income or decreasing expenses, that's going to increase my net operating income, my numerator, and the property value rises by merely controlling the net operating income. So it's not based upon where it sits or what neighborhood it's in. It's based upon the cash flow it generates. And that is distinguishedly different than my primary residence. Economies of scale. We get the beautiful thing about economies of scale is if I own a 100-unit apartment building, or I have a passive investment in a 100-unit, I can afford to buy property management skills, a lease manager. We can afford to have our own employees as maintenance people. So there's just and the more you get, the easier, the more properties you have, the more door count you have, the easier it is to get economies of scale. And that's a pretty simple statistic as well. Vacancy rate, well, that's pretty straightforward, right? If I got a 100-unit apartment building and I have a 1 vacancy, I got a 1% vacancy. If I have one single family unit and I have a vacancy, I have 100% vacancy. So it's a whole lot more advantageous, and it goes along with that economies of scale is that vacancy rate. I can have a 100-unit building and have 10 empty units and still only have a 10% vacancy. And that's pretty good, actually, because people are always moving in and moving out. That last bullet point here is the one that really attracted me to multifamily, the concept of non-recourse debt. So it's interesting, as a general partner, I can go out and acquire a multifamily asset and not have to sign personally on the loan. Non-recourse is just when you have your primary residence, that's a recourse loan. And so if you default on your primary residence loan, the bank can come after you, your cars, your other assets, financial investments you may have made. Non-recourse debt, If I buy a commercial real estate property in non-recourse debt, and the very worst were to happen, if I were to default, I'd lose my investment, but they couldn't come after me personally. And so that's huge as an asset protection classification too, and really distinguishes multifamily from other commercial real estate, such as industrial or retail or strip centers and stuff, that you have a different perspective there. Continuing on there, some of the risk and challenges of multifamily. Well, property condition is always right. It's real estate. Again, if it's a dump, it's a dump. And if it's a beautiful property, it's a beautiful property. And that always has an implication on it. The dump may have actually some value to rehabbing it and refurbishing it, if that's part of your business plan. But mostly you just have to take that into consideration. Location and market fluctuations, right? So location, the three most important things about real estate: location, location, location. So from a commercial real estate perspective, would you rather invest in Florida or some Alaska or Montana, where there's not a whole lot of growth going on? So location has a lot to do with commercial real estate as well, obviously. You want to, we'll talk more about this in a few slides here, but we really want to use that as we develop our strategies. Financing, as I mentioned, the bank, the lender is the largest customer or client in this transaction. They're going to have anywhere from 60 to 80% of the overall purchase price. So they really become our master. And the type of financing you get is these days critically important. So we should be asking our sponsors what kind of financing. Wasn't too long ago, probably a year or less, even say 6 to 18 months, everything was variable rate debt being purchased on. Today, that's out of fashion, and everybody is trying to run for fixed rate debt for the obvious reasons. And that has a huge implication on leverage and how much the concept there, can you borrow to maximize the return? Property management is huge. This is where, as an investor, I think as a passive investor, we should be asking the general partners more about that. And we'll talk more about that in future slides as well. But I'm going to suggest to you that the biggest single factor you should focus on starting out here is the concept of the horse and the jockey. So which is more important in a horse race, the horse or the jockey? Well, you could build an argument they're both really important, and they are. But in the multifamily experience, the horse is the asset wherever it sits, the property, and the jockey is the sponsorship team or the general partnership team. I use those terms synonymously, and I'm gonna argue that the jockey is more important than the horse, because a good jockey can take a average horse and make it great, and a poor jockey can take a good horse and make it bad or underperform. So they're both important, but in this illustration, it's the jockey that I think we're going to focus on first, of who you as a passive investor should begin to focus with and talk to. So factors to consider when you're trying to find a general partner. Again, general partner versus sponsor. Oops, excuse me. Factors to consider. First and foremost is their track record. What kind of record do they have? Is this their first transaction as a general partner, or is this their 30th transaction as a general partner? What are their returns to date? What's their length of investments? Have they been averaging a 20-month hold or a 7 or 8 year hold on the asset? Because you want to know when you're getting your money back entirely. And so that's paramount. What's their history of actual performance to their pro forma performance as first identified in the investment summary they put out? It's a huge. Expertise and experience. There's just really no substitute for this. And And expertise and experience is different than education, right? It's got to have substance about it. They need to know the submarket they're investing in. They need to know the property management team, and they need to begin to develop exit strategies very early. So to mitigate those risks, those are all really important factors there for consideration that you want to know. So the track record, first who the jockey is, their track record, their experience, the team. So today these deals are beginning to be huge deals with tens of millions of dollars put forth or raised. And it generally takes more than one individual to do that because of the size of these deals. So you'll see many deals today with 5, 6, even 8 different general partners. I'm not suggesting that's bad. It has its advantages and disadvantages, but you as a passive investor just need to understand, and how you might build wealth is by understanding those team dynamics. Ask the question, what are the core strengths of everybody on that team? What's the breakdown of responsibilities? I'm an analytical type, so I spend a lot of time on the numbers, whether I'm a passive investor or an active investor in building wealth. But you really have to begin to understand some of the mathematical or the number crunching that goes on. Just like in a single family house or your primary residence, you may look at the comps in the neighborhood, and that's an analytical review. Well, in multifamily, we call that underwriting assumptions. That's the spreadsheet of which we begin to take the historicals and project them over the next 5 to 7 years with some assumptions. So you really need to ask what the assumptions are. What are their growth and income assumptions? If somebody presents you a deal with saying that we're going to raise rents 30% year one, that should really be a pause and ask questions, because is that really logical? Any place that raised rents 30% in 1 year? Maybe it is. 99.9% of the time, it's not. And that should be a red flag to you. Cap rate, that's a number that varies by location, but the underwriter, the sponsor should be able to tell you that. It has a huge impact on the future value of what you're projecting the cap rate will be when you sell the deal. Really need to begin to understand how the general partnership team is compensated. There are many different models out there. We talk about kind of investor beware. You've seen one. They're all different. There may be some similarities between some of the large educational groups, but for the most part, investor beware and ask questions, because they're all different. So they can take these fees: acquisition fees, disposition fees, management fees, profit sharing. Again, none of them are bad, but you should just be aware of them and be asking yourself how they're compensated, what drives them, what's their incentive, and how does that align with what you're doing. The capital stack. So for the capital stack is really just the breakdown of proceeds between the general partnership team and the limited partnership team. So you'll see 70-30, 80-20. I've seen them as low as 50-50. And so those have a tremendous impact on the future performance of the deal and what the rewards are. And preferred returns or not preferred returns, waterfalls. A preferred return is just really the order of priority of how distributions are made. Preferred return of 6% says that you get 6% before the general partnership gets anything. And many people, that's really important. Other people, it's not. You need to make up your own mind. Waterfalls are how the disposition of assets or funds at the end of the sale are attributed. So a waterfall generally has a hurdle of 16, 20% IRR or something like that. And after that, the split goes down from the capital stack split goes from 70-30 to 50-50 or 60-40. Again, none of them are bad, but just make sure you go in making an intelligent investment decision and are asking the proper questions. The last bullet point here is, or 5, is just making sure you align with what the general partnership is. I say here, investor versus speculator. So an investor is somebody who understands the risk, accepts the risk, and puts their money down. A speculator, I think, is what I do in my 401ks, where I just blindly pick a Vanguard fund or a Fidelity fund and I stick money in it. I don't know where they're at. I don't know who the property manager, I don't know who the lead manager is, maybe what their investment philosophy is. But be an intelligent investor and ask questions and make sure the general partner strategy aligns with yours. If you're looking for something that you're not worried about the big bump at the end when the property is sold, you just want a consistent yield. You just want 6, 8, 9% a year, whatever, and you're happy with that and content with that. You've already made your fortune and you don't need to gamble it. You just want a steady return. Well, then do that and make sure that, excuse me, make sure that it aligns. Areas of caution are things that you should really think about when the general partner says something to you about their opportunity. Every partner should have skin in the game. If they don't, you should be concerned. You should raise a lot of questions. I'm not saying, again, it's bad. I'm just saying that you as an investor and on your way to wealth generation, you don't want to get nicked or pegged by somebody that didn't have any skin in the game. It's easy to do in the commercial real estate space. Another one I always raise the hand of caution on is if you're modeling in a refinance after 3 years or 4 years to achieve a return, a rated return, the deal should stand alone without a refinancing goal. Refinancing may occur, but that's a kicker. That's a plus if it does occur. And so as an investor, if the deal is modeled and the returns are contingent upon that, I'd raise the hand of caution and just ask a lot of questions. You know, one of my early mentors told me the first rule of investing is never invest in the hood. And I have friends that invest in the hood and have been successful in the hood. But for me, I don't want to put my hard-earned money at risk in the hood, whether it be an apartment building or a single family house. Again, maybe you're really comfortable with that. I'm not, and that's just not for me. The next one there is a new market. If this is the first time the sponsorship team or the general sponsorship team, they're going to Houston, Texas, but they're from Carolinas, and they are attracted because of the growth here in Texas. But if it's a first-time investment here, I'm not saying it's bad, but you just have to really question what they're doing and do they know, do they have a team built up to support them, and is that skill transferable from that market to this department? And there are GP-friendly deals and there are investor-friendly deals. So when I say there are GP-friendly deals, those are deals that are very fee-laden and have a lot of risk going in for them. Not a lot of risk, but they're just very fee-laden. So they have acquisition fees, disposition fees, a 50-50 capital stack. They have things like that versus investor-friendly deals that are weighted more towards the investor. They're 80-20 with a 9% pref or something like that. That's a very investor-friendly deals. That tells you a lot about the sponsorship team and what they're looking for. So how do we develop a passive wealth? How do you develop a passive wealth strategy? So I really encourage people to set goals. I've been trained on this in the corporate world and in this space as well, that we all should really have a large, detailed goal setting process every year. And it needs to be on paper. And you may or may not have heard of the SMART goals. Strategic, measurable, I forget what the SMART acronym stands for, but that's the way our goals should be written. But you really have to start to think, and I'm just giving you broad ideas here. What do you want to do in this, on your journey? Do you want to gain wealth by becoming an active or a general partner? Do you want to continue to be a limited partner? There's nothing wrong with either one of those. How fast do you want to go? I know guys that want to go big, go fast. Do you have specific markets in place? So my strategy, I would articulate very simply as, I look at Sunbelt properties, the southern half of the United States where the growth is occurring. And I seek 100 doors or better and then with partners who have a proven track record of success in that sub-market, in that local market. They've done something in, Houston, Texas, in my example. That's my strategy. That doesn't mean it has to work for you that way. But I want to encourage you to really avoid the shiny object syndrome. The shiny object syndrome is, I don't have a strategy and somebody sends me an opportunity in Duluth, Montana, and they're promising a 20% IRR and a 30% IRR. And so that comes across my desk. That doesn't hit my strategy, so it doesn't even get looked at because it doesn't hit the strategy, even though it has a very high rate of return projected. Or, let's just say somebody comes across the desk with me with a cryptocurrency one. Now, I'm not in crypto. Nothing bad if you're in crypto, as long as you understand it. I don't have the time to understand it, don't want to understand it. So that's not part of my investment strategy. And you got to understand how much capital do you have at risk? How much capital do you have to lose? These are very illiquid assets. And so they take something you should not be investing in if you need the money in a year or two or something like that. What's your risk tolerance? Do you like that old property that's a rehab, or do you want that new shiny apartment complex in downtown Houston? You got to research and identify different properties and identify your specific markets. But most importantly, you need to continue to educate yourself. I've been doing this for almost 10 years. I continue to spend a lot of my time in education of myself and networking with other people in the space. And I hope that continues with you. But develop a long-term strategy. Remember, again, you're not going to get rich. It's possible, perhaps, but you're not going to get rich on one single investment. But over a period of time and a period of investments, you will sustain growth, wealth, passive income by being diligent and sticking to your long-term plan. So how do we acquire these multifamily properties? Maybe you're part of your wealth strategy is I don't want to just passively invest. I want to actually go out and acquire one. I've been blessed. I just got a big stock option and I've got some money. I can go out and buy a 20 unit or 50 unit or whatever you want to buy. Or what's the general partner? How did he or she identify properties? And so really it's about evaluating potential markets here. Focus on, you're going to, my world, you're going to de-risk the investment by looking in areas with growing population and growing income and have a lot of employers based there. So you think about that. That's Florida, that's Texas, that's Arizona, that's the Carolinas, that's Georgia. There's a lot of population migration to those southern states in those big cities and a lot of industry moving there as well. How do you find a deal? There's agent brokers out there, just like there are for single families. If you're interested in this aspect of the business, you really need to start to build those relationships, and you're looking for off-market deals, houses or apartments that aren't listed on the MLS. Those are the ones where you can have a much more higher probability of success, but you don't start out there. That's something to graduate to. You need to really just start looking at deals, analyzing them on paper, driving them. If you're active and you want to do this, it takes time, and you can do this though. But most importantly, let's assume you identify an asset or property you want to buy, and or a general partner identifies it. They have to develop a business plan. How are they going to raise that NOI and raise the value? Well, there's a ton of due diligence there, and you have to understand, as I said, the numbers, and that's the historical financials, what we refer to as the trailing 12 income statement, showing all the income and expense, or the rent roll that shows what each tenant is paying, why they're paying it, or not why they're paying it, but how much they're paying, and are they paying any other add-ons to that, for pets or anything else. And comparing that to the market rates. Is there an opportunity really to, in your underwriting assumptions, to grow the income? And most likely there probably is. But by increasing that NOI, as we discussed, is where you're really going to begin to make some money. And early on, you have to look at your exit strategies. How are you going to get out of this and return the money to the investors? Then you're developing a letter of intent to the seller. It's really just a non-binding piece of paper that says, I'm going to buy the property at this price with these contingencies. So I'm going to buy it at $1 million, and it's contingent upon financing and due diligence coming in. And then once you do that, you have to identify that property management company that's going to assist you, or perhaps it's the fiveplex that you want to just manage yourself, self-manage. I myself don't want to self-manage anything. I use third-party property management, and would encourage you to do it too. And the bigger the units are, the bank is going to encourage you to do it too, unless you've got experience. But you need to find the one that fits for you, because again, you've seen one. They're not all the same. And there's advantages and disadvantages to each one. Find the one that is successful in that submarket. Do they operate C-class assets in the town you're looking at? Or are they only operating A-class assets in another town? Big difference. And you have to navigate a successful transition from the seller to the buyer, making sure all the records are transitioned. Do they have experience at that? What's their track record? Do they have checklists, et cetera? And then you're the ongoing asset management. You're the owner. So that's referred as asset management is the oversight of the property manager, assuming there's a third-party property manager. That's the month-to-month, day-to-day, making sure we achieve financial performance, looking at key performance indicators, routinely inspecting the property, implementing various procedures and processes to make sure all of that happens. That's your job. And then once you've done all this, assuming you want to scale, at this point, you're either going to love this or you're going to dislike this strongly, either as a passive or as an active investor. Even as a passive, you say, oh man, I just don't want the headache of chasing down the sponsor or where they're at and what's going on, et cetera. But how to scale it is really just simply to refine and modify your strategy. It's cut and paste after you've done the first one, right? Passively, you find more sponsors and invest more money. You build teams. You look at different sponsorships, teams to align with if you're a passive investor in different geographic areas. You look for sponsors that are vertically integrated. Do they have their own property management company or their own construction company or their own survey company or anything like that along the integration scale? Only then really should, master one asset class, master the asset class of multifamily, and then think about looking at other asset classes. So I have students coming to me all the time. Well, what do you think about this self-storage opportunity in XYZ? Or what do you think about this hotel in ABC? And I just pause and say, what's your strategy? Where did we say we were going to focus at? And I think that's the most important thing, is really just to regroup. That's the shiny object syndrome. And that's to stay focused and master one asset class before you go to another one. Making sure we stay updated on trends and regulations in the industry. That's paramount. I could give a couple whole stories on that one. And then it's time to exit the investment. So it's payday. We want to make sure that everybody's getting paid, right? And this really begins with the end in mind. When you're buying the property, how are you going to get out? Multiple exit strategies and wealth generation. The best one I like is we're going to refinance the property after 4 years and keep it another 6 or 10 years, but we're going to get all of our money back and just continue to cash flow it. That's a strategy. Another strategy is to sell it. There's all different kinds of strategies. And you got to make sure, and this is where you have the help of a broker, because you really need to make sure the timing and the market is right. So if you were selling the property in the last several years in 19, 20, 21, you probably did extremely well just by the fact you had an asset and you were selling it in multifamily. If you're selling one now, it may not be as good just because the market conditions have changed rapidly. So seek a broker. They're going to give you counsel there. They're going to give you a broker opinion value of what the property's worth, and if they think they can get that. You as a passive investor or active investor have to think about reinvesting those dividends. Only when you begin to, the principle of multiplication gives you velocity and gives you wealth. When you take one unit or one investment, flip it into two becomes four becomes 8. That's where wealth is really created in after you've been doing this 3, 5, 7 years, of where you can really begin to gain some traction in wealth building. And I say here, passively, become an active passive investor. Back to that concept, investing versus speculation. An active passive investor is one who understands the risk, learns the risk, knows the market. And even Warren Buffett says, he doubles down in industries. When he finds an industry he likes and he knows it, understands it, he goes all in. Well, that's kind of with the way you should be on any investment, but most specifically on these private placement offerings. And I said down at the bottom, take the long view. That's really important. One investment, and I'm going to show you here, doesn't make it right or wrong. So a couple quick studies. We're coming down to the end here. Stick with me a little bit longer. I just wanted to give you a couple of case studies. The worst, I would say, case studies as a passive investor. In 2014, my first passive investment, 128 units in Port Arthur, Texas. For those of you around the country, Port Arthur, Texas is a Gulf city about 100 miles due east of Houston. It sits literally on the Gulf. And this asset in the bottom right-hand corner, it's a beautiful asset. It was actually 3 miles off the ocean. So it was built in 68 and updates in 72. It was projected a 5-year hold with 168% return. And so 100% is doubling your money. So 168%, if I invest $1, that means I get $2.68 back was the investment thesis here. So again, I'm listening to what I preached. I knew the sponsor, the general partners. I knew where they came from. I liked them. I trusted them. I respected them. The business plan was pretty simple. This property had sat vacant by the city of Port Arthur for a couple of years, and the developer before we bought it had come in and just pretty much rebuilt the property, new roofs, new windows, new doors, new interiors, just did a phenomenal job. And so the business plan was simply, it had a 70% occupancy when we bought it. All we had to do is lease it up to 90, 95%, refinance the bridge loan we had going in, and this was going to be a home run. Well, the outcome's a little bit different. So I bought it in 14. In 15, we refinanced it, and we got 60% of our capital back. So invested $1, I got 60 cents back. And then we had the triple F here, and that's not bad words, but in 2016, we realized the property management company had been committing fraud. And so we had to fire them and start cleaning up all of the fraud. They were overestimating incomes and overestimating occupancy for the bank reporting, which got us in some hot water with the lender. 2018, for those of you that are familiar with Houston and the Gulf Coast, was Hurricane Harvey. And the beautiful asset there on the right-hand bottom of your picture had 3 feet of water in all the first floor units. They were totally they needed to be totally gutted. So you took 128 units and it quickly went to 114, and nobody on the second floor wanted to be there anyhow. And so occupancy tanked. So fraud, a flood. And then in 2019, we had a fire, of which one building was destroyed. Regrettably, 3 young children died, and that's what bad things can happen. And so after all this, the property was rebuilt to a new glory. I mean, it was beautiful rooms, all new cabinets inside, new walls, new everything, new appliances, granite countertops, etc. However, we had been in arrears, and so with the bank, we had to sell it under a hurry, and we broke even. So I didn't lose any money. I've never lost any money in real estate, but we didn't make any money either. So 6 years, I didn't make anything. And that may seem like a loss or the worst case scenario. I don't really view it as that. regrettably and understandably, it was a great learning experience. And I learned the value of, back to the principle of the horse and the jockey. The general partner in this really was, you learn people's character in times of stress. And this general partner put in a ton of his own money to keep this property afloat in those 6 years, put in a ton of his own money in the form of a loan. But when it came time to sell it, to get out of it, he made sure all the limited partners were whole before he himself took any proceeds. Even though the legal documentation allowed him to repay the loan he had made to the property himself. That is a huge factor and lesson I learned of the integrity of the general partner. I'll invest with this guy anytime he calls me going forward. So that perhaps is the worst case scenario. The last one I'll show you is the best case example. 92 units in Beaumont, Texas. It's out by Port Arthur. It's about 100 miles east of Houston. Passively invested in 2016. The 5-year projection was 117% return. Again, only invested with experienced sponsors, people I understood, liked. The business plan was pretty simple. The seller had lost sight of it. They'd owned it for a long time. It was cash flowing for them, and they didn't manage it well. And the business plan was pretty simple: rebuild the exterior and interior improvements and create rent bumps. I talked about that 2018 flood in Port Arthur. Well, this is close to that asset. Regrettably, this asset had about 8 inches of water in half of the first floor units, 8-9 inches of water. And so all those units had to be gutted as well. So we stopped distributions for a while. The general partner did, but this is one that 21 months after buying it, we sold it for 4x return, 4.6 to be exact. So for every dollar I invested, I got $4.60 back in 21 months. Now that's a walk-off grand slam home run. Can't repeat it every time, but and for the investors, what kind of money can you make here? So I've been in probably 25, 30 of these different assets over my 10 years. I think 9, 10 of them have gone full cycle. I'm averaging 135% return, averaging. And that's with the 0 on the last page. So that means for every dollar I've invested, I've gotten $2.35 back. And it's been over, the longest hold has been that 6-year one that we just saw. So this can be a very lucrative and wealth generating activity if you want it to be. So I'm running late here. Next steps, develop your plan. If you want that pile of money on the right, develop your plan. There are people who are ready, aim, fire personalities. So you may have heard this illustration before. I myself am an analytical type. So I'm ready. I look at it. I aim, and then I fire. So I have to be cautious of that. I have fire friends, though, that I say they're fire, aim, ready. They do the deal. Just do the deal. Just do the deal. Well, do what's right for you, but take action. That's the most important thing, is take action. You have to really take action. And that step is done by taking the first step, the second step, and the third step. And so to your success, I appreciated the time together today. Thank you so much. Be happy to answer any questions, and I'll leave this QR code up on the screen for you. If you want to take a shot of that, you can contact me there at that via that QR code, and happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, Randy, thank you. We're going to take another break. Just like the other ones, this is not going to last long. This is a good time to share with everyone what you thought about Randy's speech and the other speakers before him. Network with folks that are here. It's not going to be very long, so stay tuned. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
National Real Estate Insurance Group offers real estate investors the most comprehensive and flexible insurance program built just for you. Our team delivers innovative solutions for the needs of each investor, simplifying the insurance process and supporting your investing journey. INREG's program offers property and liability coverage for residential locations from single-family homes up to 20-unit apartments, plus mobile and condo investment properties and vacation rentals. We insure your properties in any stage of occupancy with the ability to seamlessly make changes without the need to cancel your old policy and rewrite a new one. From renovation status to vacant when the property goes on the market, or vacant to tenant occupied when the location is rented. Our monthly reporting form means you pay for the coverage you need when you need it with no minimum earned premiums. To get started, you will fill out a request for proposal online form with all of your property information. One of our sales advisors will help you through the process, explaining the coverages and ensuring you are informed along the way, always meeting or exceeding the insurance requirements of your lending institution. All of the carriers that underwrite our program are rated A or better by AM Best, giving you peace of mind. Once you are an INREG client, you will be assigned to a client service representative. You will also have access to our state-of-the-art client portal where you can submit newly acquired properties or make changes to covered locations, download evidence of insurance documents, and manage payments with the click of a button. We look forward to serving your insurance needs through innovative and industry-leading offerings and unmatched service. Visit our website to request a proposal today.
Welcome back. We're going to shift gears again, going from multifamily now to mobile home parks. And I'm going to introduce Tim Kelly. Tim is a U.S. Navy veteran, real estate investor, educator, best-selling author, high-performance coach, and VP of Education for active duty passive income. Tim separated from the Navy as a chief petty officer with 15 years of service, and he enjoys showing past and present service members how to achieve financial freedom through owning American real estate. Please welcome to the stage, Tim Kelly.
How's it going, everybody? Greetings. My name is Tim Kelly, and I am a real estate investor, an educator, a certified high performance coach. And I'm just so glad that you could all join me today. And I'm just excited to share my passion for mobile home park investing with you. So, I could share a story upon story about all the different, nightmares that I've had and the different wins that I've had. But I just want to say, how did I stumble upon this asset class back in 2000, late 17, 2018, when I was really honed in and focused on multifamily and apartment communities. If anybody remembers, the cap rates were pretty solid, 7, 8, even 9 in decent B and C class markets on B and C class assets. And so a little bit into 18, cap rates started to squeeze on those asset classes. So I kind of was thinking, what other asset class could I look at that is maybe still housing and that could provide a yield of, 7, 8, 9 caps. So that is how I initially stumbled upon mobile home parks. And I just did a bunch of research, immersed myself in education and networking, of course. And so that's kind of how I stumbled upon mobile home parks. And since then, I've always been focused on mobile home park communities and apartment communities. But there's a special place in my heart for mobile home parks. And I'm excited to share all those things with you. Quick agenda, just a quick bio about myself, just some basic terminology for mobile home park investing, why I love them, how you could find deals, understanding residents and kind of how they think and their mindset, and then some of the challenges of mobile home parks, and then keys to success. So I am a veteran. I spent 15 and a half, almost 16 years in the United States Navy. I exited as a chief petty officer. My last duty station was Naval Air Station Pensacola, Florida. And I was there until I was stationed there from early 2017 till November 2020. And I actually just left there to a different place in Florida. I'm currently living just north of St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Florida area, in a cool city called Newport Richey, if anybody's familiar. But that's where I reside today. So my military training, I believe, gave me the tools to really persevere and succeed in business and in investing. I initially discovered real estate to build wealth and for financial freedom through books on deployments. When I was on deployment, I was floating in the middle of the ocean in the Persian Gulf, going through the Mediterranean, and I was literally just picking up books on financial freedom and building wealth. And I kept seeing real estate as just this pattern of how so many people could access it and invest in it with little to no money and all that. So I dove in. I was off the deployment, looking at the podcast, invested a lot of money in investing and all that. And so now I'm a senior managing partner at Kelly Housing Group, my own firm, as well as ADPI Capital. And so at this point, now I have well over 1,000 income producing units that I've helped close, both apartment communities, mobile home communities, small and large multifamily, even storage facilities. And I'm looking at like RV parks and parking lots. I'm also a best-selling author, CHPC, which is a certified high performance coach. I love getting one-on-one with people and just helping them break through barriers. And I'm also an advisory board member and a co-owner of this incredible platform, Active Duty Passive Income. And it's been my heart and soul for like the last 5-6 years. It is the premier education community for military real estate investors. And I can go on and on about how incredible we are. We have our best-selling book, Military House Hack, and it's free right now to download. This amazing podcast. We've interviewed like Robert Kiyosaki, Grant Cardone. We have a conference every single year. This one's coming up in San Antonio in October. We have a mortgage branch, but it's designed for military real estate investors, and our mission is to help as many military members, past and present, own more of America, the land that they fight so hard for. So that is really what I spend most of my time on these days. But let's dive in to Mobile Home Parks 101. So also known as mobile home communities, you might hear them referred to as manufactured home communities or manufactured housing communities. And what a lot of us know them as trailer parks, right? So 5 reasons why I love these things. Number one, they are a major solution to the affordable housing crisis. A lot of you might know we have been in, affordable housing crisis. There's such a high demand for workforce and affordable housing. And this is the best solution, I believe, for that affordable housing. So there's less investor competition because of the stigma. People hear trailer parks are like, why would I invest in these assets? There's just probably a bunch of crime and drugs and all this nonsense and all this riffraff happening. That's not really the case. So there's just less investor competition in these asset classes compared to other commercial asset classes. So usually there's a lower expense ratio than multifamily, and I'll get into that. Usually the owners just own the land and produce lot rent. So they're not really taking care of all the maintenance and repairs because usually the residents or the tenants will own those homes. Not always, but ultimately overall there's a lower expense ratio. So now the average lot rent is going up. It's still ridiculously low at this point. Roughly between $300, $350 a month is like the average. I'm still seeing, $200 lot rents or even less. Some of them are at market, closer to $450, $500 for just the lot rent, right? Just the lot rent, not the unit, just the lot rent itself. So, and those are only going up. So many moms and pops that are and operators that have owned these have just been afraid to increase lot rents over the years. So there's a lot of opportunity there, and lot rent is only going up. And so because of that, this is also the housing type that has produced the highest yield, the highest return on investment just year over year. And we just endured this crazy pandemic that has, frightened a lot of people, that has shaken a lot of different markets and economies. And this class, this mobile home park investing class, in the right market, managed properly, has proven to be recession resistant. And I could testify to that. And I have seen the assets that are in my portfolio that have endured over the last couple of years. And the cool thing is, another reason why I love them are, long-term tenants. A lot of people refer to mobile home parks as wheel estate, not real estate, because they think they're very mobile, but mobile homes are not very mobile. And so once, a family is there, or a mobile home park owner or mobile home owner is like situated on land, they usually don't move. Not only, does it cost a lot of money to, unhook the utilities, get, a truck to move it out, but you need your own piece of land or another mobile home community to park it. So a lot of these times, in apartment communities, it's a 12-month lease. You're going to find people who live there for years and years and years, but overall, these tenants are longer term compared to other asset classes. So again, just some basic terminology. The star ratings are how they're classified. Mobile home parks are classified. 1 star, being, in a war zone, just, not a very desirable market, not a very desirable community. All the way up to 5 stars, where this could be, top of the line amenities, and they have, all these events happening and transportation to local stores and just a lot of them are in like Southern Florida, nice retirement communities, nice like 55 plus communities. A lot of times those are 4 or 5 star parks. POH, park owned homes. TOH, tenant owned homes. So a lot of communities that you purchase, there's going to be a ratio where there's going to be some tenant owned homes and some park-owned homes. So that's what TOH is. Of course, mobile home, as you know what a mobile home is, and those usually come single wide, double wide, or triple wide for those who want to go big or go home. There are some triple wides in some of the parks that I've helped close. A hitch, it's just like it would be on a typical trailer. It's like attached to the frame to transport from the factory or from land to land. And the hitch could be removed before, you install that skirting, what you see in the picture, that white material at the bottom, that's called skirting. Of course, RV is a recreational vehicle. A lot of mobile home communities are split between RVs and mobile homes. And believe it or not, RV lot rent is actually higher in some of the parks that I own compared to the actual mobile homes lot rent that are sitting in the same park. So a modular home, that is, it looks the same as a mobile home, but they're built to like local site building code. They're typically, set on the permanent foundations. They're not really movable. They're considered modular, and there are other requirements to consider it modular. Now, a tiny home, you might see some tiny home communities or mobile home communities with some tiny homes. Those are usually under 400 square feet, and they're typically built to RV code. They're made to be light. They also have axles and tires. They're not really meant to move a whole lot and withstand a lot of travel, but they are designed to be able to move from one place to the other. So I want to dive into really 6 ways to find mobile home park deals. So a lot of these are going to be how you find some residential and some other commercial deals, but there are some differences that I wanted to clear up. So online listings and marketplaces, for you just to get an idea of where you could find some listings, and they actually also have financials and different documents offered to you. Some of those are LoopNet, Mobile Home Park Store, NH Village, Mobile Home Village. These are just some online platforms and marketplaces. Again, they often provide the detailed information and financials, what's called a T12, T24, T36, the trailing financial documents that you need to analyze the property. So that's one way. You can look at the online marketplaces, but typically if you're listed online, some people refer to LoopNet or these places as where deals go to die. But that is just a stigma. There's always good deals out there. Some of them you could find. Some of them, are listed by sellers who don't want to go try to make a deal with a private owner or list it with a broker. They just want to list it and get the mass. Initially, they just want to get as much reach as possible. So they list it on these marketplaces. It's also a great way to acquire deals, to practice underwriting and to look at the financials in order to understand how these are financially analyzed and how maybe you can conduct due diligence on these and how they're different from other asset classes. So, of course, building relationships with brokers, they're one of the greatest source for good deals. There's a number of ways to find brokers. You can go to these listing sites like LoopNet, Mobile Home Park Store, Mobile Home Village online, or Cruxy, and look to see what brokers are listing those properties. And then you could straight up call them and kind of build a relationship with them. And, and this goes for all other commercial and multifamily, but you really, before you connect with a broker, you have to sound like what you're talking about at least, and you must share exact criteria, or at least dialed in criteria that's somewhat concise. You can't really just say, hey, I'm looking for a good deal, in Cincinnati, or I'm looking for a good deal in Tampa, so they kind of are vetting you the first couple times that you're chatting with them. So do your homework, understand the terminology, and make sure you know exactly what you're looking for. Ultimately, you must prove that you have the capacity to close and do these deals for them to actually spend time with you. They want to show you their pocket listings. If they are sensing that you know what you're talking about, then they're offering to show you the deals that they have connections with different sellers that they might not be listed. to all, the public. And you don't have to be the most experienced investor in order to get pocket listings, or in order to show and prove to a broker that you have what it takes to close. So again, these brokers are a great way to find deals. And of course, just like residential, direct mail, yellow letters, mailing campaigns are similar to those by like residential wholesalers. You might think about those, but the point is to connect directly with the owner of a property. You can compile or even purchase a list from all these different online sites, list source, or you can even go to like the courthouse. You get the records if you build a relationship with somebody at the courthouse, and you could, instead of just typing and sending a typical letter out to the same letter to every single individual, if you write a letter that is honest, genuine, maybe put a picture of yourself, let them know why you think their park is incredible, that might leave a lasting impression. You also have to know that 9 times out of 10, they're not going to respond, or they're going to say no, right? But the goal is to like create that connection, so when they are ready to sell, they think of you. And so the next one is cold calling. Simply, that same list that you're sending letters to, you could track down great deals by cold calling. Now you can call, or maybe have a virtual assistant robo-dial and call a bunch of different owners from a very long list. But guess what? If you're sending a quality letter to a seller and they're in the process of actually legitimately trying to sell, you send them a letter, and then all of a sudden you follow up within the next week or 2 weeks, within that same month, and you give them a call and they remember your letter, or they remember your name, or something that you had said jumped out. That initially is more rapport, because now they're getting to know you. They're maybe they're going to be able to trust you a little bit more. So the key is to really remind them enough times that they think about you when they are actually ready to sell. And that might not happen for a year or 5 years, right? And maybe when they're ready to sell, they have your yellow letter, or they wrote down your info because you had a great conversation over the phone with them. And you never know, just adding that value to their life and that lasting impression might come back and offer you an outstanding deal. So now, driving for dollars, and again, talking to the owners, there's almost no better way to get an idea of the story and the condition of the property is just drive it and actually walk it. And ultimately, there are so many mobile home parks that are looking for somebody to purchase it, to add value to it, just to create a better place to live for the residents. However, so many mom and pops are distressed, or owners and operators are distressed, and they don't have the time, or they don't have the knowledge or know-how on the market or the property to really list it and sell it. Now they're literally just waiting for you to connect with them. Now look, like, imagine you send them a letter, right? The same owner a letter. You love this property. You send them a great, genuine letter. A couple weeks later, you send them a phone call. You give them a phone call, and then a couple weeks later, you actually drive onto their property and you meet with their manager, or you meet with them. There's a lot of mom and pop owners who live on site. Or the managers will live on site, and a lot of times the managers have a direct connection to the owner, and that owner might live in town, right? So again, when they're ready to sell, it might not be listed. They may not have been connecting with a broker. They're just thinking about listing. And if you send them a letter, you talk to them on the phone, and you show up, they're going to remember you, because most people simply won't do those things, right? By far the best way to find deals is through networking, okay? Networking with other property managers, brokers, other owners, developers, and investors, at conferences, virtual conferences, in-person conferences, different groups, whether it's just a local meetup or the local RIA, and obviously online forums and online groups. There's no, it's not any easier than today to connect with investors worldwide, and using the interwebs to just reach out and find other mobile home park investors or people in this industry. Now, like I said, there's no better way to really connect with, build a rapport with, and find others in this industry that could offer you opportunities and kind of present deals to you and get to know you. So that's really, there are other ways to find deals, and a lot of those are similar to commercial, multifamily, even residential, but there are some differences. So hope that helped. I want to talk about understanding the actual mobile home park rent, like tenants, and how they think. You have a direct impact on the lives of your residents, whether it's positive or negative. And if you genuinely care about, providing them the clean, safe, functional, affordable housing, not only will you have happier residents, you'll have better residents. And, great residents tend to breed more great residents. They'll tell their cousins, they'll tell their family, they'll tell their friends who are also looking for a clean, safe place to live. So you really do have control of many aspects of their livelihood. And so don't abuse the power and influence you have as a mobile home park owner. Mobile home park residents have the same needs that you and I have. They need safe housing. They need working appliances. They need to be near hospitals and grocery stores and employment opportunities. One of my favorite aspects of mobile home parks is that most of the tenants, like I said before, end up staying for longer periods of time compared to other rental housing. Because real estate is not very mobile. Real estate, mobile homes are not very mobile. Once they're set, they either don't have the time, resources, or energy to move. So if you make a lasting impression on them, there's only good things to come from that. So how do you keep those good residents? Once you have the good residents, how do you keep them? So do what you say that you're going to do, or as the manager, make sure the manager does what they say they're going to do, and address the maintenance issues. If they're POH, the park-owned homes, if the park actually owns them and there's maintenance issues or repair issues, make sure that you work with them and address those issues, and you're honest with them about those issues. If you're a bully, in the park, and your tenants will fear you, that typically doesn't end well, and it's not going to be a sustainable strategy to keep good mobile home park residents. But if you're firm, but respected, your tenants will pay their rent on time, and they'll stay to themselves, and they'll ultimately be happier. And, making sure that you are truly, you show that you care about their livelihood and the quality of their community. The streets have all kinds of potholes. Make sure you're spending that CapEx to get it fixed. If the signs are all distressed and ripped, or all corroded, or there's just they're just completely disintegrating, make sure that you get new signage. And it's a joy to walk, drive through and approach the park. If there's overgrown shrubs, maybe new mailboxes, especially if you're looking to increase rents, make sure you show that you actually care about the quality of life for your residents. So the riffraff, like I mentioned a little bit before, you are going to face that. The more mobile home parks that you get into, that you get involved with, there is going to be some riffraff. Drugs, gangs, noisy late nights, some crime, some violence, just the, overall problematic residents that even, happen in regular apartment communities. But, it's the stigma that trailer parks have, that only they deal with this stuff. So, the best line of defense is to kind of partner with local jurisdiction and just follow the local laws. Make sure you're issuing the proper citations and the violations and notices, because, when you're working with the local law enforcement, there's going to be grounds for further disciplinary action, and you'll be able to, create that eviction, and that process will go smoother for you. And so then you can now, how to keep and retain good mobile home park residents. You always want to get rid of the riffraff as soon as possible, because it's just not a joy. So again, the first line of defense is kind of a strict, tenant screening process so you don't inherit new problematic tenants, but connecting with and building a relationship with the local law enforcement is always going to be huge in order to help you kind of get rid of that riffraff if you want to attract good tenants and if you want to kind of get rid of those problematic tenants. So look, I kind of mentioned some of the common, challenges, but there are other challenges. Number one, like limited financials. A lot of parks, when you're trying to conduct due diligence and analyze a deal, you'd be surprised that there are literally no financials, at least that are kept in QuickBooks or even in Excel that are legible. Sometimes there are very limited financials to work with. The rent rolls are written on like a piece of paper with their name and with the lot rent and whether they paid that month. So be prepared, for these just these wacky financials or just a significant lack thereof. Not always, but that is one problem and one challenge is that mobile home park investors face. So poorly vetted tenants like the riffraff, there are mom and pops that have inherited bad tenants and tenants who are not very, that are not really going to be, following all the rules, and they're going to have dogs on chains and cars on bricks, and they're just going to be up late and be loud. And that's an opportunity, right? So just like in apartment communities, there are also going to be residents that do not follow the rules, that don't pay their rent on time, that just need to be evicted. There's going to be poorly vetted tenants in mobile home communities as well. So a lot of these mobile home parks are like incorrectly zoned and they're not grandfathered in. And rules and codes have changed over the years. And a lot of cities, they don't understand them, and they don't really understand that it's solving the affordable housing crisis. So a lot of times they don't want mobile home parks or trailer parks in their city. They'd rather have, a big apartment building with multiple levels, able to charge a lot more rent, a lot more revenue for the city in terms of taxes. Think about the tax revenue on a building that that could house 100 apartment residents versus just a mobile home park filling the same acreage that maybe could only occupy 20 or 30, right? So sometimes they're zoned incorrectly, and sometimes City Hall doesn't really love these things. So the utilities and infrastructure might be aged. Now I'm talking about the private, usually the sewer or the wells, or maybe a lagoon system or a wastewater treatment plant. Now you never know how well they were taken care of. That's why due diligence is very, very, very important. And sometimes it's always best to just stick with the municipal infrastructure and the city sewer and city water, but not always. So either way, sometimes they could be aged and the septic tanks might not have been properly taken care of. So that's just another challenge. And lastly, lenders that understand these things love them because they're cash cows in the right markets and if they're managed properly. But a lot of lenders, again, are going along with the stigma. I do not want to add these to the portfolio, but more and more lenders are opening up to these because they have seen how recession resistant they have been through the pandemic. But there are still lenders out there that are not going to lend on mobile home parks. So keys to profitable and successful investing. So only buy in a large enough or growing market, just like other commercial real estate. Mobile home parks are really no different in terms of the location, right? If the population is declining, probably not a good idea. If there is only maybe one major employer, like a manufacturing plant that has like most or all of the residents of the mobile home park, if that manufacturing plant shuts down or decreases their employment, that might really, really hurt you as the mobile home park owner. So make sure the population has been growing up over the years. Make sure that there's diverse employment sectors in the market. There's some manufacturing, there's some agriculture, there's some government, healthcare, education. And so it's not like a one employer is kind of just taking over. And if that one employer really suffers, you don't want to take a huge hit to the mobile home park. And so I mentioned the utilities, sticking with the municipal utilities like city water and city sewer traditionally are best. You still own the infrastructure. It's still on your land, but it's kind of just more standardized, and they're kind of traditionally they operate a little bit better, and the city is there to support you with those, but not always. And so, but that's not, some mobile home park investors might argue this because septic tanks and lagoon systems and treatment plants that were actually well taken care of may operate better, in some cases. So sticking to municipal utilities might be a little bit easier and a little lower burden and barrier of entry to kind of get into the game, but not always. So I just wanted to mention that it's not always the case, but sticking to city water, city sewer is usually the better way to go. When running your numbers, only factoring in lot rent is really, really, really important. Now, think about all the different ways that create income, especially if they're park-owned homes. You're charging like $300, $400 in lot rent, but then you're charging another $400 or $500 in unit rent. But a lot of times you want to lease back the home. You want to allow the resident to purchase the home. So now, maybe in a year, 2 years, 3 years, you're not going to have that income anymore. But you know that the lot rent is always going to be there. Maybe you have laundry income that might fluctuate. Maybe you might have, pet rent or other different types of parking rent and income that might come in. Those are all fluctuating. So when analyzing these deals, stick to just the lot rent when you factor in the overall income, when you're looking to calculate your net operating income. This next one, I love this. This is across the board for all assets that you would likely get into in commercial multifamily investing. Get to know the right people at City Hall. They are going to be your savior. They're going to be the ones during due diligence. Introduce yourselves to people like in the economic development department, the city planner and zoning, the city inspector and fire marshal. And if new homes are coming into your park, you're going to need to get signed off usually by the city inspector. So if you you show and present yourself as a respectable investor, you're just trying to add value to the community in a good quality way. And you let them know that you're not just another mobile home park investor that's trying to make a bunch of money. They're going to be there to help and assist you. So building a relationship with those individuals at City Hall always is going to be beneficial. So keep that in mind. And so pushing rents fairly and relentlessly is really, really important here. So when I say pushing rents fairly, even though the average mom and pop owners have been afraid over the years to just raise rents, there's a remarkable room for growth. Like I mentioned before, that doesn't mean you could take, $180 lot rent to bring it up to market $450, $425 in year one. It's not going to last very well. You'll probably be on the news. People are going to argue. People are going to want to move out. So understand that, a rent bump of, $50 a month even is a lot more for a typical mobile home park resident than it might be for someone with like a median or high income that's living in their own home or that is renting a class A or B apartment unit, and you must justify those rent bumps through capital repairs. Like I said before, new signage, newly paved roads, adding amenities, new mailboxes, clean landscaping, lighting. Justifying lot rents is really, really important, which brings me to my last point and key to successful investing is be an empathetic capitalist. Be reasonable and fair, right? With rent bumps. Showing up when repairs need to be made, right? Like I said before, how to keep the good residents, be firm and keep up standards. And if there's riffraff, do what you can and work with local authorities and law enforcement to get rid of them, right? And have this great tenant screening process in place so you're not inheriting new tenants who are not going to uphold the standards, who are not going to pay the rent on time. And like I said, and whoever's managing they must be fully on board with these policies. They must have that empathetic capitalist mindset of not increasing rents, $100, $200, $300 a month or more in year one, but steadily increasing rents and justifying those rents at the same time. So now I love this. I'm going to remind you that the last key to profitable and successful mobile home park investing is be an empathetic capitalist. That's all I got. Thank you so much. This is my personal contact information. Again, my name is Tim Kelly. This is my cell phone number. Take it, write it down, give me a call, shoot me a text if you have any questions at all. All my handles, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, at The Timothy Kelly. My personal website is thetimothykelly.com. And my email address is thetimothykelly@gmail.com. I hope you guys learned something from this. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tim. And thank you for everything you've done for our country and what you do for folks that are serving our country now and who have served our country in the past. It's absolutely amazing and appreciate it. Please show them some love in the comments. This next speaker, you're really going to enjoy. Her name is Sarah Weaver. Sarah is an author, speaker, coach, real estate investor, and owner of 3 businesses. She owns 19 rental units in 4 states and lives a nomadic lifestyle, traveling the world to coach real estate agents and host intimate retreats for investors. Sarah's retreats include exotic locations such as the Patagonia and Africa. Please welcome to the stage, Sarah Weaver.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Weaver, and today we're going to talk about money. But more importantly, we're going to talk about lifestyle. Because what is all of the money and all of the real estate and the investments if you're not living the lifestyle that you want? So who am I? I'm Sarah Weaver. I'm a real estate investor and entrepreneur. And this is me jumping out of an airplane. And when I'm not jumping out of airplanes, I am traveling. Travel is a big part of my why and a big part of my lifestyle. And maybe by the end of this presentation, it'll be a big part of yours as well. As of today, I've traveled to 50 countries on 6 continents. I'm actually really excited. I actually walked into my 50th country just last week, and it is Liechtenstein, if anyone knows where that is. And if I mispronounced it, please don't come at me. But yeah, I actually walked across the border of Switzerland and Liechtenstein into the big 50, my 50th country. And how do I get to do this? Well, I work remotely. I have worked remotely for the last 8 years. So while COVID and the pandemic made it so that a lot of you probably can work remotely as well, I was doing it way before it was cool. I've been doing it for 8 years. And I've been fully nomadic for the last 3.5 years. And for those of you that don't know, fully nomadic means that I can live anywhere, and I do. I am actually home baseless. My friends like to call me the homeless homeowner. I tried to put that on my dating profile. It didn't go over very well, but I do not have a home, but I own a decent real estate portfolio. I own 19 rental units in 4 US states, including 9 furnished rentals, which I will talk about today. And my businesses fit my lifestyle. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. I know that a lot of you are here at the Real Estate WealthCon to talk about real estate or building wealth, whether it be through real estate. I see that we have some people talking about infinity banking and different type of investment strategies. But what I don't see a lot of people talking about is the lifestyle piece. And I want you guys to live a really, really big and exciting life, whatever that means to you. It doesn't have to be jumping out of airplanes. By the way, this is me at 19 and I have not jumped out of an airplane since then, but don't I look cool? So big and exciting does not have to be living life on the edge or jumping off of it. It can be spending more time with your family, spending more time with yourself. Whatever a big and exciting life means to you, I hope that by the end of this presentation, you have a better idea of what that might look like. So here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to cover my motto and why it matters. And you'll want to come up with something on your own. So you can borrow mine for now, but I recommend that you come up with your own motto. And then we're going to talk about some actionable steps that I took. Hopefully you can do the same thing. You'll see how my real estate investing fueled my lifestyle. And now my lifestyle kind of fuels my real estate investing, which is pretty cool. And then what's next? What's next for me and what's next for you? Because I guarantee you're going to want to take action on what you learned today. So here's my motto. It is live where you want and invest where the numbers make sense. So you'll see here me traveling the world. Anyone recognize some of these places? I give it away with the South Korean flag. Maybe you guys have been to Japan or been to an elephant sanctuary in Thailand. Here's me skydiving again. That was in Beni Kassim, which is in Spain. One picture is in the US. This is me in Crested Butte, Colorado. I lived in Crested Butte for a season. Any Crested Butte fans? It's a beautiful place in Colorado. Here I am just about to go paragliding over Pablo Escobar's house in Medellin, Colombia. This is me bungee jumping in Colombia. That was probably not the super smartest idea I've ever had. And then only one of these photos ended up with me in the hospital. And it's this lovely selfie was, yes, a motorcycle crash that I had in Vietnam. These are why my parents worry about me, but also why I think they're so proud of me, because I have made traveling a really big part of my life. And this is where I live. I live on the road. I travel full time because my businesses and my real estate fund my lifestyle. But don't forget the second part of my motto, which is invest where the numbers make sense. So I'm sure a lot of you live in an expensive market, especially with interest rates the way that they are right now. Maybe it wasn't an expensive market and it's now become one, or you just always have lived in what we call an expensive market. That's why I love out-of-state investing. And that's why my motto is live where you want and invest where the numbers make sense. So you'll see at the end of this presentation, I've invested a lot out of state. One, because I'm always traveling, but even when I lived in the US, I was looking in states where my buck just went a little bit further. So if you haven't already, grab a pen and paper, and I want you to write down the words, my motto, and spell it correctly, because I noticed on the previous slide, I didn't spell it correctly, which I think is really laughable. So if you can, write down my motto, and I want you to take some time later this week to really figure out what's your motto. It probably isn't live where you want and invest where the numbers make sense. One of my friends, her motto is that she always wants to surprise and delight her clients. That is her motto for her business. And I just think it's absolutely beautiful. So think about what your motto is so that you can start living by it as well. So it all started by my ability to create deal flow from anywhere in the world. And all I needed was a lovely cell phone. Don't you love my illustration? So I just needed a cell phone and a network. And that is where this becomes really important. I networked with investor-friendly real estate agents so that I could create deal flow, real estate property deal flow from anywhere in the world. The next slide I'm going to show you is an actual text message that I sent to a real estate agent from my van. So yes, I did the whole van life thing. Some of you in the audience are like, ugh, another one of these people. And some of you in the audience are like, oh my God, I always wanted to live in a van. Let me tell you, living in a van is a little bit of reality versus Instagram. It was wonderful. It'd be a lot more wonderful if I had one of those, $160,000 sprinters rather than this bad boy. But I did it in lovely New Zealand. So I was analyzing deals. This is an actual photo of my computer. I'm writing an email to an investor-friendly agent, and you can spot the reflection of my van while I'm sitting at a picnic table near the beach on the ocean. And that was my life. That was my life for 15 months. Yes, 15 months fit into this little suitcase after I sold the van. Of course, almost for a profit, always be investing. But I was hunting for deals and networking with investor-friendly agents from the van. Because remember, live where I want and invest where the numbers make sense. So I wanted to live in a van, not down by a river, but instead by a beautiful waterfall in New Zealand. That's exactly what I did. And here's what my Instagram feed looked like. And this is real. This is what my weekends looked like. And this is what my weekdays looked like. I would be sitting in a very poor posture on my bed, answering emails and networking with investor-friendly agents while working full-time for an American company. And this was how I wanted my life to work for me when I was working for someone else. But then everything started to change when I focused on buying more real estate. So here is the text message that I sent to an investor-friendly agent. I'm going to read it to you guys just so you can kind of see how I created a crystal clear deal criteria that led to my first really long distance deal. So it says, hi, Chris. Chris is my investor-friendly agent. Hi, Chris. I got distracted the past 2 months and realized that was a mistake. I'm 100% committed to buying in Omaha. I want a value add 2 to 4 unit property with $250 of cash flow per month per door. I'm open to up to $15,000 of reno if the numbers make sense. I want Omaha. And then I put a smiley face. Price under $200,000 if 2 unit, up to $400,000 if 4 unit. Yes, these are real prices of real properties in Omaha. I have a lender. I am pre-approved and ready. I have access to hard money if I need to position myself for a quick 2-week close, but would much prefer to use conventional financing. This is the actual screenshot from my Google Voice. I sent this on March 18th, 2021. Yes, from the van. And any real estate agents out there, I'm sure you're thinking, man, I wish that I got more text messages like this. And that's exactly what my agents tell me all the time. I was crystal clear. Even since then, I have actually gotten even more clear on what I want. But any guesses on what happened next? Did Chris ghost me? Did he send me deals? Did he ignore me? Well, I'm excited to say that he got to work. And 4 days later, on March 22nd, he sent me a text. I have a fourplex for you, ... And had I known that I would show this text message to now thousands of people in presentations like this, I probably would have responded a little more professionally, but I didn't know. So I said, Yahoo, let's see it. And he responded with this photo. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I was buying property long distance. When I mapped this is actually 8,000 miles away from where I sent this text message. And you probably guessed it, I bought it. I purchased it, I went under contract, I closed, and I owned it before I ever got on a plane to go visit it. So there I am, standing in front of my fourplex. And of course, I'm a real estate investor. I'm going to show you the numbers. So here are the numbers. I purchased this for $320,000. The current rent today is $6,475 because I rent 1 unit for $850 and I rent 3 units using the medium-term rental strategy for $1,875. So that gives me a very nice rental income of almost $6,500, while my PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, is only $2,017. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is market value. I bought it at market value. This was Middle of 2021, I didn't get any type of deal. My investor-friendly agent did find this off of the MLS, so it helps that it was an off-market deal. But definitely, this is what fourplex cost at the time in Omaha, which is why I bought there. And then I employed the medium-term rental strategy, which is a furnished strategy similar to short-term rentals, but I focus on renting to tenants for 30 days or more. I could do an entire presentation just on the medium-term rental strategy, but as you can see, it really helps jump up the rent. These units are identical. They're all 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and instead of getting $850, I'm able to get $1,875. So I love the medium-term rental strategy, and I love my investor-friendly agents. That's why I love what Chris Bonds is doing. By the way, he's not my agent in Omaha. They just happen to have the name Chris. But I love what our Chris is doing, because he's helping agents work with more investors and help investors work with more agents. So I cannot say enough about working with investor-friendly agents, because it's exactly what I do to make this happen. And it fits my lifestyle because I'm able to do it from anywhere in the world. So now let's talk a little bit more about furnishing. So as you can see, I furnished one of the units, and I actually furnished it from afar. Yes, from 8,000 miles away, I employed my team to furnish this unit while I was away. And then I posted these photos on the internet, and the internet went wild. No, I'm just kidding. Like, my grandma commented, and a few people did comment, and they asked, "Oh my gosh, can you do this for me?" And at first I thought, oh my gosh, no, because I have what feels like 5 other jobs. But then I read a book called Who Not How. Let me know in the comments if you guys have read this book, Who Not How, by Benjamin Harding and Dan Sullivan. And I thought, okay, what would they do? And I found the Who to figure out how I could run a business helping investors like you furnish from afar. So here I am convincing you guys to live where you want, invest where the numbers make sense, but then I could be leaving you hanging if you don't know how to furnish a property from afar. Well, that is how Aria Design Services was born. So I now own a company where we will help you analyze, furnish, and launch your 5-star furnished rental. That's right, I help real estate investors nationwide. I'd love to go international. And I help investors nationwide analyze a property to see, could this be a good furnished rental, maybe a great medium-term rental, and then my team will actually go out and furnish it for you. Yes, I will fly in my installer and my designer, and we will furnish it for you so that you don't have to. For anyone out there that has put together furniture, you know that it is back-breaking labor and probably not the best use of your time when you should be focused on other higher income producing tasks, which is why you can employ Aria Design Services to launch your next business or your next furnished rental. So that is another example of how I took my lifestyle and my investing and I merged them together. So I love great design. I hope you think so as well from this photo. I love great design, and I know how much great design affects my numbers. The reason I'm able to get $1,875 for a 1-bedroom in Omaha, Nebraska is because my units beat out the competition. The other furnished rentals in my area, they don't look like this. And so I'm able to not only charge more, but I'm also able to retain tenants. 47% of my medium-term tenants extend from 3 months to 6 months. That means 6 months of 100% occupied. And among all my furnished rentals, I'm at 97% occupancy. What does that mean? I'm getting more money in my pocket to fund my lifestyle. So let's just do a little mindset check-in. I know I'm talking really quickly, but there's so much I want to get in. So I hope that you guys are still with me. So a little mindset check-in. If you guys haven't already, you've already written down that you're going to work on your motto. You're maybe going to write down that you should probably start working with investor-friendly agents. Some of you maybe are more interested in van life, maybe not. That's okay. But what I really hope that you're doing is you're thinking, where in my life could I leverage my skills and create other income? And that's exactly what I did. is I knew that I was good at design, but I was even better at building a business. I was even better at selling my services. And so that's how Aria Design Services came about. I knew that I was good at networking. And so I really doubled down on networking with investor-friendly agents, even from 8,000 miles away. And so that's what I focused on because I didn't want to stop what I was doing, which was traveling, to build an empire. I knew that I could do both at the same time. So let me show you kind of the power of mindset. Now, I did go into town. I did fly to Omaha. I already showed you guys a photo of me standing outside of this blue building. So now I want to tell you a quick story about how I really manifested something. When I saw this for rent sign go in the yard of the building next door, there's two things that I did. One is I said, oh, yes, I am going to buy the building next door. No, really, I said that. And the second thing I did is I called the number on the sign and I gathered more information on the unit type, the seller, what they were renting for. I asked a bunch of questions. And then the very next day, I saw the seller in the yard mowing. How did I know it was the seller? Well, you guys, I'd already looked up his tax record. I looked him up on Facebook and LinkedIn. I knew what he looked like, right? So, he was driving a brand new F-150 in Lululemon shorts. So I assumed this was probably the owner of the building. And I was right. So I walked across our shared driveway and probably scared the living Jesus out of him, but I got his attention. He stopped the mower and we had a nice little conversation and it went a little something like this. Hey, I'm just an investor. I bought the building next door. Just wanted to introduce myself, give you my phone number in case I see anything with your building, or if you need anything, just reach out to me. And he right away went, what'd you buy yours for? Because I'm a person of honesty, I said, I bought it for $320,000, which is exactly what I bought it for. And his eyes got as big as ping pong balls. And he said, really? And I'm like, internally, I'm like, yes, I got him. And he said, oh, interesting. Okay. And then he says, would you happen to know anyone that'd be interested in buying mine? And inside, again, internal dialogue, I was like, act cool. I was like, yeah, maybe. Why don't I ask around? Let me take your phone number. Now, there's a good tip for anyone in sales. Don't ever just give someone your number. Always take their number as well so that you can follow up. And I kid you not, this grown man ran to his brand new F-150. He didn't walk, he ran to grab a pen and paper to write down his phone number. So I not only knew that he liked the price that I bought the building next door for, ping pong ball size eyes, and I knew that he was eager to give me his number. He ran to his truck. So what did I do? I got together and I got an offer together, and within 7 days, I had this property under contract. Now, here's an important piece. I looked in the mirror, and this is non-exaggeration, and I said, I'm going to buy the building next door. Yes, that might be woo-woo for some of you. That's totally fine. I'm telling you, this stuff works. And I was determined to buy the building next door. And that's exactly what I said to myself before I walked across the driveway and had that exact dialogue. And that's exactly what I did. I bought it. And then, of course, I furnished it. Well, I should say that Aria Design Services furnished it so that one LLC was paying another LLC, which, thanks to a great CPA, they advised me on how to do all of this. And I furnished all 4 units, which gives me even better numbers than the building next door. So my current rent on the tan building is $7,500, and my PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, is a lovely $2,003. Now, ladies and gentlemen, buying those 2 buildings was a game changer for me. And it probably wouldn't maybe change your life as far as dollar amount, but it gave me the confidence and the security financially to go after another business or another income stream, which I'm excited to talk about right now. But before I do, I'll slow down because I'm sure some of you want to either screenshot this or write down some of the numbers. All right, excellent. So then, just 6 months later, I did it again. I bought an up-down duplex, and here are the numbers on this one. So I just want to show you guys the power of this medium-term rental strategy, where I'm able to furnish the units, rent them to tenants for 30 days or more, and as you can see, I'm able to double the rent. So my long-term tenant that's in the bottom unit is paying $850, and my medium-term tenant upstairs is paying $1,900. And what's really fun, last week, I actually just had that tenant move out, or my first turnover of 2023, because that tenant lived in that unit for almost 10 months. So I had 100% occupancy for 10 months at $1,900. I love the medium-term rental strategy. Also, I love a PITI of 884. It's also very nice. This is why I invest in the Midwest. I love this strategy so much that I literally wrote the book on the medium-term rental strategy. The book is called 30-Day Stay, A Real Estate Investor's Guide to Mastering the Medium-Term Rental, which was published by BiggerPockets. There will be a link for you guys to purchase the book if you want to learn more, but I just hope that you guys get as much out of the medium-term rental strategy as I do, because it fuels not only my lifestyle, but it also funds it as well. You may have heard me on the BiggerPockets podcast because I started sharing my story about how I was buying rentals from 8,000 miles away. And I encourage everyone that will listen to buy out-of-state rentals. So if you are interested in buying out-of-state rentals, I have a couple of resources for you guys as well. And this is what my portfolio looks like today. It's nothing sexy. I grew up in the Midwest, but have not lived in any of these places when I was purchasing in them. But as you can see, I own 19 units in 4 states: Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa. And it's not a huge portfolio. It's valued at about $2.3 million, which I know a lot of you listening probably own a lot more real estate or a lot more higher valued real estate. But I thought you might find this really interesting, which is how little down payments I've done, because I've done a little bit of house hacking. So property 1, 2, and 3, I house hacked. So I lived in the first one, house hacked that, allowed me to do 3% down payment. And then I did another owner occupied loan. I moved out, moved into the next property, did it again on property number 3. So I've house hacked 3 times. Then I used the very famous BRRRR strategy. So I did put 20% down on these 2 properties. They're identical because they're next door to each other. I bought them as a package. But then I was able to do, thankfully, a perfect BRRRR, get all my money back, pay out both my hard money and private money investor, and leave $0 in the deal. And then my last 3 properties, I have used partners. So this one I did a little bit of the down payment, but my last 2 properties, I did 0% down. So I know you guys are going to have a ton of questions about all of this. So feel free to screenshot this and reach out to me, because I know you're going to have questions about financing. But what I wanted to show you is that I made sure that investing fueled my lifestyle and that my lifestyle fueled investing. And so the ability to move into these 3 properties is how I was able to kind of build this nest egg. And some might even call it a domino effect. So like this tiny little domino knocked over this bigger domino, and then the dominoes kept getting bigger and bigger. And that is how I built a $2.3 million portfolio with only $28,000 or $29,000 of down payments. All right. So now let's talk about my favorite business, because I know that I've been talking about kind of how my businesses fit my lifestyle. My favorite thing to do is take real estate investors like you on epic adventures. So let's just take a moment to look through some of these photos. So here we have a group of real estate investors from all over the country came to this 17-bedroom mansion in Nashville. Here we have 11 investors at the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro. Yes, we hiked and summited Kilimanjaro this summer. For other hikers out there, we also did the W Trek in Patagonia, Chile in February, and we will be doing it again. Here are 2 of my favorite investors. They have become friends. They've become partners with other people that they met at the different events. Here's another favorite location. This is Lake Atilan, Guatemala. And here is an upcoming event, which is Antarctica. Yes, I will visit my seventh continent, Antarctica, all alongside real estate investors. So why am I showing you these photos? Well, it's because this has become a huge part of my life, as well as now hundreds of real estate investors like you. When you put 11 investors in the room together, magic happens. And it's really nice when a bucket list item like Guatemala or Kilimanjaro or Patagonia becomes a business expense. That's right. We had business meetings during our hike on Kilimanjaro, during our hike on Patagonia, and of course, at this amazing mansion in Nashville. And so, what I've designed is a unique experience for real estate investors like you through my company, Invested Adventures. And at Invested Adventures, we believe in connectivity and community because I hear time and time again investors just like yourself saying, man, I just really don't have anyone to talk to about this. Or none of my friends invest. I just wish I had someone to like run through the numbers with me. Well, guess what? That's exactly what happens when you come to an event like this. Here we have Amy and Kathy. They now run numbers together every single week. Kathy's actually flown from her hometown, St. Louis, to visit Amy in New York City. Sadie, who's right next to me, her and I run numbers on properties in Omaha because she lives there. And then we also have investors in the group that have partnered together on a BRRRR turned medium-term rental. Someone else in the group was their private lender. That's the kind of stuff that happens at these adventures. And I want you guys to know that you are invited. But before I talk anything more about what it means to you, I want to take a minute to talk about what it means for me. So, what it means for me is last week, I went on a boat and bike cruise in Croatia as a scouting trip. Yes, it is now a part of my business to go experience trips to decide if I want to bring them to market to you guys. So I just crossed off country number 48, Croatia, and was able to boat to 5 different islands, ride my bike on the islands. We rode about 115 miles. I had an e-bike, you guys. And I was able to do all of this as a business expense for my company, Invested Adventures, because I will now turn around and offer that experience to you guys next summer, 2024. So if you've been wanting to sail the Greek islands or the Croatian islands, let's do it together with Invested Adventures. And for me, it means that I now get to live the life that I've always dreamed of. When I first went backpacking at age 19, yes, I feel so bad for my parents. Anytime I meet a 19-year-old, I'm like, how are your parents letting you do this? Well, it's probably the same thing as me. My parents didn't allow me to do anything. I just told them I was going. Sorry, mom and dad. But it all turned out okay because 19-year-old Sarah couldn't have even dreamed of the life that I have now, which is that my real estate properties fund my lifestyle. And now I have all of these different businesses that fund it even more. And I'm dreaming bigger than ever. But more importantly, I'm dreaming even bigger for you guys. There are 2 people in this photo that were doing everything on their own. The husband was doing his own books. The wife was doing their own cleanings on their turnovers. And on this trip, we sat them down and we said, knock it off. If you're going to grow, if you're going to build an empire, you have to delegate. Well, guess what? Within 3 weeks of going home, they did exactly that. They hired a bookkeeper that was recommended to them from someone else in the group, and they hired their first cleaner. So they are no longer doing their own books or doing their own cleaning, which I can't even imagine the domino effect that that's going to have on not only their lifestyle, their business, but even their marriage. Speaking of marriage, I have people come to my events and tell me that their marriage is now better because of me. Don't worry, I'm a single 30-something. I won't be doing marriage retreats anytime soon, but it means so much to me that these couples are saying these things because that's what I really believe in. I really believe that you can be living a big and exciting life with just a few small tweaks. Now, if you don't own a lot of real estate yet, you're still invited. There is a lovely investor in this photo. I'll point her out because there's no way you're going to ever recognize who she is. She's right here. And she owned no rental property when she came on this hike. And I kid you not, 18 days after returning home, she was under contract. And within 30 days of that, she closed on her first furnished rental. Now, these trips really do light the fire beneath you. And so if it's something that you're interested in, I would love to invite you on our next trip. So you can go to sarahdweaver.com/trips, and I will send you our upcoming trips. I still have 2 spots for Guatemala coming up. We will be hiking Kilimanjaro 2024. I don't have that announced yet, but I just told you that it's happening. Antarctica is happening in February. So yes, if you want to come visit my 7th continent, for some of you, it might be your 7th continent as well. We're going to Antarctica. And again, this is all a business trip. So what a great way to go on an adventure with other real estate investors. So if you want more, you can go to sarahdweaver.com/I-want-in, or scan this QR code. While you guys are doing that, I just want to remind you that living a big and exciting life is completely up to you. So I know that I already gave you some homework of figuring out your motto. Now I want you to figure out, what does big and exciting look like for you? It probably isn't a life full of travel or gallivanting the world all the time. I know for some of you, you're like, yes, I want to travel more. For some of you, you're like, nope, that's good. That's not really a part of my big, exciting life. That's great. Figure out what is your big, exciting life. So I want you to take some time over the next 7 days to just put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard to really figure out, what does your big, exciting life look like for you? It's exactly what I did, and I've been living intentionally ever since. If you want to book a one-on-one consultation with me, grab this QR code. I would love to work with you. I love helping people figure out their big and exciting life, furnish their next medium-term rental, or, of course, plan their next trip. And if there's anything else that you need, here's my contact information. Please, of course, tag me if you did any screenshots from today's call. I'm Sarah D. Weaver, and if you want more, here's my website. Also, if investing out of state is something that you're interested in, I've actually put together a how I pick a market, the 6 metrics that I use to analyze markets, and it's completely free and for you if you just go to sarahdweaver.com/markets with an S. And then, of course, if you want to travel with me, you can go to sarahdweaver.com/trips. I hope that you enjoyed today's presentation. I know that there's a lot of different ways to make money, but I hope that you figure out the best way to make your lifestyle happen for you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. If you like that, leave some comments. Definitely show her some love. I know she would appreciate it. Next up, we've got my friend Charlie Cameron. Charlie is a veteran U.S. Air Force officer, real estate investor, realtor, and international team leader of more than 80 agents. While serving in the Air Force as a weapons development engineer, Charlie built a 6-figure real estate income as a part-time agent. Now, full-time, Charlie is aggressively growing his real estate team and rental portfolio, which includes single-family rentals, short-term rentals, and assisted living properties. Please welcome to the stage, Charlie Cameron.
Welcome, everyone. I'm really excited to share this presentation with you today. I've only shared it internally to my national team, and I beefed it up even better to make it awesome for you guys. This is the first time I'm sharing this, and it is basically a Bible of what has worked for attracting client and agent leads for me over the past couple of years. So I'm really excited to share this with you. I think you'll get a lot out of it, and hopefully it helps you blow up your business in 2023. So what if your lead gen effort created an endless and scalable stream of clients reaching out directly to buy and sell with you? Would that change your business? I guarantee that would change your business. Who the heck am I? Before we get started, I'm a passionate dad and husband. I'm an Air Force veteran / engineer turned into a total real estate nerd. I started by real estate investing in multifamily, nitty gritty, hands dirty, all those kind of things, to short and midterm rentals, now pivoting to assisted living, and got my real estate license along the way while I was active duty. I became a top 1% team leader at EXP as the leader of the Agent Lion League and a local production team leader called the Military Home Team. And I'm the founder of the Agent Wealth Hustle blog. So it sounds like I got a lot going on, but this is not where I started. Let's talk about my first year in real estate. I don't like cold calling. I don't know how many of you, let's show of hands here. How many of you have got your real estate license, shown up on day one, and your broker or a team leader or whoever's teaching a class or a senior agent or whoever you decide to talk to said, you got a cold call? Yeah, quite a few, right? I was told that too. And so I thought, I tried cold calling for about an hour and realized that this was never going to work for me. So I had this mental block at that time that it basically told myself I'm never going to succeed in real estate sales because I can't cold call. And I carried that belief for a good 8 to 10 months or so in year one, until I started to do some other activities, which I'm going to share with you today, and started attracting clients. By the end of year two, I hit 6 figures as a part-time agent. I was active duty military at the time with an active duty spouse and 2 kids. Okay. So I hit 6 figures part-time. I had clients reaching out to work with me on a weekly basis, and I had agents reaching out to join my team. I knew I was onto something at that point, and we've been growing ever since. And I want to share this, how that happened with you today. And really, this is largely the reason I was able to leave the military 9 years early. Okay, because I was able to figure out how to attract leads to me very part-time. And so let's get into that. I do not want you to spend a year thinking you can't succeed in real estate because you don't know how to do all sorts of outreach or expensive ad spend or all these other guru pushed lead generation techniques, when it can be much, much, much easier. All right. What I want for you is endless inbound leads. All right. This is a snapshot from just a few days ago. All right. These are all leads that I've gotten email addresses for. All right. All of this was free. So here's what we're going to cover. What's the only activity that actually matters for growing a real estate business? Problems with most lead generation strategies out there. My 4-part free lead attraction technique that works. And then a shallow dive on each of these 4 techniques and how they scale easily together. So this is going to be kind of an interesting format. I hope you enjoy this. But what's the only activity that actually grows your real estate business? What is it? Is it? Nope. It's not making offers. No, it's not showing houses. It's not hosting open houses. It's not doing the back end paperwork. It's not going to closings. What is the only activity that matters? Getting the next client. Some of you have it, right? That's the only thing. Because once you've got the client, we know how to show homes. We know how to make offers. We know how to negotiate contracts. Even if you don't, those things will come to you very quickly. Trial by fire works. But the problem is getting the next client, right? That whole feast and famine thing in real estate. The only thing we need to worry about is getting the next client, and then the rest will figure itself out. So this is what we want to focus on. And this is what the majority of your activity should be spent doing, at least initially, with these techniques. Here's some problems with lead gen. Paid leads are low quality. If you're out there paying for Google ads and Facebook ads and Zillow ads and Realtor.com ads, they're low quality. So not only are you paying for all of them, but you're going to have to sort through hundreds of leads to convert about 2% generally. That's a lot. You got to set up all those systems. Then you got to cold call all of them. I know they're kind of warm leads, but most of them are so low quality that they're never going to convert in the first place. It's just a very small fraction. So we want high quality leads, right? Another problem is converting leads to clients can be difficult. You might spend all this time trying to convince them that you're the right agent and here's all your advantages and all these perks and you're so cool. And like, that's super time consuming and it's really costly in a competitive environment. You know, you want to get that listing, but you've got to discount your rate, right? To beat other agents. That doesn't feel real good. And and it kind of sucks. And sometimes you still lose, right? And so I don't want you to have to spend a lot of time converting leads to clients. What I would rather have is the people reaching out to work with you are reaching out because they want to work with you. It's already established that they're going to be a client rather than a lead. Here's another problem. Outreach strategies are stressful, time consuming, and usually spammy, right? Cold calling, door knocking, you decide, right? Calling FISBOs or whatever outreach strategies where you're going out and cold trying to reach people. Another one I see a lot, and we're going to do it a different way, but I see people on Facebook groups when someone's like moving to an area, hey, I need a realtor, 70 realtors all respond and then DM them. That is not a way to get business, all right? And you really think you're going to be the best one out of 70? Somehow I doubt it, right? So this sucks, and it really is very ineffective, and it puts you on a never-ending hamster wheel. What we want to do is we want to attract people who are ready to buy or sell to us rather than spending time outreaching. Another issue is popularly promoted marketing strategies are cost prohibitive, right? And so what we want to do is go with inexpensive options. Like cost prohibitive things we're talking about, we could do including ads, but mailers and postcards and handwritten letters and setting all sorts of trinkets to possible leads. All these things are very cost prohibitive, especially as a newer agent who's trying to get your business off the ground. And then I think this is our last problem here. Linear effort lead gen, right? Means never ending burned out hamster wheel. And I'm going to show you kind of a graphic of what this looks like. If you have to put effort in to get a lead, always, you're never going to retire as a real estate agent. You can never stop lead generating. You can never form a team if you're doing this. And it's going to be really, really difficult to scale because it requires all of your time to input to output, 1-to-1, right? So we want evergreen content. There's also too many shiny objects out there. There's too many lead gen options. It's really easy to get distracted, which is really inefficient and ineffective. Just jumping to the next thing is not so good. I know I'm giving you the next thing to jump to, but I'm telling you this works. What we want is a scalable strategy where you can continue to add to it. You can kind of stop. You can work on certain parts of it, but it's continuing to grow. So you can clearly see why agents fail, right? Especially new agents. We're told to chase expensive, stressful lead gen strategies forever, and with no end in sight, with a low return on effort, with low quality leads. It sucks. So I'm not going to ask you to do any of those things. We're going to try a better way. So here's what most realtor lead gen looks like. This red line is effort you're putting in on a monthly basis. If you're putting, 10 hours cold calling and now it's 6 hours cold calling and it's 8 hours cold calling a week, whatever it may be, right? You're getting leads consistent with that, and a fraction of them, right, are actually going to convert. So, but the problem is if you're putting in less effort, let's say you go on a vacation this month, or you just got a lot of things going on, summer vacation, kids are in camp, whatever, or hey, it's the Christmas season, you do a lot of family stuff. Guess what? Your lead gen drops to 0, right? If you're not putting any effort in on most of these lead generation techniques out there, then you're not getting output. You're not getting business. That is not a good way to run a long-term business, to scale a business, and to be able to walk away from it and still generate income at some point. It's like having to charge the battery and the battery eventually runs out. You charge the battery, it eventually runs out. Our smarter strategy, right? We're going to work smarter, not harder. When we put in effort, we create a lead inbound, not necessarily a funnel, but a continuous drip of inbound clients reaching out to work with us, right? And so that becomes a clients per month or week or year, however you want to look at it, inbound funnel. And so as we put effort in, we put a bunch of effort in, hey, we've started to create a certain number of leads over time. And then we put a little less effort in this month, but because we're still putting effort in, this number of leads per month continues to go up. And we're putting a little less effort in, but guess what? It's still going up some because you're adding to it. And you know what? We're going to Italy for 2 months, but guess what? All that effort you put in is still out there as evergreen content, and it's engaging and organically engaging with itself, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And so you're still getting inbound leads, which is insane, right? So what we want are leads per month, not leads per effort. You can think of this like every time you put effort in, you're building a small little, wind turbine, and then you're building another small wind turbine, and you're building half of one, and then you're building a whole one. And these continue to stack up and generate power for you. All right. So we've established that we want to attract high quality clients with inexpensive, evergreen, scalable effort. I know that's a lot of words, but this is the simplest way to describe how great this is going to be. Now, here's 2 ground rules. All right. You are a real estate agent. You help people buy or sell houses. Here's the thing. We need to establish that you are willing to do 2 things. These are rules. You must be willing to meet new people, right? That's the only way you're going to get new clients and new business is by meeting new people. Yes, you can get referrals from past clients. And yes, you might sell that house 8 years later when the buyer that worked with you eventually sells, right? But that's not a good thing to depend on, but B, way to continuously generate leads and business. Once every 8 years, not so good, right? The other thing you must be willing to do is create content. Now, what does that mean? Some agents out there, especially newbies or ones that aren't real big into social media, you don't necessarily have to use social media. You can create valuable content by having in-person seminars, homebuyer seminars, or networking with other people and providing information. But the easiest way to get a lot of exposure and to have lots of conversations with just putting stuff out there is, of course, social media. So you have to be willing to create valuable content. The best way to share that is social media. All right. Are we good with the 2 ground rules? You will create content. You will meet new people. Good? Okay. So with that, part 1 of the 4-part strategy, top of mind activities, TOM activities. Okay. These are things that are going to remind the people that you're bringing into your sphere, that you're bringing close to you through social media, email, and other channels. People you're bringing close to you are going to continuously think of you as the expert real estate professional in their market. So you have to be continuously doing those things. And this, of course, is the easiest way to start. So with these 4 strategies, we're gonna go in order of difficulty, if you will, and order of importance. So what you should be doing, right? So social media posts to your favorite platform. This is just pick your thing. Which thing are you on the most? That's the thing for you. For me, it's Facebook business page, right? And your personal profile. So you can kind of have both. And then with number 2, it's just going to kind of merge those posts to all 3. So you just have to be creating social media posts for those platforms. I'm going to talk about what kind of posts you can create here in just a second. You need to add every lead to your database in social. I know that sounds like, well, duh. But this is an important one because sometimes you may be getting leads from different places, but you're not actually putting them, you're getting emails, but you're not putting them into your CRM to send them that newsletter, or you're not inviting them to like your Facebook business page, for example. The value add email newsletter. Here's what if you're just sending out, here's market updates on a weekly or monthly basis, nobody cares because unfortunately, a small fraction, it's less than 10% of people are in the market to buy or sell our house at any given time. And right now, with the way interest rates are, it's even fewer, right? So what you have to do is send out an email newsletter that people aren't going to immediately subscribe to. In the exact opposite you want to happen. You want them to open it because you're adding value. Here's what we do. We send out, here's the big events happening on the Florida Panhandle this weekend. We send that out. And we might get, while we're adding dozens and dozens of people to our list every week, we are losing maybe 1 unsubscribe a week. Okay, so I know that this works because people aren't unsubscribing. And then review requests. This is really important and not something people think a lot about until a couple years into real estate. But you want to do this as early as possible because it's another way to organically bring inbound leads to you. Plus, you can use reviews for future marketing and use them as wins to post to social media. And it's going to be a great way to continuously convert leads to clients by just saying, hey, go look at our reviews or sharing those reviews. So these are top of my activities you should do. There are other things you can do. I'm not going to discuss those because these are just the most important ones that must be done. All right. What kind of social media posting are we doing? I would kind of consider it 3 different bins here. You got wins. So that's, hey, the reviews we're getting, and transactions. That could be, I mean, the typical post you see, which really does work because it shows you're doing a lot of effort, is under contract, just sold, open house, just listed, right? You can share those social media posts of the home and the information and pictures of you and your clients at closing, right? That's wins. And then happenings. It could be you have an open house, or what's happening to the real estate market, what's happening events wise in the area, what kind of new developments are there in the area. And that could be both like actual real estate developments, but just what's happening. And then tours. Let's say you're doing tours of homes or tours of special areas that people might be interested in learning about when moving to your local area, like touring the parks or touring the top restaurants, those kind of things. So that's happenings. And then conversations. Tell stories, talk about what's going on, talk about issues, answer questions. Questions is going to be something that you're going to see come up a lot in this presentation. And then we're going to add other things you can post and choose to pull content from parts 2, 3, and 4 of this strategy. So we're basically just going to reuse our own content everywhere. It's going to be pretty simple. So, all right, strategy or part 2 of our lead generation attraction is a Facebook community. Now, I don't mean joining other Facebook communities and spamming people in there. What I'm talking about is creating your own that you own. But Charlie, there's already 20 billion Facebook communities in my area, and some have tens of thousands of people. I'm not talking about creating a group with tens of thousands of people. I'm talking about creating a group where your ideal client would hang out, because every single person that joins that can be a potential client. Okay. It doesn't really matter how many people are in the group. What matters is the quality of the people joining the group. There are 3 billion monthly active users on Facebook. Okay. And a lot of them use groups. Here's some key advantages to owning your own Facebook group. You own the group, right? You decide who gets to get in or who doesn't. Your competition. You can showcase yourself as the group's real estate expert. You can also determine what the audience sees at any time, right? So you can kind of control conversations, you can control what they see. And that is an advantage to you because you can put things like a QR code that links to, a work with us questionnaire, or other content that shows them that you are a real estate agent and shows that you're an expert in your market. Number 4, organic growth and engagement. If you use the right keywords and you create engagement in the group, that group is going to be shown to more and more people searching for things about your area. You can collect emails. We collect 90 to 95% of the emails of every single person that opts in, that joins our group. And you can share your other content here from social media, from parts 3 and 4. And there's lots of ways you can convert clients. So here's the 5-step process for doing this. You choose a niche and you create the group. What is the niche you should create? Well, think about where your ideal client would hang out and something that you can add value to and you're passionate about. For me, it is helping military members in my local area. So mine's a military member-based group. It's what it's what I know. And I can provide a lot of value and help them. And that's my ideal client. It's who I like working with the most, right? Number 2 is create and follow your battle rhythm. Battle rhythm is just your content calendar. It's just a fancy word that we in the military use for something like that. Here's an example of where we started with our battle rhythm. But you can basically experiment with different posts, which things get traction, which things don't. And then you can automate 75% of it, which is great. You still need to have a piece of that you're going to schedule out each week. That way, there is some uniqueness to what's happening and you're creating more and more engaging and valuable questions and content to get the group to grow organically. Third thing is you launch the group and you grow it. You invite everyone you know locally to that group. Then you send a nice personalized message to each and every one of them, thanking them and asking them to invite their friends and family that are local. This works really, really, really well, and it can create explosive growth. You do want to have your battle rhythm up and established first. That way, when they come into the group, they're seeing all the value immediately. And then share it as many ways as you possibly can. If you don't know a lot of locals, here's a pro tip. Go out and meet them, right? Go out and meet people, friend them on Facebook, get them into the group. Number 4, engage with value. Everything in real estate is about providing value. Everyone should go read the book, The Go-Giver. The more value you provide, the more people that are going to want to be a part of the group and want to be a part of the conversations and provide their own value and help each other out in the group, which is awesome. You get that kind of engagement, it's going to continue to grow. That should say polls, not pools, but we could provide pools, I guess, if we wanted. And one of the best things you can do is just ask questions in the group. And we're going to use those questions to help us create more content for the group, for other parts of the strategy, for our social media. And then number 5 is to convert members to clients. We must have close to 10 ways that we kind of show and have abilities to convert clients just from our Facebook group. Largely, it's having conversations with people. It's showing our services and showing our wins. It's our newsletter that we're getting emails from everybody for. The way we do that is providing a value-add freebie with the questions to join the group. Hey, here's a free guide to this, that, and the other for our local area. Send us your email and we'll send it to you, right? Oh, and by the way, we'll also add you to our events newsletter, which you can opt out of anytime. And then you can share your socials on here. You can do things like we have our QR code, which has a link tree to a bunch of resources and to the other parts you're going to see here, and valuable content that's real estate related on the header image, on the welcome post. We talk about our services in the welcome post. We talk about our services when they enter the group with the kind of welcome pop-up. So there's lots of ways that they are shown that we are the real estate team for them, without it being in your face and spammy, right? It's still only maybe 10 to 20% of the content that's getting put out. So they're still getting all this additional value that they get whether they work with us or not to buy a house, right? So that's the key there. Now, here's your schedule, all right? You want to know how long this is going to take. It sounds like a lot of work, yada, yada. All right, you're going to create 3 to 5 posts because the rest are going to be automated, all right? You could do this on Monday morning. You can do this. You can schedule all this together one day a month if you want, right? You can just spend 4 hours on the first Monday of the month and schedule all this for the entire month. That's what I prefer. Or you could spend an hour every Monday and build this out. This is going to be for both the Facebook group and for your own social, whichever one that is. For me, it's a Facebook page. Makes it pretty easy. And you can actually share posts to both. I don't always share both to both, but you can. Newsletter. So I have a newsletter template. If you find the template that works for you, you are adding all those emails to your database every other Friday, and you send that newsletter out. Hey, what are the events in the area? You can go use other groups or use other news sources for that. List out the events. Boom. Right. Sent. I also do like a market update video once a month. That takes me 2 to 3 minutes to record, throw it up on YouTube, add it to the bottom. It's already got the placeholder for it. And then there's information about our team at the bottom of the newsletter. That takes a half-hour a week, right? And then adding these to your database, that shouldn't even take that long. And requesting reviews, that shouldn't even take that long. And so this is to make sure we're continuing to do the activities that are going to help us grow over time. So here's what our schedule looks like so far. And here's the money we've spent so far, 0. Everything in italics is something that I've either delegated or automated. I do ad hoc posts still. So as something comes up, or hey, we just had a closing, or hey, we just had this giveaway, I'll just post about that. But I have delegated and automated all of this in my business. And you can do the same thing. I wouldn't recommend that initially because you want to kind of figure out the flow, and then you can offload that later. So now, how do we start reusing content? So we've got our top of mind activities over here. We now have our Facebook community that we're starting to grow. We can share those wins, happenings, and conversations, which includes answering questions, right, that our ideal client might have, to our Facebook community, which is going to give us an idea of what questions are being asked that we can use as content ideas, right? Plus, we're collecting emails for our newsletter that we're sending out, right? So you got to see, like, this is easy. This is an easy win, right? We're not having to do twice as much work. We can just keep reusing content. Facebook community is going to give us ideas for new content. We create stuff here. We share it back here. Bob's your uncle. You've got a machine. Let me be clear here. If this is all you do, you can be a 6-figure agent, okay? My Facebook community, I've had it for 2 years, a little over maybe 2 years. I didn't really start growing it for a few months. 1,600 people at this point, and we're adding, 1 to 2 dozen a week. So it really does take off, especially if after you get up to about 500, it really starts to take off on its own, as long as it's a valuable, engaging community. The key here is you have to continue to be consistent with engaging with that community. All right. So step 3, and so when we talk about these 4 parts, you can build them in this order. And this is the order of importance, in my opinion, and it's the most efficient order, because you can then use these other parts. You can just add them on as it's convenient, as it fits into your schedule, and then you can push the content back across your top of mind activities and Facebook community, right? So now we're going to add YouTube. I know a lot of people are shy behind a camera. You have to create content, right? You don't have to do YouTube. We just talked about how a Facebook group is fine, right, for creating your real estate business. But you're going to show that you're an expert even more, and you're going to be able to really incredibly scale if you do parts 3 and 4. You're going to be able to scale to a point where you can create a team, where you can step away from transactions yourself at some point and have the team run them. This really is the way to grow your business kind of to an unlimited point if you want to. So there's 2.7 billion active users on YouTube. It's the number 2 search engine in the world. And some of your key advantages, it's evergreen. You create content there, it stays there forever. It's amazing. Users there are looking for long form video. I know there's other short form video, and that's all the rage right now, but people are still using YouTube. Half the world is using YouTube, and they're looking for long form video. Most real estate clients are looking for longer informational videos about your local area that will help them get comfortable buying or selling a home there. So it's a great place to be. It's still relatively uncrowded for the real estate space. I know you're thinking there are other agents out there, but that's just content ideas. Plus, most of them are not doing it correctly. They're doing things like, let me take this really crappy, shaky walkthrough video of a house where I'm not even in it, and then I'm just going to post it to YouTube with the address. That was a waste of your time, frankly. And we're going to talk about what actually works here in a second. But number 6, leads feel like they already know you. So people are watching your content. They see your face. They hear you talking, right? They feel like they've already developed a relationship with you, so that when they reach out, they already feel like they know you. Plus, you're reverse qualifying. Sometimes there are clients out there we don't want to work with. The interesting thing is, if they are seeing your content on YouTube, those people that probably aren't going to jive with you aren't going to reach out to you. So you're already kind of getting rid of the red flags for you and only getting outreach from clients that you want to work with. So what does YouTube want? It wants people to view your videos. It wants you to watch them and to stay watching them. They want engagement on videos. So that's likes, subscribes, comments, alerts, and they want consistency. They want you to continue to post videos. That's going to be good for you. So I recommend when you start YouTube, you do really go full speed and say, I'm going to commit to this, and I'm going to crank 1 to 2 videos out a week, preferably 2. Here's a simple video checklist. This isn't that complicated. You can use a plugin like TubeBuddy or vidIQ. I use TubeBuddy. It's just got to be quality audio and video. A smartphone plus a good microphone works great. You can get a standalone one for your desk, or you can just get like a lapel or DJI mic that's Bluetooth or plug into your phone. Those all work great. And then you just need a clickable title with the keywords you're trying to search for and a standout thumbnail. You need to have a description with keywords, and there's a whole keyword section filled out, and a call to action in your description, telling them what you want to do. And you can have multiple calls to action. Like I have a, come join our Facebook community. I'll have a, here's how to join our email newsletter. Here's how to search for homes. And so all of those calls to actions are important, and linking to other videos is helpful too. Hey, if you like this video on the VA loan, go check out this one about, top 3 things people don't know about the VA loan, right? And then could provide immediate value in your videos. Don't have really long run-ups, intros, da-da-da-da-da. It needs to be immediate value. It needs to be consistent value through the whole video. Okay, how to win? Make quality videos that add value to your ideal client. Repeat step 1. That's it. That's all that matters there, right? Let's talk about your schedule now. We're adding something to Tuesday. Okay. You have to record your videos. You have to edit your videos. You have to schedule your videos. 1 to 2 videos a week. I recommend trying to get to 2 videos a week. It may take you longer initially to do these activities. I outsource all my editing. I haven't yet outsourced my scheduling, though that could happen pretty easily. So now we've added a couple hours a week to your schedule. You can spend, a whole 8-hour day just doing YouTube. That might be the most convenient thing for you. So now we're spending a little bit of money. TubeBuddy is $5 a month. Whoop-de-doo, right? And a really good microphone will be under $300. I just kind of put $500 as an average here because some people might go get a separate standalone camera. But if you have a nice new smartphone, that camera is adequate enough. You might want to get something like a stand for it. You might want to get a ring light. You might want to get like a stabilizer so you can do handheld videos and the phone doesn't shake. So those are kind of the basics that you need there. And you're off to the races. So let's talk about reusing content now. So now we've added YouTube to our content engine. What we can do with YouTube is we can answer questions that we're getting from our Facebook community, and we can share wins, happenings, conversations to YouTube. So that's a pretty easy thing there. We just need to think about what do our clients need us to answer. Should be pretty obvious from the Facebook community. Plus, we can share things that's happening in the community as well as events and developments and ongoings, right? That's all going to be valuable stuff. And then from YouTube, we can share those videos to our Facebook community. We can share them to our social media channels. We can share them in our newsletters. I recommend doing the value stuff first, then having stuff about real estate below that. And then a bonus here is that we can take YouTube, creating a long form video. If it's 7 to 20 minutes, you can chop that up. I'm not talking about, even though you can do this, you can chop that into short video clips for things like TikTok or Reels if you want to add those on. But I'm talking about that long script. Can be multiple social media posts, can be shorter videos, can be written posts, can be posts with images. So you can take all that, break it all up. Like if your video's about top 10 places to visit in Niceville, you can showcase each of those 10 things on your social media and in your Facebook community, or you can take that and repurpose it as a top 10 things list for both of those as well that you can share. So, we're not really creating more work. We're getting our content ideas from here, and we're just putting it into video form, and we're sharing it everywhere else. All right, number 4. This is by far the hardest one. However, nobody's doing it. So you don't have to be a really super deep expert. You don't have to get into the technical nitty gritty on this. There's a couple tools you can use to make this really easy. So what is SEO? SEO is search engine optimization. You have to excuse me, I forgot to update this up here, but Google is the number 1 search engine in the world. So what if when people were searching about real estate related topics or value add related topics, your ideal client, the questions that they're asking, what if you were answering those questions in such a way that when they ask them on Google, you pop up as the very first link, your website with a blog post with that content. So SEO is a search engine optimized website and blog posts optimized for ranking on Google for the keywords your ideal client is searching for. It's that simple. So there's a lot of advantages here. There's a huge untapped organic traffic market. It is evergreen, just like YouTube. It sits there forever. It's easy to bolt onto video. Google loves it when you have a YouTube video and you have a blog post about the same topic. They could be slightly different. Like the blog post doesn't have to be the exact transcript of the YouTube video. In fact, that would look kind of clunky. But Google, because they own both Google and YouTube, love to see those two things paired together. Then they know that content goes together. And when someone is searching for related keywords, Google is going to show both the video and the post in search results, which is going to be great for you. So it kind of gives you additional traffic to both when you pair them together. Number 5 is you can direct people to your community, to your social channels, to YouTube from your website. Agents are not doing this. I know. I know this personally. There are just a handful of agents I know in the world doing this. So you can absolutely crush it in this space. And you can make this your primary agent website with IDX, which is essentially having listings from your local MLS integrated into your website. So I know, those of us at EXP have KV Core. It is an IDX website. It's good for lead generation and a lot of functionality there, but it's not going to be the biggest SEO win. So what would I do and what do I do? The easiest setup here is going to be a tool called Carrot. Carrot is WordPress, which is the biggest open source website software in the world. But Carrot makes it easier and is focused on helping agents rank for SEO within a WordPress. So it's kind of like a done-for-you WordPress option for real estate agents. So that's probably the easiest setup. You can, when you set up, you want to click agent website because they also have investor. You want to do IDX, which is adding your listings to it for your market. And then you just follow their setup checklist. Now, it can be a little complicated. You pick a design, you got to set up your homepage, you got to set up your about page, you got to add a contact page, you got to do opt-in forms like the one you see here. You got to add your IDX and maybe location pages, testimonial, right? Like, so that sounds like a long list. It takes it takes some dedicated hours to set this up. I wouldn't say more than like a week if that's all you focus your time on, but you can also hire it out. Carrot has a bunch of in-house experts that can do that work for you for an additional cost. And then the other thing you can do is link all your opt-in forms to your current CRM. So what I do is I use a tool called Zapier, an automation/linking tool. And so anybody who opts into my website will automatically get put into my KV Core CRM, which is where my newsletters come from. So there is CRM functionality to Carrot. I just don't use it. So I recommend if you have a preferred CRM, just link them. All right. What's the easiest content you can create for this? Like, now I got to write all these words, thousands of words, and that sounds like a lot of work. Here's what you do. You take your YouTube videos, because you did that first, right? Take every YouTube video you create, go get a transcript. I use rev.com for mine to pull a transcript of the video. Pretty soon, I'm sure there'll be a free AI tool. I don't know if there is one yet, but and then repurpose that in a blog post. Go write that out, add some headings, break it into paragraphs, add a couple of graphics, and Bob's your uncle. Now you have a blog post. Take that blog post. You want to optimize it for a keyword. Carrot already has a tool built in that's going to audit for that keyword. It gives you a little checklist at the bottom to help you follow for each post to try and optimize that post for that keyword. If you want to get really juicy with getting the most bang for your buck out of that post, you can copy and paste it into a tool called Rank IQ and use that to optimize keywords and add other related keywords to make your post really, really stand out in Google's eyes. And then just copy that back into Carrot, boom, post it. If we're doing this on a video, then add the video to the top of your post, just embed it. Boom, you've got a post that will rank on Google. You can start to generate organic content from it. So the easiest way to do this is set this up, and every time you do a YouTube video, plop it over here, fill it out, boom, you're done. An alternative to this, and for a different blog, I do it this way. Write the blog post, especially if it's a really long form blog post, which most of mine are for this other one, not for my clients, but this is for agents. I write a blog post, and then I use that for 6 to 8 YouTube scripts, right? And I can use each YouTube video for 4 to 10 pieces of smaller content. So it's just like a never ending. You have more content than you could even possibly use, which is awesome. All right, so let's add that to our schedule, and we've got our blog posts here. So I break this up, 2 blog posts a month is adequate. Though if you're doing 1 to 2 videos and you're just taking the scripts, this is as if you were writing new ones. If you're just taking the videos and using the scripts, you could knock the same amount out, right? It might be a little longer, maybe 2 hours, but we're still talking about 4 to 5 hours a week of activity to do all these things. And that's why I said, let's start by starting with the 1, get that down pat, add Facebook, get that down pat, add YouTube, right? And then you can just kind of keep building it out. And pretty soon you'll be right here, and it's still only taking you less than 1 day of activity a week to create this windmill farm of leads, right? So now we've got Carrot and IDX. That does come, it's $100 a month plus $50 for IDX. So that's the most expensive thing here by far. However, if you get 1 client a year from it, you're going to pay for that and more. And I guarantee you, if you're doing this, if you're creating videos and you're just creating posts from the videos, you're going to get more than that. Plus, even if it wasn't directly getting you a client, people are getting attracted to it. Then it's bringing them to YouTube. Then it's bringing them to your Facebook community, and they're getting into your sphere. So all of these things merge together, and somehow people are working their way into your sphere, onto your newsletter, into your Facebook community, onto your social, into your YouTube, to your website, and they're going to opt in. Now, what we use is a Jot form, and it's a client questionnaire, and we basically have QR codes and stuff, and we're funneling everyone in every way from any of those places to our single Jot form, and starting conversations. But for the most part, we're sending people that Jot form, and they fill out exactly what their criteria are to buy and sell a home, what their timeline is, where they're going, and then we take it from there. So they're popping in, they're filling out that questionnaire and giving us their info to say, I want to work with you. Here's my criteria. Let's get started. And now we're using your content for SEO. I did a little switcheroo here. I moved YouTube over here. Got our top of mind and Facebook activities. We're doing stuff in between those. Now we've got blog posts. Well, let's just do the same content, right? If we're doing SEO first, you could create YouTube videos from that, but preferably you're creating YouTube videos, just using the transcript to create your blog posts. And now you can also share these with your Facebook community and your social media, right? Just share those blog posts. They have nice little thumbnails, just like YouTube videos. It allows people to see that value once again. So you're hitting them from every angle with value, 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 value. Okay, if you still need help with content, here are the 5 things that I would do. I would look at what questions your ideal client would ask, or what are they asking for in your Facebook community, or social media, or in other places. Try buckets. This is like, let's pick 3 to 4 to 5 categories, and then let's brainstorm within those categories what kind of posts or videos I could make. So if you bin things out into buckets, it makes it a lot easier to create content instead of being like, I don't know, there's this whole world of content I could create. You could just be like questions. Like mine might be VA loan stuff. It might be base resources. It might be events and happenings, right? It might be top places to visit, or top local establishments. You know, those are buckets, and then you can create content within those. Number 3, R&D, rip off and duplicate. You can do this within your market. It might be even better to find an agent in a similar market to yours in a different area and go, that's working for them, I'm gonna do that. That's basically a YouTube thing. What's working with your current content? Which of your blog posts are getting the most traffic? Which of your YouTube videos are getting the most traffic? And make more content about that. And of course, no presentation would be complete without talking about AI. I use ChatGPT on a daily basis now to help with outlines, help with lists, help with ideas. If I'm like, hey, what are pros and cons of living in blah, right? Maybe a neighborhood or a city or town. That's going to give me an idea. I always put a personal spin on everything, and I don't use this for actually writing any content, because I think that's not your best option, because things coming straight from you is going to be your best option, and it's going to be more rankable in the long term, because guess what? Google's going to be sniffing for AI content, and it's going to rank that lower. That's Charlie's prediction, knowing a lot about SEO. So the beauty of this strategy, it's efficient for content reuse. We can delegate and automate all but your face in actual videos. So everything but you talking on a video, and AI might even make that doable too soon. Though that's probably what we want to keep. You can start simple and keep adding to it. You can start with different parts. You can start with adding, you can add more content buckets as time goes on. Even when you stop, let's say you have a 2-week hiatus or a 2-month hiatus, whatever it may be, the leads keep coming in, which is amazing. And it's inexpensive, right? I think our total costs was under $200 a month for sure. And we're talking about continuous scalable inbound clients. So let the good times roll. I recommend also adding automation in. Like we said, delegate and automate. Here's in the last 30 days, I've automated 344 tasks as part of all this. Zapier is your best friend. Okay. So, all right, 10 more bucks a month. I'm sorry. Got to have Zapier, and it's going to look like this. Right. These are all automated emails being sent out. There's attachments on each email, specific to the location they're going. They're moving to the base that they're getting assigned to. It's a military, military community. So I hope this presentation has been good for you. I hope you see the value in this. Thanks for hanging with me today.
All right, Charlie, thank you. That was amazing. We're going to go ahead and take our last break. And in case you're thinking, hey, it's almost over, I'm just going to skip the last two. Like, if you do, you will regret it, because the next two speakers that we have coming up, they have such a wealth of experience in this industry. You're going to miss out a lot. So don't go anywhere. Keep the chat going, keep the feedback, networking going. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back. It's been a long day, but we got a couple more speakers, and you don't want to miss them because they've got a ton of experience. They've got a ton of value to share with you, and I promise you're going to get a lot of value out of it. So our next speaker is Mike Hambright. Mike is a veteran real estate entrepreneur, investor, and coach. He's also the founder of Flip Nerd and co-founder of Investor Machine. Mike has flipped and wholesaled more than 400 houses. His rental portfolio includes single-family and multifamily properties valued over $150 million. Please welcome to the stage, Mike Hambright.
Hey, everybody. Really excited to be here. I'm Mike Hambright, and I'm going to talk to you about, I'm very passionate about lead generation. I actually handle lead generation for hundreds of professional real estate investors, and I've been a real estate investor myself for 15 years. I'll tell you a little bit more about myself, but I think leads are the lifeblood of your business. But most people, although while some are willing to throw a lot of money at lead generation, there's a lot of things that they do wrong to not kind of squeeze all the juice they can out of that. So I'm going to talk about literally how to double the profit in your business over the next 12 months without necessarily spending more on lead generation. You need to be willing to spend money because you got to spend money to make money. But we're going to talk about lead generation today, and I'm going to share 15 years of knowledge in my own business and serving hundreds of other professional real estate investors across the country. So let's kind of dive in. So again, I'm going to share kind of a few culprits here that might be impacting your business in a negative way and talk about kind of how to fix that once and for all. So over the past year or so, we've proverbially had our cheese moved, right? The market has shifted. And I started in 2008, so I've been through some ups and downs. And I want to talk a little bit about, from my experience, why that has actually happened. It's not just the market. I think the market is a part of it. It's easy to say that it's the market because that means we have no responsibility ourselves and everything's just out of our control. But what I'm here to share with you is that I think at least 2/3 of the puzzle is in your control. I will tell you, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about myself in a minute, but I also run one of the largest masterminds in the country for professional real estate investors. So I technically, across my two businesses, work with hundreds, literally about 300 to 400 professional real estate investors, some doing hundreds of deals a year. And generally speaking, for the kind of pro investor, the tables have turned and they're probably having the best year they've ever had. The people that are not right now, there's a reason for that. Either they pulled back, they're sitting on the sidelines, or they had some foundational problems that they didn't fix. So I'm going to kind of dive into what I think the three legs of the stool are as to what's happened in this market and how to overcome that throughout this presentation. A third of it is the market, and we kind of know what's happened there over the past year or so. But we're going to focus on other stuff today. Real fast, let me tell you a little bit about who I am. I've kind of told you a couple things here. I'm a husband and a father. This is my wife, Lindsay. She's the brains of our operation, the one that keeps me in check. We work together. We have for 15 years. And this is my son, Jake. We travel. We're fortunate to travel a lot. And so have done some pretty amazing things. We spend a lot of time in Colorado in the summer. I live in Texas, and we go from 100 degrees to 60 degrees in a day and try to stay out there for a couple of weeks during the summer. But we travel quite a bit and get to do a lot of amazing things. And real estate's allowed all that to happen for me. A single family investor. I'm in the Dallas area, and I've flipped about 400 houses here. A lot of that was in the up until about 5 years ago, and I made some transitions into some other things, which I'll talk about, but still very active in the single family side through hundreds of people that I kind of consult and advise and support. And I own some rental properties in Dallas. Most of the rental properties, I'm kind of blessed in hindsight. The question is whether you'll say you're blessed if you were buying rentals right now, even though rates are up and all that stuff, because time does amazing thing with rentals. Most of my rentals I bought from 2009 to probably 2012 in that range. And so in hindsight, people thought I was a fool for buying rentals at that time. I wish I had kept hundreds more, but didn't. I'm a multifamily investor. So this is where I spend a lot of my time in my investments over the last 4 years. This number is actually off quite a bit because we were about to close another $50 million deal. So a general partner in over $200 million. Not that I own all that. I'm a partner and investor, a GP in quite a few multifamily deals, actually about 8 or 9 different deals now. And we'll be doing a lot of that in the future. Deal flow is down on the multifamily side too, but aspire to do a lot more of that. I'm a mastermind leader. I just mentioned that. I run a mastermind called Investor Fuel, where we have a couple hundred of the top real estate investors in the country. And so through this I have some amazing relationships for sure, but also have a unique perspective on the market because I get to see literally what hundreds of people are doing personally and professionally, and really helping people overcome challenges and issues, and us all working together collaboratively. So I have a really unique perspective on all things real estate investing, especially single family. I'm a lead generation expert. I run an agency, a data company called Investor Machine. We just hit our 4-year anniversary, and we literally manage millions of dollars in marketing a month for professional real estate investors. We're very data driven. So I'm going to talk about these things today. A lot of things I'm going to share are from my experiences at Investor Machine as an advisor and the person responsible for generating leads for a lot of America's top real estate investors. And so my question is, that's a little bit about me. Tell me what you guys are. Chat in where you're from, how much experience you have, maybe how many deals you've done in the last 12 months, or what a typical month or year looks for you. Share a little bit of that while we're kind of going on here, because I'd like to know who I'm talking to, and can kind of ebb and flow the presentation a little bit based on who the audience is here. So, but whoever you are, excited, let me know where you're from, and excited to have you here with us. I am, like I said, I'm out of the Dallas, Texas area. So a couple questions for you guys. Who, raise your hand or say I do or whatever in the chat here. Who wants to work harder than you already do? It's kind of a facetious question, right? Nobody wants to work harder. I think a lot of us got into real estate investing for the freedom. And what ends up happening is a lot of people get trapped, and you might be self-employed. You might refer to yourself as CEO. On documents you sign, they ask for your position, and you say president or CEO or founder or whatever title you've given yourself. But I know that a lot of people that are hearing this right now really are self-employed. You have a job. You don't have a business. So the business owns you more than you own the business. And the goal is to get out of that, right? And that's what I aspire to help you with today. I'm going to kind of share the roadmap for how to get to that freedom that we all desire to have. And there's levels to this game, as they say, right? So a lot of us might have financial freedom, and you might be making more money than you ever have before, but do you have your time back? And as I get older and older through the years here, I value my time more and more because I can see it slipping away each time I look in the mirror, and I've got some additional gray hair. I'm like, holy cow, the clock's ticking, right? So I want to help you get that freedom. On a personal note, I'll share, I've had over the past, I guess 8 or 9 months now, just an unusual amount of kind of death in my family. I was unfortunate to lose my mom right after Thanksgiving last year. Had a dear friend die about 2 months ago. He was only 58, just got cancer, and literally within 90 days was gone. And had another family member, an aunt that we were close to, go in for a fairly routine surgery and never leave the hospital alive. And so, and we all have experiences like that, right? And I think it forces you to think about, what is this all for? It doesn't necessarily mean like shut it all down and just, live in a tent as frugally as I can so that I can enjoy every day. I think a lot of us that are listening to this want to be in business. It gives us some fulfillment to be able to complete business, right? But do it in a way to where you're moving your business to where you're creating assets that will ultimately move you closer to being more passive ultimately, right? So you can't get passive until you've got enough active. That's how you build up the passive stuff. But anyway, that's how I define freedom, is kind of doing what you want, when you want, with whom you want. And not everybody gets that 24 hours a day, but let's start with getting more of that in your life from wherever you're at. So kind of how to build the business you need to live the life that you deserve. So again, we're talking about the three-legged stool here. So what else? The market is a challenge. What I'm going to talk about for a little bit here is lead quality and lead conversion, right? It's not all about more leads necessarily. As I like to say, better leads are better than more leads. There's a lot of focus, and there has been over the last few years, on generating other ways to generate leads that are generally pretty low quality leads. And you'll hear me talk about the quality of leads, which is really driven by how you advertise and how you market. And we're going to talk a fair bit about that. So like a little fact that I'll share with you guys, did you know that inbound leads that you generate from direct mail, pay-per-click, SEO, things like that, generally have a 200 to 300% ROI, higher return than outbound leads, which are texting and cold calling. So a lot of you watching this might text and cold call. And by the way, I'm not saying that you shouldn't text and cold call, but a lead that somebody reaches out to you that's interested in selling, and I'm talking, I guess, about anything, really more single family houses here. If they reach out to you, they went online and researched and found you, they got some mail and they responded to you, which is a small, very small percentage of those people. They're just more motivated and they've raised their hand versus texting or cold calling, for example, where you're reaching out to somebody that didn't ask to be contacted. They have zero motivation, and you might be able to convince them to have a little motivation. The return, so you're going to hear me use an acronym, ROAS. It's used pretty much everywhere except for the real estate industry, but return on ad spend, which is your ROI on your ad spend. So if you put in $1, how much do you get back? That's ROAS, return on ad spend, or ROI on your ad spend. Same general thing. Inbound leads have a higher return. So you can't necessarily look at cost per lead, even cost per contract. What really matters is I spent $5,000 in advertising and I made back $25,000 from that deal, from that channel. That's what I want to convince you guys. If you take nothing else away from this presentation, it's to start looking at your ROAS, return on ad spend, at the channel level over a long period of time, and you'll see what's performing and what's not. Because you might be busy but not productive in your business. There's a difference, right? So let's talk a little bit about lead generation here, different channels. Inbound, direct mail. Let's talk about that a little bit first. This is primarily what our Focus at Investor machine has been for the last 4 years. We send millions of pieces of mail every single month for our customers, but the difference is the data. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. There's no channel that you can better target very specific people than direct mail. You can't do that with anything else. You can do it with getting the data and then texting or cold calling them. But because data ends up being a bunch of cheap lead sources that you can skip trace data from, what happens is people that are really focused on texting and cold calling end up pulling mass amounts of data, and they're going way beyond people that will have any level of motivation. So what I want to tell you about direct mail, though, other than what I already have told you, is that the data, the list that you send to, is way, way, way more important than the actual mail piece. Most people are worried about their logo or having a big glossy oversized card or whatever, right? And I'm not saying that those things don't have any role in your performance. It certainly needs to be professional. But the very, very most important thing is the list that you're mailing to in the first place. So if you're buying cheap lists or you're using lists that are more than a couple months old and you're not refreshing it, you are costing yourself a lot of money. You're costing yourself a lot of missed opportunity costs by not targeting the right people. And I'm gonna tell you what we do to generate our lists in a little bit. We actually have an army of about 75 people that are data mining to gather our list. So I'll share that with you in a little bit. Pay-per-click and SEO, another inbound lead generation, and social media marketing, SMM. So particularly, you guys are mostly familiar with pay-per-click and SEO. Let's talk a little bit about that. It's critical that you have an online presence. Now, the other thing I'm going to tell you is across all these channels, they're all connected. So if you're spending money on direct mail and they go to your website and somebody will go Google you, right? I mean, who does anything that's large ticket? Anything you buy that's large ticket, cars, houses, watches, like anything that you spend, even electronics, whatever, doesn't even need to be really high ticket. A lot of you listening to this will resonate with this. You probably like maybe even see it in a store and then go search online and learn more about it, right? Look for reviews, look to see if it's cheaper on Amazon, whatever it might be. But everybody is going to look at you online. So if you're doing a bunch of other types of marketing, people are going to go look for you. And if they can't find you online, or if you don't have a great presence, they're going to not contact you, right? That's not going to turn into an opportunity for you. So here's the reality is mail makes pay-per-click work better. Mail makes SEO work better. So if you are doing a lot of mail and let's say you weren't, and then you started, and over time you seem to be getting a lot of SEO leads, like people are finding your website, it's probably it's probably the male that's driving them there. These are all layers that all work together, right? We have to get over the fact that you have one channel and it works really well. If you're only doing one channel, you have a bunch of holes in the boat from people that are trying to find you in other areas and they can't, or they don't like what they see, right? So you're never going to be able to compete unless you're working with an expert to make you world-class in this area. You're going to hear a general theme here, and I'm a little biased because I run an agency, is that if you identify with being a real estate investor, you shouldn't probably be doing your own marketing. At the end of the day, you're never going to be as good at it as somebody that focuses on that all day, every day. I'll say the same thing about contracting. You shouldn't be rehabbing your own houses if you're a real estate investor. Your job is to do more deals, help more people, and find the next deal, not to be swinging a hammer or doing your own marketing or lots of other things too, right? I'm all for outsourcing, and to really buy your life back, to get your time back, you need to outsource, whether you build up the resources internally or you outsource it to somebody on the outside. Let's talk about texting and cold calling. We've talked about that a little bit. Data is the most important thing. It's not the act of doing it. The quality of your data is absolutely critical, that you identify people that have some distress. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that, how to do that in a bit. Texting and cold calling also appear on the surface to be cheaper, right? Because you can get a subscription to a couple different platforms to call or text for not much a month. You can buy cheap data if you want to and be kind of effectively in business. But if you're trying to scale this and you're hiring people to do this for you, then you already know that it's a revolving door of people that get burned out on being told to screw off all day long, right? And just getting burned out from being hung up on or cursed out or whatever it might be. So this is a legitimate channel. There's a lot of legal pressure on this, especially texting right now. And it's honestly, I can tell because we provide data for people that text and cold call, that business has dried up tremendously over the past year, and it's probably only going to get worse. You really, again, you kind of going to hear me talking about being data driven. You really have to shift to a data driven model in your business to beat the next person out, right? To be more competitive. Ultimately, this is where the market is going. So just throwing money at marketing doesn't work anymore. When I started in 2008 and there wasn't nearly as much competition, there weren't institutional buyers in the marketplace, and sellers weren't as, there weren't as many options for them to go look online, mail worked quite a bit better. Mail still works very well. You just have to use the right data and be very targeted. Same thing with pay-per-click. So you have to be more strategic these days. You can't just throw money at the wall. But when I started in 2008, anybody and their brother could just throw a little bit of mail and have it all based on age and equity and still have that be a really good return on investment or ROAS on their mail. But it doesn't work that way anymore. You can get lucky, but you can't scale that. So I'd like to share with you what we do, again, for hundreds of top real estate investors, how we gather data. Now, I'll share with you how we do it, but you could do this on your own. It's just a lot of work, okay? You're going to kind of see that. So we, again, are like more of a data company than a marketing agency, but we do provide leads. We're kind of almost like a fractional CMO where we handle a lot of lead gen for people, actually across a lot of channels, and effectively helping your phone ring or helping the leads come in to you. We use super hard to get data, which I'm going to share with you in a minute what we capture, and some AI, using more and more AI and machine learning to predict who's most likely to sell. And then we market to those folks on the behalf of our customers, right? And so you can do all these things too, and I'm going to share it with you here. I will tell you that it's a lot of work. So we go after about 40 different lists: probates, mowing liens, recent divorce, inheritances, problem rentals, insurance claims, Liz pendants, meth contamination, all sorts of stuff. And then we stack this up. I know a lot of you tried to grab your camera and take a picture of that real fast. So I'm going to be a little sneaky and turn that off for a second. But I will give you another chance to get that list here in a little bit, I promise. We take all those data points, and from our perspective, every one of those data points is a red flag, right? If somebody has a mowing lien, there's some level of distress. If somebody filed probate and they had a death in their family or their relationship or the homeowner, that's a major red flag, right? Something massive happened that will change the direction of that home or that homeowner, the one that's survived, right? Or if there's no survivors left, then it goes to the family. That's one of the most major things that could happen is a probate. And so we take all of those data points, all the ones on that list, and we assign a score to them. So probates might have a score of 5, a mowing lien might have a score of 1. And in Dallas County, where I'm at the county level, we basically take the whole list of all the properties, and we're appending all of these distress points to that and giving the property effectively a distress score, so that we know that the very most distressed house in Dallas County is at the top of our list, and the least distressed one is at the very bottom of the list, right? And we just mark it from the top down based on how big our budget is. Now, you guys, we literally have training programs internally for how to find probates in Dallas County. Another training program, how to find recent divorces records in Dallas County, right? So literally in every county in the country where we operate, hundreds of counties, we've created 30 to 50 different training programs for our team of data miners to go in and gather that data and then put it in our software, and then it creates a score. Now, you could do this in Excel. You could figure out how to do this. And there's some people watching this that probably know how to go pull a couple lists, and you'll agree that it's a ton of freaking work. But you could do it, right? But at the end of the day, you can't do it more efficiently than what we can, and I don't know anybody else that's doing it. So I was going to say any of our competitors, but I don't know anybody else that's doing this, certainly at anywhere close to our level. So you could do these things and kind of back into it. Now, there are some great list stacking softwares out there where you have to get the data and you upload the list. They generally are not allowing you to change the score. I don't know any of them that do, of the data point. They're just going to say, how many lists was it on? And you likely are never going to have 40 different lists. So you can kind of chip away at these same things. And anyway, no matter what you do, you should try to find lists of sellers that are likely to be distressed, not just age and equity, because there's a lot of equity in houses in America. It doesn't mean they're going to give it up to you. And we have the silver tsunami, right? We have an aging population. There's a lot of older people that are over a certain age that are not necessarily anywhere close to dying and don't want to give that equity to you again. So, but that's what we do, and you can kind of try to recreate this as much as possible. Now, we're able to do some really amazing things. I don't know anybody in the world that's doing this. Is we're able to take some of those data points and create unique postcards, literally at the household level, so that we can appeal to that person. So let me give you an example. And again, these are things you can try to emulate as much as possible. This is some of our customers actually out of Houston, and I want to show you a couple things here. If you see off to the left here, I'm going to highlight this area where we help people in challenging situations, catching up on back taxes, challenging tenants, and removing headaches. So the top one, we've realized that we can't open up with, we help people that have had a death in the family because of a probate. So we kind of just put something vague. And then the rest of them, we populate with data. So we happen to know that this specific property that we sent this postcard to on behalf of our customers, that they had back taxes and they had a tenant situation, probably eviction notice, right? And so, by the way, if for this customer we sent 10,000 postcards, those bullets, there would be 10,000 versions of those bullets on there. We're trying to speak to that customer. And the reason I shared this one with you, this just happened recently, is these customers of ours shared this quote here. It was a testimonial of the postcards, and he literally said what I just said to you, that the customer that they just contracted this house from said, I've received hundreds of these cards over the last 2 to 3 years, and I throw them all away. But yours had a picture of our house and a message that I felt was directed at us. So I kept this one just in case we tried to sell. So everybody out there and their brother, including you if you're sending mail, are sending thousands or tens of thousands of versions of the exact same thing. And if we send 10,000 pieces of mail for our customers, every single one of them is different, like a snowflake, where we're mixing in data to talk to that customer. So mail seems old and outdated and not as sexy as some online advertising channels and other things. But this is innovation inside of an old product, right? And the thing that you can assure yourself is that the mail, the post office, is not going anywhere. They don't even care if they lose money. Of course, they've been ramping up postage prices a lot over the past couple of years to try to prevent that. But this is pretty powerful stuff, right? This is innovation inside of an ancient product. And we do some other things for our customers, and you should think about this too, is, typically if you're pulling data, you might be pulling it for the whole county or zip codes or things like that. And what we do for our customers, and I encourage you guys to do this too, is to really manage around your buy box, like set up a lot of filters so that you're only marketing to the types of houses you want to buy, whether it's age, size of the property, size of the lot, even if you're doing add-ons or things like that might be important. Getting very granular. We have our customers fill out a buy box of about 15 things. They rank every zip code on a scale of 0 to 5 as to whether they want to advertise there or not. And we really have a lot of sophisticated things to really try to laser target. And, it still doesn't have a high response rate, but the ROAS, the return on ad spend, could be higher than most of your channels, right? If it's done right. It's really critical that if you're not taking your calls, that you listen to your calls, because sometimes people say this advertising channel isn't working. And the reality is somebody in your team is just screwing it up. They're not answering the phone live. They're not following a proven script, things like that. So there's lots of things that we do for our customers, but you just really need to be on the cutting edge. A lot of us as real estate investors, we just want to throw money at something and think it'll work. But the reality is if you're not managing it, or you don't have somebody managing it for you, then there's probably a lot of mismanagement happening. So for our approach here that I'm kind of talking about is I like to say, I got to mix a couple jokes in here, guys. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Like you just can't compete if you're not doing the things that I talked about here, and you're just getting some old list and mailing it for months or years. And I can tell you, I get letters and postcards and text messages for houses that I haven't owned in years. And it just blows my mind that somebody is marketing to me using an old list. Now, whether they're just mailing to a list that they bought years ago and they don't care, or whether they're buying that from somebody, the list from somebody, because it was cheap and what they really bought was crap. And then they say, oh, mail doesn't work. And it's like, well, it wasn't the mail, it was the data. So guys, I shared this list of 40 lists. Anybody want this? Want me to give you a copy of this? I'd love for you to have it. This will share with you a lot of the folks that you can go try to get lists from in your county. It is a lot of work. What I'll do is I'd like to text you a PDF version of this. So if you text the word WealthCon to this number, and I'll leave this here for just a moment because I want to continue on in the presentation here. We still have a lot to go. Text the word WealthCon to this number, and we have a bot that's going to ask you for your name and email address, and we'll email that over to you. So make sure you capture this. I'm going to leave it here for about 2 more seconds. WealthCon 469-949-5811, and we'll get you a copy of this. And I got a couple of gifts for you today, so keep paying attention. Some really high value ones. Let's talk about lead conversion. At the end of the day, a lot of people, especially newer investors, will throw money at marketing and lead generation because they want to get started, but they're not great at converting. And we even have some professional folks that are very high quality real estate investors, have had a lot of success in the past, but they start to slip in some areas, and then they're not converting leads. The problem is they'll often say that marketing is not working, but it's them not converting the leads that they have. So even though we are an agency, we help our customers in lots of ways now. And a lot of this has changed over the past year. We put a lot of emphasis on trying to help them convert more of the leads they already have, right? It's not about advertising more necessarily. It's about keeping your advertising there, but converting more of the leads that you're already generating. So if you're not focused on sales training for you and your team, you're missing the boat. And this isn't something you go do one time. This is something like a professional athlete. I like to think of you guys as professional athletes that are training all the time. Did Tiger Woods go through a golf training program 20 years ago and never go back? No, he's got all kinds of coaches that are helping every day. Putting coach, swing coach, right? Mindset coaches, all these things. If you're not constantly training your sales team, you're missing out on the opportunity. And you need to become an expert at managing your sales team. So a lot of folks that are probably listening to this think of themselves as being good at sales, right? But unless you want to be self-employed versus a business owner where the job owns you, You need to be able to bring people in and then motivate and train those salespeople. Now, I will tell you honestly, I am a better salesperson than I am a sales manager, which is why I've brought sales managers into my business, because I just don't have the time. I haven't made the time to have daily huddles in the morning for 15 minutes. Let's talk about the appointments you went on yesterday. Let's talk about the hot leads you're working. What happened to this lead? You just need to manage those like clockwork and motivate your salespeople. And I know enough to know that I don't have the time or the capacity, or honestly, even the interest to be that person, to be in that seat. So I've outsourced it to sales managers in a few of my businesses that manage that. So you need to find a way to solve that problem for yourself. And a few other things. If you haven't built out a world-class follow-up system, there's a lot of stats that you guys have probably seen before out there, that the average person, and this is across all businesses, not just real estate, will generate a lead and try to contact them once or twice and then move on to the next one. But if you're not following up with people forever and ever, which you can do through a lot of automation, depending on your CRM, you're missing the boat. And I can tell you a perfect example, and there's probably folks that have bigger records than this, but I bought a house one time, this is a few years back. We had been following up for 54 months with them before they finally said, is that offer still good? Right. And we were calling them a few years back. We were just calling them. I had a follow-up team set up to just call them every 30 days like clockwork. But now you can send, automated text campaigns, ringless voicemails, tasks for people to call and check in, and emails. You can automate a lot of that like clockwork, so that you're just tapping people on the shoulder. Because let's be honest, a lot of people that we have bought houses from in the past have been distressed for years, if not decades, right? You all have bought houses from people that house was a junker and they were hoarders, or they were living in ways that we can't imagine for years, if not decades. And it just took something, not that we wish this on anybody, but it took an additional health issue. It took one more late, another year of late taxes, or not paying taxes, or whatever. It took some catalyst to push them over the edge. So sometimes people will contact us, and they needed to contact us years ago, and they're still not ready. They still need a couple more years to kind of go through whatever they're going through to be ready to sell. So that's why it's important that if somebody calls you and they've got motivation to sell and they've got equity, you should follow up for the rest of their life or your life, whichever lasts longer or comes first. I don't know. I'll talk about dispositions, exiting properties. So what's changed over the past year is, for the past 10 to 12 years, dispo was an afterthought. Selling your properties was no problem. Buying them was the hardest part. But I can tell you what's changed over the past years. People that are on the cutting edge, that are seeing higher profits than ever, have become experts at dispositions. They put more focus, or at least as much focus, on dispositions as they do on acquisitions. And that is, if you're wholesaling, building your buyers list, in particular wholesaling. Like retailing, you could still put them on the MLS, and that's still very effective, right? But if you're just trying to wholesale deals, for example, and you're using the same list you've been using for ever and ever, you're missing out, because a lot of those investors that you're marketing to aren't even in business anymore. So the email responders are seeing that your emails are bouncing because their emails shut down, and then they're hurting your delivery rate for the ones that are still in business. And by the way, some that are still in business have changed their buy box. They're not buying in certain zip codes anymore, or they've gone upstream to do bigger houses. If you're not reaching out and talking to folks and constantly trying to improve your list on who would be a potential buyer for you, you're missing out. You need to focus on that, guys. And lastly, and this is all in kind of the lead conversion area, right? Converting more of the leads you already have. If you haven't shifted to more creative acquisitions models, you're missing out. Doing more subject to, and there's very much a right and a wrong way to do all of these things, right? Novations are hot right now. And it's not a surprise that some of the leaders in the industry in these spaces, like novations, the king of novations in America is Eric Brewer, and he's been an Investor Machine customer, one of our customers, for several years now. It's his most profitable lead source. Well, one of the reasons it's his most profitable lead source is we do a good job for him. The other one is that he is monetizing leads that he couldn't otherwise monetize through novations, which allows him to effectively pay a little bit more, effectively market to higher value properties, and make more money on them because of his technique. So I won't try to get into training you on what novations are, but if you're interested, you can go Google it and you find out. Owner financing, things like that. Like if you basically just have the deep cash offer, I'll pay cash for your house and wholesale it, and that's all you're doing, then you have a lot of leads that you're missing out on, other opportunities, other ways that you could monetize those, including possibly even getting listing referrals and stuff like that. Those are not going to be big paydays like novations could be, or some of these other things on here, but it is still a way to offset your marketing cost and make a little bit of lemonade out of those lemons, right? So last thing I want to talk about is kind of the optimized team. If you don't have the right people in place on your team, the right systems and processes, then none of this works either. This is a big challenge. I'm convinced that over the past year, there's been this bigger divide than ever of people that are no longer in business and those that are having the best year ever. And I have lots of customers that are having the best year ever. And I do have some customers or former customers that went out of business or pulled way back because their business was built on a fragile foundation. This is how to get that freedom in your life, is to have the team. You need the team anyway, otherwise you have a job. So let's kind of dive into that. I want to talk about having the right team. So if you have holes in the boat in your business, it's going to cause you to suffer, right? Anybody here, let me ask you a question. Anybody here ever hired a family member that just needed a job and you're like, yeah, they can kind of do it, but they weren't really the right person, right? That's an example of a hole in the boat. Anybody here have data in a whole bunch of areas, but it's not pulled together in a clean dashboard where you can see exactly what's going on in your business, what your conversion rates are at each level of the funnel, from lead generated to appointment set to appointment attended, offer made, contract, closing, and then the sale. If you're not tracking that at the marketing channel level, if you're not tracking that, whether it's pay-per-click or direct mail or texting or cold calling or anything else, and looking for conversion rates at each level and holes in the boat, you are absolutely missing out. So the best are tracking this at a very high level. You need to have a scorecard for you as the owner, a scorecard on the business to keep track of KPIs in your business, to understand how your business is performing. That's your dashboard where you're driving. And as the business owner, somebody else needs to be preparing this for you and serving it to you on a silver platter so that you can see what's going on. Otherwise, you're too far in the weeds and you start using a bunch of gut feel on how things are going. And so it's very important that you install a COO or an implementer in your business to kind of manage the day-to-day for your business. Because if you're like me, I use this little cheesy cliche, and I say, hey, if I worked at McDonald's, if I owned a McDonald's, I promise you, because I have OCD and I'm a perfectionist, that nobody could get those fries as golden brown as me. Like literally nobody would be able to. But I'm the owner of the company and I can't be frying fries, right? So if you're a perfectionist like me, you have to just get to the point where you have this awakening that I can't do it all, and somebody else doing it 80% as good as me has to be good enough, because it's the only way that I can go from a job owner to a business owner ultimately, right? And then you train them up. And honestly, there's going to be a lot of people that you plug into your business that are better than you, even though you think that you're the best, right? There's going to be some that are 2 times better than you, and that's going to be an amazing investment, right? So I want to talk a little about the perfect team. It's really important, and I'm guilty of this. Hopefully she's not watching, but I've hired and fired my wife's sister twice over the years. And I use another analogy here. I've got a bunch of like cheesy cliches and analogies. It's like, for me, historically, hiring people in my business was like going to the grocery store when you're hungry. You end up putting a bunch of crap in your cart that you shouldn't have, that you don't need, right? You're trying to eat better and you go to the grocery store when you're hungry, and next thing you know, you got a bunch of bags of chips in there and sodas and stuff like that. And it's not good for you. You don't need it. It's the same thing with people. If you're filling seats in your business when you need them the most, and you don't have a very good process for recruiting people, and you're overlooking a bunch of stuff, you're going to end up hiring people that are not going to work out. So it's critical that you have an org chart and a clear definition of each role, what the responsibilities are, and you don't hire people unless they're a perfect fit for that role. I will tell you, I'm guilty of this in the past, of using another little tagline that I hire good athletes and then I'll find a role for them. And that is a mistake. You need to find somebody that fits the role. Otherwise, because it's a small business, we have people wearing a bunch of hats and they're really not good at anything and they're spread too thin and they're just the wrong people for the seats. So don't hire your buddies, don't hire your family members unless they are a perfect fit. And when you're recruiting people that you don't know, definitely don't hire somebody unless they're a perfect fit. You have to build up a detailed process for recruiting each role on your team. And honestly, again, this is the case for scaling your business. Somebody else should be handling this for you, because unless you've been a professional recruiter in a past life and you have a bunch of extra time on your hands, you shouldn't be doing it anyway, right? So we actually created Inside of Investor Machine for our customers because we know if they don't have a strong team, all of a sudden they're going to say, hey, the advertising is not working. And we're like, well, who does your acquisitions? Well, my brother, he used to work at Payless Shoe Stores and he was a really good shoe salesman. And I thought this would be good for him. It's like, it might be good for him, but it's not good for you. Like, he doesn't have the right experience, right? So we created these guides. Literally, these are like 20 to 30 page guides for how to recruit every role in your business. And we do this for our customer. And I'd like to share one of them with you guys for free today. Would you guys be interested in getting this? I don't have this one in front of me. I think it's about a 28 page guide. We call it a hiring playbook on how to recruit an acquisitions manager in your business. It has a job description that you can copy and paste into Indeed or WiseHire to recruit. It has the questions you should ask in the first 3 rounds of interviews. It has typical compensation plans. It has what their predictive index profile should be, or their DISC profile, depending on how you're profiling people. You should be profiling all people that you're looking at. It has what the 30 and 60, 90-day plan should be for the onboarding process, what their compensation and bonus model should be, and all these things. Would you guys be interested in a copy of that? I'd like to send you one for free if you're interested. Awesome. Sounds good. So yeah, same text as before. If you've already texted this WealthCon to this number here, then for the last thing, then we're going to give you both. And if you haven't done it yet, here's a way to get both of the resources that I just shared with you. Just text the word WealthCon to that same number, 469-949-5811. And again, it's going to ask you for your name, your email address, and a couple of other questions. Just follow along, and it'll email it back to you. Okay, so I'll leave this up for like 2 more seconds and then kind of move on. I've got a few more things I want to share with you guys. This is honestly, I think this is super high value. This is the first time I've actually given it out to somebody that is not one of our customers or our clients. And we actually just rolled these out about a month ago, but happy to share it with you guys. We have a set of 12 of them, but the acquisitions manager one is one of the most high demand ones I think it'll be. So let's talk about the operations of your business. The last piece is one of the last pieces here is having really solid operations in your business. You need an operating structure. What are the key KPIs in your business that you should be monitoring, right? Which is things like leads, how many leads are coming in per day and per week, how many appointments are we going on? We won't get into all this today, but how much cash do you have on hand? Like all these things in your business that are really, really important, that are kind of the dashboard that you need to manage. You need to have a very set meeting structure. Our acquisitions team meets every morning for 15 minutes from 8 to 8:15. And here's what we do during that. And then once a week, we have a 60-minute meeting. And that includes some training that we're going to go over. And it includes a report out on what's happened over the past week. We also meet with our construction crew on Fridays from 12 to 2. And we go over every project. Like, you have to have a set meeting structure that operates like a Fortune 500 company, because you want to be a bigger company than you probably are. So start acting like it, right? At the end of the day. So you have to have a solid operating structure. And you can see how the power of this operating structure in your business, from meetings with your acquisitions team, will miraculously make the advertising work better, right? The advertising isn't working better. You're just a better operator. That's the key of my whole presentation here, is have optimized marketing and be a better operator, so that that investment you're making in your leads has a higher ROI than you've ever seen before, right? At the end of the day. So I have a question. I want to go through a little exercise here. If you just think about this, is a little bit academic, but just how small improvements in your business, just to kind of give you an idea. And I've seen it before. I've had clients where there's 2 people in the same market. One of them is flying high, and one of them, and we've had this in our agency where we generate leads for 2 people in the same market. One of them will say it's not working for me, and the other one is saying this is the best thing ever. Like, what's the difference? It's all the things we talked about today. Better operations, better follow-up, better processes, stronger team at the end of the day. So I want to give you a little bit of an academic example here. If let's just say you had a business right now that was generating $100,000 a month in gross profit, and you could have a 20% improvement in lead generation by having better data and higher quality leads, not even spending more money on lead gen necessarily, right? If you do all these things and you're optimized, that's when you start to throttle up your lead gen, your marketing, because that's when you start to magnify those returns. But if you can improve your lead gen and your effectiveness by just 20%, now you're up to 120,000 a month, right? And if you layer in getting 20% better at lead conversion because you're doing some novations and some sub twos and other things, miraculously, you're closing more of the leads you already have and another 20% business, and it's magnified. These things are stacking. So now instead of $100,000 a month, you're generating $144,000 a month. In this example, bear with me, this is academic, I get it, but it's very much true, my friends. 20% improvement in your team and your business operations, right? So now all of a sudden you've taken the same business and you're just a better athlete in every way, right? As a whole, you've taken the same business and you have a 73% increase in gross profit by not spending any more on marketing because you're using better data, you're marketing at a higher level, and you have improved conversion and you have a higher quality team in place. Makes a big difference, my friends. So this is how you get that freedom that we've been talking about. Have you guys got some value from this? I hope this is a little bit hard hitting here, but hopefully this has been some value for you guys. Last thing I want to share is we do this for hundreds of investors. If you guys have any interest, we'd love to talk to you. Hopefully you got our free resources by texting the word WealthCon to this number here to get our acquisitions guide and our list of 40 different lists, distress lists that we target for you. I appreciate you guys a bunch. By the way, if you have any questions, this number goes to a member of my team, and just text them back and say, hey, I'd be interested in chatting with you guys to help out. Or if you have any questions from this presentation, we'd be happy to help you out. So hope you guys got some great value from today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to spend some time with you today. And again, just text this number. We'd be happy to help you guys. So appreciate you a ton. Want nothing but the best for you. Happy investing. Take care.
That was great. Thank you so much, Mike. All right, we've got one more speaker left, but before I bring them up, after they're done, I'm going to share with you a few things on what to expect over these next couple of days and how you get the most value out of it. So it'll only be about 5 minutes. Be sure to hang around afterwards. Now, let me introduce our next speaker, Jerry Green. Jerry is a highly experienced real estate investor, having been involved in more than 3,000 flip and wholesale deals since 1994. He's known as the top sales trainer in the country for real estate investing sales skills. Jerry travels the country to help investors scale their business and close more deals by using a proven sales process that creates predictable results without having to be a unicorn salesperson. Please welcome to the stage, Jerry Green.
Hey guys, hey, welcome, and thank you so much. I sure appreciate you guys all being here today and excited to share with you all. So my name's Jerry Green, and I'm going to be talking to you guys about how to close all closable deals. Yes, I said all closable deals. Now, with that said, I want you guys to think about this, because this is something a lot of people scratch their head on, like, what's he talking about? All closable deals. Well, when you look at this, I guess here's a way to think about this side of things. All of you are going to have a reason you're going to want to buy a deal, I should say, or close on that deal. And what that comes down to is really a couple different things. Number one is it has to make sense for you in regarding the numbers, right? That has to work. So maybe it's a fix and flip, maybe it's a wholesale, maybe it's a creative finance deal, maybe it's a land deal or a mobile home deal, could be a multifamily. It doesn't really matter when it comes to that. All these different types of deals, we have to realize that everybody is buying them there's some type of core reason when it comes to the actual numbers themselves, okay, the financial side of things. But then the second component, and this is the area that I want to really stress on today a lot, is where I feel most people in our space drop the ball. And that is, you get a lot of leads coming into your funnel, but they might work. You're thinking, okay, this could work into my numbers, but you don't close it. And why is that? Because you're not following a sales process that allows you to create predictable results. And that is a key component to this. So I want you to think about this as we start up today. I want you to think, let's just think that, for instance, you had 100 leads coming into your pipeline. And it doesn't matter to me where those leads are coming from. Those leads could be coming from, some type of outbound or inbound channel. It could be direct mail, cold calling, PPC. It doesn't really matter where they're coming from, but they're all coming into your funnel. And let's just say you had 100 leads coming into your funnel. Out of those 100 leads, how many of those 100 leads, guys, do you think are slam dunk deals? 100 leads coming in. Yeah. All right. So what I see on this over and over again, the common thing is most people say somewhere about 1 to 2% of those leads are going to be slam dunk, right? So most investors try to build their business around that. Now think about that. Can you do deals that way? Absolutely. But the problem is it's not scalable. And then you're putting all this money out to generate all these leads and basically go through this big stack of leads for 1 or 2 that you can slam dunk. The problem is there's a lot of leads sitting in there that are still closable. They're still closable, but you're not closing them. And it's not because of the just the number side of things. It's because what you're not doing, you're not following a process to allow those people to properly get to the position where they would turn around and actually work with you. So it's about following a predictable sales process, okay? So we're going to focus in on how to close these closable deals today, okay? And really, I look at all closable deals. So ultimately, here's what you should look at. If you have a lead coming into your funnel, it fits into one of your financial models, and that's one key component. And then the other thing is if you follow a sales process and it's a closable lead, you should close it. Otherwise, you get to the point where if it's not a closable lead, guess what? You still done your job as a salesperson, or if just as an investor, if you're doing it yourself, you're still doing the acquisition side of things, you just look at it and say, hey, I still did my job. Even though I got a no, I still did my job. And that's what I want you guys to get to. I want you guys to get to the point where you're closing all closable deals, and the ones that aren't closable, that's okay, because they're not made to be closed right now. So we can move on from there. Now, let's talk a little bit more, and I want to share a little bit about me and just briefly tell you a little bit about myself. All right, so who's Jerry? Well, like I mentioned, my name is Jerry Green. Guys, I currently live in a small town right outside of Dayton, Ohio, with my wife and my kids. I have 4 kids, and I've been married now 20 years. I started in this real estate investment business, guys, back in 1994. This is year 29, so it blows me away that it's been that long, but I've been doing this for a long, long time. Funny, I talk to a lot of other people in the space, and they go, oh my gosh, you started doing investing before I was even born. So I see this quite a bit, but I've been doing it since that time. And since that time, guys, I've been in a position where this past year, we just crossed over 3,000 deals. When this is including the fix and flips. This is including single family deals, multifamily deals. We've even done commercial properties. We've done mobile homes. We've done a little bit of everything over these years. When you're in it as long as I have, you kind of get the taste of every area. But what it comes down to is none of this stuff happens without having a way to put the deals into the pipeline. All right. And now currently what I look at is now I really focus on running my company more as a CEO of my business, and I'm able to oversee the operational side of things from a higher point of view. So I look at it from the metrics point. So I'm operationally pretty well removed from the day-to-day operations. But this allows me to be able to focus in on other areas that I'd love to do, which is training other investors like yourself here, how you can grow your business and maximize all your systems within your business. And one of those systems today we're going to talk about is what we were just already opened up a conversation with, and that is the ability to close all your closable deals. And it's through a acquisitions process. So a sales process focused towards acquisitions. Now, can you use it in other areas? If you're wholesaling, can you use it for dispositions? Absolutely. Okay. All these different areas you can use it in. It doesn't matter, as I said, if you're wholesaling, fix and flipping, multifamily, all that is fine. But nothing happens without acquisitions. And that's the big component I want you guys to look at. So, all right, well, let's keep moving forward here. You know a little bit about me, been in the business all those years. Also add to this, guys, I just want you to know that sometimes it's easy to put someone on a pedestal like myself and say, oh man, Jerry, you had all this come together. He's had all these years in the business. I'm going to tell you right now, I've been through many ups and downs. I've been through many multiple market cycles. I've been in a position where I've lost millions and millions of dollars. I've made millions of dollars. And you have to realize, guys, that no matter what, and it doesn't matter to me where any of you are today, some of you are beginners, some of you are more seasoned. The biggest thing I want you guys to get through your head is don't allow excuses to keep you from doing this business. And just, over this journey, guys, I went through a bankruptcy before I got into the business back in the early 90s. I was in a position where I built this whole business up. I went through tremendous time personally. Actually, we built this business up from being bankrupt in the early 90s to the year 2000, building a dream home. And then my wife got sick right at the birth of our son and died 10 months later after our little baby boy was born from a cancer. So guys, I've been through multiple things in my life, and don't let anybody tell you can't do this. So that's a key thing. So wherever you're at, whether you're more seasoned or just beginning, keep pressing forward, guys. Okay? All right. To share with you a little more of my story, let's go in and share with you more about the acquisition side. So, all right. Now, here's something I want you to look at. We're going to talk about what we call a traditional buying system. You say, what are you talking about, Jerry? Well, let's just go for an example. Let's step out of real estate for a second here. Let's say you guys are going up to a car dealership. And you walk up to a car dealership, and typically you're walking up on the lot, and next thing you know, you start looking over some of the cars a little bit, right? And then you see a salesperson coming out. The salesperson comes out, and the salesperson says, hey, Jerry, anything I can help you with today? And your common line, and all of you, I want you to just kind of think about this all at once and think the answer that comes to your mind. I'm just looking, okay? So what you're doing, you're saying, oh, I'm just looking, right? So next thing you do after that, typically we see this where you might say, I'm just looking. Then you go over and you start looking at some more vehicles a little bit. You might grab your phone, right? And you'll turn around and you'll do a little research, maybe on the phone. You're comparing prices and things like that. And then you might want to go over and say, I'm going to test. I like to test drive this one. And here comes the salesperson again. Hey, and they say too, hey, would you like to take it for a run, test run? Absolutely. So they take all your information down, right? So they make sure they're collecting all your info. One is so you can drive it. Number two, so they have that. And the next thing you go out and drive it. You come back. Let me think about it a little bit more. I'm just starting to shop, right? Okay. So on those moments, what happens then is a lot of times you might go in and buy, but most of the time what happens is they get your information, and then you just go dark. And next thing you know, the salesperson, they might even do this right before they leave, say, hey, can I call you next Tuesday? And can I call you next Tuesday? What's a good time for you? Oh, 3 o'clock. And you already know before you leave that dealership, you're not going to answer your phone at 3 o'clock. You already know that. So let's just think about this. So what I just went through is a traditional buying system. That is, people mislead you. So, and you would do the same thing. Guys, you do the same thing with other salespeople. You mislead them with enthusiasm. You do some research. Then you mislead again with more enthusiasm. And then you might go all in, but most of the time you just go dark and then you start chasing. Well, guess what? People do this in real estate every day. Real estate investors and acquisitions reps do this all the time. They follow this traditional buying system that's broke, dysfunctional, and they wonder why they're chasing leads all the time. Okay? So I think you guys are with me on this, and this is a big problem. You're wasting tons of money on marketing, and you're not closing all those closable leads that are coming into your system. Let's start closing more leads, because if you remember what I said earlier, there might only be 1-2% in 100 leads that are coming into your pipeline that are actual ones that are slam dunk. What you're going to find, though, is a big chunk of those leads, huge chunk of those leads. We might say 60-70% of them are tire kickers. Now, some are going to be just absolute waste of time, dead leads. But you're going to say 50-60% or so of those are tire kickers. But what if we could start converting a lot of those tire kicker leads? And what we have to realize is that we just have to change the way we approach those leads. Okay? Not the traditional way. All right, let's keep moving forward. So what we have to look at is we start building our foundational pieces. So what I mean by this? What I mean by this is there's certain things you have to have in place to be able to set yourself up for success in regarding converting more of those leads that you're already generating. See, the nice thing about it, a lot of you don't need to generate more leads. You need to get better conversion. As you get better conversion, then you can pour more money into your lead gen source, if that makes sense. All right, so let's take a look at this. So some of these foundational pieces are going to seem so elementary, but people miss it all the time. Number one, have a conversation. Wow, yeah, have a conversation with somebody. Don't go in and be so scripted that you sound scripted. You sound like a telemarketer or something like that. Don't do that. You guys will, I promise you, if you do that all the time, people are going to pick up on that. Stay away from that. So let's have a conversation. Next thing I look at is follow a sales process. So if you think about this, you get good at just following basically have a conversation with someone. So and we were just talking, right? Going through things, kind of two friends hanging out, connecting, talking about things, right? And at the same time, I'm following the sales process that's taking me through a path that will get me the result that I want based upon the information that I pull out. And that result might be that it's a no, and that's okay. So we get good at that. Now, I'm not going to talk on this next part here today, but one thing I'm going to plant your seed on for you guys is this. Ultimately, you get to the point where, number one, have the conversations. Number two, follow the sales process. And number three, and this is something you guys can add as you go along, because I work with a lot of my students this way, is we come in now and we start looking at deal structuring. So we start looking at creative ways we can help sellers out. And it might be, and we typically like to look at this through what we call programs. So it might be our cash out program. It might be what we call like a novation program. It might be through a seller finance program. So this is the layers that we can add in. I just want to focus on the first two today. But as you go and you start to grow more, and some of you are more seasoned, you might be already doing this, you can add in the deal structuring and creating programs for sellers. Because now you're at the point where you can create a result that is becoming that deal engineer. And that's where you really want to go with things. Okay? Again, this could be you, or it could be someone on your team, or someone you're training to be on your team. All right, cool. So Those are portion of the foundational pieces. Let's keep cranking, guys. All right, so next thing we look at, we go deeper in the foundational pieces. See, to be great at acquisitions, to be that great acquisitions person, it has to, you have to understand it's the understanding that this is a skill. It's a skill. It's no different than building a muscle, guys, okay? If you're working on building muscles and you're building up, physically, you want to be in certain condition, right? Guess what? You have to be continuous working on that side of things. It's not a one-time thing. You don't go to the gym one time and say, oh, I'm done. I've done 25 setups or something like that, and I'm done. It doesn't work that way. You have to constantly work at this. I always think about, like Michael Jordan or the late great Kobe Bryant in basketball. I mean, those guys, the reason they were in the position they were is because what happened on that was they put in the effort. They put in the training, right? And they created what we call a separator, where nobody else could really catch up with them. And one of the greatest skills you can ever work on is becoming great at sales. And as you build that skill, guys, is one of the most valuable skills you can ever have. The second component I look at is mindset. See, proper mindset will help you influence your ability to convert deals. You say, what do you mean by this, Jerry? Well, a couple of different things. One, as I want you guys to think about this, a lot of you know this, that you're talking to sellers or you're going on appointments in the field, you're doing it over the phone. We do things virtually. I'm kind of known, I guess, as an OG when it comes to virtual wholesale side of things. I was doing it well before COVID was even around, so I've done that for many, many years. But the interesting thing about this is it all comes down to the mindset component. So if you're talking to a lot of seller leads or you're going on appointments, and these people are, you know how it can be. They can be nasty to you. They can do like, hey, F you and all this stuff, right? If you constantly let that affect your mindset, that will drastically affect your ability to convert. So this is why it's so important to follow a sales process, because we know when to properly exit out of a call or an appointment without taking us down to that road of constantly destroying ourselves with negativity. Now, another key thing I'm going to share with you, and we're just going to kind of add this in when it comes to the mindset. See, a lot of you might be in a position where you're generating leads through a marketing source, and that your leads come in, and what they do is prior to you speaking to them, or if you have a team, someone on the acquisitions team, but prior to them speaking to that potential seller, you have someone that's basically kind of being like a lead manager or cold caller or something like that, doing the initial intake of those leads. And a lot of you might be having that initial person that's then taking those leads, actually asking questions. And one of those questions might be, hey, what are you asking for the property? That is one of the biggest mistakes, guys, you can ever make. And a lot of you are thinking, what? I've never heard that before. I'm telling you, it will greatly affect your ability to convert deals. Because what happens is those leads come into the pipeline, and somebody else is asking this on the front end of the lines that is not trained in the sales process. One, they're asking the price way too early. Number two, they're basically asking this, and then the seller is going to kick in their natural defense mechanism, and they're just going to turn around and give this high price. And then what happens is you look and maybe in your CRM or something like that, or just a lead that comes in, and you say, oh, I'm not going to waste time with this. They're asking market value or above, and you don't even call them. See how that affects your mindset? So if you have anybody that's doing some type of lead management, never have them ask price. It only should be your job or your salesperson's job to get into numbers. And that's way down on the sales process. The other thing is control the things you can. Look, you have to understand that the only things you can control are your mindset and the sales process. You can't control anything else. So if you focus in on these things, it will help you stay in line, help you stay very focused, and realize that this actually is a process that can be followed over and over again. And it takes the emotional side out of this, okay? All right, so let's keep on cranking here, guys. I wanted to share with you, this is a perfect example of this. So Andy is actually working with me, and Andy, I just got this the other day. He says, and this is something to tell you, Andy. Andy is a gentleman that is almost 70 years old. He's been in this business for a long time. He took a big hit during COVID. He was a big REO broker, and he was like, man, I'm going to get this going, but he didn't have any skills in technology or anything. And what I love is this ability to just use a process. You know, he said he sold another one today. I have another appointment with a new one on Wednesday. You know, he's planning on getting that one as well. But what is really cool, guys, let's look at this. I'm not going to read every word for you guys here, but what the neat thing about it is, one, he said there's no marketing expense yet. He's doing this by just talking to people, just telling people what's going on. You could do the same thing. Some of you are just starting. Get out, share with the world what's going on, start talking here. Then, if you notice here, he even beat out other investors that were willing to pay more for the deal. The reason that he got it and other people didn't is it comes down, he said he did pretty well with the sales process and went pretty heavy on going for the no. It worked like a charm. So this is really how it works, guys, okay? I want you to understand this. This is not something just, you know, that we just make up. This is something that is real. This is how it really affects people's lives. And you'll see how this can drastically change sellers' lives and yours or your business. Okay? Now, let's go a little deeper on this. So what I want to do, guys, is this. Let's talk about sales process versus no sales process. So we were talking about some of these key foundational pieces. So let's just look at this and say, hey, what does that actually look like? So first thing I want to do is kind of go through no sales process example. This is very common, I see, with a lot of investors or acquisitions reps, is typically the way that works here is, and this is an example of no real sales process set. One, they get on the call. They're very scripted. They have some type of script in front of them, or they have like a seller intake worksheet. All they do is read everything off of it. And they're just asking questions right out the gate. Hey, how much you owe on the property? How many bedrooms and bathrooms? How much you asking for the property? How much does it need in repairs? All these things, right? This is very scripted. Then typically what I see a lot of times is they enter into something what I call the rehab rabbit hole. And what is the rehab rabbit hole? Well, this is an area that a lot of people in our space get trapped into because it's a natural default mechanism. All they do is start talking about the condition of the property, going deep on it. Well, see, the bedroom downstairs needs this, the roof needs this, and you spend 30, 40 minutes talking about the condition of the property, and you have no idea if the seller's even motivated. Then you get to the end of the call, and then you find out they're not willing to do anything. They're not flexible at all. You have no idea why they're wanting to sell. And then they get mad at you because you made a lowball offer, and then they turn around and move on with someone else, and you say, this doesn't work, these leads suck. And that's what I hear over and over again. All right? Then also, typically these type of no sales process examples, you're not building rapport. You're not building a relationship with that client. You're not digging in and finding out anything. You're not finding out, next one, not finding out any true motivation. You have no idea what's going on in their life. What's their situation? You don't bring up any what we call deal killers. You don't find out what might keep this deal from closing. You said, why would I do that? Well, if you like getting to the end of a phone call and hearing things such as, oh, maybe, think it over. Let me check with my spouse. I got to check with my business partner. Or, you know, my tenant said if I ever did sell this, that they would like to buy it. Or I need to run this by my attorney. Okay, you guys have heard all this stuff. You know, there's actually, we inherited the property, but I got to run this by my brothers and sisters first. And if you already gave them the number, there's no reason for them to call you back. They already got the number from you. So what you're doing is you're basically making a diagnosis way too early. And then what happens too, no sales process, is you just get in the business of making offers. You're just throwing spaghetti on the wall. Will you get some deals? Yep. But it's not predictable. You'll spend a ton of marketing and you'll waste so much time, effort, and money, guys. I hope you're all with me on this. This is a huge ordeal. So many people suffer from this, guys. So I want you to think about this. In fact, before we move forward to the next slide, I want you to think on this here. What we're doing, just think outside of real estate. If you were going to a doctor's office and you were walking in a doctor's office, and let's say I'm the doctor, okay? And you walk into one of my rooms, right? And or you're sitting there. I come in to check you out. I come in. I just I don't come up. I don't check any of your I don't ask any questions. Should say I don't come over and check any of your check your pulse. I don't check maybe your temperature. I don't do any of those things. Okay, I just basically come in, ask you maybe a couple questions. Don't do any proper exam whatsoever at all, but you're really having some problems, and then I just tell you, well, take this or do this, and we'll see you again. You're going to walk out of there and you're going to think, man, I don't think I got proper treatment. I don't think I didn't get the proper diagnosis. If you don't get the proper diagnosis, what are you going to typically do? A lot of you are already saying it. You're going to seek a second opinion. And sellers do the same thing to you guys over and over again. When you don't properly examine your sellers, they're going to seek second opinions, and that is getting offers from other people. Think about that. So you're creating, most of the time, your own problems on this. And then what this leads to, it leads into what we call the follow-up game. Now, is follow-up important? Follow-up is very important. It's very, very important. But it's not the most important thing. Yes, you heard me say that. Most people believe it's the most important thing. No, the most important thing is to do an actual sales process that creates predictable results so you can actually reduce your follow-up. See, most follow-up is self-inflicted. Yes, you heard me say that. Most people create their own follow-up because they don't follow sales process. Think about this. It's like you running the football to the 5-yard line and stopping. And because you don't follow the sales process, you create all this extra work. See, a lot of follow-up is due to not following the sales process or the fear of completing the sale. You get this fear, so then you pull back. And the real reason that most follow-up should exist is simply because you weren't able to connect with the client. Now, there still be follow-up, even in one of the clients that you talk to, and it's just that they're not ready now. So it's a no for now, and that's okay. But your job is to get to the no. And the sooner you can get to the no, you can find out if it's something you need to follow up on later, or if you just need to completely say that it'll never work. But most of the time you're going to find out it is something you could potentially do later on it. But guys, don't be in a position where you create all this extra follow-up on yourself, all the stress, simply because you didn't follow a sales process, okay? I hope everybody's with me on this. This is such a big deal. And I see so many salespeople or investors get caught up and they go, I get these new leads, but I just can't keep up with the follow-up alone. And then I start listening to some of their calls, some of our coaching students and things that we work with. I start listening to some of their calls. I go, guys, you're creating this problem for yourself. All right, so let's keep moving forward here, guys. Now let's take a look at what a actual sales process looks like. So we looked at a no sales process example. Let's look at a sales process example actually being used. First thing is we use a script only as a roadmap. Yes, we're not going to go in, read word by word on things. The script is there as a roadmap. And think about this. The reason we have it as a roadmap is we realize as we go on this roadmap here, or this pull it up on Google Maps, as we go along, we're going to run into detours. We're going to run into stoplights, construction sites, whatever we might run into. We're going along that road. But what the focus is to get back on that path so we can get to the end result, right? And that's the reason we should use a script. Then we go into doing something what we call setting the stage. Now I'll share that with you more here in just a minute with a little kind of diagram here. So we'll look at setting the stage. All right, so we're setting the stage to open things up for our communication. Next thing I look at is I'm going to dive deep into motivation. I'm going to create urgency for them to act. But I only can do that if I'm doing it based upon deep into the motivation. Then I'm going to look at eliminating the deal killers, taking them off now before I go to close, not later. And then, and only then, will I try to close out the process. Okay? It's after I've done all the other things. And then if you notice the last item too, is like I train my team and I train my students not to turn around and just give offers. What we do is we price qualify people's properties. Yes, you heard me. We approach it differently. And we know that by doing that, we can interrupt people's patterns in their mind. So if I tell you that I'm going to make you an offer, and I make you that offer, typically it triggers something in your mind that says, hey, I'm going to counter offer Jerry. But what if I didn't make you the offer? What if I turn around and just let you know what your property qualifies for? So very, very powerful tool, guys. Then I can take it from there to other programs that we have within our company, okay, or within our trainings. All right, so now, guys, this is such a powerful tool that it is then pulled it together into what we show you guys right now. And this, I'm showing you the 30,000-foot view of this. But this is a 30,000-foot view of our sales process. Step one, we come in, we set the stage. What do we do? We're removing pressure. Okay, and there's certain things that we've used under this to remove that pressure. Then we move into step two. And step two is that what we do is we go in and start deep into motivation. And what we do by doing that motivation, it helps us increase what we call urgency for someone to take action. And then we jump over and hit deal killers. We actually have certain tactical ways we do this and questions we ask. And what we do is we remove these hurdles that keep the prospect from taking action. Now we're taking those off so we don't have to deal with that later. Okay, think about that. Wouldn't it be nice to have it done now instead of trying to give somebody a number, then have them give you all these reasons they don't want to do it? Okay, then you're just like, oh, I'm just going to be in chasing mode. And that's how you create a lot of follow-up that is not needed. And then number four, it's the end of the assembly line, the close. One thing I want to share with you guys, the close should not be about closing the seller. It should be about closing out the process. You see, what do you mean by that, Jerry? What that means on things is that a properly executed sales process, if it's done right, when you get to step four, they're already closed. You don't have to go in and close them. They're already done. Super powerful. Okay, so my line usually that I'll wrap things up on, I might say, hey, George, instead of going in and saying, hey, let me close you and do all this stuff, go to big picture and closing, I'll just say, hey, George, what would you like to do today? The only reason I can do that is because of all the pre-work I've done to it before. And then you get results like this here, like Gabe, okay? So Gabe's one of my students out of South Florida. He just locked up a deal and basically $100K profit, low end, just using these tactics that we talk about here. And it's powerful. It changes people's lives. I love that photo. That's from his wedding. It kind of reminds me of a James Bond look. So, all right. Now, as we bring this together, guys, here, and we start bringing things full circle for you here, here's what I want you to look at. I want you to look at this, okay? And I want you to start thinking this way. Number one is that without motivation, we don't create what we call a gap. And a gap is where somebody is at right now, in this moment in time, to where they want to be. So let's just say, for an example, one of you sitting out there today are in a position where you currently are on maybe you're working a job somewhere and you're still working a full-time job, and that's okay. and you're wanting to get involved in this business, and you might want to go from, let's just say you're working on this job, and let's say that you had an opportunity to work for me. I said, hey, I have an opportunity for you, and you're making $100,000 a year right now, and I'm going to take you from 100 to, let's say, I'm going to offer you 105,000, but you got to move across the country and stuff like that, and you have 4 kids. You're thinking, man, you're not going to have a real big reason to do that, right? So what we're doing is I'm creating a very small gap. But what if I was in a position where I turned around, told you that you were going to go from $100,000 a year to $300,000 a year. I'm going to pay all your moving expenses. I'm going to turn around and take care of your existing property. We're either buying it or leasing it out. Whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to take care of all this stuff for you. What happens, guys? What happens on this? I have increased that gap. By increasing that gap, guess what? You want it more, and it creates urgency, guys. So I want you to think about this. This is so important. No motivation, no gap typically equals no sale. So next time you're talking to a seller, if you're not going deep into motivation and using very specific type strategies to be able to do that, like we work with in our academy, what we do is you're going to see a lot of your deals that should be closable are not closed, and then someone else buys them because you didn't follow this process. All right? Now, here's the result that you get from this. With the absence of personal motivation, the only way your prospects can compare options is with their price tags. I want you to think on this. How many deals have you lost out on because what you're doing is you're going in, you're talking to someone, and they tell you, well, I'm just going to get other offers. Oh, so-and-so was a lot higher than you and all this here. If you're hearing that on a regular basis and you're getting frustrated and beat out on offers on other deals because of somebody giving them more money, it's because you are not following a sales process that deals with these things prior to trying to wrap them up to close. And this is your end result. So if you're not losing money, if you're not losing out on opportunities because of maybes, thinking overs, people going dark on you, you're getting beat out on price all the time, and all these are the things that you're dealing with, or your team. That tells me directly that you're having a problem with your sales process, or you're in the position where you don't even have a sales process. Okay? So you might have one, you might know how to do it yourself, but how do you do it with your team? See, that's what we become experts at, is we train people all the time, train their teams, we train individuals to do this. So these are the things, guys, I want you to apply. Now, as we bring this full circle, guys, and I want to make sure I respect your time, and guys, like I say, and respect Chris's time, and everyone here that's just been so supportive. Let's bring this to a full circle. And this is ultimately what I want to see you guys be able to get to. Now, this could be in the field, or it could be over the phone. And if you can get to doing this over the phone, it's amazing. You can take this to a whole nother level. And that is a one-call close. Okay? You can get to the point, basically, on the phone, boom, run through this, where you don't have to turn around and call the person or meet with them 5 different times. Just look at this. Boom, we go in, set the stage. We give permission, all right, for open and honest, communication. Number 2, we go deep into building rapport and pulling out the true motivation. By doing this, we bring to the surface true objections. And then we offer actual solutions for them all. Okay? Then we present a solution. Now, the key to this, listen to me, guys, is we present a solution, not just offer. We present a solution, and then we negotiate to close. And even notice there, I'm not making offers. I'm price qualifying. Guys, this, I promise you, if you would just take this, run with this, it will change your game. You'll take leads that you're getting in now, and you'll start converting more of those. And I find a lot of our students we work with, and in my own team, but like you spend, let's say you're spending, let's say you don't have a big budget. Guys, you're in a position where maybe you don't need a big budget to get the business going, or if you're in a position where you're already doing this and I had a team that I worked with, I saved them $25,000 a month off their marketing because they were a much bigger team. They were just blowing marketing because they weren't converting all the closable deals. All right, so guys, I hope this is what I've shared with you will make an impact for you, and just, I love giving, I love doing that. And part of what I'm going to do too for you guys today is this. I'm going to give you guys a gift, if that's okay with you guys. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a gift here. You scan this QR code. This is, you're going to see I'm going to have an ebook that I go for my acquisitions in here. Also, I'm going to give you a 21-day challenge you can use, and some other cool scripts that you guys can use as well. And I think you'll find this will really help you in your business, guys. And there's nothing here to sell, nothing whatsoever at all. Just you can grab this as a free gift, and I hope this helps you. It's a lot of students have invested thousands and thousands of dollars into this, guys. And I want to thank you all for allowing me to be on here today. I want to thank Chris and his team. And guys, I really appreciate everything you've done. And guys, just make it happen, because none of this matters if you don't go out and actually do the work. You have to do the work. And remember, this is a skill. My final thing is nothing happens without acquisitions. Thank you, guys. If you want to reach out to me, anything like that, again, also you can follow me on Facebook. You just look me up, Jerry Green, or on actually over on Instagram too. It's my handle is the Jerry Green. So, guys, thank you. Appreciate y'all. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Jerry. This has been intense, hasn't it? What'd y'all think? The end of day one, a lot of speakers, a lot of value, and we have 2 more days of this. There was 2 stages today. This was just stage 1. There's a whole nother stage. And then tomorrow we've got 2 stages. And then Friday, there's only 1 stage, but there's a lot of value was given today and a lot more coming. So tomorrow we will be back same time. You have the schedule here. Nothing changing with the schedule. At least as of right now, nothing changing. So make sure you get here, you get ready, have your notepad ready. You're not going to want to miss it. And we've had some questions on, hey, how do I go back and rewatch some of these presentations? Or if maybe you missed one that you wanted to catch, you couldn't quite catch it for whatever reason, you want to go out and watch it afterwards. So whole event is recorded. And even more than that, each individual presentation is saved. So you're going to be able to watch that back on demand when you upgrade your ticket to Pro. So be sure to upgrade. You should have that in your email. You could also go to realestatewealthcon.com/upgrade and find out how you can upgrade your ticket to Pro. There's a lot more benefits than just the recording. Like, the recording's great and it's like worth way more than what we're charging, like absolutely way more than what we're charging, because to pay for this type of event, other than the hotel and the flights and the food, the event itself would be $500 plus. So we're way below that. But in addition to that, there's a lot of other benefits, such as a monthly coaching call with me and with folks on my team, where you can ask questions. Like, you can get your specific questions answered that you're wondering. Maybe it's a question that kind of came from this event, or maybe it's just a question that you come across later on as you start putting some of these strategies together. So having that not necessarily accountability, but that group where you can go to and ask questions, because these are folks that are doing deals. They're actually in the business. They're in the industry, in this market, doing deals. So that, in my opinion, is probably the most invaluable perk of when you upgrade. There's also other courses and whatnot, but make no mistake about it. The group coaching call every single month is invaluable. So in any case, I will see you tomorrow. Look forward to it. You can hang out here, network. Anyway, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks again.